Welcome to Beginner's Guide to Amazon FBA in 2026, the most complete free course you'll find anywhere online. In the next few hours, I'm gonna walk you through step by step from absolutely zero how to make your first sales as quick as possible. The exact blueprint thousands of new sellers have used to break out of the 9-to-5 routine and start making real income on the side. I didn't start with money, a crazy idea, or a ton of business experience. I started a few years ago with not a lot of money, and a year later, I had 6 figures profit in the bank. And I did this without running any ads, creating a brand, designing my own product, or buying anything from China. Just selling simple name brand products that sell themselves. Amazon's a $638 billion market. And what most people don't know is that 62% of products sold on Amazon come from everyday people like you and I, third-party sellers working at home on our laptops. You don't need a huge budget, you don't need experience, and you definitely don't need to quit your 9-to-5 job. If you're a motivated 9-to-5er or a college kid who wants to make some real side income online or potentially replace your full-time income in the future, you can tap into this opportunity from your bedroom, your kitchen table, or anywhere you've got Wi-Fi. This free course is full of stuff people charge thousands of dollars for, and you're getting it completely free. By the end of this free course, you'll know exactly how to start and scale a profitable Amazon business from scratch in 2026, even if you're starting from zero. Welcome to the ultimate free Amazon beginners course. You're probably thinking though, does this Amazon FBA thing actually work? Well, I'll be the first one to tell you it completely changed my life. This is me working as a finance intern the summer I found selling on Amazon, and this is me pumping out a ton of products to Amazon. And then I later went on to make 6 figures profit my first year selling name brand products on Amazon. And even in that first year, sold over $26,000 in one day. My biggest day yet is over $42,000 in revenue. And my biggest year was about $2.4 million in revenue so far. And not only has selling on Amazon been an incredible vehicle for financial freedom, it's also been a great thing for me to meet other awesome entrepreneurs like I want to do with you guys here in this free course, as well as make lifelong friends who, this is literally at my friend Garrett's wedding. And like half the people in this picture, we literally just met in the Amazon community, and now we've built lifelong friendships. But what you have to understand is this doesn't just work for me. I'm nobody special. Kelly here, she's actually a teacher selling on Amazon part-time and just had her first $1,000 revenue day. I think she's around $12,000 in revenue so far for this month, about 20 days into it here, and is literally selling on Amazon part-time while working her day job. Antonio here, he's a busy father who actually works in the HVAC industry, and him and his wife sold over $10,000 in their second month, just 2 weeks into the month here. And remember, that's selling part-time while working their day jobs. You don't need an insane amount of money to start. I'm gonna break down the full budget you need, and you definitely don't need 10+ hour soul-sucking days just to make a decent income. Rolo here, he's a younger guy. He actually works at a restaurant, sells on Amazon part-time, and has sold over $25,000 in just 3 weeks so far this month. And the beautiful thing is he didn't create his own product or anything like that. He's just reselling name brand products, which is exactly what I'm gonna show you guys how to do throughout the free course. Alicio here, he's actually a full-time college kid, and so far for this month, about 2.5, 3 weeks in here, he was able to sell over $20,000. You see he's driving around shipping out these packages. You absolutely love to see that. And that's as a part-time seller while going to college full-time. Kim here, she's actually a stay-at-home mom who wanted to make some side income selling on Amazon. And in her second month, she did over $42,000 in revenue and $9,000 profit while raising her family, which is super cool. And Ken right here, he and his wife actually sold over $1 million on Amazon in just their first year. They started in like October 2024, and then about a year later, over 1 million in revenue right there. And see, learned so much from Flips Miles, everyone in this group. You absolutely love to see it. And remember guys, this does not require quitting your 9-to-5 and going all in. $5,000 or $10,000 to get started. You definitely don't need that. I'm gonna break down the budget here in a sec. You don't need any marketing or technical skills. No 10+ hour soul sunken days, and you definitely don't need to take crazy risks that could drain your bank account. Zero. The Amazon business model I'm gonna show you here in this free course is actually by far the least capital intensive and the easiest start of any of the ways to sell on Amazon. But who am I? My name's Miles Longstreth, aka Flips for Miles, and I'm a 27-year-old who was able to change his life selling simple name brand products on Amazon. So brands you've already heard of, right? I tried drop shipping, I tried affiliate marketing, even building a social media marketing agency, and I just hated cold calling, having to do marketing, having to talk to people, having to show my face. I didn't really have any luck with those. And then I sold 7 figures on Amazon my first year selling name brand products. And Amazon has been an incredible vehicle to not just achieve financial freedom, but also location freedom and time freedom. And it's allowed my fiance and I to not need to have 9-to-5s, been able to travel to different places and just have a lot more freedom to do the simple things in life. Like I love playing basketball, I love playing pickleball, I love learning different things about business, and selling on Amazon's allowed us to do that by giving us the time, location, and financial freedom. But it wasn't easy. This stuff takes hard work, and I want to make that very clear to you. Now, as you're going through this free course, I want you to treat this free course like a pizza you paid $1,000 for. Because think about it, if you paid $10 for a pizza, you're not really gonna absorb all of it. You're not gonna devour all of it. But if you paid $1,000 for a pizza, I'm gonna get everything I possibly can out of that. And that's exactly how I want you to treat this free course. Now, I know you're not paying anything for it, but all of this information you guys are learning means absolutely nothing if you don't pay attention and execute. So really treat this like you paid $1,000 for it and go through everything, devour all of it, and that's how you're gonna actually get results selling as a new Amazon seller in 2026. And here's our course agenda, guys. And I've added timestamps to the link in the description so you can hop around to any of these sections that you want to here. To start out, we're gonna talk about how Amazon FBA works and the different Amazon business models. That's super, super important. Then I'm gonna show you how to open up your Amazon seller account, as well as dig into what terms you need to know, as well as talking about getting ungated, aka brand approvals, what softwares to use, how to find winning products, and what winning products and product research red flags actually look like, a full budget breakdown you're gonna need to know, as well as 2+ hours of live product research, the entire Amazon FBA listing and shipping process, how to do accounting, the best niches, as well as how to win the holiday season and some advanced stuff in section 5 of the free course, how to get sales, and much, much more. This is the complete steps A to Z blueprint, everything you need to know. But guys, why does Amazon FBA actually make so much sense? Amazon is literally a $2.43 trillion company and lets us sell on their platform without doing any marketing. What I'm showing you guys how to do today is literally selling products on Amazon that sell themselves. Big name brands that people already search for on Amazon every single day. In 2024, they got 2.8 billion visits to their sites. There's over 100 million Prime customers, and they did over 500 billion. Look at all those zeros in total revenue. And the crazy thing is over 60% of products sold on Amazon actually come from everyday people like you and I working at home on our laptops, third-party sellers, and over 43% of Amazon sellers make over $100,000 in revenue per year, and this free course is gonna create hundreds more of those. Now, there are different ways to actually sell on Amazon, so I wanna break down the 4 Amazon FBA business models and talk about how they actually work. The first one is private label, which is creating a brand using cheap products you buy from China, the classic China and Alibaba model you see talked about online. The big issue with private label is in 2026, especially with all the tariff uncertainty, you need like $5,000 or $10,000 to get started, which doesn't really make sense for most beginners. And even if you have that money to start private label, you're gonna need to do a ton of marketing because you have to actually create demand for your products from China because they're coming unbranded. You have to create the demand on the Amazon listings, and it takes several months for them to actually get here from China. Your Chinese supplier can literally just go on Amazon and undercut you, and you're gonna need to actually spend money on ads once they actually get here. The second one is the arbitrage model, which comprises online arbitrage and retail arbitrage. Online arbitrage is buying products from big websites like Kohl's, Walmart, and Target. And retail arbitrage is buying stuff in store. This is by far the simplest, easiest, and least capital intensive business to start for beginners. And that's what I'm showing you guys how to do in this free course. The third one is wholesale, which is buying name brand products in bulk from suppliers. So basically the graduated version of the arbitrage model. The problem with wholesale is you need tons of capital to start, and you have to do a bunch of cold calling and cold email and actually close these suppliers on selling to you. Meanwhile, with arbitrage, we're just buying from big websites that want to sell us a lot of their products. And that's the big issue you run into with wholesale, and that beginner entrepreneurs typically aren't ready to do a bunch of cold calling and cold emailing and potentially doing months of outreach before they close one supplier, when you can literally watch this free course and buy profitable products on Kohl's to sell on Amazon this week. And the fourth one is going to be the drop shipping model, where you find a supplier, list all their products on Amazon, and then when you get an order on Amazon, you have the supplier ship it directly to the customer. The big problem with that is this is actually not allowed on Amazon. So anyone talking about Amazon drop shipping either doesn't know the rules or is lying to you. Because think about it. How would you feel if you bought a product for $30 on Amazon, you were expecting to get it at Amazon Prime in 2 days, and then it shows up a week later with a Walmart box and a Walmart receipt with a $15 purchase from someone that's not you in there? You would feel pretty bad about it right there. And Amazon obviously doesn't want you to do this, which is why it's not allowed on their platform, because it would lead to customers having a bad experience and buying less stuff from Amazon in the future, which actually is from us as third-party sellers right there. That's why I love arbitrage so much, both online and retail arbitrage. It's the perfect blend because we're selling high-quality name brand products. We don't have to talk to anyone. It's completely faceless. We don't have to take crazy risks like we do with private label and wholesale, where there's big minimum order quantities, and you can get started nice, small, and low risk. So as we dig in here are a bunch of terms you need to know. So throughout this free course, this is designed for you to take notes on right here, and you can take pictures of the slides too as well to take action on. So some terms to know, guys. FBM stands for fulfillment by merchant. FBA stands for fulfillment by Amazon. Those are the two ways to sell products through Amazon. So when you list a product, you have a choice of doing FBM, where you ship the product directly to the customer, or FBA, where you ship the products in bulk to the FBA warehouse. These both have their pros and cons, and you can do both of them at the same time, even on the same product. So we're gonna dig in on how both these work throughout the free course, but they're ways of selling through Amazon. Meanwhile, those business models we just talked about are the sourcing method of product, private label, wholesale, arbitrage, etc. The ASIN, otherwise known as ASIN number, stands for the Amazon Standard Identification Number. This is a unique number given to every product on Amazon. It's how you tell a unique product. Number 4 is the buy box, which is the buy it now box on the Amazon website. This is where we want to be as sellers. Luckily, Amazon rotates the buy box to everyone that's priced competitively. So like if you go to most products on Amazon, you'll see like someone in the buy box right there will say shipped from Amazon, sold by XYZ seller 123. And then if you go under it, you'll see the big list of sellers. Amazon rotates the buy box to everyone that has a good price. F and SKU label, aka the SKU label, which is the SKU label for FBA. I'll show you how to print those out. Those are what you put on the product. So say you buy something on Amazon, most of the time it'll come in with a little SKU label over the barcode right there. That's what that is. Those are really easy to print out and apply. Online arbitrage is buying products online to flip from Kohls.com. Retail arbitrage or any websites like that. Retail arbitrage is buying products in store. So going to Kohl's, going to Ollie's, going to Ross, Marshall, and TJ Maxx, and finding discounted name brand products to flip. That's retail arbitrage. And then what you actually use to find winning products for both RA and OA, and wholesale for that matter, is going to be the SellerAmp Profit Calculator. Going to show you guys a full tutorial of that later in the free course. Boxem is how you're going to list, ship, and do all your accounting for your Amazon business. So it's a software that connects directly to your Amazon account that helps you do those significantly easier. And the cool thing is you don't need any complicated and expensive software. SellerAmp, Boxem, and Keepa are super, super cheap and affordable. And SellerAmp and Boxem both have free trials you can use as well. Keepa is going to be the price history charts. So SellerAmp tells you if a listing's profitable today. Boxem helps you list and ship it to Amazon, and then Keepa is how you actually tell the price history for different products, right? So how it's sold over time and how profitable it's been over time. BSR stands for Best Sellers Rank, aka Sales Rank, which is how fast a product sells on Amazon. The Best Sellers Rank changes all the time on a specific product, but anything you want to buy, you want to be under a 200,000 sales rank. More on that later. BOLO stands for Be on the Lookout For, which is basically a really, really hot product. Amazon Seller Central is where you actually manage your business, as well as you definitely want to download the Amazon Seller app on your phone as well, so you can see those sales charts on your phone. And then ROI stands for return on investment. So if I buy a product for 10 and I get back 13, that's $3 profit and a 30% ROI. So now I want to dig into some beginner frequently asked questions as well. Number 1, how much capital do I need to start? I want to make it very clear you don't need $5,000 to $10,000 to get started with. I'm gonna do a full budget breakdown here, but you really only need 1 to 2K to get started with the online arbitrage and retail arbitrage models. Do I need to show my face? Absolutely not. This is completely faceless, which is awesome for a beginner online business because you probably don't want to show your face. Let's be honest. I know I didn't when I got started. Do I have to create and market my products? Absolutely not. You do for private label, but you do not have to for online arbitrage. We're buying big name brand products, Gap, Paw Patrol, big toy brands, big beauty brands that customers are already searching for on Amazon on proven listings that have sold well for years. And that's how we go ahead and make money on this stuff because the buy box rotates. How much time does this take? So that's completely dependent on your schedule and availability, but people like Antonio, people like Kim, people like Rollo don't have a lot of time available. So as long as you can allocate like 1 hour per day consistently to this, and obviously ideally more, you're gonna learn quicker like that, you can have success as a part-time seller. Can I start selling on Amazon if I have a 9 to 5? 100%. I wanna make this very clear, guys. This is not the kind of thing you can do right away from the get-go full-time, and you definitely shouldn't. It's a completely new industry. Start small, low risk and on the side, and build from there. Can I start selling on Amazon if I'm in college? Absolutely. If you're watching this in college right now, this is by far the least responsibility and most free time you'll ever have. This is a perfect time to get started with your online business. How do I get Amazon's approval to sell these products? This is actually really easy to do even if you have no sales history. Stay tuned for the ungating section later in the free course and I'll walk through that entire process. Do I need any technical experience? Absolutely not. You just need to have basic computer skills, and it's also going to make you better at the computer over time too. So you don't need any crazy marketing, technical skills, or anything like that. Do you need an LLC to get started? Now, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know your personal situation, but Amazon doesn't formally require an LLC to sell on their platform. Why don't customers just buy the product from the retailers instead? Which is a very realistic question. Like if we're buying products on Target for 10 that sell on Amazon for 30, why don't the customers just buy it on Target? And the answer is speed, convenience, and trust. They trust Amazon. They want to get their product in 2 days via Prime shipping from you as an FBA seller, and they don't feel like bargain hunting on other websites. And a lot of the margins created with online arbitrage is buying different deals these websites have going on and taking advantage of coupons that are just hidden but don't really go away and everything. So rather than deal hunting, they would rather just get 2-day Prime shipping. And that's where the opportunity is created for us as online arbitrage sellers, buying both from big websites like Kohl's, Walmart, and Target when they have sales going on, as well as a little bit more niche websites or in-store where we can get higher profit margins on websites customers don't even know exist with deals they can't find. And let's face it, people are lazy. Is this saturated? Absolutely not. Every single year, people are buying more products on Amazon. People are buying more products online. This industry is only going to get bigger. People are only going to continue to trust and appreciate the speed and convenience of Amazon more. And that's what allows us to make money as arbitrage sellers, getting started in a nice, small, and low risk fashion. And by the way, if you're the type of person that wants one-on-one guidance starting and growing your Amazon business the right way, you want to know what products to buy, what to avoid, how to find winning products the best way, and get direct guidance throughout the entire process, that's exactly what my mentorship program is. So take a look down below at the link in the description for my coaching program application. All right, let's keep going. So I get asked all the time, how much money does it actually cost to start selling on Amazon? And we know it doesn't cost the 5 to 10K that you do with wholesale and private label. Let's jump inside my screen and break down a full cost guide for online arbitrage to know exactly what you're getting into and what the different tools and software and products cost. All right, guys, so we'll break down this right here in terms of what the item actually is, how much it costs, whether it's recurring or not, and how to actually go ahead and get it. So to start off, guys, we're gonna take a look at getting an Amazon seller account. This costs $40 per month and is recurring. There is a free plan for Amazon selling, but to be honest, you just lose a lot of the features. So the free plan is $0 up front plus $1 per sale. You do lose a ton of features though, so just go ahead and get the $40 per month Amazon seller account, as well as SellerAmp, which is the profit calculator. Got a full tutorial coming for you guys in a few minutes on that. That is another recurring cost that is $20 per month. You can get that at selleramp.com. You can actually get a free trial, as well as Keepa, another product research software that shows the supply, demand, and price action over time, these easy to follow charts. That is a recurring $20 a month as well. You can get that at Keepa.com. Boxem, which is really good for listing, shipping, and actually knowing your analytics, is a cool AI feature on Boxem too. You can get that at Boxem.com. your shipping supplies and printer. Don't let this be a big deal, guys. If you do want to get a fancy printer, it's going to be like $100 total startup cost. If not, if you want to use an old school printer, that's what I got started because I didn't have much money. You can literally just get started for $20. Check the shipping supplies, part of the free course for a full breakdown on that. That's going to come from Walmart, Amazon, and Staples right there. The cashback Chrome extensions, right? They're all completely free, so there's no recurring cost to that. I'd recommend getting these guys. Be Frugal, Rakuten, Top Cashback, Retail Me Not, Capital One Shopping, and Coupon Birds. You're going to see how this works during the product research section, but those are really good for finding deals and giving you cash back. I also like getting a bunch of free shipping supplies from USPS and UPS. You can literally just go ahead and lock down those, just Googling USPS free shipping supplies and UPS free shipping supplies. Inventory is variable right here, but I'd recommend starting with the 1 to 2K inventory budget. Obviously, the more the merrier though. So the total recommended budget to start your Amazon business, guys, in 2026 is going to be 1 to 2, 1 to 3K, depending on your situation right there. But this is an exact breakdown in terms of the non-negotiable recurring software costs and recurring account costs, as well as shipping supplies, the free extensions, free shipping supplies as well. You can't get all the shipping supplies free, but USPS gives out labels, USPS gives out boxes, as well as inventory, and then the full budget right there. So that's the total cost. Don't overthink this one, guys. In this section, we're going to talk about creating an Amazon seller account right here. This is super simple, guys, and don't procrastinate it because Amazon does take a couple days to actually verify your account. All you need to do to get started with that is go to sellercentral.amazon.com. And then where it says create an Amazon selling account, go to sign up right here and go through that entire process. You don't need an LLC to do this. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know your personal situation, but you don't need an LLC to get started. It does take 2 or 3 days to actually verify your seller account. That's why you want to go ahead and do this ASAP right here. And more than 70% of Amazon sellers generate their first sales in less than 60 days. I want to make sure all you guys watching get that significantly quicker. So sellercentral.amazon.com. Create an Amazon seller account, as well as download the Amazon Seller app on your phone too. So you have that right there. Seller Essentials on the computer, the Seller app is on your phone, and go ahead and get that rolling. So create your Amazon seller account, and now we'll talk about the ungating process. So what exactly is ungating and how does it work? Gating and ungating is basically when you're a beginner, Amazon restricts you from selling certain name brands and categories until you get approval, and ungating is getting that approval. There is a ton of BS out there on the internet about ungating, and there definitely is not a more comprehensive tutorial that tells you how to actually do it than what I'm about to show you right here that goes into how all this stuff works and literally everything. There's tons of misconceptions about ungating from beginner sellers. They think you can't do it as a complete beginner. They think it's completely changed the past few years. That's not true whatsoever. In 2026, you can get ungated as a complete beginner, and this section is going to be exactly how it works. Let's jump inside my screen. How to get ungated as a completely new beginner seller in 2026. What we're going to cover is how ungating changed everything for me, the 3 types of ungating products, Amazon's requirements for ungating a specific brand, what products can't get ungated for beginner sellers, how to handle getting denied for ungates, which is completely normal and expected, so how to actually handle that, as well as suppliers that work for ungating and that don't work for ungating, building the perfect ungating file to actually submit to Amazon to get approved, and how to get auto-ungated, as well as a big frequently asked questions section of ungating questions you definitely need to know. My ungating experience. So when I got started selling Amazon, I did not know how ungating worked, and I thought you could only sell used products when you're a beginner. That wasn't true whatsoever. And then once I got it ungated and some stuff, within a year I was doing 30K days and absolutely just pumping inventory off to Amazon, literally just in my first year of selling name brand products. But it doesn't just work for me, guys, right? All these sellers you see that come to these meetups that are succeeding, that are winning, the student interviews at the end of the free course, the student testimonies you saw so far, all of this is people who have achieved ungating nice and easy, gotten approved for big brands and categories, or found big brands and categories they can sell with auto-ungating without even getting approved by Amazon, and have taken advantage of this stuff. There are 3 types of ungating products. The first one is going to be auto-ungate items. Auto-ungate items are the holy grail for new sellers. You can sell them right away, even with no sales history, and you don't even have to submit order confirmation emails or invoices to Amazon to get approved, so they let you sell them right away. And the more you sell, the more becomes AutoUngate. Typically around $2,000 in total sales, a lot more becomes AutoUngate, but a lot of stuff is when you're a complete beginner. And in a few minutes, I'm gonna give you a big list of AutoUngate brands completely free as well. The second one is gonna be document ungates. This is when you have to apply and it asks for documents. This is what we use order confirmation emails and invoices for. A lot of people freak out if a site doesn't give you like a formal invoice. I want to make it very clear, guys, there's no difference between order confirmations and invoices from Amazon. Don't freak out about it. If only invoices worked and order confirmations didn't, so many listings on Amazon would have no sellers because very, very few suppliers are going to actually give you invoices. And what does Amazon actually require for document ungates where you do have to submit documents to Amazon, right? So taking a look here, right? Most brands are going to be 10 units. Certain brands are going to be 100 to 300 units. The nice thing is you only have to do each brand once. I would recommend as a beginner only do AutoUngate products and 10 unit invoice requirements, right? So you're going to need documents dated within the last 180 days, including your name and address, matching the information on your seller account, include the name and address of the manufacturer distributor. Nice thing is all of this just gets taken care of from retailers' order confirmation emails you're going to use. You can't do retail receipts from in-store, but you can do order confirmation emails from online, as well as showing a combined purchase of at least 10 units. The nice thing is you can use 10 invoices of 1 unit, 1 invoice of 20 units, etc. It just has to combine between the one or multiple to the amount of units they're asking for, which in most cases is 10 plus. Omit pricing information, you'll have to do this. And then it just has to be from a legit website. I'm going to talk about what those websites look here in a second. You just go ahead and check all these when you're submitting to Amazon and put in your email right there. Occasional, it just asks you to like watch a video too, which is cool. Then it's just an AutoUngate right there. And then these are the two types of suppliers that work and the type of supplier that doesn't work for ungating. The first type of supplier that works is going to be massive retailers like Kohl's, Walmart, Target, Costco, BJ's, Sam's Club, etc. Like big websites like that that carry tons and tons of different brands. Think about it. If Amazon's going to trust anyone for this kind of stuff, they're going to trust the biggest websites and the biggest sellers of name brand products in the world. So big retailers are great ways to get ungated in 2026. The second type of website that does work for ungating are brand websites like Nautica for Nautica, Gap for Gap, Mattel for Mattel, any of the beauty websites, right, for the beauty products, because it obviously makes sense that products that come from Gap Factory are Gap and products that come from Nautica.com are Nautica, and J. Crew Factory for J. Crew. So you can always use big retailers and you can always use big brand websites to get approval. What you can't get ungated with is marketplaces like eBay, StockX, Facebook Marketplace, or sketchy suppliers from Instagram or Telegram or small wholesalers or anything like that. You have to be using authorized distributor stuff, which is big websites as well as brand websites. You can't use any of the marketplaces. And I don't even recommend buying period from any of the marketplaces like Facebook Marketplace, third-party sellers on Walmart, eBay, or anything like that. So you can't use the marketplaces. You can use big retail websites and big brand websites, and you can't use sketchy Instagram or Telegram distributors or any supplier that's not been around for a while. Now, by far, the most important thing you have to understand with ungating as a beginner is getting denied for ungates is completely normal. When you submit documentation to Amazon, you will get denied for it, typically about 10 to 15 times per brand. A lot of new sellers lose their mind over this, which as long as you have the expectation that denials are normal, that you don't worry about what Amazon says in the denials. So even if they say this is not an invoice, this is an order confirmation or anything like that, keep submitting it. Trust that if this didn't work, there'd be no sellers. I would have no successful students. And you don't have to add more information in the file, but it doesn't hurt to. So say you want to sell like grocery, for example, you just go on Target, or say you want to sell Gap, right? Go on Gap Factory, you find something also listed on Amazon. It does have to be the same product, and you buy 10 plus of it or 2 orders of 5 or etc. to get 10 plus, right? And then you download that order confirmation email as a PDF, and that's what you submit off to Amazon. And then even if they deny it, they're typically going to deny it 10 to 15 times per brand. You keep submitting it. Even if Amazon tells you it's the wrong thing, you just have to trust this is how it's done. If it didn't work, all these listings would have no sellers. And you don't have to, but I do love adding more information to the file and making the file even better, all in one PDF together with a PDF combiner, adding like the shipping email, a picture of the product, a picture of the shipping label from the supplier, the tracking information, the credit card statement, as you get more information from that purchase. The perfect ungating file, you start out right away just submitting the order confirmation email downloaded as a PDF, and then you quickly start adding more information to the file as you get declined a couple times, like the shipping email, delivery email, the credit card statement, the UPS history, and a picture of the shipping label from the supplier. And it doesn't hurt to just add in a little ChatGPT write-up and a little cover letter too. And you also want to name it, definitely write this down, you name it ASIN _ invoice _ date or brand _ invoice _ date. Sometimes Amazon will even tell you keep submitting the same thing too much, in which case just like rotate the file, change the name, switch it up a little bit right there. It's an automated system, so sometimes you have to play with it a little bit, but this is a feature, not a bug, because you'll see some people freak out over this when it just is something you have to understand that it's going to tend to take 2 to 3 weeks to get ungated for a specific brand or category, sometimes even longer, but I've never seen it not work over long term, and a lot of stuff is AutoUngate, and the more you sell, the more it becomes AutoUngate as well. Now, the third type of ungated product is hard gated items. So these are ones you can't even apply for. You can't go through the application process, like Nike, Adidas, Lego, Puma. These are brands that a few years ago were being sold with fakes like crazy, so you definitely want to avoid them because you can't really do anything with it. When you go to Ungated, it will not let you apply. It'll say copy listing or we are not accepting applications. This is commonly due to a lot of fraud and fake items on the platform in the past in these brands. The ungating frequently asked questions right here. This is very, very important. Can I use multiple ASINs or sizes of a product to ungate? No, it has to be a document or documents, invoice or receipts that combine to 10 plus of the exact same size, aka the same ASIN of a specific product. I read everywhere online that I can't get ungated at anything. Everything is gated when I'm a beginner. Ungating is impossible for beginners in 2026. This is true. Nope. A lot of stuff is AutoUngate. Going to give you a big list of that in a few minutes here. And if ungating didn't work, all of these listings would have new sellers. This is from people that just don't understand that getting denied for ungates is completely normal and expected. And that's a feature, not a bug, because it freaks a lot of people out. But if you just understand this is how it's done, it'll be nice and easy for you. Stay tuned for that AutoUngate list as well. Does it have to be a specific ASIN or can it be any ASIN in the brand? Any ASIN in the brand, once per brand. A site is limited to less than 10 items per cart. Can I use multiple order confirmations? Yes, just combine them in a PDF together, one after the other. How do I get ungated for retail arbitrage? Buy a cheap item in that brand online, use that order confirmation email or invoice to get approved. You can't use in-store receipts for ungating. Can I ungate with no sales history? 100%. You should also go through the AutoUngate list linked in the description as well. I'm going through the AutoUngate list and everything is gated. What am I doing wrong? You are not hitting apply to sell and request approval. I'll show you how that works just here in a sec. What if it says copy listing or we are not accepting applications at the time? This is what's called a hard gated listing. Nothing you can do with it. Go find other brands. These brands have been like this for multiple years in most cases. How quickly do I reapply after I get denied? Right away. Every now and again, you might want to leave it for 24 hours, but in most cases, just reapply right away. What if it says to submit 100 plus units instead of 10 or 300 or 400? Just focus on 10 unit ungates as a beginner and AutoUngate product. You can do these bigger ones and you're gonna make tons of money on them later in your Amazon seller career, but typically on a lower budget, it doesn't make sense to commit that type of capital to a specific opportunity. Amazon keeps an eye on my application. What do? Keep submitting and make the file better and understand that getting denied is completely normal and expected. Is there a penalty for getting declined too many times? Nope. Amazon says to not reapply with the same info. What do? Rotate the file, change up the name a little bit, switch up the order of the different things in the file and understand that getting denied, totally normal right there. Keeps me in that same info. Amazon is auto-denying me. What do? So this will happen every now and again. I actually have a good guide for my students I give out, but if you want that auto-deny guide, just DM me on Instagram, auto, and I'll send that over to you. Little free game for you guys right there. So here's the big list of AutoUngate products right here. Obviously, I'm not showing the specific ASINs because you can go ahead and download this list at the link in the description to get access to it right here. What you have to understand is that as a beginner, nowhere close to all of this is going to AutoUngate, but some of it will. And the more you sell, way more of it becomes AutoUngates, and start out with these quick wins right here. So stuff like Athletic Works, Bella Skin, Vima, Treetopper, use these exact ASINs right here, and they'll approve you as a complete beginner if you hit apply to sell and request approval. The way you go ahead and do this, guys, is on Amazon Seller Central, you just go to add product. The best way to do this is on the computer. Go to add product on Amazon Seller Central, plug in any ASIN in these brands. You can just use the ASINs you see here on this list. Add the link in the description. You can download it for free. A lot of people charge for this kind of stuff. And then go ahead and select condition and then hit apply to sell and request approval. If it doesn't just say sell yours, sometimes it'll say sell yours right away. Sometimes you got to watch a little video, put in your email, but just do it right there. So either it'll say sell yours, in which case it's AutoUngate right off the bat, or it'll say apply to sell. A ton of beginners make the mistake of thinking if it says apply to sell, that means it's gated. That's not true. You have to hit apply to sell and request approval. I guarantee in the comments of this video, there's gonna be people that said every single thing was gated. They didn't actually hit apply to sell and request approval to actually check if it's gated. Then if it takes you to the page where it's asking for you for like the price and the quantity, that means it's an AutoUngate. It's asking you to list it. No need to actually list it because you don't have it in hand yet. And then if it's asking you to submit documents, that means it's a gated brand. If you want to sell anything in that brand, you're going to have to go through that process of getting ungated. Even as a complete beginner, if something's gated, you can ungate it. Once you hit 1 to 2K in sales, a lot more stuff becomes auto as well. So if you guys want this big list of AutoUngate products, go down below to the link in the description and download it for free. And if you're feeling like ungating is confusing, trust me, you're not alone. If you're the type of person that wants hands-on one-on-one help directly from me, you'll literally get my personal phone number. I'm the only Amazon coach that actually does a one-on-one call that actually gives up my personal phone number. We have 3 group coaching calls a week, and you want hands-on help, one-on-one, ungating, product sourcing, getting all your questions answered, everything like that. There's a link down below for my coaching program. Just go ahead and put in your information to apply for that. You can speak with my student success manager, Aaron, to see if it makes sense. Let's jump into SellerAmp. All right, guys, so now we know the basics of getting your Amazon account open, how the business model works, ungating, all that kind of basic setup stuff. Now we're in part 2 of the free course where we're going to talk about the product research basics. This is where we make our money. Most beginners think that product research is super complicated, super hard, and that you need a ton of complicated and expensive software. I'm here to tell you none of that is true. And now, prior to the live sourcing section, part 3, where I'm going to show you literally hours of live product research, I'm going to dig in right now for part 2 and show you the basic product research, how the different softwares work, what good products look like, especially important, what bad products look like, and everything like that. So starting off part 2, this is going to be basics of the SellerAmp product research tool. So inside my screen here, guys, this is where we actually do product research for online arbitrage, just here on the Google Chrome browser. We're also going to show you guys the process of retail arbitrage later in the free course as well. But to start off, guys, SellerAmp and Keepa is all you need for product research. This is going to be how SellerAmp works. So SellerAmp here, in order to actually get signed up with SellerAmp, all you need to do is go to selleramp.com right here. There's a link in the description right here. And in terms of how pricing actually works on SellerAmp here, if we just go to the pricing section of the website, we can see SellerAmp pricing right here. There's 2 different options. SellerAmp is a British company, that's why it says VAT right here, but obviously if you're in America, you're not going to pay any VAT right here. There's 2 different plans for SellerAmp, which is going to be getting started and getting serious. If you want to pay for those on an annual basis, getting started is going to be $200 per year, and getting serious is going to be $300 per year. Or if you don't want to take advantage of the annual savings and want to pay monthly, you can do get started for $20 per month or getting serious for $30 per month right here. The big difference between the 2 is on getting started, you get 2 phone app installs, 2 Chrome extension installs, and 1,000 lookups per month. And then for getting serious, you get 5, and unlimited lookups per month right there. So if you're, just dabbling here, right, getting started with your 9 to 5, you probably want to go ahead and use getting started. But if you're serious and plan on using those unlimited lookups, which you're going to go through pretty quick here, you can go ahead and get the getting serious right off the bat. And you can get a 2-week free trial here as well for SellerAmp and get that started right there. Now, in terms of actually using SellerAmp, SellerAmp is going to be the profit calculator that calculates the exact profit on a specific item with all the shipping, fees, and everything like that. And it's going to include the mobile app and the Chrome extension right here. So this is going to be a full guide on all those. And then in terms of the mobile app, I'm going to show you guys how to use that on the retail arbitrage section later. So the first step is after you get a 2-week free trial of SellerAmp, now you need to go ahead and go to the Google Chrome store right here. You can just Google SellerAmp Google Chrome store, or just go to chromewebstore.google.com and search up SellerAmp right here. And now we can go ahead and see SellerAmp right here. We can go ahead and get that guy installed right here and add that to your Google Chrome browser. You can see I already have it in there. You want to make sure you're using the Google Chrome browser for it. And now when you go to actually analyze a product here on Amazon.com on Google Chrome, we can see the SellerAmp Chrome extension pops up right here, where we can see the profit calculator, how fast the product sells, and everything like that. Prior to showing you how the Chrome extension works though, I do want you to go to SellerAmp.com and go ahead and take a look at your settings right here, because it's very important that we have this correct here, guys. In terms of the setup process for SellerAmp, there's a few things we need to do prior to actually doing this. So make sure you either take a picture of the settings and then copy them right here, or just follow along with me as you're doing it right here. And that's the nice thing about the free course. There's timestamps on everything linked down below right there. So you can go ahead and easily identify this. So we can see the first thing you're gonna wanna do is add in your inbound FBA shipping at 80 cents per pound. All these other things will automatically match mine right here. That way, SellerAmp is gonna automatically calculate the shipping to Amazon for you, and you're not gonna need to do any mental math around that. So the nice thing is SellerAmp removes so much of the guesswork on your end, right? And then scrolling down here where it says quick info, we also wanna select all 5 of these options as well. I believe 2 of them are auto-selected. I'd recommend selecting all 5 of these here just to show the profit margin, show the break even, and show the offer summary. Going to show you guys how this works in a sec on the extension. And then I'd also recommend, this is something tons of beginners have wrong. Don't put anything for the prep fee. That will only be applicable if you're using a prep center. We'll talk about how that works during the scaling section. Don't put anything for the MISC fee. I see so many beginners that screw this up and randomly have like a $2.50 MISC fee in there, which literally just subtracts your profit on every product by $2. Don't worry about that. And then what you do need to plug in is going to be the sales tax for your specific state. So you can find that real quick just on Google or ChatGPT. I'm going to be doing the free course with 5% sales tax automatically factored in. So the nice thing is when we plug in a buy cost on the SellerAmp calculator, we don't have to add in sales tax on there. A lot of newer sellers accidentally do that twice. So I'd recommend just putting in your state sales tax right here. I'm going to put in 5% and now you don't have to add that in. So that's nice and easy right there, SellerAmp settings. You can just go ahead and copy all my other ones right here, though they're all gonna be default outside the ones I did mention changing right there. Nice and easy. Now in terms of how SellerAmp actually works here, guys, so right off the bat, we can see once you have the Google Chrome browser installed, you can go ahead and see SellerAmp here. Now I do recommend clicking this orange box here on the bottom right and putting it so it follows you up and down the page right here. Some of you guys have it like embedded right there, right? Or have it just on the right. I like having it follow you, so when you scroll down and see Keepa, you can analyze it right there. So I like clicking right here to go ahead and do that right here. Now, in terms of the different sections of SellerAmp right here, SellerAmp's goal is to tell you 3 things. Can you sell it from an ungating perspective, like we covered during the ungating section? Is it profitable? By when you plug in a cost price right here, it calculates all the shipping, all the fees and everything like that. And then how fast a product sells too, taking a look at the best sellers rank right here. And SellerAmp's really useful for product research, and we'll talk about that when we do the live product research section too, not just analysis, right? So if we take a look at this item, we'd see the buy box on this product is $50 right here. And then over on literally the brand website for this brand Victoria Beckham here, we can see it's going for $34. Obviously, the brand website would work to ungate this if you're not auto-ungated in it here. And don't buy any of the products you see in this free course unless you're watching significantly in the future. These are just examples of how to read the data. Plugging in $34 right here, we can see that that leaves some red in SellerAmp here. So this is how we know this is not a good product. We can talk about the criteria in a sec here, but we can see even though we're profitable after shipping, fees, and literally everything here, the ROI is not quite there. But if I scroll down here, I can see there's actually a 15% code on this website that I can just use again and again here. I'll show you a little bit later how to go ahead and calculate that. So now taking off 15% from this, all I have to do is subtract 15%. We can do math within SellerAmp, and now this becomes almost $10 profit and a 34% ROI right there. And I can see this sells quick because it has under a 200,000 sales rank and above 30 estimated sales per month. Best sellers rank obviously is how fast the product sells. You want to make sure you stay under a 200K BSR. The lower the sales rank, the better. Then we also have the estimated sales right here. Want to make sure you stay above 30 estimated sales per month right there. So for example, we can do that math within SellerAmp and take off that 15% code. And now this becomes $29 buy cost, selling for $50 leaves about $10 profit per unit and 34% ROI. That's not bad whatsoever right there, right? So that's the main function of SellerAmp. It's going to be the quick info. It's the exact same thing on your mobile app for retail arbitrage. So make sure you download the SellerAmp mobile app on your phone as well. For in-store sourcing, scrolling down here to the next section, the ranks and prices, I definitely look at this section less. We can see the averages over the 30, 90, 180, and all time right here of the buy box price, the lowest count of sellers, lowest FBM sellers, everything like that. I get asked all the time how much competition is too much competition on a specific product. Truth be told, it's all about the trend. I'll show you guys how to see that when we take a look at Keepa in the next section right here. And then scrolling down here as well, we can see the alerts right here. You can check if a product is auto-ungated on SellerAmp. Honestly, I'd recommend doing it on Amazon Seller Central though. For whatever reason, you tend to get the most auto-ungates when you're doing it on Amazon Seller Central in the add product page right there. So I don't love checking them on SellerAmp right there. We can see Amazon's never been on the buy box. Private labels unlikely. You will sometimes see products prop up with the suspected private label alert on SellerAmp or the suspected IP complaints right there. It automatically says private label if it's low competition. So what you need to do is see if the brand is the only seller. So like for example, if there was one seller on this product and it was Victoria Beckham, it probably would be private label here, but there's no suspected private label alert and there's a bunch of sellers on this product. It's a healthy market right there. So this is not a private label item, but don't automatically avoid stuff that does say suspected private label. The same thing goes for IP complaints. We'll take a look in a couple minutes on what an actual IP complaint looks like right here. So the alerts tab is really helpful for that. We can see a mini Keepa chart on SellerAmp here, which is very helpful for retail arbitrage, doing stuff in store. However, I would recommend when you're on the computer sourcing, get the Keepa Chrome extension downloaded too, so you can see the big chart right here as well and not have to use the small one here on SellerAmp, but that is very helpful. If you're really on a budget, you can just use SellerAmp right there where we can see the buy box price over time, the monthly sold, as well as the offer count movement over time as well. More on that when we get to the Keepa chart section though, over the month, 3-month, year, all time right there. The profit calculator right here, this is basically a more in-depth version of the big quick info we saw up here. If you want to see a full breakdown of the fees and stuff, you can go ahead and literally just hop in right there. Total fees, and we'd see like the referral fee, fulfillment fee. It would be so annoying without SellerAmp because we'd have to calculate this stuff all on our own right here, but nicely plugging that in. And then a very, very helpful thing is when you're a beginner, especially if you're looking at a listing that has lots of merchant-filled sellers on it, which we can see in this case, it totally does. This is one of those things you need to activate in settings right there. The offer summary, it's very important to note, guys, that this is not the Amazon FBM calculator. This is the Amazon FBA calculator, the default. If you want to go ahead and calculate the FBM numbers on a specific product, all you need to do is go to fulfillment type and then toggle it to FBM and then plug in the FBM cost. A lot of beginners forget to plug in the FBM cost right here and it totally screws them over. You need to plug in the FBM cost right here, which is based off the weight that we can see up top right here in the dimensions. Then if we wanted to open up the Amazon product page, we can take a look at that. And then how I actually found this item profitable was just clicking the search for product title on Google section right there. Then I can see, boom, take off that 15%. Nice and profitable right there. The nice thing is we can literally click the Google button in SellerAmp and locate those items profitably right there. So we can see it's very important that you plug in the FBM cost right there. And then if you want a full breakdown on how that actually works, you can go to this free guide I made that's just howtofbm.com. That's a full merchant fill tutorial right here. Then you can scroll down and see a breakdown of the actual cost estimates that you plug in right there if you were to FBM a product. The nice thing is when you FBA something, it's already calculated on SellerAmp like we added in those settings right there. So going ahead and take a look, we can see the correlation to the cost and we can grab the weight up top right there. Nice and easy, right? So keeping going with that, the variations, this listing has no variations, so it doesn't really matter. Don't really use any of these guys here. In terms of the best product research method for beginners, a lot of people think you should just go to random websites and look through their clearance sections. or use some like automated tool that doesn't even really work right there. Don't do that. What makes the most sense, guys, for beginners is just keeping things super simple and using what's called storefront stalking, aka reverse sourcing. It's the same thing right there, where we just rock and roll down here and we can see the different sellers that are carrying this product, and we can just open up all the different sellers that sell this, or only people with 25 plus reviews right here to see people that are super proven. The nice thing is forgetting buy box review cost doesn't really matter. Even if you're a complete beginner, you'll get buy box on different stuff right there. Now we can see inside the storefronts these different sellers and see all the brands they carry, all the categories they carry, as well as all their fastest selling winning products here. During the live product research section, I'm gonna show you guys how all that works right there. So that's storefront stalking. Show you guys in detail what that actually looks like to find a lot of winning products in a little bit right here. And then one of the most underrated SellerAmp features, in my opinion, guys, is gonna be the Google Sheets feature. So all the time when you're doing sourcing, you're gonna come across products that are good, but they're out of stock, or they were good, but they're not good today. And you're gonna be selling on Amazon for years. This is a long-term game to actually see success. So using the SellerAmp Google Sheets feature, you can track stuff really well over time. So if I take a look at this listing right here on SellerAmp, I can see this is buy Boxem at 48 bucks on Amazon right here. And over on the Jellycat website, we can pick it up for 28. So if we go ahead here and plug in $28, selling for 49 right here, we can see $8 profit and a 27% ROI. This is close to being good. And then scrolling down here on the Keepa chart, which I'm gonna show you guys how to do fully in the future in a couple minutes, we can see this spent a lot of time up at 50 bucks right there. So if this gets back up to 52 and the competition's going down, the price going up, so it probably will, this is nice and profitable, but it's not profitable today. And that's why it's super important to have especially an almost good spreadsheet and an out of stock spreadsheet on SellerAmp that we can literally just one-click export this to an almost good spreadsheet here. And now taking a look on this spreadsheet, we can see that data is going to automatically populate right here, 2025 for this, 12/18 for this example right here, right? And we can go ahead and plug that in. So we can see when this hits 50 plus, it's good again right there. So that's the name of the game in terms of the basics of SellerAmp, right? Predominantly going to be using it for retail arbitrage sourcing, online arbitrage analysis, and online arbitrage product research here. The next thing we want to know how to use is the Keepa Chrome extension as well, which shows the supply, demand, and price action over time. Let's dig in on that. So let's talk about Keepa. SellerAmp shows us if a listing is profitable today, and then the Keepa product research tool shows if a listing's actually been profitable over time. Let's dig inside my screen. So first things first, to actually setting up the Keepa Chrome extension, guys, is we want to go literally just to keepa.com right here, and then go ahead and get a subscription. Keepa is a European company, so they do charge in euros, but it ends up being right about $20 per month in terms of US, which is super, super easy right there. So all we need to do, guys, is go to keepa.com and then go ahead and sign up for a subscription right here. And then the next step, once we have a Keepa account, is we want to go over to the Google Chrome store and go ahead and just add this to our Chrome exactly like we did with SellerAmp right there. And now, once you have that added on Chrome, going over here, we can now go under the Amazon product page, and we can see now the Keepa Chrome extension is waiting for us right there. So what I'm going to show you first is the basics of actually setting up Keepa, how the extension works, and then several product examples here to take a look. And one of the biggest things I do for my coaching students is that when they have a product, literally some students will do this multiple times a day when they're getting going, is they'll send over pictures of the SellerAmp and Keepa data to me, and I'll analyze them for them like over text or over the platform you use to make sure that listings look good. So mastering Keepa is super, super important right here. Now, in terms of setting up your Keepa extension, when you initially download it, it's probably going to show 3 different charts like this. I'd personally recommend clicking sub ranks right here to take out that middle chart. It's not super helpful. And then if it only shows one chart, you need to go ahead and hit graph settings and then select offer counts and ratings. So that just bottom chart shows. So you want to make sure yours looks like this, where you can see the new offer count, aka the competition on the bottom, and then the buy box price over time right here. But there's also some settings to do right here. So when you have those 2 charts showing right here, literally it should look exactly like this. You can deselect everything. And now we want to talk about which ones we actually want to have selected. So on the bottom chart, all you want to have selected is new offer count. So a lot of people have like rating and rating count, and that kind of ends up confusing them. So I'd recommend clicking both of these to take those out. And now we can go ahead and see the bottom chart just shows the competition. And the cool thing about Keepa is it shows you how a listing's been doing on Amazon ever since it was added to the platform. So this listing that was literally in October of 2023 was added here. But you pretty much, when you're a beginner, you're buying 5 to 10 different products right here. So you just want to go ahead and do the 3-month data right here. So we can do see 3 months, new offer count. And then in terms of what you want to have selected on the top chart here is definitely going to be sales rank. So you can see how it sells over time, as well as the buy box price. So the buy it now option on Amazon. I'd also recommend having Amazon selected right here. So if you can see if Amazon's ever historically been on a product. You shouldn't automatically avoid stuff Amazon's on though. I'm gonna show you guys an example in a few minutes of a listing where you should compete with Amazon on a product. A lot of beginners have that wrong. They think that you should automatically avoid something if Amazon's selling it. That's not true whatsoever here, right? So taking a look at that, we can see nice and easy. I'd also recommend having the new price selected as well. So that's how you can see the absolute lowest price regardless of fulfillment type right there. And then the new third-party FBA here too, these orange triangles. These orange triangles, contrary to popular belief, do not indicate sales. They just indicate a change in the lowest seller here. What really shows if a listing's selling on Keepa is going to be the offer count movement, which is how much activity there is in the offer count down here. This purple line says new offer count right there. We want to make sure listings we're buying are not shooting up in competition and not shooting down in price. This is an example of a good listing right here because I can see the price was nice and steady for a while. Now it's trending up. We just want to make sure it's trending up or is nice and steady. And then the bottom Keepa chart, we want to make sure it's nice and steady here on the new offer count or going down. We can see this nice and steady for a while. Now it's going down right there. So we want less competition and higher prices right there. And the Keepa chart's how we actually tell it right here. So this is a good example of a good moving product here. In terms of some other sections of Keepa I really like, guys, the track product section's a little bit more advanced. Don't worry about this if you're a beginner, but you can get it set up where, say you're profitable at like $50 on this. I think this is only like $20 on the Gap website, but say you're profitable at $50 here. We can set up to get an email notification of that using the track product section right there, which is pretty cool. Don't worry about that if you're a beginner. A section of Keepa I do really like for beginners is going to be hitting data and then hitting buy box statistics right here. So this is a really cool way we can see what this product's actually sold for over time, over the 30-day data, 90-day, 180, and 365. Primarily, if you're a beginner, just focus on the 90-day data right here. However, say you were analyzing like a Halloween product to potentially sell during Halloween or a toy to potentially sell during Christmas, you would want to look historically how it did in the past on that, which you could do via the price history on the charts, as well as in the data buy box stats to see what a listing's actually sold for over time. Now, these filters in Keepa are what's really important. So currently I have it filtered to see who's gotten buy box most often, but I can also see who sold it most expensive. It's not super helpful though. What is really helpful though, along with the %1 to see who's gotten most of the buy box, is also who's won it most recently. So I can see literally in the last 1 day, 4 different sellers have gotten buy box right here. And then I can also go to FBA and see who's gotten at FBA, as well as who's gotten at FBM, to see if we could potentially buy box on this listing as a merchant fulfilled seller, because every listing we can automatically get the buy box Amazon FBA, but not everything is automatically can we get buy box FBM, because Amazon wants to give the buy box to FBA sellers because they make more in fees. It's a better customer experience. And instead of USPS getting a lot of the money when you individually ship to a customer with FBM, Amazon gets it with FBA. So we want to make sure that if we're going to FBM something, that 20% of the sellers that don't have this FBA check mark are getting buy box right here. So we can see it or more, right? So we can see like 19% FBM, 3% FBM, another 6% FBM. So this totally adds up right there. And everything, we can also see their average new offer count and their stock count. But to be honest, I wouldn't really recommend worrying about that and their review count. The big thing from the buy box stats is going to be last one to see where you should price your products, as well as the FBA FBM tab to see who's, if enough FBM sellers are getting buy box right there. Going ahead and hitting product details right here. I don't love this, but some people really like it. I just personally don't really use it, but you can see the averages right here for the sales rank, for the buy box price as well. then also some other stuff about the specific product right here. But the majority of what you get out of Keepa is on the price charts and the buy box stats. The data offers tab within Keepa right here is something you should not use. You should not use it, right? Because this sold data is really inaccurate, because you can set what's called maximum order quantities on a specific product to hide your stock count, and Keepa doesn't recognize that. So you can see like someone might have 6 in stock on paper for months on end, but they literally might have hundreds and be selling them quick. It just hides their stock count using what's called maximum order quantities right there. So I never recommend looking at the data offers tab. What I do recommend looking at, especially for listings like this Gap hoodie that have different colors and different sizes and everything like that, is going to be what's called the variations tab right here. Now, the variations tab, one of the first things I do with my coaching guys is make sure all their Keepa settings are correct and make sure their Keepa variation settings are correct right there. And what that means, guys, is hitting configure columns right here and making sure that you have new offer count, current, and history selected to make sure those show as an option. And then what I want to do is scroll over here and find a new offer count and history, right? And then drag them over. So this is reviews history. We don't want to do that. But you want to make sure your columns look exactly similar to mine here, where we can drag them around right here and we can see the buy box price, then the lowest price, and then the new offer count right here, as well as the new offer count history. So in terms of telling how fast something sells, the new offer count history, aka the offer count movement, is super, super important on that. So we can see this listing, this specific variation sells quick because I can see the new offer count moving. Other variations, other size and colors, this is the new offer count movement too, it's a small version of it, are going to be selling slow. Like this one is blocky and slow. I don't like that, right? But this one's moving decent here, right? And we can see, and this one's moving nice, moving really nice here, right? And that's how we gauge that, is going to be how fast a specific variation selling, right? Because sales rank does not change between variations, but Keepa chart does. So make sure, nice and easy, takes a couple minutes, just go ahead and organize your variations tab similar to mine right here. If you're missing any of mine right here, just go ahead and hit configure columns and make sure you have this selected. These are really the only ones you need to have right there. A lot of beginners will mistake new offer count history for new price history, and then they'll be looking at like this listing and think it's bad, even though it's because it's the price history, not the new offer count history right there. So get that set up nice and easy. If you got any questions, obviously just let me know in the comments as well right there too. So that's the basics of setting up Keepa and understanding the charts. Let's take a look at a few more examples as well. So this listing right here is an example of a phenomenal Keepa chart. If we take a look down here, the first qualifier of something as a good Keepa chart is going to be the offer count movement. So the bottom chart right here, the new offer count, which I can see really nicely jumping up and down. Absolutely an example of a good product right there. And then the top chart is really, really nice and steady. So the buy box price is absolutely rock and rolling nice and steady right there. That's a really nice example of winning product here, guys, and a very, very good product. Remember, we're only looking at 3-month data, and make sure these settings match mine. You have all these guys selected right there. So we can see, nice and easy, great example of a good chart right here. Now, in terms of taking a look at some products that only do well certain times of the year or do insanely well certain times of the year, this is a good example here. So obviously, with what happened in 2020, the world went crazy. No one could go to their specific local pool. So a lot of people bought them on Amazon. So look at how the demand changes on certain products over time. So if I go ahead and look at the all-time data right here, I can see every summer, the sales rank plummets. We can see it happen in summer 2022, summer 2023, summer 2024, summer 2025. And we can see the sales rank is the highest, aka demand the lowest, during the winter, which makes sense. It's a pool, right? And then during the summer, the price shoots up right there. So there's certain items that do well every single year right here. And this is an example of it where every summer you can see the sales rank goes down and the price goes up, which makes perfect sense based on that historical data, right? And you guys are going to see tons of examples. Like I'm going to show you literally 10 straight winning products here in a couple minutes as well. So we can see price shooting up, competition shoots down, and demand shooting up, aka sales rank going down. Because the lower the sales rank, the higher the demand. And we can see that here. Then if we go to like the year-long data, you can see perfect example right here, right? Where the sales rank absolutely shot down during the summer, and then the sales rank shoots up during the winter because people buy pools less during the winter. But I do want to make it clear, volume on Amazon's platform is completely insane. Trust the data, not what you think sells well. Like, even though this is during the winter when I'm filming this, the sales rank's still 10K. This still sells really well, but the demand is substantially higher during the summer here. So good products sell year round. It's not what you think sells well, it's what the data shows. And Keepa is how you go ahead and gauge that right here. Now, a question I get asked all the time is like, should I automatically avoid something if there's no buy box? Should I automatically avoid something if there's no sales rank? Should I automatically avoid something if Amazon's on it? And the answer to all of those is no. You need to take a look at the Keepa data. So this specific item here, if we go down here, we can see Amazon is selling this product, but there is great offer count movement. And I can see that a lot of people that aren't Amazon are getting buy box. We can see here, we can zoom in here further on Keepa. We can see a lot of people that aren't Amazon are getting buy box. It's hopping back and forth between these different third-party sellers and Amazon. And a good rule of thumb is that if you can compete with Amazon on something, the Keepa chart's going to be good. Same thing goes with no buy box listings you should sell and stuff like that. Because sometimes you look up here and it won't have a buy box. It'll just say, see all buying options. And a lot of people automatically avoid stuff like that. I've made tons of money selling stuff that doesn't have a buy box. And it's a really good way to identify that is by taking a look on the Keepa chart to see if it actually moves right here. So we can see this is an example of a good moving product here, guys. And the way I know that is even though Amazon's on it, this is moving great. And I can see that from the offer count movement here on the Keepa chart. The next example, guys, is something you really need to keep in mind, which is going to be an IP complaint example, aka an intellectual property complaint, where the brand owner or the listing owner on this specific item kicks you off basically saying, we want to sell on Amazon ourselves, or we want Amazon first party to sell on Amazon themselves, right? We want to sell directly to Amazon. We don't want third-party people carrying it. The nice thing is it's actually really easy to see when that happens. And the way you do it is just taking a look down here on Keepa, and we can see back in 2024, this looked like a great Keepa chart, but then randomly it goes from 23 sellers, 24, 22, down to 20, and then it absolutely just plummets here, literally down to 0, and that's an example of an IP complaint. Now, they might have taken away the IP complaint because I see people did hop back on this right here, but personally, I'm definitely staying away from something if I can see a hardcore example of an IP complaint there on Keepa, so steer clear of that kind of stuff. The next example here that you want to actually avoid is going to be listings where the competition's shooting up right here. So we take a look at this, we can see competition starting to shoot up on this here, and no wonder it's starting to go from like 31 down to touching like 27 and everything. So you want to avoid listings. We go to like the month long where the competition's shooting up, because that's probably going to make the price start to shoot down as well. To be honest, I mean, this does sell insanely quick at 3,000 times a month. So you actually still probably make some money on this here. However, though, the big thing is in general on listings that don't sell crazy quick like this one does, you do want to avoid stuff where the competition's shooting up. So that's the last Keepa example for this section right here. Using SellerAmp and Keepa is absolutely crucial for success. SellerAmp and Keepa are going to help you avoid tons of mistakes as well. And that's the basics of SellerAmp and Keepa. Now that you guys know the basics of SellerAmp and Keepa, how to actually use them for product analysis and making sure a listing's good, let's take a look at 10 winning product examples inside my screen and break down what they actually look like prior to jumping in and doing some live product research and how you can get started and go ahead and find your first couple winning products on your own to sell on Amazon for a profit in 2026. So remember everyone, it's not what you think sells well, it's what the actually data shows selling well. So like I'm a guy obviously, so I have no idea if this probiotic underarm toner is good demand. I'm not, I have no idea on that. But the data on Amazon shows it's selling 50 plus times per month and the sales rank is 119K. So I know for a fact that this sells well. At the time I'm filming this is also an AutoUngate product. So you can feel free to go ahead and look this up. On Amazon, add product, hit apply to sell and request rule. I bet it lets you sell it without any documentation needed. And then from here, you're gonna be able to find other AutoUngate products too. But remember guys, ungating is not difficult. You just have to have the understanding that getting it's completely normal and it keeps submitting right there. And if you come in with the right expectations, it's nice and easy. So take a look at this here. Buy Boxem for $38 on Amazon. And then over literally on the brand website right here, we can see the vanilla one is going for 28 bucks right here. So plugging in $28 on SellerAmp, we can see that's break even and minus 5% ROI. So it's not good whatsoever here, guys. but we can see there's actually a 25% off holiday sale going on right here. So I can go ahead and take off 25% from this within SellerAmp and then just hit enter, no spaces on that. And now we can see this becomes $6 profit and a 28% ROI right here. And typically I recommend only doing 30% ROI plus, but a beauty item like this is not really going to get returned super often. So this is not bad whatsoever here, guys. And then taking a look down here on the Keepa data, we can see over the past 3 months, the offer count, the seller count's gone down. The prices stayed nice and steady right here. And there's really solid offer count movement. So I know this listing's actually making money right here. That's a good winning product example. Number 2, we can see literally just from Walmart here, nice and easy. Walmart has these Athletic Works pants for $12. So if we go ahead and plug in on Amazon, they're going for $28 right here. 50,000 sales rank, 100 plus sales per month. So we know this does well right here. Plugging this in, we can see $4.50 profit per sale, 39% ROI. Not bad whatsoever here, guys. But I can see there's a lot of people selling this item merchant fulfilled, and a little pro tip here, definitely write this down, is items that are under £1 but above $20 tend to be more profitable merchant fulfilled compared to selling them Amazon FBA. And the SellerAmp calculator is going to tell us that. So if we scroll down here, we can go ahead and see FBA, it's a 28% ROI, but then toggling to FBM and plugging the FBM cost, it's a 39% ROI right here. And if I go ahead and Google Walmart tax exempt, I can use my reseller certificate at Walmart to avoid paying sales tax that, remember, is automatically calculated on SellerAmp. So now we go ahead and take off 5% from this because, remember, we already have it calculated on SellerAmp, but we can take this out here and go ahead and plug that in. And to be honest, it is best to do 0 misc fee in SellerAmp, but a lot of people end up calculating it twice. So I'd recommend personally just adding it and then subtracting out the sales tax when you are using tax exempt. However, if you understand what I'm saying in respect to the opposite of that, in terms of putting 0 in the misc fee and then manually adding it on non-tax exempt websites, do that. But if that doesn't make sense, it might not, tend to be a little confusing for beginners. Just put the misc fee in your SellerAmp settings and then manually subtract it out when you're doing tax exempt on a specific listing on websites that do accept it, like Home Depot, Lowe's, and more on that later in the tax exempt section. Right there, that's a really good asset that's free from your state's website. You can use to avoid sales tax on websites that take it. So now, knowing that I can use my tax exempt on Walmart, I can take off 5% from this, and now it becomes a 46% ROI right there. And we can see, taking a look at the Keepa chart, competition's nicely trended down the last month or so. This is a really nice example of winning product. And I found a lot of extra margin on that using tax exempt because Walmart allows it, and running the merchant fill numbers because this item's above $20 but below £1. Not bad whatsoever there, guys. The next example of winning product is perfectly in season right now during the winter in late 2025 and early 2026 right here, which is hockey sticks, right? We can see 600 bought per month badge, absolutely moving. And then over on our friends at Dick's Sporting Goods, we can see it's going for $30 right here. So if I go ahead and plug in $30 right here, I can see that's red on SellerAmp. Only $2 profit, only an 8% ROI right here. But taking a look down here on the Keepa chart, it's a great Keepa chart right here, right? Competition's going down, prices going up right there. This is a good product looking at this data. Now all I have to be able to do is make this item good. Very, very rarely will items just be profitable at the advertised price you see on a website. Typically, you have to make them good using, like we saw the holiday sale earlier, as well as tax exempt, right? There's a whole section soon on manufacturing margin. On Dick's Sporting Goods, I can actually go ahead and scroll down here and see there's this $20 off 100 plus email sign-up coupon I can use to make this listing more profitable. So now I can go ahead and say I do a cart of like 4 of these to get it just barely above 100 right here. Say I do 30 times 4 here. Now I qualify to get that $20 off. Boom. And then I go ahead and divide this by 4 and then just hit enter to get the per unit cost after shipping, after sales tax, after everything. That leaves $8 profit per unit and a 31% ROI. And another piece of sauce is we can also use discounted gift cards from cardbear.com where we go ahead and buy like a 10% off discounted gift card. So in a $100 gift card for 90 bucks, automatically save 10% right there. And now go ahead and plug in Dick's Sporting Goods right here and see, yeah, 5 to 8% right here. So literally it's super easy. I just check out on one of these gift card providers, then I get the gift card numbers and use that to check out on the retailer. I've done that with hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we can go ahead and take off 8% from this right here. And now this becomes $10 profit and a 42% ROI with a great chart right there. And that's what I really want to make clear, guys, is very rarely do you find winning products. You find stuff that sells quick. I'm going to show you guys in a couple minutes how to actually do that live for a couple hours, right? And then you make them profitable using tax exempt and holiday sales and coupons and stuff like that. And the nice thing is each website really only has 1 or 2 of these, which makes it super, super simple there. So we can see, nice example, a nice winning product here. Next one's going to be on Walmart. So we know Walmart has tax exempt. So we know we're automatically going to subtract out 5% of buy cost right there. So if we go ahead and plug in here, we can see 35 bucks on Amazon. So 16.98, take off 5% from this. We can see I'm pretty close, but on a clothing item, I definitely need that above 30% ROI unless it's like socks or something right there. So I can see we're not quite there, but the seller in the buy box is merchant fulfilled. So this gives me the opportunity to take advantage of what's called the prime bump, where I can price typically 5 to 10% above the FBM sellers as an FBA seller. So say I price this like 7% above right here. We can go ahead and add in 7% to this, and now it becomes $6 profit and a 34% ROI. And taking a look down here on the Keepa chart, I can see historically there's been lots of times where it's been up there, literally like all summer and then a good amount of last spring. So now this does become a winning product right there. As we can see, there's a lot of opportunity to price that higher. That's called the prime bump, which is super, super helpful there, guys. Next listing right here, we can see video games absolutely popping year round, especially during the holidays because they're very, very giftable. Right here, we can see Best Buy has this Jedi Survivor game for $19.99. I could see people potentially paying the, I assume the retail price is probably 40 or 50 right here on Amazon. So if we take a look over on Amazon, we can see it's currently going for 36 bucks with 800 plus bought per month. So I know people are making money on this somehow. So plugging in $19.99 right here, also a 2,000 sales rank. So it absolutely flies. Let's see, $4 profit and a 20% ROI right here. And then taking a look down here on the Keepa chart so I can see competition's going up a little bit here, but it's pretty much back where it was right here. And I know that Best Buy does tax exempt and there's good discounted gift cards here. So over on cardbearer.com, Best Buy, we can go ahead and get 7% discounted gift cards here from Card Cookie. So if I take off 7% from this, now this becomes $5.50 profit and a 29% ROI. And I can also use my tax exempt on Best Buy as well, which I can get if I just Google Best Buy tax exemption right here. And we can see, boom, yeah, tax exemption registration, right easy right there. So that's a nice competitive advantage you don't have to do, but that is very helpful here to add margin. And then we can go ahead and subtract out 5% from this, just subtract 5%, enter in SellerAmp right here. We can see $6.50 profit, 37% ROI. That's a nice example of winning product there, guys, as well. And you absolutely love to see it. Holiday candy going crazy right now. 3,000 sales rank, over 1,000 sales per month right here. And then over on Walgreens, we can see going for $4.89 right here, going for 12 on Amazon, right? So if we plug in $4.89 right here, we can see that only leaves $1.37 profit per sale and a 28% ROI. But if I take off that 20% coupon code, we can see right there, now it's becoming really good right here. We can see, even though it's still red, we're making $2.40 on a $4 purchase. That's pretty good with how fast this sells during the holiday season right here, even though the competition's going up. And then I can also go ahead and see the Walgreens discounted gift cards here. And we can see, yeah, 10% right there. So absolutely popping. So let's take off another 10% from this right here. And we can go ahead and see $2.80 profit, even though that's technically red because it's below the $3 profit minimum we have there. 80% ROI, absolutely popping. Good example of winning product there. Jellycat, absolutely awesome. Nice little cute stuffed animal. My fiance absolutely loves Jellycats as well. We can see there's big demand on Amazon if you just search them up right there, literally just on the Amazon search page right there. We can see 51 here in the buy box, 300 plus bought per month. And then we see over on the Jellycat website, we can pick them up for $28 right here. So going ahead and plugging in $28 right here, we can see $10 profit, 36% ROI after shipping, fees, sales tax, literally everything right there, right? So going ahead and plugging in, I can see nice trend here with the competition going down, price trending up here on Keepa, sells really, really quick. I can see that good offer count movement, not bad whatsoever. And all the time I get asked, how much competition is too much competition on a specific product? And truth be told, it's all about the trend. There's amazing listings with 100 sellers and terrible listings with 3 sellers. And we go ahead and see that from Keepa in terms of how it's actually moving right there. So this is a nice example of a nice seller right here. And I absolutely love selling Jellycats right here. Another more holiday type of item here. We can see this Old Spice here at $10 on Walmart. So I know Walmart, I can do tax exempt on. Pro tip, you can only buy items on Walmart, or you should only buy items on Walmart that are sold and shipped by Walmart. Make sure you write that down right there, because Walmart's also a marketplace similar to eBay, similar to StockX, similar to Facebook Marketplace. Never buy from random people, even if they're selling on Walmart, selling on eBay. You can only buy from retailers. So because sometimes you have the option to buy from Walmart or on Walmart from a third-party seller, always only buy sold and shipped by Walmart.com items right here. So we can see $10 right here on these guys. So if we go ahead and plug in $10 right there, we can see $5 profit per sale, 47% ROI right here. Old Spice might be a really high unit ungate. Some of these might be on this page. Some of them are going to be AutoUngate. They've looked at already here. Remember, as a beginner, you start out doing AutoUngates. Even if it's hard to find them when you're a beginner, it's completely fine. That's part of being new to business, right? As well as 10 unit ungates here. Old Spice might be like 100 or 300 right here, but go ahead and take off 5% from this. We can see $5 profit, 55% ROI right there. Competition nicely trending down. Price nice and steady right there. Another nice example winning product here, and that zoomed in on the Keepa chart, we can see the competition, aka the new offer count on the bottom chart, trending down. Price nicely going from 24, 25 up to as high as like 26, 27 right there. Nice example winning product. Absolutely love to see it right here. Now, Gap, one of my favorite clothing brands right here. We can see these hoodies here are going for $20 right here, right? And then over on Amazon, they're going for like 38. So plugging in $28 right here, we can see, or $20, right? We can see the profit's good. The ROI is good. The estimated sales is really good, but the ROI is not quite there, right? So what I need to do is make this item profitable. And what immediately comes to mind is this item is under £1, but above $20, which means the FBM number is going to be super kind. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to scroll down here on SellerAmp and toggle this from FBA to FBM, and then plug in like $6 for the FBM cost right there. And we can see we just picked up an extra 10% of our ROI right there. How gangster is that, right? And I always want to be looking if there's ways to lower the buy cost as well, which scrolling down here, I can see on this item here, I can go ahead and get 20% off signing up with my email or my phone number right here. And later in the course, I'm going to tell you how to make a catch-all email, which is going to let you get unlimited emails for unlimited coupons. So now I can go ahead and take off 20% from this right here. And now 20% coupon code with this. And now $9 profit and a 58% ROI right there. And Gap always has banger discounted gift cards here too. So if I go ahead and plug in, yeah, Gap 20% right there, absolutely popping, boom, 20% on that, right? So now take off another 20%, and now this becomes 98% ROI right there. And that's how you take a product from a 16% ROI to a minus 20%, minus 20%, 98% ROI. You don't find items good, you make items good. And that's the name of the game right there. And those discounts that we just looked at, that's one of the things I really help my coaching students with. Literally every day, coaching students will send me products and be like, hey, like, where does this come from good? Or how do you make this guy good? And I dig in and do the product research with them and see if I can go ahead and track that down properly right there. Because the nice thing is too, a lot of these websites, I already know their discount code. I know Dick's Sporting Goods is 20 off 100 plus gift cards. I know on Gap, it's 20% email signup code plus gift cards right there. That's the name of the game. And then some types of discounts only happen certain times, like the Target sale on vinyls. Vinyls are awesome. They're small, they're light, they're very giftable for the holiday season, right? And a lot of them are AutoUngate. But Target vinyls, or vinyls from Target, are only good during their big sale. The nice thing is you're going to be an Amazon seller for a while. You're going to be around for when that sale happens. So if we take a look at this item, we can see it's buy Boxem for $37 on Amazon. Over on Target, it's going for $24.99. So if I plug in $24.99 right here, that's not good. But if I'm patient and wait for the buy two, get one free, I can get 3 for $50. So I just divide this here to get that because I can get 2, get 1 free. So 3 for the price of 2, right? So just get the price of 2 divided by 3. Boom, right there. And ChatGPT can do that if you're ever curious right there too as well. So we can see $6.50 profit, 39% ROI. And what I'd probably do is just create a SellerAmp spreadsheet called target vinyl sale to be prepared for that in the future right there. So that's a really helpful tip. So that's 10 winning product examples. Now let's dig into how to tell if a supplier is actually legit, because obviously if you're buying from scam websites, it can be really bad for your Amazon account health. You can lose money, never get the products, anything like that. So in terms of identifying if a supplier is actually legit, it's very important to look at lots of different data points. So typically, obviously for Dick's Sporting Goods, for Walmart, for Kohl's, you know Amazon takes documentation from those websites. You know those websites are legit. But the big thing is making sure, like I just mentioned in the last section, avoid buying from any marketplaces like eBay, third-party sellers on Walmart, third-party sellers on Target, anything on like Discord or Telegram or anything like that. Only buy from retailers or authorized suppliers. But retailers are what I talk about with online retail arbitrage. But you are going to come across smaller retailers that you might not be sure if they're actually legit. Here's how to tell how. You should always be checking out on websites using PayPal unless you're using gift cards. If they allow using gift cards from cardbearer.com, it's probably going to be a legit website right there. But you can't get scammed checking out through PayPal. So always check out, ideally, using a credit card on PayPal for added security, and it's a really good green flag if they do take PayPal. Dig around on their Trustpilot and their Google reviews. You can always tell if they're legit based on their Trustpilot, their Better Business Bureau, their reviews. You can also just search obviously Dick's Sporting Goods is legit, but is Dick's Sporting Goods a scam? Is Dick's Sporting Goods legit, etc. For a specific retailer right there, that'll tell really nicely. You can also look up the brick and mortar location you see on their website. Having brick and mortar store locations is a green flag, obviously, because the government would shut them down if they were scamming. But if you look up the brick and mortar address that shows on a retailer and it's like someone's house, avoid it. If the Trustpilot or Google review shows bad, avoid it. If they have no social media or anything like that, you typically want to avoid it as well. And that's why it's important to be around other Amazon sellers that are working on the stuff and everything, so you can get stuff answered like that quick too as well. But the big thing is checking their social media, checking Trustpilot and Google reviews, looking up their brick and mortar location, always checking out on PayPal. Obviously some sites don't have a brick and mortar location, but checking out through PayPal, obviously you can always do. If they don't accept PayPal, that is typically a red flag because you can't get scammed through PayPal and everything. And then just in general, referencing other sellers and just being active in the community is really helpful too as well. So use that checklist to identify if a website's legit and make sure to stay away from any that have those red flags. Now we know supplier red flags, but how do we know red flags that a product is something you should avoid? Let's jump inside my screen and take a look. The first type of listing we totally want to avoid, guys, is just going to be slower movers. And it's really important to note that even if something has a good sales rank, it can still be a slow mover, especially stuff that has variations. Like I can see this listing has a 51K rank, but then the estimated sales is only 11 per month right here, right? And then if we take a look down here at the Keepa chart, we can see super blocky, super slow moving. Whenever you see a blocky, like mundane Keepa chart that there's not a ton of action on, you definitely want to avoid something like this. The next type of listing you totally want to avoid, we looked at this a little bit earlier, is going to be IP complaint listings. Not necessarily listings that have the IP suspected on SellerAmp. You need to take a look at the Keepa chart, but listings that you can literally see a perfect example of an IP complaint right here. Just taking a look at the all-time data on this product here, and we can see there's this big drop here, and then we can just go ahead and select it and zoom in right here, and we can see it randomly went down to 0 from 24 in like 1 day right there. So this is totally an example of an IP complaint. Whenever you see the competition humming along and then randomly drops to 1 or randomly drops to 0, you totally want to avoid that, even if it's looked good lately, which is why it's really helpful to hop over here. And truth be told, honestly, if you're selling even a couple $1,000s a month, the one IP complaint typically isn't going to knock you out, but obviously you want to avoid them as much as possible to keep your Amazon account health good. But if you're buying from legit websites, typically you will be able to take those down as well. So we can see, nice example right here. Let's take a look at the next type of red flag we want to avoid, which is going to be items where the competition is shooting up and the price is shooting down. aka price tanking. So if we take a look at this item right here, say we zoom in a little bit right here, and we can see the competition on this item on December 16th was 24. Now it's up at 65. And on December 16th and 14th, it was 52. Now it's all the way down at 39 right here, right? This listing does have no buy box. However, no buy box is not a reason to automatically avoid a product because stuff can still totally have really good movement, aka really good offer count movement when there's no buy box here. But we can see listings where the price has gone down $12 in just a couple of days and the competition's almost tripled in a couple of days. You totally want to avoid those. So stay away from listings that are price tanking. Also stay away from listings that are brand generic right here, which basically means that this specific listing is not listed under the actual Trader Joe's brand on Amazon. Like take a look at the Jelly Cat and see. It's listed under, Jelly Cat right here, right? But this listing is brand generic, so you totally want to avoid that. So keep an eye out for that. Sometimes you'll see an alert on SellerAmp for a generic brand there, but you totally want to avoid and always check here, right? Typically a chart's not going to be good if it's generic, but sometimes bozo news sellers will sell generic stuff. Just avoid it right there. But when see brand generics, you want to avoid that. Just have a good Keepa chart here. Interestingly enough, okay, so you can see how uneducated some sellers are. This actually does have a decent Keepa chart. Even though the comp's going up a little bit, there's pretty good movement on this. Right there. So avoid anything that is brand generic, which you can see from the brand right below the title on Amazon. The last example, the big red flag here, and you're going to see a bunch of examples of bad products as well during live product research here in a couple minutes as well, is going to be listings where Amazon's on it and Amazon is not sharing buy box. Like this item here that is very blocky and slow moving, and it's just Amazon in the buy box if you scroll along it right there. And we can see here, very, very blocky offer count. So absolutely not something we want to go ahead and do right there. So we can see very blocky, slow moving here, and the type of thing totally want to avoid. We can totally compete with Amazon if there is good offer count movement, but we can see in this case, not the case whatsoever. Totally want to avoid listings like that. That's red flags you want to avoid in products when you're doing product research as a beginner. So before we dig into part number 3 of the free course, live product research, if you're taking notes at home, I do want you to have the basic product research criteria laid out, just like written out. So when we go ahead and actually find a bunch of winning products in the next hour or two, you can go ahead and identify that. So in terms of the product research criteria you should be looking at when you're a beginner is primarily under 200,000 sales rank, above 30 estimated sales per month, $3 profit per unit, unless it's super, super cheap. Like if you're spending $1 to make 2 back and it sells quick, that could totally be good. But in general, $3 plus profit per unit, 30% plus in ROI, as well as on the Keepa chart, making sure there's no IP in plain history. So there's no examples of the competition randomly plummeting into zero, as well as there's good offer count movement on the bottom chart, right? And the competition is not shooting up, price is not shooting down. And then you're good to go basically there, guys. So we just need to make sure from SellerAmp that it's profitable today, and then from Keepa that it's profitable over time, and there's no red flags in respect to potentially private label, which would mean a blocky Keepa chart, which we totally want to avoid. But remember, guys, when you see the private label alert on SellerAmp, that just means suspected private label. Then it's on you to see if the brand's selling it and dominating it right there. But if the brand's dominating it, the offer count movement's going to be blocky. So you totally want to avoid that in the first place. So make sure the profitability checks out from SellerAmp and that there's no red flags on Keepa and the competition's either steady or going down and the price is either steady or going up right there. And that's winning product research criteria, guys. Let's dig into part number 3 of the free course, live product sourcing. Time to get started with part number 3 of the free course, which is going to be live product research. This is me for these next couple of sections, showing you literally inside my screen everything it takes to find winning products live, the exact methods I've used to sell millions on Amazon, help so many of my students become 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100K a month sellers as well. So this is going to be the storefront stalking method. Jump inside my screen right now, where instead of just going to random websites and look through their clearance sections, which is called manual sourcing, which I'm going to show you how to do the right way after this section, storefront stalking is by far the best way to find stuff when you're a beginner, because when we're storefront stalking, we're looking inside the storefronts of other sellers we know are making money based on their review counts. So we can go ahead and see other proven winning listings they're already selling. And the nice thing is, remember guys, the buy box rotates to everyone selling these products that's price competitive right here. So we can take a look. So starting off here, we can see this basically toy product here is on GameStop here for $10.98. But we can use the GameStop Pro plan and get it for $10.43 right here. Over on Amazon, it's selling for 29 bucks. So plugging this in on SellerAmp, this absolutely prints right here at $8 profit and a 75% ROI right here. I believe this is an AutoUngate product too, so feel free to plug this in, but obviously if something's gated, it's not a big deal. The blueprint for beginners is to predominantly sell AutoUngate listings while knocking out one or two big gated brands, maybe some of the ones you see in this free course here and everything. So we can see competition's nicely trending down on this product. Price is nicely trending up here as well. It's even touched as high as, like $28.99 here and everything. This is just a really good lesson on Keepa too. And then we can see there's some buy box share going at 25 and there's some buy box share going as high as like 29 or 28.99 and everything, which is super, super high right there too as well. So we can see $8 profit, 75% ROI after shipping fees and everything like that. And now instead of just going to Walmart, instead of going on GameStop and looking for other deals, what we can do as a beginner, which makes way more sense, is the storefront stalking method. So you'll probably hear me say storefront stalking and reverse sourcing throughout the free course. They're the exact same thing, right? Reverse sourcing basically just means starting out on the Amazon side of things in the storefronts, and storefront stalking means looking in storefronts. It's the same thing right there. So all we need to do to get started storefront stalking, and in terms of where you actually start, is going to be on good AutoUngate products or good reseller friendly products that we're taking a look at. That's where you start out doing storefront stalking, because as a beginner, inside the storefronts, these are sellers, there's going to be other good beginner-friendly products and beginner sellers selling the stuff here that's going to lead to other AutoUngate stuff you can go ahead and take a look at here. So if we just scroll down here on SellerAmp, now we can go ahead and see all the other sellers that carry this product. And I'm just going to open up sellers that I know are making lots of money, aka that have lots to use, and even some beginners here too as well. Right? So let's just go ahead and open up these sellers here and dig in here, right? And don't worry about competing with high review sellers, right? You can totally compete with high review sellers as a beginner. Amazon just wants to make sure you're not scamming people. So don't think you're not going to be able to get, buy box share and everything if you're competing with sellers with high reviews for arbitrage. That's not a big deal here, but reviews are a good way to gauge, sellers to take a look at here as well. So now we can go ahead and see inside the storefronts of these sellers here, going ahead and take a look, and we can see all the brands these sellers carry, all the categories these sellers carry, as well as all their fastest selling winning products that show up at the front of their storefront right here. And now, right, over time, you start to get a good sense of what's gated and what's not. Like, for example, like all these big toy brands are going to be gated if you're a beginner here. But for example, vinyls tend to not be AutoUngate. And we can see it says literally Target exclusive. So one angle on sourcing could potentially be just looking up, right, vinyl Target exclusive right on Amazon here. And we can go ahead and see potentially that makes sense here. But the playbook here is don't worry about obviously like Nerf and stuff. You're not gonna be able to sell that. Lego, you're not gonna be able to sell that here as a beginner, right? But we can see like, for example, here, like, okay, like this, 162K rank, it's Legend of Zelda. This could totally be AutoUngate, right? 10K rank, Sony, 400 plus month could totally be AutoUngate here, right? And now all we have to do when we're inside the seller storefront is go ahead and click open Amazon product page after we validate that something's good, aka that has good BSR right here, right? And now we can just go through these seller storefronts, right? Yeah, like for example, like PS4 here, probably not going to be AutoUngate, but we could take a look at it. I love when we can go ahead and identify brands we've never seen before, right? So I think like a lot of these brands will be gated, which is not a problem. You can get ungated, but we love hunting down AutoUngates as a beginner right here. But for example, like, Electronic Arts here is going to be a 10 unit ungate. We could probably knock that out. I guarantee we can knock that out pretty easily right there, in the first 10 or 20 submissions. But like Nike, going to be hard gated right there. So we can see, not going to worry about those here. Crocs right here. So yeah, the seller's got a lot of gated stuff right here. But we can see, boom, taking a look here. Like this probably isn't AutoUngate, but it could be, right? This definitely could be right here. We'll take a look at that. Low estimated sales per month though right here. Wow, 800 per month, but Amazon's on it right here, and we can see Amazon's way lower there. So typically when you're a beginner, what you want to target is just low sales rank stuff, open it up. But I do like giving it a quick glance at the Keepa chart too as well. And then I have some other listings we'll storefront stock off too here as well. But you just want to find these gold mine sellers that have these products you can sell right away from the get-go as a beginner, right? That we can go ahead and take a look at. So for example, like Old Spice, probably not going to be auto right there. Lego's not going to be right here. But for example, Mr. Coffee totally could be right here, right? Mattel, probably not. Jim Thorpe definitely could be here, right? And now we have these listings up, and all we need to do is when we come from this, right, is rock and roll down here and take a look at the Keepa chart, see if the Keepa chart looks good, right? So we identify good listings from the storefront, so we can check them if they're AutoUngate. After hitting apply to sell, see if it lets us list it right away. If so, it's AutoUngate. If not, it's gated, right? And then we go ahead and see, does the Keepa chart look good here? Which in this case, it does. And now all we need to do is go ahead and search for product title on Google with the Google button in SellerAmp and see if this is carried anywhere that we can go ahead and track it down here. So we can see, okay. So we can see it's on Walmart for 30, Best Buy for 26, or GameStop here at 12.98, right? So it's looking like this is going to be the answer here. Yeah, we can see boom, add to cart right there, ship to home. So now we can see GameStop. We can join the Pro program right there and pick this up for $12.33 right here. So this is close right off the bat. So before any coupons or anything, we're at $2.60 profit and a 21% ROI right here, right? Now what I need to do is I need to see if there's any coupon codes or any discounted gift cards or anything right here. So I don't think there's any like sign up coupon or anything on GameStop, but I'll go ahead and plug in cardbear.com and see if there's any discounted gift cards we can use on GameStop right here. Wow. Okay, so discounted gift cards are a big hack here, and we can see on GameStop they're 10 to 12%, right? So if I go ahead, say I take off like 12% right here, right? Now I take off 12% here, and this becomes $4 profit and a 37% ROI right there. So we can see this is nice and profitable right here at $4 profit and a 38% ROI after shipping, fees, sales tax, literally everything like that. So we're going to check some of these other listings, but we can see like this is a few GameStop leads in a row. So now I'm also going to storefront stock off this to see if there's any other ones from there too. So the Sony item here, let's go ahead and see, okay, how's this Keepa chart look? To be honest, this looks like it's totally post price tank. The competition shot up, the price shot down. So even though the competition's gone down a decent amount lately, this probably isn't going to be good right here at 36. We can go ahead and Google this and see if it makes sense right here. Let's see. So yeah, plugging in $24.99 right here. I think this is the same thing. PlayStation 5 media remote. Okay, it makes sense. The sellers found a lot of stuff from GameStop here. So let's see. So let's see. It's got Netflix, Spotify, YouTube right there. So you always need to take a look at it right there. Okay, Netflix, Disney, Spotify, YouTube right there. So let's see. So plugging in $23.74 right here. So $23.74 right here. We're close, right? And now I'm also going to take off that discounted gift card right there. And we can see $5.50 profit, 26% ROI right here. So not quite there. And then another tool that I love basically is like my Amazon seller assistant when I'm sourcing is going to be on Boxem, the Boxy AI. So I like to just ask these questions as I go here and expect like how to lower the buy cost and everything. So what I can do too here, and this is trained off a lot of our content, Warner and I, Fields of Profit, is I can just go and search here like, does GameStop take tax exempt here, right? Let's see. I actually don't know if it is, and I can also verify that on Google here. Ooh, okay, yes, so it doesn't show here, but let's see. Does Walmart here, right? It's going to tell me that Walmart does here, right? And it's not perfect, obviously, right here. We can go ahead and see that. It's pretty cool. Boom, right there. Yes, we can see. So Boxy AI is super, super helpful. It's included in your Boxem subscription. So when you get going, right, it's SellerAmp, Keepa, Boxem, and I love asking the Boxy AI questions as I source too. And I don't just use Boxem for listing products and shipping products and knowing my analytics, but I'm also a huge fan of using the Boxy AI as well too on everything. Boxem just gives you a ton of stuff that Amazon Seller Central doesn't, listing, shipping analytics, and the Boxy AI right here as well. So we can see we're close on something like this. What I would probably do in this case is just wait for this to become good in the future. So add this to like a spreadsheet, because literally it could be good like tomorrow and then consistently, because the price is trending down right there and the competition's nice and steady and going up. So this is pretty cool right here in that this is not quite there. We could totally storefront stock off here to find other GameStop listings though, right? But going to go ahead and avoid this for now right here, but I just like to put this aside, could be something good to storefront stock off there right here. Let's see. So first things first on this video game here, interesting Keepa chart, right? Really, really good velocity. 1K BSR, 500 sales per month, right? And then electronic arts, the 10 unit Ungated. I do think some of the stuff we looked at is probably AutoUngate so far, but either way, go ahead and get Ungated for it. right there. So we can go ahead and we can see decent Keepa chart. Competition did go up here, but really only 33 sellers for 500 per month. And then a good pro tip here too is we can scroll down on these guys here, and we can see typically there's only like half the people on a listing will be price competitive. In this case, it's even better. So we can see like the lowest price is 34, right? And then within 10% of it is really like only like these 10 or so sellers, and the next like 20 sellers are all priced higher, right? So it's the name of the game, and that really on any listing, only like half of sellers typically will be price competitive. So this listing is literally 500 sales per month for only 10 competitive sellers here, which makes you rethink the volume on different listings, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and plug this guy in on Google, right? And see, so we can see here, okay, it takes 2 new PlayStation. Okay, I don't know if Gamefly is legit. Oh, it does have Rakuten. Okay. Let's see, is Gamefly a retailer or a reselling website? Let's see. Is Gamefly, let's see if it's legit. So I like legit long running service. Is Gamefly a retailer? Let's see. Okay, cool, interesting. So this could be, I think this is good here. I do need to kind of research this website a little bit more here, and everything. But interestingly enough here, right? Yeah, we can add to cart. I don't know if, okay, we can buy it here at $19.99. So I'd probably need to verify the site's legitimacy a little bit more. I think it's legit. It's just if it's kind of like an actual like full retail and everything, which Google did say. But plugging this in here, we can see this is pretty close, guys. Right? So taking a look here, right? We can see, yeah, it's only 3 ounces here. So this would be pretty cheap to FBM potentially right here. We can plug in, boom, right there. Yeah, still actually not much difference there because I think this is really small because it's a video game right there. But we can see here, right? This has a lot of good history in the past here. Yeah, even up at like 38 and everything. So this too, I think is like not quite there, but has been good. And everything should probably be a good place Storefront stock too. All right, let's see, Mr. Coffee here. Let's look down here. Really good looking chart. Competition going down, price nicely hopping up right there. And everything, let's go ahead and take a look here. Okay, so yeah, $60, so not even close right there. So if we were to sell this on Amazon, guys, we would lose $24 profit per sale and make a negative 40% ROI. So that is not something I do with my money. And you guys wouldn't be watching this free course if you wanted to do, or if you wanted that type of outcome as well. So we can see this listing is very, very slow and blocky. So I'm going to avoid that, right? If we take a look at like, this item here, we can see there's a lot of movement. Even though the competition is going up, a lot of movement on that, right? This one's very slow and blocky, and I don't like this, right? So I'm not going to rock with that here, right? And we can see, taking a look here, Lego and stuff we're not going to be able to do. Let's see, never heard of this here, 47K rank right here. And everything, and you got to get comfortable with the industry and that this is going to be hard the first couple of times you do it, right? This seller here's got literally a bunch of stuff that has like thousands of listings in a specific brand. So it's probably a wholesaler right here. Not that we couldn't compete them, more so just like pricing wise, probably not gonna be able to be competitive with them, right? So we can see like, yeah, 800 per month is Oculus right here, right? 6K per month right here. I doubt this will make sense. I bet you it's a drop shipping listing because it's all FBM people right there. We'll take a look though. Right, ads as well. We can see Ben Nye 103, Nike's hard gated right there. OG going to Valhalla sunglasses here. Interesting. Okay, so let's see here. So I already found those guys profitably here. Let's take a look at these. So open something from the storefront based on it having good rank, and then we rock and roll in here and see, okay, how's the chart look? So competition's gone up, but the price is nice and steady right there, honestly. Right? Competition's going down, price nice and steady on that. So let's go ahead and plug this in on Google here and we can see, okay, so nowhere close. So when you're not even close on something, it's probably a retail arbitrage product, to be honest. And a really good way that I'll identify that is going and hitting data and then buy box stats right here. And then seeing if there's a lot of sellers with no reviews. And we can see in this case, like, yeah, no reviews right there. So probably is going to be a retail arbitrage listing right there, which isn't like a foolproof way to tell it's all right, but I mean, we're not even close based on the retail price right there. So not going to worry about that here. Good looking chart on this guy. Comp going down, price nice, steady going up right there. Right? We can see, I found at 70 in the past. Let's take a look at that right here. The problem is I think this is misbranded here. Yeah, it definitely is. So we can see like, yeah, because this I believe is the Meta Oculus, and we can see, yeah, so brand right there is wrong. So got to avoid that here. Let's see. So this is, yeah, if it's £3 and 17 bucks, we're not going to be able to make money on this. That's why the max cost is so low. And it's mostly all FBM people. So this is totally a drop shipping listing. Right there. And then let's see, Ben Nye right here. Little slower moving, like slow offer count, but it is 50 sales per month for only 8 sellers. And yeah, like, I mean, I guess like 6 of them are price competitive or so. Maybe all 8 right there. Right. Let's see if this makes any money here. Let's see, 70 right here. Let's see, discount code here, 10% off. So yeah, it's 70. Pull this guy in. Not good right there. Yeah. So no, thank you on that. Let's keep moving right here. Let's see, 25 right here. Boom. Okay. So a little blocky, right? But I will go ahead here and hit variations in Keepa, right? And if you didn't yet set up your variations tab correctly in Keepa, make sure you rewatch the Keepa section to get that in there, right? And we can see like, yeah, like this ain't bad here, right? So let's see if we can pick these guys up for like 14 here or so. And see, really nice chart, guys. Really, really nice chart. So let's see, 25 there. Yeah, 20, lowest 20 right there. Yeah, so we need like a 25% coupon. So I don't think we're going to find that. No problem here. Let's see. Take a look at a couple more of these sellers here. Let's see. So like Nike, we're not going to be able to do Carhartt, Stanley. So yeah, you can see some of these sellers that have been around for a while have a bunch of these Ungates done here. And keeping going here, guys, right? All we have to do is just locate brands we don't recognize or that we haven't yet checked for AutoUngate or verified that we do need to go through the ungating process of right here. And we'll take a look. So let's see, like 15 right here. So yeah, I mean, that sells 10,000 times a month. So we probably can compete with Amazon on that. But for example, like 51 here, right? Vinyls. Yeah, vinyls are almost always AutoUngate. Right there. Yeah. So even though some of these vinyls don't have a best sellers rank, we could still make money on these here, depending if the Keepa chart looks good. Okay. So Keepa chart looks terrible right there. So not something I want right here. I'm then taking a look at this a little bit slower here. 17 sales per month. It is, we do know for a fact that we can FBM this though, looking at that. So now we'll go ahead and plug this in on Google here and see if they got this anywhere here. Let's see. And another good pro tip, guys, you can also double click if you're on Mac and search image with Google Lens too, as well, which is really helpful too for plugging those guys in as well. It's not letting me Google this guy here, so it might not be meant to be on that one here. Let's see. Anything else moving quick here? Yeah, kind of just a bunch of, okay, 14 here. This looks like a cousin of this listing in that it might be GameStop here. And then we can see like we came here from that GameStop listing. There's probably other things here that are also from GameStop as well. Like that first video game probably was. We can see here. Yeah, I don't know if these are AutoUngate here. And the nice thing is too, like a lot of these toys, even if they're gated, you only have to do the category and then you're good. This guy isn't a tool though here, or a toy. Let's see. Okay, great looking chart. Great looking chart here, right? And as you're going as a beginner, you're just checking for AutoUngate here, right? And the nice thing is, once you sell like 2 to 5K on Amazon, so much more starts to become AutoUngate too. So don't let that like be an issue right there. Like, especially this year, like I've seen new sellers that have, they can't do Nike, can't do these. No new sellers have been able to do that for 2 years. Had one dude do 2 million in sales his first year, had another seller do over $1 million his first year. Multiple ladies go from 0 to 50K a month in their first year. And all that's without anything gated or anything ungated as a beginner that's not AutoUngate. Same exactly way you're starting, right? And thanks. So let's see, 24 here. Oh, the homies at Hobby Lobby. Wow. Okay, cool. I thought Hobby Lobby was going out of business. Right there. Interesting. Okay. Posable light right here. 1-piece straw. So how is Hobby Lobby going out of business if this listing of all things is selling 1,000 times per month on Amazon? I don't know. Paladone right here. Let's see. I think this is the same thing that you always got to look. Really closely here. Let's see. Sometimes, yeah, height 11 inches, right? We can see the specs right there. Yeah, see the specs right there. So for example here, I mean, $23.99 here, right there. Like that's a really, really good online arbitrage product, right? We can see like taking a look. So it's buying for 24, selling for 48, right? After shipping, fees, sales tax, literally everything there, right? $8 profit, 35% ROI. Absolutely the type of stuff we want to go ahead and take a look at right there, right? 35% ROI. That's beautiful, beautiful stuff, right? And then you can storefront stock off here. There's probably other profitable Hobby Lobby items in these competitors' storefronts too as well, right? So we can probably find some other stuff too. And, I have no idea. There probably are some other things you can storefront stock off this too as well here as well. So let's see. Taking a look at these guys here. Let's see. So is this going to be Hobby Lobby as well? Let's see. So competition went up a little bit here, right? But 3K sales per month. It's totally pumping, right? And obviously, like, we're going through this quicker. Some of these listings might not be the exact same thing. You always take a look and verify that prior to buying anything for yourself. And I don't think you should buy listings you see in these videos here, right? But I do think you should see them as examples, right? So let's see, this is going for 28 right here. Let's see, AliExpress. So we definitely can't buy on AliExpress, definitely can't buy on Shein. Those aren't going to be legit things. Let's see, going to Google Shopping right here. Yeah, 16. Interesting. So this is different here. We could go ahead and take a look at this right here. Let's see. So plugging in right here, we can just copy. I love the Command C and Command V extensions right here. Paladon here, 24. Minecraft Creeper Light here. Okay, interesting. So let's go here. By the way, this extension that pops up on the Amazon search is called SellerAmp QVS. It's free with your SellerAmp subscription. It's just a separate Chrome extension you can get at selleramp.com/QVS here. So let's see, plugging in 1522 into 24 is just about break even. We would need to take off sales tax. Right here, close, probably a bunch of people drop shipping, to be honest, because it is coming from Walmart there. So not going to worry about that. 2K sales per month, great looking chart here, right? So plugging this in, right? And we'd see, Santa Mini versus Minis here. Let's see. Crap, it's different right there. Let's see, 12. eBay, obviously can't buy on eBay. Right there, okay, let's keep moving here, right? And see here, yeah, another nice looking chart. Right, so let's see. So Paladon, the Minecraft chest right here, 35. Yeah, no, thank you. Okay, and then, yeah, Hobby Lobby is charging the high for those guys. Yeah, there's no coupon. Then we can get that significantly off right there. Let's see. And then we can give this video game a quick search right here too. Silent Hill PS5 here. Yeah, so buying for $29.99, selling for $29.83 on Amazon. Definitely not going to be good right here. But I love the idea of opening up some of the sellers here from, whether one of these other listings we found, just keeping this thing going here. So let's see. So we can see, so 200,000 views, probably wholesaler, right? Let's take a look at the rest of these. Definitely the brand right there, right? We can see, boom, taking a look at that as well. Let's go ahead here and see what we got here. So let's see. So 191, 10K per month. Let's take a look at that. Even though Amazon's on it, just absolutely moving, right? 3K per month. Don't really think we'll be able to find that for $2. We can take a look though here, right? And we can see Spider-Man desk lamp, even though Amazon's on it. Let's see here, right? Same thing with this here. Interesting, right? So literally as we're going here, we're just literally just grabbing that, check for AutoUngate, grabbing that, check for AutoUngate. And sometimes some of these listings, it won't even be the brand you need to do. It's just the category, which obviously opens up everything there. As well, let's see, Polo, Ralph Lauren, not going to be an AutoUngate, but something you can knock out easily right there. 200 per month, nice. 250K rank, 50 sales per month, maybe. We'll see how the Keepa chart looks. Let's see. So take a quick glance down here at the Keepa chart. Let's see. So probably not going to be able to find this for 64 right here, but we will go ahead and plug this in. Yeah, so 130 right there. So not even close on that. No, thank you. Right. What about this guy right here? Let's see. Yeah. So need that at like $2. Yeah. So $9.99 at the homies over at Hallmark. So definitely not going to be good. Right there. Yeah. So this one, Amazon's just living on the buy box. You can see Amazon's name doesn't change right there. No, thank you. These polo socks here. Great looking chart right here. I have a feeling this might be a retail arbitrage, just looking at how stable it is. But we go here to buy box stats and see. Probably not. There's no review sellers here, so this could very well be a OA here. Let's see. Let's see here. 34. Let's see. I am also going to plug these in on Google Lens here, right? So just search image with Google Lens right there. Let's see if they got them here. Cotton Crew blended socks here. Maybe. Let's see. 17. So those are the crew socks. We want the quarter socks right there. Let's see, I got them on Walmart too. I bet this is probably a Walmart third party seller. Yeah, 34 and it's out of stock. Okay, so I do not think this item is anywhere to be found, unfortunately. No problem right here. Let's see. Take a look at these 27 as well. Let's see. Yeah, so okay. These probably are retail arbitrage. I don't know why they're not popping up anywhere OA right there. But sellers can do multiple business models too, as well. Obviously, you can do RA and OA at the same time on the same account. You can even do FBA and FBM on the same product on the same account too, as well. Why is this Santa not selling better during the holiday season? I don't know. Right there, let's see, 443. We can take a look at that as well too. right? So let's see. So plugging in here, it's super stable. Let's see McFarlane Toys here. Let's see. Is this the same item here? Let's see. No, that's different. Yeah, slightly different. And this guy here. Yeah, it's crap. Okay, slightly different here. Let's Google image search this, or Google Lens search, as it's called now. 14 here, not different, too light. Okay, no thank you. All right, and 39, super slow moving. No thank you. Okay, so kind of duds on that, but let's keep going from this. Or let's take a look at one of these other items I have pulled up here as well. So we can see these golf balls are going for 30, right, on Dick's Sporting Goods. Over on Amazon, right, they're going for 34, but if we take a look down here at the Keepa chart, they're going as high in the buy box, like 38 and stuff like that, and 40, so I'd probably price them there, right? So let's update that over on SellerAmp, right? And then over on Dick's, so buying for 30, selling for 40 on Amazon, we would lose $3 a piece and make a negative 9% ROI. So definitely not what I want to be doing, right? But now we start looking for those discounts, right? We very, very rarely find items good. We typically make items good, right? So now we can see we can get 2 for 50 or 4 for 90, right? So let's see, 90 divided by 4 here, and then we just hit enter. Gets us close. And then I also want to do is we can see here, we can ask Boxem, is like, does Dick's Sporting Goods have any discounts we can use? I am close to good on a product, but need it a bit cheaper. Anyways here, right? So the Boxem is great. It's included in your Boxem subscription right there. So let's see what this looks like here. Ooh, 10% email sign-up code and discounted gift cards. Okay, right? So if I just go to the bottom here to find that code here, let's see. Okay, so I don't see a 10% code, but I do see 20 off 100. So now with 20 off 100, I just need to put this slightly above $100 to get that discounted. And so what I do is 4 for 90 and then 2 for 50. So that'd be 6 for 140, right? Because I can just put 6 to cart, add it to cart and check that, right? So we can see, so 140 here to get it just barely above 100. So I can use that $20 off. Then we take off 20%, or sorry, $20, not 20%. That's why we want to do the cart just barely above 100. Take that off. Then we divide this by 6 right here. And now we can see $7 profit, 36% ROI. That's an example of a good product right there, right? $7 profit, 36% ROI. And I can go ahead and plug in on cardbear.com too as well, and plug in on Dick's Sporting Goods here, right? We can save another 8 to 8.5%, right? So going ahead and taking off 8% from this, we could also ask customer service if they'll take tax exempt. Now this becomes an even better product right there. And that's a perfect example of how you don't really find items good, you make items good right here. And this was at one point an AutoUngate here. I believe it's 10 units now, but there'll be other newer sellers, newer types items, or just more so AutoUngates type of stuff from here. And either way, Dick's Sporting Goods obviously works for AutoUngate. So now you know the way that Max Slide golf balls are made good using Dick's Sporting Goods. You can literally just go ahead here and search Max Slide golf balls and see if there's any other good listings on Amazon right here. We'll probably actually do this later in the course too as well, right? So we can see like, yeah, 1K per month, 500 plus per month, right here, 400 plus month, pumping. Yeah, we're not even in a golf season and these are pumping right out right here. So this is cool, right? So now I'm just going to go ahead and open up the storefronts that are selling these and we'll see if we can track down anything profitably from here, right? So we just scroll down here and let's get in. Let's open up all these sellers here, especially high review sellers, right? As well, let's see, because there's probably have better stuff here. Let's see. So it's a lot of newer folks in there. So let's see, right? So we can see all the brands the seller carries, all the categories the seller carries. And then what I want to do is obviously not worry about stuff that I know is going to be gated like Under Armour. For example, we can see like, okay, like grab an ASIN, check for AutoUngate. Grab an ASIN, check for AutoUngate here, right? But obviously over time, you knock out these ungates here. So let's see if any of these guys are profitable here. Let's see. Croissant here, Huda Beauty, Bath and Body Works going to be closed. Ryobi comes from Home Depot. That I believe they even own are owned by Home Depot. Let's ask Boxy. And what you can do is, what I love using Boxy to do is ask it like, hey, where does this brand come from? So like, where does Ryobi, or where can I source Ryobi at, right? And what discounts does that website have? All right, so let's plug this in and see, because I mean, Ryobi, I happen to know is owned by Home Depot, but you're not gonna know that when you know, right? So plugging this in here, right, we can see, boom, Home Depot, daily deals, right, gift cards, and then direct tools outlet here, we can see like, yeah, taking a look at here, and it's like, does Home Depot have tax exempt? Right, I happen to know that Home Depot is a military discount. That tends to be really good on that stuff here. And we can see, boom, yeah, literally look at that. So Box AI just helps you get the stuff answered really quick here and everything. So let's see, let's take a look at this chart. Really good looking chart right here. I bet you this is probably at least category gated, right? Nice and easy to knock out, especially using Target, right? We can plug this in here, primal hatch here. Interesting. Okay. Primal hatch at 59. Okay. Let's run the numbers here. So 59 here, right? Is this the same thing right there? Oh, this is the egg. Okay. So that's different packaging. Okay. We need the Tyrannosaurus Rex here. So this is the egg, it looks like there. Let's see. Need the correct packaging on that guy. Yeah, $59.99 here. Let's see. Dino action figure. So it looks like they switched up the packaging here. Is that the same thing right there? Can we get the green eyes on it? You start to, oh yeah, I think that's the same thing actually right there. So let's see, at $59.99 from Walmart here. I believe it was out of stock. Take off tax exempt right on Walmart, because on Walmart we can use our tax exempt permit. So let's see. So $8 profit, 14% ROI. Not something I want to do right there. But is there anyone getting buy box higher here? A little bit at $99.99, 101 right there. And I think so. Yeah, unfortunately, just not enough margin on something like this. Maybe there's discounted gift cards on Walmart. There typically isn't though here. Yeah, 3% is not going to do much for us on that. So yeah, going to be something we have to pass on unfortunately there. Let's see, 26 here. So this has insane volume, right? At 3K sales per month, right? With the offer count movement going up, right there. Yeah, Cooper Flag. He's a good basketball player. Let's look these up here. Wow. Okay, this is very, very profitable right here. Very profitable. Let's see. So we can take our pick here, because Dick's Sporting Goods. I mean, that coupon we just looked at probably doesn't work on Dick's Sporting Goods. It might. But Walmart, I know we can tax exempt. GameStop or Best Buy, we can tax exempt here, right? And everything. So if we plug in, 12.97 here minus tax exempt, this is a banger product, right? Even though the offer count movement's going up, right? $6 profit, 51% ROI right here. And this could be a really good place to storefront stock, because there's probably other new sellers on this. Let's see. So if we go here in a data buy box stats, we can see some low review sellers here. Go ahead and take a look at that. This might be 100 units on Ungated, but I mean, 100 units is like a day's worth of supply on a product like this. And everything. So this is a banger item, something to look for in the future, like 2026 to 2027 MBA thing, and then 2027, 2028, so on and so forth, right there in the future. So this could be a really good niche right there. Let's see. 33 on these guys. So these guys, wow, majorly price tanked. So no thank you on that. Let's see. Is this 25 on the brand web. So this actually was pretty profitable here for a while in December, and then it absolutely fell off a cliff right there. So yeah, $12 profit, 48% ROI. No thank you on that. No thank you on that here. Let's see. Kylie Cosmetics might be AutoUngate. Kylie might be AutoUngate here. So yeah, literally you're just looking at these and everything. They don't have to be AutoUngate, but I just want to show as well the availability of stuff. As a beginner and everything, but after 3 to 6 months, you're not even thinking about Ungated. You're just knocking it out, and everything. And that's the thing, all the money is reserved for the people that stick around and build within the industry. This isn't a get rich quick scheme. You're not going to be able to see it this quick. This does have the red IP alerts. It probably is something you want to avoid. I mean, I don't see anything right here, but typically when it has the red, not the orange, the red, I do automatically avoid that right here. Let's see. Great looking chart. Awesome looking chart. Potentially some, lot of low review sellers, so probably AutoUngate, but make sure you plug that in. Hit apply to sell and request rule right here. Let's go ahead and plug this in. Kylie right here, 29 on Sephora. Okay, so let's see, 29 on Sephora. Is there a Kylie website here? Let's see, 32 here. Is there a Kylie? Let's see, they might just be direct consumer. Okay, yeah, here we go. Or they might just be through retailers. But let's see, and then what's this actually called here? Young Bougie. Okay. Sometimes I'm like, what am I doing with my life? Let's see. Okay. So don't see that item there. But let's see. 29 here. Let's see. So at 29. Aha. Okay. So the lowest FBA price is more like 46 right here. So let's see at 46, 29.99. All right, this is after sales tax, right? Let's see if there's any sort of coupon here, guys. Let's see. Okay, there's no email coupon. Check the extensions. What about cardbear.com? Let's see. Sephora right here, 8.5% here. So this is interesting, right? FBA, I mean, this is close to being good here. Like some people would take this at that lowest FBA price. Personally, though, I think you should pass on that. But there's a lot of beauty stuff that's AutoUngate for beginners here. Let's see, CO Bigelow here. Let's see, what are we paying on these guys? See this 2-pack? Let's see, 8. That's a single pack though. Okay, no thank you. Let's see, that's how I had like a bunch of big stuff here. Let's see. $7, Amazon's on it. No thank you. 14, maybe. Right here, we'll take a look. 227 here, maybe we'll take a look right here. Right, it's just kind of like a newer seller. It looks like right here. Right, we can see gold toe, $12. Damn, look at that price going to the moon. Right there. Gap, love Gap stuff here. It's 10-unit Ungate, but it's nice and easy. Right there. So let's see. First things first, on a listing that has variations, guys, we want to go to variations and look for good offer count movement, right? Then we'll go here. So let's see what has good offer count movement here. Let's see. So these all aren't bad, but that is perfect. Right? That's exactly the type of stuff I want to take a look at right there. 48, right? And everything. So let's see. 48 right here. Boom. Offer count going down, price going up right there. So now we go ahead and just plug this guy in, right? And we can see, ooh, okay, interesting. Is that okay, so that's the sweatpants. We need the hoodie that does not have a zip up. Let's see. We could see if there is one with a zip up right here, but let's see. Yeah. Crap, they don't have that brown right there. Okay, are there any other ones that are good though here? Let's see. So that's decent. That's slow. Let's see. I want they have that blue right there. Poolside blue here. Crap, it's a little different. Let's see. Black large here. Okay, 29. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Yes, here we go. So this is, $20 right here, right? So we plug in $20 right off the bat. We're pretty close, right? But I can see a lot of FBM people, items that are above $20 but below £1 tend to be better FBM compared to FBA. I do not think this weighs above £1. I think that's an error from Amazon, which is going to lead to high FBA fees. So let's see, we plug that in, boom. And then on Gap, right, always want to be looking for other discounts, guys. Right on Gap, if we scroll down here, 20% email code right here, boom. So we go ahead, take off 20% from that, right? $11 profit, 68% ROI. And then remember, guys, I want to make as much money as possible, right? So over on Cardbear, I'm also going to see if I can go ahead and use discounted gift cards too on this as well. And I can see, boom, take off another 20% from this right here for discounted gift cards. Bang, that is a phenomenal winning product. Even though Amazon's on it, doesn't matter, right? I can see other people are getting buy box here. And with this type of ROI, I have a ton of pricing power where I can go lower as well if I need to. So that's an example of winning product here. Let's see. Gorgeous chart here. The gold toe Ungate's nice and easy via JCPenney's and everything here, right? And if you feel like you're watching this and you're gated everything, one, you're a newer seller and you're probably not going in and actually checking these right and hitting apply to sell and request a rule. But like we literally like those GameStop stuff, that should be AutoUngate, right? This ISIN might be here. And then as you look inside those low review and no review sellers, you're going to find other stuff that's AutoUngate. I promise. If you're going out and doing retail arbitrage, you're going to find something that's AutoUngate. If you're hitting apply to sell and request approval, so many beginners forget to hit that right here. So let's see, $8 right there. No, thank you. Good looking chart here. Yeah, going as high as like 750 right there. So we plug in 750 right here. Let's go ahead. Helen's Asian. Okay, yeah, 3.93. I think there is a wholesale program on Frontier. Oh yeah, it's Frontier Cup. There totally is, right? So we can see like, we can bulk here. Right, so you might be able to get this in bulk cheaper. We would need this substantially cheaper to actually make profit on that though. So no thank you, Stafford. Stafford actually happen to know is good. It's just only good during the JCPenney sale, which is not today. Right, let's see. 61K rank, we'll take a look at that as well. True & Co, I believe that comes from Target. Let's see, who owns True & Co? Is it Target? Right, so Box AI, coming clutch. Right here, let's see. Your personal Amazon seller assistant here. Goodfellow & Co is owned by Target. Okay. Let's see what discounts exist on Target right here. Let's see. I know Target's got gift cards. They got really good sales too, like the vinyl sale, especially here. Common 3% cashback portals. Okay. Let's take a look at this guy's card bear here on Target. Oh, yeah. Target gift card's good right now, 7%, right? Let's see. So let's go to variations, right? See what's got good offer count movement right here, right? And we can see here, oh, yeah, look at that. 36 right there. That's a great chart, right? Going way down. Can also go ahead and see if there's anything with no buy box as well, too. 36 here, okay? Let's go ahead and plug this in here. Let's see, 14, true and code 23 here. Let's see, so yeah, 23. No, thank you, even with gift cards. That's not good. No, thank you. All right, let's track some stuff down that is profitable right here. Let's see. So variations, right? What's got good offer count movement here, right? And we'll go off this Paw Patrol item, find some toys too as well, too here. Let's see. So what's got good offer count movement here? Let's see, 27 here. Let's see. Oh, wow. Damn. And then it jumps up to 33 right there. Yeah. So look at that. Okay. 27 is more realistic though, right? So we'll plug this in more like 27, 28. Plug this in on Google, right? And we can see here. Boom. Oops. Let's see here, right? So plugging in here, 16. And we can see black. Yeah, perfect. Like it's the same dude in the picture right there. So yeah, 16. Not good, right? And then remember, items that are above 20 bucks, below £1, FBM typically. Right? So we'd see here, take off that 20%, take off those gift cards. Boom. That's the name of the game right there, guys. Right? That's the name of the game right there. Right? And remember, storefront stalking so much better than just manual sourcing, right? Because all of these listings we're looking at, we already know are proven and sell well on Amazon. We're not doing any guesswork, right? And everything. So we're doing no guesswork with the stuff here, right? So we can see. So that's cool, right? And then we'll go off the Paw Patrol item here too as well. So let's see if we can find, because I think this is just on Walmart. Yeah, literally right there. Yeah, $5, right? So $5 on Walmart prints money, right? And we could probably find some other toys on Walmart here too as well. So let's see. Plugging this in here. And the nice thing is you really only have to worry about the gating stuff like your first year and then the second year, or even like your first like 3 months, right? And then a ton of stuff starts to become AutoUngate and you just know that you're going to get approved, right? If everyone else can get approved, you can do it too. There wouldn't be sellers on these listings if ungating didn't work. That make no sense, right? So in see here, oh, okay, yeah. So they got other Paw Patrol listings here. So let's see if we can pick these guys up for like $6 here. Oh, this is lit. Yeah, here we go. $5 right there, right? And let's see. So that's the okay, it's a different one here. So let's see, $5 here. Yeah, it's the same dude in the picture right there. 3K per month. Yeah, doesn't matter if the competition's shooting up because the volume cranks so hard. Let's see, yeah, $5, 81% ROI, $4 profit, money printer. And then there's going to be other good Walmart stuff from here too. So we're talking about, say Paw Patrol is gated, right? You ungate Paw Patrol and it looks like there's, over a dozen listings that all are either very close or profitable just coming from Walmart right there, right? And there's that one we started off with, right? And we'd see like the ones Amazon's on probably not going to be good, right? We'd see like $6 here. Right? Everest snowplow, bang. Shout out the homies at Walmart hooking it up. And we can use tax exempt on Walmart, right? So at $5, right? It looks like they're actually out of stock for shipping. So just order pickups here. So let's see, $5 right here. Take off our tax exempt. Boom, we can see $4.55 profit, 96% ROI. Absolutely love to see it right there. That is absolutely an example of a good winning product there, y'all. The exact type of stuff we want to be selling, right? Exact type of stuff we want to be selling. Right there. So we can see 18 here on this guy. Yeah, beautiful movement, right? So this is the kind of thing I would save this seller and take a look at what they got, further and everything. Let's see, $5 right there. Profitable, absolutely love to see it right there, right? So we can see here, boom, PlayStation Media Controller, could be auto. We'll take a look. Under Armour, Carter's not going to be. Any small brands here? Yeah, Dr. Brown is not going to be. Child Airplane Travel Kit, maybe. Let's see. 80, yeah, 400 plus bought per month. Really solid looking chart here. And everything. Let's see if we can make some cash on these guys here. 83. Okay, well, that's not even close. Okay, on AliExpress, great. Yeah, AliExpress not going to be legit stuff either. Right there. Let's go ahead and search these guys. Just Google Lens as well. See if this guy pops up anywhere here. Let's see. Facebook. My Shopify. Okay. Damn, okay, so this might be retail arbitrage. This is a great looking chart, right? But nowhere to be found right there. This is decent here. Let's see, PlayStation 2 memory card. Let's see, $9.99 here. Okay, yeah, so this would be good right? Okay, it's slightly different, but this would be good if it was the same thing and if it was not sold and shipped by a third-party seller. You only want to make sure to buy listings that are sold and shipped by Walmart there. So not going to worry about that guy right here. Let's see if we can find. Yeah, so these guys probably all gated stuff here. Maybe Fugglers won't be, and not that you should avoid that, right? But just that we're looking for some AutoUngate stuff for beginners here, right? So these guys, video games going to be 10 units right there. And let's see here. It's pretty much all video games here. Yeah. No, thank you. Or I mean, I love those, but like just for sake of example here. Let's see. And one AutoUngates for some people. Same with like Warner's and stuff here. Like for example, like and one tends to be it's just a brand owned by Walmart. So show a couple of those guys properly right here. Let's see, 23 here. Plug these guys in. Oh man, oh my gosh, at $5, that'd be super, super profitable. Right there, 5-inch, scarce. Okay, what's the difference between these guys here? Interesting. So this one is, okay, so this one's to ship, right, from a third-party seller, or we could pick it up in-store. $4.97 here, printing money. Is that the right thing? It sure looks like it. Plus keychain here, yeah, $4.50 profit. That's money right there. And then this one here is shooting up as high as like, as high as even like 23, right? So I need to go ahead and update this here, right, and plug this in. Believe this guy, yeah, and one's owned by Walmart here, right? So 9.98 right there. This black one here, right? And then we can go ahead and see, right, plug in this guy FBM, $5 profit, 41% ROI. Not bad whatsoever right there, guys. That's the name of the game. Literally, like you guys can open up, like this other one was close. You can go ahead and get going from here too. Like, is it a lot of newer sellers in this? I think right here. Let's see. And you tend to get one review like every couple hundred orders, honestly. So like getting reviews is super hard on Amazon. That's why it doesn't really matter for getting buy box right there. But that's cool. And then for example here, like we can see like this literally comes nice and profitable from Walmart here, right? And there's going to be other Walmart listings in these seller storefronts. The same with all these listings. Like this was an amazing product right here. And then you can see like there's going to be other toy stuff in here that just prints money selling thousands of times per month, right? 81% ROI, absolutely cool right there. And then the biggest thing is just remember that you don't really find items good. You make items good using tax exempt and coupons and that stuff we took a look at on Dick's Sporting Goods, like the discounted gift cards. A lot of these websites have rewards programs too. You can plug in as well and literally like show you more here coming, right? But you can go through the checklist like, is there a coupon? Is there a sale going on? Is there a tax exempt? Is it better merchant fulfilled compared to FBA? All of these things go into creating winning products. And you have to understand that very, very rarely will something just be profitable at the advertised price. Pretty much always you have to make it good. Right there. Here, so let's see. So these Bomba socks, actually wear some of these. Are pretty comfortable right there. I do like the Goodfellow & Co. ones better though. We can see like, yeah, like this is a great chart right here. 32, right? So let's see, like no buy box, no problem, right? Really nice looking chart here with the comp going down, price going up right here. Go ahead and plug these guys in. And obviously, like, not all of these are going to be able to sell right away. And that's completely fine. We're just using examples. Like the nice thing is what you sell on Amazon doesn't matter. It's all about the specific data on a product, right? So let's see at 14, we can see already good, right? And then I can make the margin even better using FBM, most likely, right? Yeah, 2 ounces, make it even better right there, right? Substantially better. And there might be a coupon here too. 20% off your first order. Don't mind if I do, right? And go ahead and Storefront stock off this. 80% ROI that initially looked like it's going to be 100% ROI that initially looked like a 44% ROI. You don't find items good. You make items good using all those intricacies. So that's the best way to source for beginners. And before we get into manual sourcing, I do want to let you know that inside my coach program, we actually get together one-on-one on Zoom together and live source products together. So if you want that sort of one-on-one hands-on help, you get my personal phone number, 3 group coaching calls a week. We also get together one-on-one on Zoom and live source products together. Take a look at that down below at the link in the description, put in your information to apply, see if you qualify. I am very serious about who I work with, so you are going to have to speak with my student success manager, Aaron, see if it makes sense. So take a look at that if you're interested. Let's dig into manual sourcing. Now you know how storefront stalking works, which is the beginner sourcing method. I also want to show you how to do manual sourcing, which is once you've already made money on a specific website, how to really start to maximize it and take full advantage of it by going through and finding all the best listings on this website. So Jellycat's a brand I've done personally pretty well with and everything. So we can see just going on Jellycat here, I'm going to show you the best way to find profitable products here. So typically the reason to manual source a website would be knowing about a specific deal or discount that's going on. Jellycat, from what I've seen, doesn't really do discounts, but they do run restocks because a lot of their stuff is super popular and it sells out. Like, for example, I bet you these Valentine's Day things are going to do really well in February. So what I'll do is typically, and you'll see in the later manual sourcing sections, I'll go into the sales section of the retailer. I'll like click what's on the homepage on the retailer to go ahead and dig in on the specific discount. But in this case, literally all we just do is go here and hit explore more. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is see like search by most popular here to go ahead, or just do new in this case, I'm going to do most popular. Just kind of know that Jellycat here, there's some stuff that I just kind of see from Storefront Stalking. The nice thing is that if you manual source without Storefront Stalking, you're going to find nothing. But if you do manual sourcing after if you start manual sourcing without doing Storefront Stalking, it's going to be really tough. But if you start manual sourcing after doing Storefront Stalking, you're going to have a good idea of what to look for. And you can go ahead and Storefront stock off it. And then if we go here and manual source Jellycat, find a winner or two, we can then Storefront stock the sellers on that listing to find other listings this supplier or similar suppliers also have, and other new brands to go in and take a look at, right? And then in terms of ungating Jellycat, obviously we can just use the Jellycat website. Most items, they only allow 2 per cart. Some they allow 5 per cart. So you just do multiple orders to knock out the ungate here. So for example, let's look up the Valentine's Day stuff a little bit earlier here. The hard-boiled egg, I've also believe I've seen before here too. And then we'll just start to dig in on stuff that looks really general and really popular right here. So all we do is just open these up, and then one by one, we're just going to copy and paste the title over on Amazon and search them up and see if they exist there here. So for example, right, we can go ahead and take a look here, like the rose banquet, the potato, etc. here. And let's go ahead and dig in here, guys. So let's see. So we take a look at these guys right here. We can see Little Pig Bag Charm. And now all I need to go do is literally just go here on Amazon.com and type in Jellycat, right? And then I like using the keyboard extension. So if I just select this, I go here and hit Command C, and then go ahead and plug this in and hit Command V to paste that, right? And now let's see. So we can see, so Little Pig Bag Charm here, Little Pig Bag Charm. So let's see. So taking a look at these guys. 1K sales per month is a very, very good sign here. No buy box. That doesn't mean we should automatically avoid it though here, right? So no buy box here. We can see going for, 51. Great trend on Keepa too. Offer count going down, price going up. Absolutely the type of stuff I want to move here. So for example, we'd plug in $28 right here and we'd see $11 profit per sale, 38% ROI right here. And I can see from the offers right here that there's a good amount of FBM people selling this, which means that this is totally the type of product that I could FBM as well. So what I want to do is calculate the FBM numbers for this product too. So scroll down here, boom, toggle this from FBA to FBM and go ahead and plug in $4 here. And we can see now FBM this, we get even better, right? Because I know I can see it weighs 1 ounce. It's going to ship super, super light. Right, so now going ahead and plugging this in, we'd see nice and profitable right here. And this is probably going to get even more profitable right there, plugging that in too. So that's a nice example of winning product here, guys. Let's see, taking a look at this. Damn, okay, so we can see, so this peanut is $65, right? So let's see, let's go ahead and grab this here. Go ahead and plug it in. So Command C, Command V. I love those extensions right here. So let's see, so this is 6 inches. So it's probably a different size. Yes, don't see the other reindeer one here. But these other listings that pop up, we go ahead and take a look at too, like this pickle, for example, here. Let's see, $56. I cannot believe, right, that 1,000 people per month are paying $56 for this, which is bonkers. Taking a look at this Keepa chart too, we can see, wow, just absolutely flies right here. Really, really good mover, right? Now I just go ahead and plug this in on Google here and we can see, so 28, right? So it's actually out of stock on the Jellycat website. So we just put this on a spreadsheet and check it for restocks. And we could go ahead and put in our email to get notified when this becomes available, which is a really, really good pro tip too, and everything. Or I can always see if it's carried on other websites too. In general, why manual sourcing can work so well is because most brands do only come from one website. Certain brands that are larger, carried across multiple retailers, and the brand website like Jellycat though, will be multiple places. So let's see this Jellycat pickle right here. So let's see. So 25 right here. That's funny. Yeah, you can see it's literally the same thing right there. So plug it in 25.20 right here. So 25.20, right? So we can see $18 profit, 73% ROI. Great example winning product there. Nice and easy right there. So we can see we rolling, y'all. And when you know a brand is good, you know what comes from, you can make a lot of money fast with this stuff here, guys. So let's go ahead and take a look at this next one here. The potato, right? Now, obviously not everything's going to be good, but manual sourcing can be really, really good here. Let's see. So Jellycat, the potato right here. Let's see. So this looks like a Jellycat competitor right here. By the way, this is called SellerAmp QVS. It's a separate SellerAmp extension. It's free with your subscription, just a separate extension to log in. Do not think that is on Amazon. So no problem. Striking out on that guy here. Let's see. Jellycat here. Boom. Rose bouquet here. So let's see. $85 on these guys here. This is going to be close, if not profitable here, actually. Let's see. So this is 55 here. So let's see. So yeah, I've actually looked at this before. Interestingly enough, this is a good sales rank, but really bad estimated sales per month. So what I need to do is figure out whether the sales rank is inaccurate, which not that it's necessarily inaccurate, but if it just maybe like just went down or something like that, or if the estimated sales is just lagging behind. So we can see, okay, so it's a brand new listing, right? It's only been around for 63 days, right? And even though the competition has skyrocketed, right, the price is holding nice and steady, which means this has good demand. And we can see that the lowest FBA price is $90, which means this could still totally be good. Honestly, I would pass on this though, just because of the competition going up so much right here. And based on what we've seen, there's listings that are better. So yeah, let's see. So this is, out of stock in all these sizes. So I bet you some of the smaller sizes actually are profitable. Right here, let's see. Bashful Unicorn here. Oh, this is awesome right here. Yeah, look at this. Right, so we can see, yes, this is what? I don't know, is this small here? Yeah, so small, $23 right here. So this is a, great listing. Look at that. So it's humming along at like, 43 to 45 for a while here, right? And we can see $11 profit, 46% ROI right there. And everything, so that's pretty good, right? But right now it's up at like 48. So we can see this is good. It's just out of stock right there, right? And everything. So it's a good listing, right? It's just out of stock on that, right? So we can see not good, right? Or good, just out of stock, right? Let's see. Taking a look at this next guy here. Just go ahead and copy and paste this guy in. Let's see. So 28 right here. Ooh, so we got a couple of these guys actually. Let's see. Let's look at that too as well. Right, love finding similar listings too in brands as well. So let's see, 28 right here, great chart, right? And it's $28 buy cost, and we can see 51, $11 profit, 40% ROI, money printing right there, right? And we can see there's 29 sellers on this, right? I get asked all the time how much competition is too much competition on a specific listing, right? And in this case, right? So we can see here, right? So really only like half the sellers on most listings are within 10%. This one's a little bit more right here. But in general, right, like it's all about the trend. And what you can do is you figure out the amount of competitive sellers and then divide it by the estimated sales. Don't do the total amount of sellers. And a competitive seller is within 5 to 10% of the buy box right there. So that's cool, right? So let's see this lemonade here. Let's see Jellycat lemonade. Let's see. Okay. Ah, crap. They don't have the, okay. That's just a cool looking product right there. No, thank you. Right. That's the nice thing is about doing this type of business. You get addicted to one, being incredibly good at finding deals too. And you get to, make money off stuff that sometimes you like, right? So let's see. This is looking like it probably was good in the past here, but I doubt it's good today. Yeah. Okay. 39. So this was never good. What is up with this here? Okay, it was briefly good there during September, and no wonder when the price went way up, the demand went up, or the demand went down, aka the sales rank went up right there. But this is not good, so no thank you on that right there. Let's see, Bartholomew Bear Bag Charm here. Let's see, so literally just rinse and repeat here, guys. Just plugging these guys in. So exactly what we're going to do on all these sites. The key, though, is that you only should do this on places you've already made money from. Right. So let's see. So this is a different listing. It looks like it's probably going to be good though, honestly. 200 plus, right? Let's see. So plugging this in here. 28. So yeah, we can see here. So 28, right? So $7 profit, 25% ROI after sales tax and shipping, everything like that. This is something I honestly would buy, even though it's a little bit lower ROI. I bet you if we take a look at the buy box stats here that it's super FBM friendly here. Let's see. So we can see, yeah, oh, totally. Super, super FBM friendly right here. So very, very FBM friendly right there, right? 4%, 3%, 7%, 3. So probably like, yeah, I mean, literally probably like 40 or 50% of the buy box share for this entire product's going to FBM. So we know this is something we could FBM here. So that's cool, right? So let's see, that's a good one right there. And then honestly, at this point, I mean, we're going to keep manual sourcing, but the best play probably would be to just go here and see who's won the most of the buy box and Storefront stock them to find other similar types of listings from Jellycat, similar types of listings from other toy brands, other, very OA friendly brands that we could go ahead and track down too as well, right? But really simple, just kind of sourcing here, right? And everything. So let's see. Jellycat here, right? Amusable, the heart. Oh my God, this is profitable. But let's see. It just probably doesn't. Okay, so this was literally, wow. Crazy, guys. This was literally created today and everything. So obviously it says private label. It's not the brand on this here. There's just not enough data on something like this. So something like this, if I just came across it, I would probably just put it on a spreadsheet and come back to it in the future here. So let's get some more of these listings open because we can see this is very successful so far. Let's see. So I have context on some of these because I've seen them before. And I think so I'm just going to pinpoint. Yeah, we already found that good. Let's see. Baguette, Bag Charm, Coffee to Go. Jellycat Jack right here. So let's just open up these and dig in and see if we can track down any of these guys profitably here and everything. Let's see. Oh, the pickleball, that's awesome, right? And everything here, and we can see tennis ball there, right? So let's go ahead and plug these guys in here. Let's see how they think we're a bot. Okay, Amusables tennis ball here. Let's see. Plug these boys in here. Jellycat tennis ball here. Let's see. 39 crap. Oh, 52. Okay. This could work, yeah. Let's see, so 52. This is either going to be close or good here, guys. Let's see. So this is 65. Ooh, okay, so that was an incorrect price. This is an awesome product here. Sports tennis ball here. Okay, this is the keychain, though. Do they have the keychain here? Ooh, okay, crap. Yeah, the keychain here. So this is, so $30 to 65 here. So this is very, very profitable. It's just out of stock. So what I wanted in this case, guys, is just add this to an out of stock spreadsheet on a SellerAmp. That is a very, very good item though. Right there. Very, very good item here. Let's see. So that was totally cool. Just out of stock. No problem here. So plugging this in here, we can see I don't see a match on those guys right here. So we'll just move on to the next one here as well. Obviously not everything's going to have an Amazon listing here. So plugging in these guys. Let's see the peanut right here. Yeah, 44. So we can see. So gonna have a shot on something like this at making money here. Let's check this out here. Right, and there's other listings that pop up every time, which is a nice part about Amazon search sourcing as well. So we can see. So I've looked at these. Yeah, 25 here. Right, so we can see. So $8 profit, 33% ROI on something like this right here. Right, so it's not bad. The rank's a little high here. Right, 220K rank. So it's The estimated sales per month ain't bad, but it's a really, really new listing here at 49 days old, right? So because it's at 49 days old right here, right, that's fine. It can be a little bit lower volume because it still is establishing itself. It doesn't yet have tons of reviews on Amazon and everything. And reviews for a listing actually are helpful. It's the Amazon account, like your seller account, you're going to get them over time. It's not super important, but reviews in a listing does really lead to sales, right? And obviously there's not much you can do because you're sharing these listings with other people. But regardless here, right? So we can see $8 profit, 33% ROI. That's not bad. That's a winner here, right? Let's find one more of these good guys. Let's see Jellycat Jack here. As we can see, very, very successful manual sourcing here on Jellycat, guys. Let's see Jellycat Jack. Okay, so not good. Let's see the pumpkin here. This is probably out of stock because it's out of season here, y'all. Let's take a look here. Let's see, check Keepa here. Oh, good looking chart, yeah. Even though the demand's lower right now, the demand's really good during, or not really good, but it's good during the Halloween season and everything, which makes perfect sense, right? 28 here. Wow, if this is a legit site, that would be very, very profitable right there. Yeah, literally $18 a unit. So that's good right there. You'd have to see if that's a legit site though right here. Let's see. Jellycat here, this coffee. Let's see, coffee to go back, 58. This is going to be close. The volume's really strong on something like this here. Let's see, so 58, 38 here. Might be from elsewhere with the coupon. Not good. I would keep an eye on that for if it becomes good though here. Let's see the baguette as well here. Let's see. Baguette Charm here, 56. Ooh, new listing as well. Let's see. So this was 28 here. Bang. Yeah, look at this. All this new listings printing money here, right? So let's see. Yeah, 28 here, right? So even though the comp's going up, like this prints money here, right? $16 profit per unit, 58% ROI. Not bad whatsoever there. That's the name of the game. That's manual sourcing. Example number one. Let's dig into 2, 3, 4 and find a lot more winning products. Once you start Storefront Stalking and find your favorite brands, favorite websites, favorite discounts, then you can dig in on manual sourcing as well. Absolute money. Manual sourcing website number 2. I've done really well with Gap over the years, so we're going to dig in on the Gap factory website and find some profitable products. Let's hop in. So to keep going with the theme of when you're manual sourcing, you have to know how to make a website good. Jellycat didn't really have any fancy discounts. It looked like a lot of the money was kind of on newer listings other sellers hadn't really gotten to. Most brands are different in that they have listings that have been doing well for years. So you just have to take advantage of it either when you can buy it profitably or when you can sell it profitably throughout the year, which is going to depend on supply and demand, right? So Gap Factory here, they pretty much always have a good deal going on. Right now, it is the 20% sign-up code right here that stacks with just the markdowns and everything. And we can go ahead and throw on discounted gift cards. So if you're don't know how the 20% sign-up code works, you literally sign up, you get the coupon, you use it, right? And then discounted gift cards work. I'm literally going to be paying like, it's not quite 40%, but it's like minus 20%, then minus another 20% less than you. No wonder I'm going to find a lot more winning products. And that's where I always say, you don't really find items good, you make items good. That's the name of the game, right? So let's dig in here and let's just go ahead here on Gap and go to like men's stuff, for example, right here. I know men's stuff best. Obviously, you can look at women's, right? Everything sells on Amazon here, right? So now what I want to do is keeping in mind that on these listings, I'm getting another 20% off. And I'm getting another 20% off from discounted gift cards here, right? I want to identify stuff that I think I could be profitable on after both those discounts. Like looking at these like zip up hoodies, like getting those at like 17 or whatever that's being, like we got a shot, right? I'm not going to open up duplicate listings that are, the same item, just multiple colors here, right? These sweaters, 100%, right? This is kind of too multicolor. I don't think that's going to work. Right here, zip up hoodies. Let's dig in on. Didn't realize I'd show open those too. Right? T-shirts, maybe, right? We'll take a look at those here. Basic sweatpants, $16, 100%. We take a look at those guys as well. These T-shirts too, right? And I just double click and then open a new tab right there. And then just like how we did on Jellycat, gonna go ahead and just grab the title here and dig in and see if we can make any money. So highlight it, Command C, plug this in, boom, right? And that copied way too much, like copied like 3 times here, right? So let's see, let's do that again here. Right, then go here, boom, let's get this guy over here. So Gap, right, plug this guy in, and I'm just gonna type that. Everyday soft crew neck t-shirt. Let's see, there we go. So Gap, boom. And we can see, okay, do we have the long sleeve? We do not. This short sleeve t-shirt looks like it's selling pretty well though here. So we can take a look at this guy here though. Let's see. So yeah, 1.7K reviews. So this thing absolutely flies here. Right? Sometimes be taking a little time to load if you're sourcing really hard. So yeah, 15K rank. This sells really well here, right? So this guy's flying here, right? And now because there's different colors, different sizes, what we need to go ahead and do is go down here to variations on Keepa and see which colors and sizes do best this here, right? So hitting this here, let's go ahead and take a look, right? And then what I want to do is see if there's any good offer coming in here. So literally the first thing I do with all my coaching guys is look for good offers, help them get their Keepa settings set up correctly. It's super important, right? And then we need that so we can navigate these listings that have variations here. So we can see like, yeah, 21 here, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at this here, right? So let's see here, right? Yeah, look at that. It's not an amazing mover by any means, right? But we might be able to make money on this. Then we just go ahead and Google it here. And we can see, yeah, okay, so it should be good here. Soft crew neck t-shirt. It's a single pack right there here, right? So let's see. So we're at $8 minus the 20% sign-up code, right? So many times you literally just scroll to the bottom of the retailer, you find a sign-up code, fire stuff, right? So we literally just go down here, right? We can take a look at that here, right? And then we can also use those card bearer discounted gift cards too, which is super simple to do. We just check out on the retailer or check out on the gift card site. Then we get the gift card numbers and that's what we use to check out on the retailer, right? Then we take off another 20% from this, right? And now, boom, we can see $5 profit. I mean, just absolutely bonkers. Something like this, I would make it cheaper just to move it quicker because even at 19, you're printing money, especially when we speak in the context of FBM in this too as well. And then we'd see like, yeah, like look at that. We literally get an extra 40% ROI FBA versus FBM. So many beginners screw that up and they aren't looking at that, right? So we can see like that's a banger product. And that wasn't even an item we found on Gap, but we found just searching this, which didn't have a listing on Amazon, right? So let's see this here. So Gap, let's plug this guy in right here with the logo. Does not appear to be maybe here. Oh, a 2-pack. Okay. Interesting here. So that is that item. It's just in a 2-pack here. Okay. So let's see. Go here to variations. See what we can do here, guys. Let's see. So yeah, do not like that. Yeah. Okay. No offer count movement. No, thank you. Right. And what no offer count movement means is very blocky and not something we can do right there. Right. Let's see these Gap logos straight like sweatpants here. Let's see. Let's see right there. Ooh, okay, here we go. 24 here. So that's cool. Let's see what we got. So let's see here. Boom. So we have 33 reviews right here, right? But the problem with this is it's very slow moving, right? 240K rank, which can be fine. 7 sales per month. And then like these alerts here. So Amazon sharing buy box here, but private label just due to low competition. Right. And then I'm surprised these sweatpants are large, bulky here, especially when they're 8 ounces. That is an error on Amazon's end, which means this would be very good for FBM. But slow moving, blocky, not liking that. All right. Let's see. Crew neck stripe shirt here. Let's see. So let's plug this in here. Boom, boom here. Check this out here. Ooh, okay. Here we go. Ooh, okay. So we got a couple potential listings right here, right? So let's open these both up in a new tab right here. See what the sales rank's looking like. 1.2 million. No, thank you. And then this guy, 400K. No, thank you. All right. So people are not liking these, striped Gap t-shirts. Unsurprisingly, to be honest. Let's see. Okay. So let's see. Sherpa. Ooh, okay. Here we go. So we got a couple. Damn, look at that. 300 plus right there. So let's see here. Let's see. Let's go down here. 115K rank. Let's see what we got here. Taking a look at these guys here. Variations, right? Is there any good offer count movement? Nope. All right. Let's keep moving here. Let's see. Variations here. 50. Ooh, okay. Yeah, here we go. All right. See, these could work, y'all. Let's see what we got. Ground 724 here, like the chocolate style color. Let's see. Ooh, money, money, money. Here we go. Oh, it's the same dude in the picture. Let's go. Okay, here we go. So starting off, already very profitable, right? Starting off already very profitable here. And then this is before the discounts, guys. And then we just go ahead and take off minus 20% for the sign up coupon. Then we go ahead and take off minus 20% for the gift cards as well. $17 profit, 113% ROI. Absolute money here. And we talk about the context of building a catalog of products with online arbitrage, right? We can talk about, and do this talking head here. We can talk about when there's a large good, like this one, there's a small good. What about a medium? What about a large, right? We can go ahead and take a look at all that other stuff too as well and go ahead and add those in as well, which is super cool, right? So for example, like let's go down the line. So like size small, decent movement, great profit, right? What about an extra small here? Extra small, no sellers, last sold at 56, super profitable, right? And that's what's the thing. Like you talk about like, okay, you get the Gap Ungate done and then you can like literally like one listing in one deal is literally, we have 4 straight variations that are good here. Yeah, this one's moving quicker. So like 24 minus 20, minus 20 right there. Oops, 24 minus 20% sign-up code, minus 20% gift cards. Right, and we'd see $18 profit, 114% ROI. Very good, right? And this might be under £1. Sometimes Amazon's weight's wrong, so we go ahead and do those too. So let's see, like literally 4 straight sizes. Boom. What about a size extra large? Obviously, it's good too, right? Slower moving, but we have a lot of room to undercut like this, right? And then we'd see double XL as well too, right? So let's see, okay, finally we found a size that wasn't good, right? So that's cool, like that's good stuff, guys, right? And we can go ahead and see too as well these different colors. Noir red, let's see, red apple, copper, okay, nope. Let's see, red apple here, red apple, sled red, sure looks like the same thing. Yeah, it's red with navy, right? 24 here. Right, so we go ahead and plug in 24, right? Minus 20%, minus gift cards. Oops, right there. Boom, we'd see. $13 profit, 81% ROI. Not bad whatsoever right there. Name of the game too. And that size small is good, right? What about size extra large? No sellers. Someone's buying an extra small this winter, right? What about a medium? 38, Good. Look at that. 24 minus 20% minus gift cards here. Boom, right there, right? Take a look at the rest of these too as well, right? So that's money right there, guys, right? And then we can see too, it's like, okay, the women or the men's zip up hoodies were good, right? What happens if we type in women's Gap zip up hoodie, right? Let's see if those are good too here. Wow, look at that. 3,100 reviews, right? 200 plus bought per month, right? And let's go ahead and see if these guys are good too as well. Let's take a look at this here. Right, let's see. So we go down here to variations, right? Let's see what we got. Variations here. Ooh, okay, good movement. Good movement right there, or decent movement, right? But recency, these might not have even existed till recently, so it's probably going to be in stock here. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. And you build a feel for this stuff over time. You just don't get that when you're brand new, right? And that's okay. That's how every industry was. When you were a kid, you walked before you crawled before you ran. And then you crawled before you walked, and then you walked before you ran, and then you ran before you sprinted. Same exact thing with this stuff right here, right? And good things take time, you know? So let's see here. Misty Rose, bang. Too easy, y'all. 24 here. Yeah, it's literally the same woman in the picture, right? So 24 minus 20% minus gift cards right there. Boom, 23% ROI, $23 profit, 146% ROI right there. That is absolute money. Right there. And then we'll take a look at these logo sweatshirts too as well, right? And you take a look at other colors of these two guys as well. Like literally, like you can see it's like you can go make money on these same types of deals, right? It's like that one was good. Okay, what about the navy ones too? Do they have navy ones here as well? Let's look these up. Navy chairs, it's a little slower moving there. Okay, they do, right? That one I'd probably pass on just due to the slowness here. But let's see, what about this other one here? Let's see. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Fog. Hey, okay, here we go. Right, 24. And a little slower moving here. I mean, super profit. It's tough to deny the profitability on this, but there's definitely going to be some other movers that are better too, as well. All right, let's see. So we can go ahead and keep looking these up, guys, like these logo sweatshirts. We'll go ahead and plug that in right here. Boom, so just paste those in. Let's see, Gap logo here. Okay. So we kind of, kids, I guess we could look at too. Men's, that's different. We already looked at the women's ones though. Let's see. So first things first, right? First order of business, we want to go to the variations tab on Keepa, right? Go ahead and see what we can do on these guys here, right? Gap, obviously the Gap factory website work for the Ungated right there. So let's see, 35 here. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Boom, boom, right here. So let's go ahead and take a look at it here. Let's see. So 64. Aha. Yeah. Look at this here. This is awesome, right? So 16 here, guys. Right. So let's see. So we're here at 16, right? And then we have that coupon code, right? And sometimes these deals will change. Sometimes stuff that's AutoUngate will become gated and vice versa, especially as you sell more. A lot of stuff that's previously gated becomes AutoUngate here, right? We'd see like, that's cool. And this is 9 ounces. So we could FBM this here, right? And get even cheaper. So we can see like, yeah, like $5 right there. So we can see literally like another 20% ROI FBM in here. And this is how you build a catalog of products. So like, that's the nice thing about OA compared to wholesale and private labels. Like you're super diversified compared to those other models. Wholesale, you got to buy a ton of stuff up front. Private label, to launch one product, you probably need like 5 or 10K, right? And everything. So that's really, another big benefit of OA here. So like, this is good. I mean, the margin's really, really high on that. So we need to undercut to get sales, or we could undercut to get sales, right? Small here, money. This is really, really nice, guys. 16 minus 20% minus gift cards. So we got, like multiple sizes are good right there. Like that's awesome stuff, right? And we can see on this guy here, like 16 minus 20% minus gift cards as well, right? A lot of good action here, guys, right? And that's the name of the game, right? So that's cool. Right. And then we take a look at these as well. So this guy, blocky, don't like it. Right. But let's go to variations here and see what else we can do as well. Let's see. So we take a look at the rest of these guys. Okay. Yeah. No one moving right there. So let's keep rolling here. Let's see. Gap zip logo hoodie. We already did those as well here. Let's see. Mickey Mouse. Okay. You want like general stuff here, right? So let's see. Not liking those guys here. V-necks maybe here, right? And let's go to women's as well, right? So let's see women's here, right? Just from the homepage, right? And we can see, so zip up, we already did. Non-zip ups, we can take a look at here. I'm not going to open up these duplicates. Let's see, sweatpants potentially as well here, right? Crew necks too, we can take a look at. Let's go ahead and see right here. So grabbing this guy, boom, we'll go ahead and plug in Gap right here, right? So let's see, women's heritage sweatshirt. That's a different listing, but it does look good. 77 reviews at least right there, right? So let's go ahead here, boom, let's pop in here on variations, right? See if we can do anything right here, which is not, maybe, right? Don't love this here, right? Let's see, 20 bucks. Ooh, okay, cool. Yeah, here we go. 20 bucks here as well. So let's see, 20 bucks, right here. Ah, crap, it's a little different. Yeah. Oh no, well, we got to zoom in here. Sometimes you got to do a little detective work, which there's only one photo here, but that looks good right there, right? So we can see 20 bucks here, minus 20%, minus gift cards here, right? We can see $11 profit. This one I would say, I mean, you could really undercut Amazon on this. So this probably is good. And FBM, right? It's 14 ounces, about 37 bucks. Should be very nice FBM numbers on this too, as well. So we take off, $5 or $6 was it? Yeah, okay, at 14 ounce, right? Take off or adding $6. So many beginner sellers forget to put that FBM cost, right? We can see, yeah, get an extra 10%. That's cool, right? And then you could go ahead and storefront stock off here and find other ones as well. Let's see. Let's put this guy in right there. Let's see right there. Gap logo, women's jogger, men's. Yeah, okay, those are different, but we'll see if this listing does exist here. Let's see. Take a look at these guys here. Any offer count movement? Not really. No problem. Let's see. All right. Relaxed Gap logo hoodie. Let's see. Oops, and it did the same thing. Okay, so Gap or hoodie. It wasn't zip up. Let's see here what we got. Boom. Ooh, okay, cool. Let's see. We got pink right there. Dull pink rose. Crap, it's a little different. Okay, let's see. Tuscan red. Hey, okay, here we go. Is that the, oh yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So once again, like as we kind of seen as a theme on Gap, you get to know these different brands well, right? Gap, there's not a ton of volume on a per listing basis, but there's a lot of across like multiple sizes of the same product or multiple colors of the same product. That's where we're getting a lot of the depth and scale with Gap specifically, right? So if we go ahead and plug in here, right, 24, right? So 24 minus 20% minus gift cards, right? And then we go and do the FBM numbers as well here too, right? So we can see like, yeah, 20%, right? We get extra 20% from FBM right there. And even though this is a slower mover, it's only 56 days old. And with that ROI, we have a ton of pricing power as well too, to go ahead and plug that in. And that's really the name of the game. And then we've seen from a couple of these really good ones, right? Go look at the rest of these listings. And the best way is once you get a couple winners here, you know the deal's good, go ahead and storefront stock from there and you'll find the other good Gap listings and let these other people do the work for you in terms of tracking these listings down. And let them do the hard work of finding all these good Gap listings. Once you know the deal's on, you found a couple of deals manual sourcing, go into the people that are selling this, especially here, if we just go to like one of these main listings, right? Especially if you go here and hit data buy box stats, you can see who's gotten a good bit of the buy box share there as well here too. And this one is a great example because Amazon's on it, but you get the idea right there. And then we can open up these people, right? And go ahead and copy that and go ahead and plug it in on sas.selleramp.com to see the rest of their storefront. Just hit enter right there, the name of the game on that. So yeah, manual sourcing 2. Let's move on to website number 3. People love buying video games, and I saw Best Buy right now has a really good sale going on for video games. So let's jump inside my screen and find some profitable video games. So hopping in right here, for manual sourcing, you really want to make sure you're always taking advantage of a deal you actually know is going on or a deal you actually know makes a website good. And ideally that you know how to make as cheap as possible. Like I know that Best Buy has really good video game markdowns all holiday season, and there's tax exempt and there's discounted gift cards, right? So I don't have to do this, but I want to do this, right? And that I can go ahead and submit my tax exempt permit to Best Buy and open like a business account and then save 5% on that, right? And your state might even be higher sales tax. And I can go ahead and add discounted gift cards into as well and save another 5%, right? And even higher at some points, right? And that the cool thing is Cardbear has basically like a Keepa chart for gift cards here. We can see is sold for more in the past right there and everything, which is pretty cool, right? So all I want to do is go into physical video game section of Best Buy, right? And now, right, not going to worry about sponsored ones, right? But now just going to open up ones that I think I could see selling for double or more on Amazon, right? Like I could see this, you know, because we're going to get like 10% off or so. I could see this selling for 60 plus, right? In general, I notice video games, the Electronic Arts ones tend to do better, right, than like Nintendo Switch ones and everything, just from what I've seen personally. But obviously, there's nuance on stuff, right? But we can see, like, we'll take a look at all these Electronic Arts ones and see what we can do as well. Like, I see a lot of like the $19.99 ones tend to be profitable too. And part of this is going to be experimenting and learning here. Like, for example, yeah, MLB The Show. Right, we'll take a look at that here, right? MLB The Show might be increasing demand this time of year with, you know, the spring approaching in a couple months here. Let's see, $29.99. Wow, $9.99 right here, right? So now let's just get to work here. And probably the play would be, because we know Best Buy is a good deal on, we could probably find a few of these profitable and then go in and find the big sellers that are selling tons of video games and let them do the work for us and go ahead and track down stuff from there too. So all we need to do is copy this and go in, and then we can just hit Command C to copy it and Command V to paste it, right? And then we go in and see, all right, $9.99 here, PlayStation 5, right? And we can see Electronic Arts PS5 here, right? So, right, obviously I have to make sure this checks out. Yeah, mature audience is right here, right? And we'd see, taking a look at this right here. So yeah, you always have to make sure it's the right thing. Obviously just cooking along here, but we can see, yeah, right here, VeilGuard right there, PlayStation 5 right there. So taking a look at this, we can see $9.99 here. So we go ahead and plug in $9.99, right? So assume this is the right thing, it looks like it is, right? We can see $7 profit, 68% ROI. And that's the thing, I still haven't plugged in my tax exempt and I still haven't plugged in discounted gift cards. So now I can go ahead and subtract out 5% for tax exempt. And then I can go ahead and subtract out, another 5% for discounted gift cards too, right? So we take off 5% from this and we can see $8 profit per sale, 86% ROI. And let's check if the merchant fill numbers are really good too. So let's see, or are better, right? So we can see, yeah, okay, interesting enough, FBA is actually better because it's a small item right there, but this is a good item. And now we could go ahead and Storefront stock from this too as well. So that's a good item right there, y'all, right? That's cool. Right? And we can see. So let's take a look at this Ghost of Tsushima right there, something like that. Right? So let's see. So this is $29.99 PlayStation 5 into 50 here. Right? So this is interesting, right? Director's cut. Okay. Let's see here. Right? So this is, wow, a shockingly good listing for the amount of competition here. Assuming this checks out, I feel like this is kind of too good to be true here. Right? But we need to take a look at that. Any video game experts can let me know in the comments too as well. But on paper, this looks very good here, right? With that, then we take off gift cards too, right? Because I'm submitting my tax exempt, so I'm not going to pay sales tax and SellerAmp's currently counting sales tax in there, right? And gift cards, so we'd say like 27 to 50 right there, $10 profit, 37% ROI, not bad whatsoever right there as well. So we can see that's cool, right? So we can see 27, $10 profit, 37% ROI, right? That's good stuff right there and everything. And let's take a look at this as well here too and everything. So let's see, go ahead and plug this in right here as well. Boom. So let's take a look at this here. Let's see, MLB The Show, PS5. Looks very, very promising. New on Amazon too here. MLB The Show, PlayStation 5 right here. So let's see, PS5. It's interesting because the logo is a little different, but they might just not show. Okay, there we go. Now I can see it's the right thing. Yeah, so we can see here. Right, so slower moving here, right at $19.99, very, very profitable. Something like this, I might even want to like run some ads to, or something like that. But we can see like brand new listing, 15 days old. I just feel like people are going to buy a baseball video game more and more the next like couple months here, and everything. So this is a nice example winning product here, guys, at 18. So that's cool. And then I'll also go ahead and we can look up like Xbox X here and everything, and see if they see what the cost for the Xbox One is here. Which is, could be out of stock. Oh, $29.99. Damn. Okay. Well, $29.99 into 23. It's definitely not going to be good right there. right? And we'd see, taking a look at this guy here, right? So we'd see, plugging in this guy right here. So let's see, $19.99 money. Yeah, this is free money here, manual source. Like, this is how crazy Q4 is on Amazon. It's like, if you're watching this in April, if you're watching this in June, you just got to stick around till November and December. And that's when like typically half your sales will be for the entire year. So you're literally getting started at the perfect time if you're watching this between like January and October, right, to get going with the stuff and everything. So we can see here, right, this is an awesome listing, right? God of War here, standard edition, right? And we can see, boom, right there, casually. This product has fewer returns. Cool. So people know what they want when they buy video games, right? Because there's no sizing, there's no different shades and colors and stuff like that, or scents, right? So let's see. So we're here at $19.99 right here, right? Then we take off 5% for discounted gift cards, right? Then we take off 5% for tax exempt as well. And then what we can do, guys, we can go here and hit data and then buy box stats here, right? And we can see, yeah, and there's a bunch of wholesalers on this too as well, right? So God of War right there, standard edition, PlayStation 5 right there, right? We can even see it's in stock locally too as well. So we can get that moving ASAP there. Let's see, AS Sports. Let's see, take a look at this guy here, standard edition right here. Let's see, so we're here at $29.99. Let's take a look at these guys. So $29.99. Let's see, $29.99. Nice looking chart here, right? Yeah, 53. Right, so let's see. So FBM, yeah, so it's probably, So this is actually the first time this has come up here, guys. But at 50 into with $4 shipping, right? It's really, really important to always add this in. A lot of people forget to do that, right? But if you go ahead here, add in $4 right there, right? And we can see adding that back in because SellerAmp doesn't code it. Keepa doesn't code it right there. Take it, right? So you have to manually add that in. I don't recommend charging for FBM shipping. Later in the free course, there's going to be a big full guide on FBM shipping that you definitely should watch. Really, really helpful, especially for taking advantage of different seasonal products and big times of the year like back to school and Q4. But plugging this in here, right? So we're here at $29.99. Take off tax exempt, take off gift cards right there, and we can see $14 profit, 50% ROI. Life is good. Brand new listing too, right? But literally EA Sports FC 26. EA Sports Standard Edition PlayStation 5 right there, right? There might be different versions of stuff. I'm not super educated on video games here, but for all intents and purposes, looks like the right thing there and everything and all that. So that's cool, right? So we can see, boom, right there. Life is good. Let's keep rolling here, guys. Let's see, 2K26 here, right? And I learn in real time too. I'm not a master of the stuff here and everything, right? But, that's the cool thing is you get to learn this business as the years go by. You get so much better, right? The career you're doing right now, you probably are actually guarantee you weren't a master when you started, but you learn, you innovated, you built momentum, you grow from there. This industry is going to be the exact same way, right? So let's see, 2K Edition Standard PlayStation 5 here. Let's see, 2K Plus bought. So let's see, we're picking this guy up for $29.99. And the nice thing is too, like video games, you can see if they come from anywhere else too, as well, which we can see in this case, they actually do come from a bunch of places here. But don't really think we're going to be good profitability on these guys. So let's see, $29.99 right here. So $29.99. Listing flies though, 2K sales per month, absolutely flies, right? Minus 5% for tax exempt, minus 5% for gift cards. So no thank you. Could go ahead and do track product here though and get notified when this goes to, let's see, like what, 47 we need to be at? Yeah, 47 or so, right? So you plug that in, get notified when that does become good right there. So that's cool. Right? Let's see what else we got, y'all. Let's see, Call of Duty here at 40. This would need to be super expensive. And, even just going through these video games with these guys here now, you kind of start to learn like where you need to be at pricing wise, what the meta of pricing and how marked down something has to be profitable and everything like that. So let's see. So we're here at, $39.99. So we would lose $7 a piece. No, thank you right there. Right? And we'd see, boom, boom, boom. Right here, let's take a look at that. Managed Standard Edition PlayStation 5 right there, 54. This is going to be close. It's going to be really close, guys. Let's see, 35 here. So, damn, this has been all FBM people the whole time. Wow, yeah, look at that. So, literally, there's no orange triangle, so we know it's all FBM people, which is not a problem. Typically, when it's all FBM people, it means dropshipping, which in this case, like, if this was like £3 and $20, it'd be like, okay, of course it's dropshipping. But here, right, when see, this is good. Let's go, guys. Take off tax exempt, take off gift cards here. Like at almost 2,000 sales per month, that's a good listing here, guys. Like that's the name of the game. Standard edition for PS5, right? Standard edition right there. Cool. So we can see life is good, right? So we can see that. That's cool, right? So now Let's find some of these other ones. So it looks like the ones that are under $30 or under 35 tend to be the ones that check out profitability wise. So let's open up some of these that are cheaper price points like that. Let's see. Nintendo Switch ones tend to be 100 Ungated. Then let's see, 35 there, NHL 26, Minecraft Standard Edition here. Let's see, 2K 26. Let's see. Ooh, that looks good too. Red Dead Redemption here. It's like bringing back some of my childhood here. Let's see. Ooh, here we go. Okay. Oh no, that's different. My bad. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Surprisingly, not an Amazon listing for these. I don't recommend ever listing stuff, like ever creating listings on Amazon. Advanced sellers will do it, but you really have to have a good idea that's going to sell well to do that right there. So I don't like that right here, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at this guy here. Let's see. Oh, it did the gap thing where it copy and paste 7 times right there. Let's see. All right, well, that doesn't exist. Never mind. Let's see here. 35, yeah, 40, Standard Edition English, Electronic Art Store. Let's see. Interestingly enough, FBA, this would actually check out here, but yeah, like 52, right? So FBM, right? 52 or 35 minus 5%. Oops. Was it 35 right there? This actually could work here. Let's see, 35 minus 5%, minus 5%. Pretty dang close, right? $8 profit, 26% ROI right there. Honestly, something like this, because it's really seasonally backed up right now because it's during the winter, at least when I'm filming this right here. This could make sense to potentially test right here, right? Either way, pretty much guarantee this comes from Best Buy Profitly because we can see that, right? But you can also go ahead and Storefront stock off here and find other good ones too. And then there's also these here. This is was this NHL 26 or NHL 25, right? We can go ahead and plug this into, see if this guy makes sense. Well, like shout out the homies at Best Buy for hooking it up on all these deals, y'all. Let's see. Xbox Series X, NHL PlayStation 5 here. Let's see, 13, standard. Ah, crap. So this is, oh, dang close, and it's moving too. So 13 minus 5%, minus 5%. This is like a maybe, right? Would it be that hard to put these in a polymailer here? But it is only 100 times per month, right? I bet you this is moving way quicker last year here. Yeah, look at that. Okay, no, like of course it was. That's so interesting the way people operate with video games because they make new ones each year. Literally last December, this was 7,000 sold per month, and right now it's 100 right there. But NHL 26 obviously is pumping right there. So let's see. So do not like that. Let's see. Typically these Nintendo Switch ones are Nintendo Ungated, which makes them more here. Let's say, yeah, it's also nowhere close to being profitable. Okay, let's see. Sackboy right here. Ooh, nice. Here it's gonna be close. Gonna be close, y'all. Right. So we got 2 potential listings to list on here. Let's say 2 potential listings to list on here. So we are here at 35 and $19.99. There we go. Sackboy Big Adventure PlayStation 5. Sackboy Big Adventure PlayStation 5 right here. So at $19.99 here, right? We take off 5%. Oops. Take off gift cards right there. Right, we can see $6.40 profit, 35% ROI right there. That's good action, right? Even if this goes down a little bit to where it was, like 33.8, like we can see, like literally for a whole year, this has been nice and profitable right there, right? So we can see $5.40 profit, 29% ROI right there. Nice, stable, consistent listing. This is exactly the type of stuff I want to be getting on, as an online arbitrage seller right here, and the exact type of sites I want to be manual sourcing. And that what I can do to start mapping this out is I can just go here and type in like bestbuy.com and see, and even like take a picture of like what type of deal are they advertising? Are they advertising a specific % off or anything like that? Looks like this is more like clearance here stuff and everything. But yeah, like you get the idea. You start to learn sometimes like, these different websites, like what type of percentages they're offering. Like for example, Yankee Candle, when they're doing 30%, not much tends to be good. But when they're doing 40 or 50% off, stuff does tend to be good, right? You start to learn those different things. And sure, those discounts can change and all that, but you start to really learn this stuff nicely, which can make the, the process significantly easier here doing proc research, right? Let's see. Oh yeah. It's Nintendo, right? $29.99. Let's see. We want some more EA ones here. Just because the Nintendo is 100 Ungated. Let's see. Right. PS5. Oh, okay. Interesting. So we got college football 26 and Madden 26 here. Wait, for 35 each. Okay, I don't think that, let's see. We already did Madden 26. Let's see. College football. Let's see right there. College football 26. Yeah, 35. No, thank you. Yeah, and see like this one, sure. Like this listing exists on Amazon, but it's, oh, it actually is moving. Okay, I stand corrected. I totally stand corrected. Okay, let's see. Is this, these guys here? Yeah, 35. So it's interesting. So 35 here, right? This is going to be very, very close, guys. Right? Oh, that's why. Yeah, these weights are incorrect here, right? 5 pounds. No, this doesn't weigh 5 pounds. This is a little video game. So this probably weighs, like, what do these other ones weigh? Yeah, like 2 ounces, right? So it probably weighs, probably going to ship for like $4 here, right? So at, where is it at? Yeah, 35. So 35 minus 5% for gift cards, minus 5%. Oops. 35 minus 5% for tax exempt, minus 5% for gift cards right there. We can see $11 profit, 35% ROI. And we can see banger deal on Best Buy for this. And if we Google a lot of them are coming from Walmart and Target too. So there's probably some other video games that maybe have some pricing differences between them that you can go and take a look at there. And from these profitable ones we found, when there's a good deal going on for video games, you can also storefront stock the big sellers. They're getting a lot of buy box share in the data buy box stats of that specific product. So that's manual sourcing video number 3. Let's go ahead and hop on to manual sourcing site number 4. Every time there's a big holiday, there's a lot of just chocolates and candies and seasonal grocery, just seasonal products in general that do really well on Amazon here. I'm filming this during the holiday season when there's a ton of seasonal peppermint bark and stuff like that for Christmas. And I saw that Walgreens has a really good deal for that going on. So let's jump inside my screen and find some profitable seasonal grocery products for the Christmas holiday season. This is so relevant during Halloween, Thanksgiving, Easter, and all those types of holidays too. This exact same strategy when this deal is going on. And all we're going to be doing, guys, is literally the exact same thing we've been doing the whole time with the manual sourcing section, and just finding things that we think have a chance of being profitable in the section of the deal, checking over on Amazon to see if they do make sense. I found some really good Reese's doing this yesterday, as well, actually listing storefront stalking, right? And everything. So if you want to knock out the grocery categories for an easy Ungate, just super cheap, honestly, a lot of beginners should just do this here. You can grab just this Makoto ginger dressing on Target here. That's going to open up the grocery category. And then anytime you need to sell something, you're just going to have to do the brand, or a lot of brands in grocery are going to be AutoUngate too. So rock and roll through, you can see Walgreens has extra 20% off with us here, right? So we know we're getting extra 20% off, extra 20% off. It's actually, if we click into one of these here, it's 15% off a certain amount. Yeah, 40 plus. And then we can get 20% off 50 plus with gift 20 right here, right? And a lot of the stuff's going to be in store too. So the nice thing is that there's like a hybrid arbitrage component of OA and RA, especially on these bigger retail sites that have both an OA presence and an RA presence. They have the big website and they have the in-store right there. So let's go ahead and let's open up some of these. Like this at 3, I could see it's going for $10 plus on Amazon. This I could totally see it going for like 7 plus on Amazon, so on and so forth. So like honestly, all of this stuff I could see you doing well right here. And we're going to open up a variety of brands too, as well too. Yeah, like super cheap right there. This one actually happen to know is good. Let's see. Some of these, I don't even know if they're good on Amazon. We're just going to look them up, right? And let's take a look here. So, and some of these will be 100 units, but the nice thing is, they're $1, so you can knock that out for $100, right? And you can use multiple invoice for Ungated here. So for example, right, these milk and squares here. So all we do is just come here, copy these, plug them in on Amazon, see what we can do here. So 1.06 ounces here. Let's see. So 1.06 ounces. Let's say 9.0 ounce here. Let's see. So yeah, 21.3. So that is not good, my friends. Let's go ahead. I don't even see a matching listings for these guys either here. Let's see. 1.06 ounces. Yeah, so a bunch of different ounce sizes that actually are selling really well. Looking at the estimated sales per month, like 500 plus, 2K plus, right? So you can go take a look at those here, right? We can see Lindor value right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at these guys here. Let's see, 5.1 here. So let's see, 5.1. Okay, so this is a pack of 6 here. Okay, so what are we paying on these guys? We're gonna have a shot of making money on this at 5.9 here for a pack of 5 here. Let's see, so 5.1 ounce. Let's go ahead and see what we got here. So let's see, 5.1 ounce here. Let's see, 5.59 times, let's see, so 5.59 times 5 right here. All right, so let's say 5.59 times 5 minus 20%. Oops, minus 20% right here. And we can see that is not good. Okay, it's just about break even here. Makes sense. This wouldn't be profitable. Amazon's dominating it. No sweat right here. Let's take a look at these guys here. Nice truffles. And I want to make it very clear, like, don't do manual sourcing for a beginner. Only do manual sourcing once you've already made money on a specific retail here. So let's see. Do not like these guys here. Milk. Nice. Okay. Is this the, none of these are Lindor here. Yeah. So it's different right there. Check these Reese's out here. Let's see. Boom, boom. Taking a look at these guys here. Let's see. 17.1 ounce here. Let's see. Aha. Peanut butter holiday trees. Peanut butter holiday trees. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Let's see. Taking a look at these bad boys here. Oh, these are just holiday trees. These are shapes. Okay, so we need just the holiday trees here. All right, let's see. Peanut trees, 9.6 ounce. Honestly, I don't really think anyone would care if you over deliver here. So let's see, 4.90 here. Let's see, 5.0. Let's see. 4.97 here, 4.97 minus 5% for tax exempt. This ain't bad. I mean, this is going to sell pretty well here, right? Especially considering, like, we can see we could definitely price higher here. I'm like 13, right? Like, this isn't bad, right? And everything here, we can see you do have to kind of audit right there and everything, but that's not bad, right? Right there and everything, and all that. So let's see. That's cool. Let's find some other stuff here as well. Let's take a look at that here. Let's see these little guys here too. On that here, let's see what we got here. On that right there, right? Let's see these little guys, 1.2 ounce. Let's see. 1.2. Oh, with a 36 can. Okay, let's see if we could do that big bundle there here, guys. Let's see what we got. So plugging in this guy. Interesting. So we're actually gonna have a shot on this. Oh no, we're not at all. Yeah, because it's gonna be like yeah, okay. So definitely not good right there. Yeah, we need to get those like one of the wholesalers right there. Let's see, Hershey's Kisses sugar cookie right here. Let's see what we got on these guys here. Aha. Ooh, yes. Here we go. Oh, okay. So we're about to make some serious cash, I think, because look at all these bundles, right? There's a 1-pack of the blues, a variety pack with the blues and 2 other colors, another variety pack with blues and 2 other colors, assuming the size check out, and then a 2-pack here as well. Right, so let's dig in and see what we can do on these guys. But this is how you make a lot of cash with arbitrage, guys. So let's dig in here and see. All right, where's that 1-pack go? All right, so here we go. So interesting. So new listing, right? We can see misbranded, does not say Hershey's. No, thank you. Also misbranded, correctly branded here. Says Hershey's. Okay, cool. So let's see. So we're at 4.89. And let's see what these other ones go for here. So let's see, hot cocoa here. Kisses as well. Those are hugs. We want kisses here. Let's see. So maybe there. I am going to just start to do some surgery here and go over to Walgreens here. Let's see. So we want Hershey's Kisses, candy cane. Okay. And hot cocoa. Let's see. So we already have the sugar cookie. Now we want the hot cocoa and the candy cane. Okay. So Hershey's Kisses, okay. Candy cane. We want, right here. They have the similar ones here by chance. Okay, hugs. We want the kisses. Okay, there we go. So there's the one. So we got this one here, checks out, right? And then this one here checks out, right? And then we also want the hot cocoa kisses. So let's just look here, hot cocoa kisses right here. Let's see if this checks out. All right, we will do it the old-fashioned way. Let's see here. 4.98 here, Target. It might be out of stock here. Okay, might be out of stock. But either way, we could get that on different retailers. So let's see, 4.89. And to just run the numbers on the profitability here. So 4.89 times 3 minus 20%, or no, 4.89 times 3 minus 20%. Close. Yeah, FBA, lowest FBA is 29, right? That would do amazing lowest FBA, and that shows how few people FBA during Q4. So lowest FBA, this is totally profitable, right here. Assuming that other one's on here too as well. So let's see, like low to high here. Let's see, kisses. Yeah, so there's probably a lot of variations of these here. Let's see, and then this one's brand Hershey too. So let's see, so this one would be, assuming these are the right size, right? 4.89 times 3 minus 20%. Boom, $6 profit, 54% ROI. Shmoney, absolute money right there, right? So that's cool. We can see, so we found those guys good, and then we could definitely go to this listing and take a look at these people that are selling this, and go ahead and storefront stock off here too to find other big sellers that are crushing these opportunities. But let's go ahead here and take a look at these as well. We could even just search like Hershey's Kiss Christmas on here as well. Let's see if there's any other good stuff here. So like, yeah, like these is inspiring stuff, right? Very, very good volume here. And now all I want to do with SellerAmp QVS, right, is see if there's any other listings here that have lots of other sellers. Like these are all Amazon dominated, but this one's not, right? And then we'd see down here, a bunch of FBM people already did that, right? Same thing with this guy here as well. Right now we have these other listings we could click on too here. So let's see, yeah, 64. So like this has it says it has a bad sales rank, the percentage, but the overall sales rank is totally good. So the sales rank's good, right? And then we go ahead here, boom, take a look at this here. How many, okay, interesting. So this is, oh wow, okay, 10 pounds. 10 pounds here, okay. So this is 10 ounces, right? So it seems as though, wonder what the packaging's like on this. Sometimes you can even buy from your competitors and see what their, see how they're packaging stuff. You just gotta make sure, obviously, like don't leave bad reviews. That'd be bad energy. 1, bad energy, and 2, probably against the TOS as well. Let's see, 15 here. So 15, definitely not good. Perfect example of a drop shipping product. Almost all FBM sellers, right? $23 and it weighs 2 pounds. It's like damn near mathematically impossible to make money on that. Let's see, Hershey's Grinch right here. Let's take a look at these guys here. Let's see, Grinch, solid music here. Let's see. Okay, yeah, these both should be either good or very close here. Let's see. This would probably have to be FBA though here, but you could play in advance. Like that's the thing. Like this same type of thing works exactly for Easter too. So let's see, 2.10 here. That's a 2-pack. So let's see. Ooh, okay, interesting. So let's see. So a 9.99 here. Okay, so it's FBM at 9.99 or FBA at 9.99, right? So let's see. Yeah, bozo undercutter right there. So 9.99. Pro tip, guys, as well, write this down. If you want the free game, right? Is items above or below $9.99 up until like 11, I think, are more profitable than selling at like $10.50, right? So $9.99 is more profitable than $10.50 because Amazon knows that their conversion rate goes up a lot once you get below that here. So if we take a look, like I'm pretty sure that's going to be an easy like $2 profit per. So let's see, times 2 minus 20%. So we can see like, yeah, like $2.25 profit, 67% ROI. Like this is totally good right here, right? And everything. So that's like very good and profitable. It's below $3 profit per unit, but who cares? They're selling 1,000 per month. They're coming right from there, right? 1.4 ounce here. So we can see, yeah, 1.4 ounce, perfect. It's branded correctly too, right? Let's see the bigger count too as well. Box of 2 here. Ooh, interesting. So it is branded correctly. It says private label. It's just this one seller on it. I wonder why. And there's a couple people on it here, and they're priced too high. So this is interesting. So this looks to be good to go here. These are 3.5 ounce ones. That makes sense why, right? So let's see, 3.5 ounce here. 3.5 ounce. Let's see. Nice thing is it's coming from elsewhere too, but $6 here on Walmart, take off tax exempt. It's like maybe, right? It's like maybe here, right? And everything. But we can see like that's cool in that first one, right? If we go to that, the $7 one, definitely going to be Storefront stocking off here, guys. Definitely going to be Storefront stocking off here. So let's see. So that was cool, right? Let's see what else we got, y'all. Let's see. Hershey's Kisses are right here as well, right? Let's see. Dang, 3K per month. Let's see. Take a look at this right here. Let's see what we got. Yeah, crap. 9.5 ounce, 9.5 ounce. Okay, so somewhere people are getting this cheaper here. Let's see, because it's 4.89 minus 20%. Whereas we're only making $1 a piece, right? It does fly. We need that cheap right here. And people could be wholesaling this stuff too as well, you know. They totally could be getting it wholesale as well. We can see the Hershey stuff, kind of the winners here. Let's take a look at some of this Ghirardelli as well too. I know people do Godiva as well. So let's say like, yeah, chocolate squares, white chocolate squares, right? So let's see, like these could be totally good. And all you need is like one good listing. We've already found multiple, right? And then you can go ahead and Storefront stock off there to find other ones too as well. So let's see, right? So we go here, boom, 4.57, right? So let's see, 5.4 ounce, right? Let's see, 5.7 ounce. They might make new sizes each year, but it's not looking like those are good or those are anywhere to be found. No, thank you. Let's take a look at this guy. Let's see, 12.7 ounce here. So let's see, 5.3, 5.32. Okay, here we go. Pack of 6 here, 50 plus bought per month. Let's see. This is going to be close. Yeah, it's branded correctly here. So let's see. So we're here at 5.56 times 6. Minus 20%. And let's see what the gift card situation's like here too. And then you also might live in a state that has no sales tax on groceries. A lot of states have no sales tax on groceries. So you can probably, I mean, depending on your state, you can ask just ChatGPT, might be able to not pay sales tax too, which I mean, literally it could just how your state works. If it's so that you can just Google your state and see that. And we see like 10% off here with gift cards here. And then if you're in one of those grocery sales tax free states right here, right now we're talking about $7 profit and a 30% ROI. Like that's a great listing, but it's not good without the coupon right here, right? It's not good without understanding how gift cards work. It's not good without knowing how tax exempt works. And that's the stuff you get over time that you don't get when you're a beginner, right? And everything right there. So that's cool, right? So that would be another good listing we'd Storefront stock off too. Let's take a look at a couple more of these guys here. I love if there's other bundle size of those too as well here too. So let's see. Let's take a look at that. So this was, what's that? 4.4. Yeah. So just for sake of example, like let's open up these two. So these 5.4, right, to 14. Let's see if these make money here. Let's see. Yes, this got to be coming from somewhere, guys. Got to be coming from somewhere here. It could be in store, right? Let's see. 5.4 here. Oops. So let's see here. 5.4. Let's see. 7.9. No, thank you right there. Okay. So not liking those guys as well. And just to find a couple other bangers for here, what we can do is we can open up these sellers that are carrying this here. They probably got them from same place we did on Walgreens right here. And now we can see what other grocery stuff do these guys have, right? What other grocery stuff can we take a look at here and everything, right? So we can see perfect. Look at that. 121 grocery listings right here, right? So we can see like, yeah, 10K a month, 9 ounce here. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, not good. We want a little bit more grassroots seller, like a little bit more new seller here. Yeah, like look at all this holiday stuff here, right? Like 5.9 here. 4. Yeah, like this is dang close, y'all. Dang close, if not good. So let's see, 4.97. So yeah, 4.97. Minus tax exempt. Ah, crap. Yeah, only 10% ROI right there. But this is the exact stuff I'd be going through to find other similar listings like this, like and everything. And that's the name of the game. Like, for example, Brock's found some really good stuff, and however you pronounce that, right? $3 here. Candy canes, right? Like, I think it was, let's see, I can even just type in my history here. Brock's here. I think these guys were here. Yeah, like, look at this listing here. So we can see, like, yeah, like pumping 1K plus per month. Right, and we can see like 5.9 here, right? So all these are just examples, obviously. Like it doesn't necessarily mean like these are stuff you should buy. In fact, I don't even think you should buy anything you see in this column, but it's just examples here and everything. So you can see, yeah, take off tax exempt right here, right? So we can see 4.9, $2.50 profit, 50% ROI, not bad whatsoever right there. And then you can go ahead and you can Storefront stock other listings from here to find other good profitable groceries as well. And that's the name with manual sourcing. One more website left. And obviously there's literally hundreds of websites you could manual source, but you only want to manual source websites where you know how to make it good and you know that deal is on right now. Like we see in the past couple examples here, gonna hop on and one of the big daddies of them all, Walmart right now. So digging in here on Walmart, earlier we had found a couple good Paw Patrol products when we were Storefront stocking. So what I want to do is actually take a similar angle here with manual sourcing and just go on Walmart where those deals had come from and track down a few of them. And then probably from there, we're going to open up a couple of sellers that we see sell lots of them. And then we can see other Walmart brands, or at least most likely products that are coming from Walmart that we can go ahead and track down. There's, for example, we already found this guy profitable right here, but these other ones that are $5 are also probably going to be profitable as well here too, right? These $5 ones, right? And see, like open up some of these other cheap ones too, see if any of these guys make sense as well, right? $20, don't really see this selling for 40. Don't really see this guy going for 45, or at least I don't think they would, right? And everything. And we can even just go here too and sort by, low to high here as well and go ahead here and see. So like, yeah, like a couple more of these too, looking like a lot of these $5 price points. Make sense here? So now we just open these guys up. We can see a lot of these are for pickup orders actually. So they're in store too. I'd love, especially during seasonal opportunities, hitting in store. And then we just go ahead and plug this in here and we can see, holy moly here. So let's see Paw Patrol here. So we can see, looks like these are the same thing here, or at least very, very similar. Let's see. Oh, it's different boxes though. Okay. Which is Chase Patrol Cruiser. Okay. Which, so let's see. It's this guy here. Let's see. So, okay. Don't see a match in terms of those, in terms of the packaging here, but let's see. So it's the smaller logo right there. Okay. So let's see. So we need to take a look here. So Paw Patrol here. Let's see. product height 4.5 inches right here. Let's see. So I believe, yes, O2. So we need to look a little bit closer at that, but I think it's just different packaging here. But $5 here into 14 is actually not good. Yeah, okay. So this one here, we can see like the brand's all over it right there. So that guy is not good. Let's move on to this next one here. So Paw Patrol, helicopter, sky figurine here. Let's go ahead and take a look at these guys here. So let's see, 12, right? Or 14 right here. So we got a couple listings potentially. So when you're coming into a new niche, you definitely don't want to manual source it, but you validate something's good and you find new brands via Storefront Stalking, and then you can manual source the ones that make sense. For example, this one's obviously not reseller friendly. It's very blocky. Amazon's on the whole thing. No, thank you. Right? Same thing with this guy here, right? But we can see this guy here, aha, right? So we can see, so she just got the helicopter right there, 04, right? So we can see here, boom, taking a look at this right there on the other side right here. So we can see, boom, taking a look at that right there, right? We can see, definitely checks out to be the same thing. At least, you know, look in detail right there. We can see at $5 here, right? Minus tax exempt, right? Because Walmart, right? And you start to memorize this stuff over time. Walmart has their tax exempt program we can take advantage of right here. So now going ahead there, we can see minus that, we can see $2.50 profit, 55% ROI. Not bad whatsoever right there. So that's cool, right? And then we can go ahead and find other stuff from here too. And sometimes, admittedly, a lot less than most websites, Walmart will have good discounted gift cards too. Like we can see the current discount is only 3%, but the average is more like 5.5. So we can see a lot of the time it's actually higher here. And then in March of 2025 is incredibly high right there. But we can see. So let's take a look at this next one here. So Chase helicopter right here, Paw Patrol. Let's see here. So plugging this guy in, boom. And then nice thing too, we could probably Storefront stock and find some other good stuff from here too already. But I do want to just find, 11.9. No, thank you. Right there. We can see Paw Patrol here, sold and shipped by Walmart. Perfect. All paws on deck. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. All paws on deck starter pack here. Let's see. Is this a sticker starter pack? Okay, so yeah, it's different. Yeah, bad Keepa data too. 1 million rank. No, thank you on that guy here. Let's see. Paw Patrol Everest here, the snowplow. Let's see what we got. See, plugging this guy in here. Boom. Okay, yeah, here we go. So we just want to see, like, it seems as though, and they're branded correctly. There's multiple listings for all these. We just need to make sure we're seeing the one that has a resellers on it and everything. So I'll let SellerAmp QVS do its thing right here. Make sure you download that, selleramp.com/QVS. It's completely free. It's included in your SellerAmp subscription. It's just a separate Chrome extension that serves a slightly different purpose right here than normal SellerAmp, but they're the same. Like they're interconnected, right? And everything. So we can see like $5 here. So let's see. So we take a look at these guys. So yeah, right there. So can we, does it just standing up there as well? Or is it in, okay, perfect. Yeah. So we can see like literally right there. Cool. So we can see, so right there. Okay. Different hat though here. That doesn't have the yellow. Okay. So this is a different one. Let's see if they have the correct one here that has the yellow right there. Okay. 21. No, thank you. Right there. Okay. So that is a different one right there. And then this one is the same one right here. And that is a banger listing, right? $5 here. Cause we can see the hat's the same right there. Right. And we can see $5 right there. So $5 minus 5% is cool. And literally it looks like we have quite literally a quartet of good listings right here. So for example, like that one, like these all should check out. Right here, obviously have to check the sizing and everything right here. 4.5. Right there. And we can see, boom, similar size right there, 2.5 inches, right? Is that probably about half the size of it? Yes, does look like half the size of it right here. And now, so we can say, okay, that's cool, right? So let's open up these sellers and see what other toys they have, because there's probably going to be other toys coming from Walmart too as well on that. And I could be wrong, right? But let's dig in here and see what we got, right? So let's see here, boom, right? And let's see here. So what other toys these sellers got? Perfect. Exactly what I was looking for, right? Other toys, probably a bunch of them come from Walmart here, right? So let's see. So Lego, obviously we can't do. Tony's is a great brand. It's an easy Ungated from Target, but we don't want to do any of the Tony's that the brand is in stock on. And I know the ones that are like $19.99, $19.94, the brand is in stock on. So not liking those here, right? Let's see. What is Amazon not on that these guys got in toys right here? Let's see. So yeah. Not going to look at Lego, Jurassic World. No, thank you here. Let's see, Lego Minecraft, Hot Wheels. Okay, kind of just a bunch of stuff that's going to be a little tough for us to auto-ungate here. Makita, I believe, is from Home Depot here. Now that's different. Obviously, it's not going to be Walmart here, but Home Depot is a good niche too. They got tax exempt, right? But let's specifically focus on toys and games here besides those guys here. Let's see. Paw Patrol, we already did that. Ooh, 7K, right? These could be auto-ungate or they could just be an easy brand gate. I'm not sure. I think they even auto-ungate for some people. But right here, let's see. And then that one, we already looked this guy up, but it's like, boom, yeah, $5. Max cost is $5. That's money, right? Squishmallows here, $500 per month. I think it's 100 in Ungate, but just going to show the profitability here, or at least what I assume will be profitable. Let's see. Taking a look at this guy. Oh, the homies at Walgreens here. Okay, cool. What are we doing in number 4? So let's see. So 8-inch here. Oh, so this is 5-inch. Okay, so this is different, right? Let's go see if there's an 8-inch one on Amazon though. Here, let's see. Plugging these guys in. Let's see, 12-inch right there. No, thank you. Right, so let's see what we got here. Boom, boom. Okay, let's see, 8 right there. Let's see here. So go to shopping right here. Okay, 22. Now that's super expensive right there. Okay, so that guy's not good here. Let's see. Damn, this guy's looking at us crazy right there. Right, so let's see. So 23 here, right? So let's see, boom, money. Here we go. So as long as this is a 9-inch one here, so let's see. And it is, boom, perfect. Okay, cool. So this was exactly the goal, right? We used Walmart as a launch pad to find a couple of those good. Paw Patrol is good. And now we can find other listings that are also on Walmart too from other brands, right? So 9.97, take off tax exempt. That is absolute money right there. We'll take a look at a couple of these here, but there should be other ones too from Walmart as well. So we'll clear some of these tabs out here and everything. So we can see like, okay, here. So these guys are Home Depot. Let's see, Makita here. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Tractor Supply. I thought they were owned by Home Depot, but apparently not here. So 2-piece combo kits. This has what? 5 things total and the bag. Okay. Let's see. So, okay, so this has 2 batteries. Does this have 2 batteries as well? Let's see. Interesting. So I'm not sure this is the same thing. You would need to look into it. But it's at least very close to the same thing here. So let's see, Makita. Yeah, I think this is different. You can look into that. But at very least, if it is the same thing, it's very profitable. I'm not sure it is, though. Tools never really dug super deep into them right here. But the data is really good in that these have to be coming profitably from somewhere, right? And everything. So let's see on these guys here. 72. Let's see. Crabs, we need a little bit more of a discount here. Let's see, 80.99 right there. No, thank you. Okay, so let's see. So those guys cool. The Fuggler's cool, right? Let's see, toys and games here. Yeah, you can see this person's doing Walgreens too, or at least I think so. So not going to worry about all these ones Amazon's on. We're going to look for the ones Amazon's not on. So let's see. Come on, give me something. Damn. Okay, forget that guy, right? Amazon's on literally like all that stuff here. Okay, absolute Paw Patrol mania. Right there. Let's see. Cameron's Coffee here. Okay. I want more toys and games though. All right. So let's see. Toys and games here. Let's see. So we want the ones Amazon is not hogging buy box on like that. We already found that guy profitably though. Right. 3K per month is absolutely printing. Let's see. So let's see here. Nerf going to be gated though. Let's see. So yeah, we're coming across a lot of these guys that are doing a lot of work on ones Amazon stock on. Let's see. Monster Jam here. This looks good. Amazon not on it, right? So let's see. This could be AutoUngate too. I mean, feel free to plug this in, but obviously it's a toy, so it's probably come from Walmart, Target. Pretty easy to ungate there. Let's see, 34 here. Okay, here we go. So this is going to be close, right? So we're here at 40, right? Take off tax exempt right here, right? So we're close, right? People probably honestly are drop shipping this. Yeah, I think they're drop shipping it right there. So no thank you on that. Right. But let's see. Let's go to the Fulgers here and let's see if there's any other people that are moving these as well here too. Let's see. More toys and games here. Let's see. So let's see. Toys and games as well right here. So let's see. Toys and games here. Let's see. 31. Jellycat. The homies at Jellycat. Beautiful. Right there. Right. Let's see. I want more of these like Walmart stuff here. Let's see. Tony's. Let's see. So yeah, a bunch of Tony's here. See any more what was that? Oh, Fugler brand. Let's see, anyone got more of the oh yeah, boom, here we go. Look at this. So yeah, 17 here. Oh yeah, we're about to have a field day, right? So these ones Amazon's in stock on, not going to worry about. But what about the ones Amazon is not in stock on? Yeah, Lord of the Rings. I knew that was the Lord of the Rings guy the second I saw him right there. So yeah, $7, a little slower right here. Let's see. Ooh, okay, there's other ones too here. Okay, so all three of these could be good. And that's the nice thing. Even when, like, for example, clothing has different colors and sizes, but even stuff like toys here, it might not have necessarily different colors and sizes. It might have different colors, but it has different characters. And it's not like these products come from tons of different websites. They typically only come from like 1 or 2 websites max, which all you need to be able to do is learn the discount mechanism for that website, which for this Walmart stuff we've been looking at is tax exempt, right? And sometimes discounted gift cards too, right? So for example here, right? Plug these guys in. Oh, is it a 2-pack here? Or 1-pack. Okay, so we already found that guy good. So I bet you this is out of stock from Walmart and it's a third-party seller. Yeah, so what this is, that's actually, assuming this retailers for $10 like the other ones, it's actually profitable Walmart to Walmart flipping because you can sell on Walmart as well. By the way, there's wamp.com, which is free for selling on Walmart, currently in a free beta. So if you just go to wamp.com if you want to start selling on Walmart too, it's SellerAmp for Walmart right there, beta for free, right? That you can get that downloaded for free right there. But this actually is probably, this person bought it for $10 from Walmart because he retails the same thing and it's just flipping it on Walmart too. Let's take a look at these other variations too. Let's see, so $29.99 right here. Let's see, 27. Yeah, probably the same deal, right? We'll look up this though here, this guy right here. Fugler here, Fetish. Oh, this is a banger product. This is out of stock. This is a very, very good product right here, right? So let's see. This is, yeah, out of stock, but it might be in stock locally for pickup, right? But that's $7.97 here, right? Once this loads, I bet you this is a brand new listing already doing like 50 or 100 per month. Yeah, already 200 per month, right? So at 7.97 right here, we can see $6.50 profit, 82% ROI. Very, very good stuff, right? This is out of stock. We could add this to an out-of-stock spreadsheet in SellerAmp, right? And going from here, there's definitely going to be other stuff. So we've identified, right, Fuglers and Paw Patrol doing really nice at Walmart, right? And now we're going to find other stuff too. And let's see, what about this one here? So this one's down at 22. So this one I could see still being in stock here. Holy, beautiful chart. Oh my gosh, beautiful chart. Yeah, okay, same deal. So like literally like you could put those three just on your phone and just refresh it from time to time. And I know if you're new, that sounds very tedious, but like every time one's in stock, like, which, you know, you probably don't know right now, but it's like cha-ching, $3, and it's only 20 sellers. Probably only half of them, in this case, less than half of them are price competitive, basically. So there's literally like $1,000 profit on the table for you just on that product, right? And everything, if you can capture, you know, 1/3 of the sales just staying in stock right there, and everything is some math like that, right? So you get the idea. So there's a lot of money out there with the stuff, guys. Obviously, stuff like Lego we can't do, right? But over time, you really nicely memorize, right? That a lot of cases for toys, once you do the category, you're good to go, right? And everything's like Care Bear here, we can take a look at too as well, even though Amazon's on it, right? We can say, okay, definitely not good, right? We were on a coaching call and this dude didn't know what Care Bear is. I was like, come on, man, did you have a childhood? Right there. Y'all let me know in the comments if you know what Care Bear is and everything, right? But we can see here. So yeah, like, yeah, taking a look at the other guys, we can see like this guy here, then we can just Storefront stock off as well too, right? And we can see it going to be other Walmart stuff here, right? Might not even be, might even be different brands, right? And everything we can see here, yeah, like toys and games here. And we can see like, yeah, like, okay, Pokemon, Coco Melon too. That's been a banger product in the past, right? Bunch of Pokemon stuff. Let's see, booster pack here. 40, yes, like that's too expensive right there. But then this guy, yeah, Squishmallows here, right? Mattel, Minecraft, right? You start to get these other ideas of different SKUs here. And I think it's pretty clear how you can build a good catalog. It's like we can see how, okay, like this guy here, 22, no, right? But these other Fulgers, you can see they're 7.97 or 9.97 right there, right? And we can go ahead and, you know, take a look at these guys here and see like, okay, there's going to be other, you know, good stuff from here and everything, right? So that's really the, you know, the name of the game here with the stuff, guys. Just open it up here, taking a look, and we'd see lots of good stuff in here. And then you can see like these winning products we found here is really like a lot of like Paw Patrol, a lot of Fuggle here, and there's going to be other good stuff from here too, just going into toys and games on these people here. So like, yeah, like Nintendo, 100 Ungated here, but very, assuming this is the right thing, looks very profitable here, right? Let's Nintendo here. It's like, this might be one for down the line. Anti-gravity RC Racer right here, right? How big is this here? 6 pounds. Damn, so it's heavy. Oh yeah, let's see. Is any of the pictures match there? Red on top right there. Yeah, cool. So we can see like 26.49 here, right? And then we can see like, okay, is their buy box share going higher? Yes, 64 here. It's tanking a little bit here, right? But at 64 and discounted gift cards here, you can probably get about 6-7% with Target here. Like now this does become good right there and everything. And now keeping going with this, now we could go ahead and Storefront stock off this and find other good Target stuff from here too as well, right? Or find more good Target stuff here, right? And find more good Fugler and Paw Patrol, presumably, because people aren't just buying from Target. They're also buying on Walmart and vice versa, right? You can track these things down, but we can see like we're clearly operating within the online arbitrage niche. All these people are taking a look at are doing online arbitrage, and we can find other stuff from here too to go ahead and take a look at as well. And that's really exactly how it's done right here, right? And we see like Super Mario here, right? 49, okay, it doesn't make sense, right? But that's the name of the game. You could find other good stuff from here too using this exact method, right? And find these products. And it was awesome taking a look here and finding those different toy brands, just taking a look on Walmart and the manual section as a whole. That's the name of the game. Storefront stocking to start, manual sourcing to really clean up and go deep in different opportunities. So most beginners quit here, not because they can't do it, but because they don't have someone walking them through step by step how to actually go through the sourcing process, how to know what to avoid, how to know what to buy, how to know what a good SellerAmp and Keepa data product actually looks like. So if you want my direct help with that, link for coaching is in the description. Manual sourcing versus storefront stocking. Which is actually better for beginners, right? In terms of better for beginners, it's 100% storefront stocking. I see tons of newer sellers all the time that want to do manual sourcing on unproven websites when they haven't even validated that a website's good. They don't know the specific deal for it and all that kind of stuff like that. So if you're a complete beginner, stick to storefront stocking. But once you find a winning combo in terms of a website you like and you know how to make it good, then you can do manual sourcing on it once you start to have a spidey sense of what types of products, what types of brands, or what brand, say it's a brand website, comes from that website and what matches up with the deal on it there. So if you're a complete beginner, just focus on storefront stocking. And if you're already making some sales and everything, start to do manual sourcing on your favorite retailers as well. And stay tuned for a couple advanced sourcing methods here in the next couple minutes that'll be really, really helpful too as you scale up your business. So now that you know how to do manual sourcing and storefront stocking, before we jump into some advanced product research, I do want to talk about when you find a profitable lead, how much do you actually buy of it? And if it's an AutoUngate product, especially if it's going to be something you're going to merchant fulfill, you can buy literally just a couple of them depending on your budget. If it's a gated product, you do need to buy 10. It doesn't have to be one invoice or one receipt of 10 though. It can be 2 receipts of 5 or 1 receipt of 20 or 10 receipts of 1 or anything like that. So in terms of test order quantity, if it's an AutoUngate product, typically 5 to 10. If it's a gated listing that you need to get ungated in, you're gonna need to have 10 plus, so typically 10, as a beginner. And how many you buy is completely dependent on your confidence level in something. So if it's like a maybe and you're gonna FBM it, you could buy literally one of those, right? Some people even use what's called the list buy later strategy and list what their local store has in certain products and then just pick them up if they sell. If they're pretty confident, they stock heavy in those. And then in terms of if it's something you're really confident in, you might even start to do 10 or 20 units and eventually significantly more. Like I've tested tons of units for a test order on stuff I'm really, really confident in. But when you're a beginner, you're just doing 5 to 10 unit test orders. 5 to 10 if it's an AutoUngate, maybe even a little bit less if you're a little bit less confident in that item to AutoUngate. And then 10 plus if it's a gated product right there. If it's for FBA, you typically want to wait to FBA until you have a full box product, but in a couple minutes, going to show you guys the entire FBA shipment process right there. So that is how many you should buy of a specific product. Start out testing, replenish heavy on proven winners. Never speculate, only buy products that are profitable today. But if you're coming across items that are good, but they're out of stock or they're good during December, save those in a SellerAmp spreadsheet. Going to show you how that works in a couple minutes as well. That's how much you should buy of a specific listing. Now that we know what manual sourcing and storefront stalking looks like, I want to cover another little bit more advanced sourcing method that I like to call leaf sourcing, which is where we use the Amazon search page. Taking a look in here, the first step for leaf sourcing, like literally like trees on a leaf, basically I like to think of it as like Amazon being the tree and then you find the different leaves, which are the different ASINs, basically products, right? You need to download the SellerAmp Quick View Simplified extension. This is not a separate paid extension. It's a separate extension that's free with your SellerAmp subscription that goes ahead and adds in this data on the Amazon search page right here. So for example, leaf sourcing really makes sense when you know where a specific brand comes from and how to make it good. So for example, what I'm just going to go do here on Amazon.com is search like And1 men's, because I know that And1 strictly comes from Walmart. And I know that Walmart, I can use my tax exempt permit and gift cards on it, right? And would be a nice 10-unit Ungate from Walmart here. So if I just go ahead and search And1 men's, what's going to know better than the Amazon search algorithm what sells well on Amazon? What customers actually buy? Literally nothing. So that's why I like using the Amazon search page sourcing, aka leaf sourcing, right here. And then SellerAmp QVS is going to tell us if a listing's reseller friendly or not. So make sure you download SellerAmp QVS for free at selleramp.com/QVS right there. So now we can see like, okay, one seller here, but 3 sellers. We can take a look at that, right? Obviously, I'm not going to do any of the sponsor listings as well. We can see 8 sellers right here. Wait, so we can go ahead and open up that as well here too. We can see, 10 sellers right there. 3 sellers right here, right? And the nice thing is we can tell how FBM friendly or not FBM friendly they are too, right here. So now I'm just going to open up all these listings that I know people are making money on, and then we're just going to go ahead and see if any of these make sense profitability wise, right? And everything. So we can take a look. So we can see, going down here, 300 plus bought, boom. That looks good here, right? Some of the stuff isn't even in one, obviously search is going to be perfect, right? Right here, these basketball shorts, made some money on these in the past here. And now we can just go ahead and dig in and see, okay, opening up these listings one by one, we're going to Google them. In this case, I know they're actually coming from Walmart, right? And then see if any of these make sense profitability wise. So similar to what we would do if we were coming out of a storefront, all we need to do here is rock and roll down here and hit variations and check which variations have good offer count movement right here, which I can see on this guy's is actually none of them right here. So we're not going to worry about any of these guys here, right? But going to this one here, we can see, this is a good looking chart, guys, right? Competition's going down. Price is really nice and steady right here and everything. And what's interesting is this actually has a really bad sales rank right here. But considering that it doesn't have variations, there's no other colors and sizes here, and it's in a really big category. Shoes and clothing is in a really big category here. This is an example of something where the sales rank is really, really high, but it's actually not bad. Right? So if we go ahead here, taking a look on the yearling, we can see this actually made a good amount of money here. Right now, we just need to plug this in on Google and see where it comes from. Now it comes from Walmart here, right? We know that, right? And we can go ahead and see here, right at 9.98. We're close right off the bat, right? 9.98 right here. But remember, guys, I have to use my tax exempt, right? And a little pro tip here is that items that are above $20 but below £1 are better for FBM compared to FBA. So if I go ahead and toggle this over, I can see now there's actually some pretty good profit margins. Or because this is all FBM people right here, it's all merch filled people. If I were to FBA this, I could go like 10% higher, taking advantage of what's called the prime bump, right? So now we can plug this in. We can see $4 profit, 42% ROI right there. And we can see now this becomes a nice juicy listing right here, but it isn't good without the nuance of understanding that I can price higher than FBA people or price higher than FBM people as an FBA seller, and that Walmart I can use my reseller certificate on. So it's nice and easy, right? To save sales tax, right? And remember, this you see right here is after shipping, after fees, literally everything right there. And this is consistent. Like the lowest FBA has been right about 25 for a while here. There's no FBA people on it currently. This provides a lot of opportunity. And now what I also want to do is I can just go ahead and see if there's any other listings for other colors and sizes of these two. And then I can just continue to use the Amazon search page right here. And so I know we're paying like $10. So anything above like 23 FBM or 24 FBA is going to be profitable right here. So for example, this is close. We'll take a look at that here, right? We can see these black ones we already did, the navy ones too. Size small black will peep right here as well. Let's see, maybe on these guys at like 23 or so right there here. Let's see, that one's going to be like 25, so it's going to make sense too, right? So we open this up, take a quick glance down at the Keepa data. So this is a very, very bad chart. This doesn't sell, so we're not going to worry about that here, right? Pro tip though, when you do see people charging for shipping, you shouldn't charge for shipping with FBM. There's no option to with FBA, right? You need to go ahead and add this back in right here, right there on the SellerAmp calculator, so we can see this actually would be profitable. It just doesn't sell quick enough right here. So we're not going to worry about that one, right? This one, on the other hand, looks pretty dang stable, right? It's also all FBM people, right? So going over that same listing right there, we can take a look at the black ones right here, just on Walmart, right? Black ones, navy ones, etc. Right? So we plug in 9.98, close, and then we add in that prime bump, right? There's something I help my students with a ton is optimizing their pricing on different listings, which ends up being good. We can see that's good too as well. $4.65 profit, 46% ROI too. I like and one because you probably have it in stock at your local stores as well, because everyone's got Walmart locally to them. And what you can do is, it's not just and one that it exists exclusively from Walmart. If we just look up like and one right here, you can see in Google Shopping, and one's like the only option right here. So I can just ask like Google AI or, Boxem AI here and say like, what other brands exclusively come from Walmart like and one, right? And see if there's any other options here. Yeah. So for example, like Mainstays, right? Let's go ahead and look up if Mainstays does well on Amazon. Mainstays here, right? Let's look these guys up and we can see, yeah, check this out. So let's see. Okay, Mainstay, right? 100 plus bought, 70 reviews, one review right there, 500 plus, right? So there's probably demand on this other stuff too. And we can look up Better Homes and Gardens right here. Let's see Better Homes and Gardens. Right. Okay. So probably not much volume on these guys here. Let's see, like the book. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah. Look at this right here. Yeah. So these scented wax cubes, 100 plus per month. So we can get a little bit more specific here. Wax melts here, or wax cubes. Right. So we go ahead and look these guys up. Boom. Yeah. Check out this volume, guys, here. And this is a brand that's owned by Walmart. So we know that Walmart's really the only place that it could come from. Right? So we can see like 600 plus bought, 500 plus bought, 100 plus bought, 200 plus bought. There's so much money and availability here on this stuff. Let's see if any of these guys are profitable too. And this is the name of the game that we found one good opportunity for Walmart. And now it's looking like we have multiple different brands we can take a look at here too. So we can see, look at this chart. Holy crap. This looks great, right? 500 plus sales a month. Ironically, this is a gardening product and it's not even in gardening season as well too. So we can see this is looking like a potentially good play. Now we just need to go ahead and plug these in on Google here. And we can see over on Walmart, aha. So let's see. So wax melts, let's see, Frazier here, right? So it looks like the packaging has changed. We do need to verify is the UPC the same. 77991000401, right? Because you got to consider who's buying this, right? They're not going to care if the packaging is updated right here. So we plug in, let's see. So yeah, 12.5 ounce here. We want the, okay, 2.5 ounce one. So we want 2.5 ounce. Okay. So let's see, it's 5-pack. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, so it's 9.87, right? It's in stock to ship, sold and shipped by Walmart.com. So at 9.87, and that's for a 5-pack, guys. So you want to basically minus this by 20%. To get that, you can break down and create bundles and everything on Amazon too, as long as there's no fancy packaging for the bundle here, right? And now we can go ahead and see this is a lot of FBM people, guys. And if we do the lowest FBA, which I don't really know if we'd be able to go like $5 above to get buy box lowest FBA, but can we go 10% above right here and get this guy in at 3.5 and 44% ROI? Absolutely, we can. Most likely, right? Most likely, right? And the reasoning that you can price higher as an FBA seller compared to FBM is because it gets to the customer quicker, right? So that's really, really good stuff. So for example, you have to consider, would you rather pay $22 to get it in tomorrow or $18 to get it 4 days from now? You would, or a week from now, which is common FBM shipping times. You're probably, at least the majority of America, is going to take the quicker days, right? And Amazon understands that, and the buy box algorithm operates like that, right? And I didn't even take off tax exempt on that too, right? So we can see, so 12 ounce here, right? Let's take a look at this here. See, is yeah, same thing right there, right? So there's Frazier. Yeah, it was literally the same thing, right? So it'd be 3.96, and then we want to take off tax exempt right there. So this one is not good. Is anyone pricing that higher? Oh, crap. Yeah, they were recently. So up at like 13, right? Which is okay, right? It's too slow in my opinion. Let's dig in on those and let's see the other stuff from, this is a good looking chart too as well here. Yeah, lowest FBA like 16. 17 right there. Okay, cool. So 17.48 right here, right? So 1.97, take off our tax exempt. This is fine. It's a sustainable $2 profit. We can do better than that, but you can see like there is margin on some of that stuff here. But let's see, 9.48 here, right? 23, lowest FBA is, or 22, lowest FBA is 23, right? It's a little too slow right there. No, thank you. Let's see, I'd say this guy too slow. Not really much offer count movement on that guy here. Let's see, let's keep cooking through these listings here. So let's say listing that has variations, right? First order of business, want to go to the variations tab here, right? And see, is there any good offer count movement? No. Okay. Let's see, this one, same deal. That might have been the same listing. Let's see, okay, very good offer count movement on this one here. Like how we're looking. Let's see what we got here. Let's see, 18, plugging this guy in. Yeah, 10.98, definitely not good. Yeah, we would lose $5 a piece. Looks like they actually didn't take away the buy box. Someone just undercut heavily on that for whatever reason. All right, let's go to variations, look for good offer count movement here. No, thank you. All right, let's go to variations on this guy here. Ooh, 23, okay, that's good work. FBM buy box 2, sold and shipped by the same seller, so we know it could price above this FBA, which we can see. Totally the case, lowest FBA 25. So say we add in like, 7%, 8% right there, right? We go ahead and plug this guy in. Ooh, okay. That is a 6-pack. We want a 12-pack. Okay, so let's see, 10.98 here. 10.98. Ah, crap. Yeah, even that doesn't work. So yeah, no thank you on that guy here. Let's see, 400 plus. You see, get into rhythm once you're comfortable hopping around with, SellerAmp and Keepa data where you can check these listings pretty quick, right? So I want to go here, variations, top to bottom by buy box price. So let's see what we got. Let's see, 23 right there. 10.98, no thank you. All right, let's see. I think we've already found some of these guys good. We'll take a look here. Let's see, so yeah, no movement on those guys. Ooh, okay, 35 here. Yep, FBM buy box there. Right, so we can see, yeah, wow, okay, spiking up right there. Yeah, lowest FBA, 38, holy crap. So let's see, yeah, literally look at that. So this person, I bet you this person's backordered here. If we go to this list of sellers here, by the way, too, when you list your first products on Amazon, you have to go to the list you're on and see if you're actually one of the sellers showing. Some of you guys accidentally won't have your accounts. Like literally, like please write this down. Like when you make your first listings on Amazon, you have to take a look at the list of sellers and see if you actually show on it. You'll show on it immediately with FBM if your account's fully active, which occasionally, sometimes you won't have active. You can just go to settings, account info to activate that, then verify that your account's fully active by showing a listing. And then FBA, it's going to be when it checks in right there. So we can see like, yeah, 35 here, right? So 35, right? These are what, 17? Yeah, 17 right there. Right, so we go ahead, take off 5% right there. And we can see $4 profit. I mean, this is not bad. It's pretty stable right there. Like, yeah, like this is a sustainable 25% ROI here that's been profitable for like a year at this buy cost. So this is something that totally could make sense as a potential replenishable product. And then what I'd also want to do is take a look at these guys as well and see if there's any other ones that could, that maybe there's a prime bump on or anything like that. Like for example, like 33 here. Let's see, like, yeah, this is FBM buy box here. It's sold and shipped from the seller. It's not sold and shipped, or it's not shipped by Amazon, sold by the seller, right? So we can see here, like, yeah, 33. Yeah, okay, there's a bunch of FBA guys right there, like 35, right? So kind of same deal on those 35. 16.98 minus tax exempt. Right there. It's $4 profit, or 25% ROI right there, right? So it's cool, right? See, that's the vibes right there, right? So we can see 22 right there. No, thank you. Right. These socks here as well. Right. Variations. Let's see what we got here. Right. We need some of these socks. I think they're all going for like, yeah, the 12 packs, 10.98 right there. Right. So let's see 23. No, thank you on those guys here either. Going down here, we'd see like got like the compressions right there. Let's see, got more. Yeah, like 23 right there. Let's see this like ebony color, I believe, this like shiny one. Let's see, extra large here. Right, so remember, only do this when you know where a brand comes from and how to make it good, right? And then I can go on Google and say like, what grocery brands does Walmart own similar to And One and Better Homes and Gardens in other niches here? Right, so for example, yeah, like, okay, great value, right? So I actually happen to know, I just want to show you the Google search to do it here. So we can just type in on Amazon.com here and see like, okay, like coffee pods, coffee, energy drink mixes. I've actually done some in the past, right? So like obviously these sponsor listings, we're not going to look at. Those are going to be other brands, right? But 100 plus, boom, let's dig in, let's take a look, right? Pack of 6 here, right? Pack of 5, pack of 20, or pack of 6 here, right? Pack of 6 here, right? So we'll let this data up, let this data load up, give a quick glance at the Keepa data, right? A little slow moving here, honestly. No sales rank, which isn't a reason to automatically avoid it, right? Really important thing I see all the time is beginners will automatically avoid no buy box listings, no sales rank listings, stuff Amazon's on. Don't automatically avoid that stuff. You have to take a look at the offer count movement if it's good. Like for example, like this offer count movement is totally good, even though it technically the sales rank's red. That's just the percentage right there. But don't automatically avoid no buy box or suppress things. No buy box means it's the same thing as suppressed right there. Right? Don't automatically avoid no sales rank stuff. Like look at the Keepa date. Don't automatically avoid ones Amazon's on, right? So let's say this is 1.98 times 6. No, thank you. All right, let's see. Let's see lowest FBA there, 19. So let's say 1.98 times 4, minus 5% right there. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like grocery products don't really have returns. Like this is up to you if it's something you want to pursue. Right there, we can see like, that's not bad right there. And then literally like, you know, if you want us to see breakdowns of, you know, if you want me to check all your leads for you and everything like that, just go down below and book in a call with Aaron to see if it makes sense to work with me potentially for my coaching program and everything too. And we dig into storefront stalking, manual sourcing, and getting literally all that stuff and everything. And then a little bit more advanced stuff like leaf sourcing, and then some sourcing methods that I'm not going to show in this free course that we do dig in just with paid clients right there. So if you're interested, take a look at that down below. And that is the leaf sourcing process, which is a good advanced sourcing method to get into once you know where a specific brand comes from and how to make it good. I do want to show you guys another advanced sourcing method too that's really, really helpful, especially for listings where you've seen the price go to the moon, which is going to be a ton of stuff, especially because this is releasing at the start of 2026. So we're just coming off huge demand increases for Halloween stuff for Halloween, Thanksgiving for Thanksgiving, and Christmas for December, and toys and stuff like that. And really everything honestly skyrockets in demand during the Q4 season right here. So say we take a look in here at this Keepa chart, jumping in my screen here. This Spirit Halloween product, if we take a look at the Keepa data, we can see back in October of 2024, actually, so a little bit over a year ago, in the end of September, so right as holiday demand for Halloween stuff was really starting to pop off, there were 48 sellers and it was going for $33, right? And then literally like a month later at the peak of Halloween demand, there were 7 sellers and it was all the way up from 28, 30-ish, etc., all the way up to like 45, even 44, and well above 40. So literally like a 50% increase in price and a almost 90% decrease in competition. And it gets me thinking to myself, it's like, okay, these super smart sellers who sold this at the peak, they probably have other good listings like that because they were smart enough and savvy enough to be in stock on great listings during their peak demand. So they probably have other things that are worth looking into, even if we're looking at the historical data, right? So the way we go ahead and identify this is every time you come across someone who sold at the peak, all you need to do is go here and hit data and then buy box statistics. Right here on Keepa, so this is known as the buy box statistics sourcing method. So data and then buy box stats right here. And then you just need to filter to the 365-day data. So data, buy box stats. Love this part of Keepa, by the way. If you haven't yet looked at this part of Keepa, definitely go back to the Keepa section here. And then all I need to do is where it says average price, I need to filter top to bottom to see who sold this the most expensive right here, right? So it makes sense this is our spooky season, sold this at the most expensive right here. And now I can go ahead and open up these sellers here, guys, and go ahead and dig in and see all the listings they're currently selling. And all I need to do is go ahead and grab this URL and then go to sas.selleramp.com, the SellerAmp homepage, and then plug that in. So I just copy using Command C right here, then go to sas.selleramp.com and then paste this in. Boom, copy, bang right here, go to sas.selleramp.com. And now I can see all the listings these sellers are currently carrying, which in this case, it makes perfect sense. Lots of other Halloween and toys type of stuff here. Same thing with this seller, same thing with this seller here. And this is really good, even in hindsight, to find stuff here. And we know like this matted item is, 35 right here. This got a lead immediately right there. We found this one of the other sections here. But yeah, we can see like Best Buy, we know we have tax exempt and gift cards here, right? So this is 57 here, right at 35 minus tax exempt minus gift cards right there. Best Buy gift cards could even be better here today. Let's see, Best Buy here. Yeah, Best Buy gift cards are up at 7% now, right? And historically, they're as high as like 8% right there. So we can say like take off like 35 minus tax exempt minus 7% gift cards. Even better here, this is flying 2,000 sales per month right there, right? Buy box pumping right. This makes, oh my God, the sales rank's insane. Yeah, 83 sales rank. That's ridiculously good, right? Because remember, we just want to be below 200K. Right there. So we can see that's a really, really good way to do things. And honestly, like say this ever spiked up in price, you'd run this exact same playbook right here. And you can do that whenever you see listings that went to the moon in the past. You go ahead and see it's like, okay, I want to see the people who sold this at the most expensive price. Boom, let's go ahead, take a look at that right there. Boom. And there we go. So that's the name of the game right there, guys, with the buy box statistic sourcing method, which is a really good advanced way to find winning procs. There we go. Manufacturing profit margins and understanding that you don't really find winning products. You find things that sell quick and then you make winning products is by far the most important thing that goes in all in arbitrage product research. And you guys have seen that through the live sourcing sections, but I also just want to break down the 7 most common ways to make items more profitable right here that we can take a look at. And that typically, if you initially plug in the price from a website, if it's break even or better, slightly profitable, 10, 20% ROI, almost always there's going to be a way to lower the buy cost and create more winning products or create more margin on that, right? And the first one is going to be the biggest one, which is going to be holiday sales. So we can see Yankee Candle currently has buy 2, get 2 free on everything. And the crazy thing is some stuff we can even stack on this extra 15% coupon code too right here that becomes a 20% code with the mobile number right here. So we can see holiday sales are probably the biggest discount method right here, and they tend to happen on holidays, right? So that's going to be stuff like Black Friday, Amazon Prime Day, when a bunch of retailers run sales to compete with Prime Day, Memorial Day, Labor Day, St. Patrick's Day, Valentine's Day, Martin Luther King Day, everything like that, right? President's Day, right? As well. So we can see, taking a look here, right? Buy 2, get 1 free when typically it happens about once per month. Some websites more frequently, depending on like how well their stock price and how well the company is just doing, will run these here. So we can see like Yankee Candle, it tends to be more like once a month, right? Some websites a little bit more frequently. Gap, for example, it's all the time, like almost always, right? They have some type of sale going on right here. So we can see you learn the way to manufacture a margin for a specific retailer, and then you can make money from that literally for years right here. So Yankee Candle, I know it's in 100 unit Ungate, but it's actually super cheap because Yankee Candle products are like $2 in some cases, right? So it actually ends up being cheaper than some 10 unit Ungates right there. So Yankee Candle, it's holiday sales plus that sign up code right there. A lot of websites as well, we can also stack on discounted gift cards, the second type of one, right? So we can see like Kohl's, we can get like 10% here. Target, we can get like 7%. That's a super simple process, literally just purchasing a discounted gift card on the retailer. Then the retailer or the gift card retailer gives you the numbers that you can just use to check out on the website right there, nice and easy. So Cardbear, all the gift card sites on Cardbear, it's an aggregator, are legit. It's like literally all of these here, a bunch of them I've used, right? We take a look at right there. Pro tips, some of the gift card retailers will have bulk buying programs. Like if you hit up Tom at cardcash.com, he can hook it up on CardCash. I also have a good relationship with Arbitrage Card too, where you can go ahead and save additional money as well and typically like pay for like wire and stuff as well. So discounted gift cards are phenomenal. The next type, this is probably the one that's most common, especially on smaller retailers, tend to be a little bit more AutoUngate stuff, is going to be sign up coupons. So Gap, if we just take a look on Cardbear, right, Gap is incredibly cheap with their discounted gift cards here. But if we scroll down, we can also go ahead and stack on this 20% sign up code here as well to save additional money. And that gives you just such a leg up over your competition. That's why so often I'll see beginners are like, I can't find any winning products. I'm like, no wonder. I don't find winning products either. I make items good using different discounts that exist, right? So holiday sales, discounted gift cards, sign-up codes are incredibly helpful. Another one that I love is using what's called tax exempt, where you get a reseller certificate or tax exempt permit. Depends on the specific state what they're called, which is kind of annoying. But we can see if you literally just Google Walmart tax exempt here, right? You can sign up literally right there. Home Depot tax exempt. Lowe's tax exempt right there. And then some retailers, you just have to go ahead and contact their customer service. And then some retailers as well, to expand on tax exempt, will even have wholesale or B2B programs right there, which is just an incredible gem. I can't believe I'm giving this away for free, that some of these companies you can literally just reach out to buy wholesale and get further discounts and pay no sales tax right there. So number 4 is tax exempt. Number 5 is wholesale and B2B programs. Big fans of those. Number 6 is going to be downloading all the free coupon and cashback extensions like Rakuten right here, as well as Coupon Birds and Capital One Shopping, and then Coopert as well. So these are extensions that'll give you cash back and coupons. I don't like counting the cash back in the margin, but the hidden coupons you can find on them are really helpful too as well. So make sure you download these free extensions. You typically stick with the ones you like, right? Rakuten, Capital One Shopping, Coopert, as well as Coupon Birds, right? And everything. And then the last way of manufacturing margin, at least that's super common, along with subscribe and save, some websites off subscribe and save, are hidden coupons you can just find literally just going to like shopwss.com/coupons, or literally just Googling shopwss coupons here, and we can see, boom, weekly coupons right there, and we can see coupons shopwss.com. So you'd be surprised how many deals you can find literally just Googling right there or talking to customer service. Pop-ups on different retailers too. And the bonus one that I should have had on here would be subscribe and save, where a lot of websites, like a lot of like the pet and grocery type websites, will have subscribe and save or auto ship deals where you can, place it, order, and then just cancel when they ships and then run it back. Just subscribing to that again. So manufacturing margin is super important. One of the best value adds in my coaching program is checking leads with me, and then also where I'll help you manufacture the margin and create winning products, because all the time you're going to see stuff that sells quick. All you have to be able to do is make it profitable. And when it's break even or better on the front end before any discounts, that's typically a sign that you're going to be able to make that item good. That's the manufacturing margin basics, incredibly important for product research. Along with manufacturing margin and actually taking advantage of winning products, I'm also a huge fan of tracking products over time and maximizing lifetime value of leads using what's called SellerAmp spreadsheets to be organized, and Keepa alerts, Keepa tracking alerts to be notified when items hit a profitability point that we can go ahead and take advantage. So if we take a look at this product right here, so this item is over on Petco for $5.19 in a 2-pack. And then a 4-pack on Amazon is going for $32. So it's like, okay, there's probably margin there. So if I plug in 5.19 times 2 here, we can see that leaves $11 profit per sale and 105% ROI. So absolutely banger product, right? And then if we take a look down here at the Keepa chart, we can see gorgeous chart, competition shooting down, price shooting up. Absolutely love to see it. The problem is it's actually out of stock on this retailer here, and we can see so many beginners will come across listings that are good, but they're out of stock, or they're historically good, but they're not quite good today, and they'll just scroll past those items. No, don't do that. Instead, organize them, right? Some websites will let you plug in notify me when available. So literally look up if this item's in stock. If not, put in your email to get notified. I'm pretty sure this is an AutoUngate brand, right? And if not, obviously get Ungated in it too, right? So all we need to do, guys, is go on selleramp.com and create an out of stock spreadsheet and an almost good spreadsheet here, right? And now I can one-click export this to my out of stock sheet here and go ahead and take a look, and then we can see now down here, boom, right there, right? And then we can also do like a source link column as well here too. That's just my out of stock example, right? And we can see here, boom, it's like pack of 2, sell as pack of 4, right there. Then we go ahead and plug this in. And now I can go ahead and check this once a month, or eventually a virtual assistant can check this and take advantage of it right there. Nice and easy. Another thing too, and not just out of stock or almost good products, with the SellerAmp spreadsheets, is I can also add a tracking alert where, say this was in stock, or even if it wasn't in stock, and say I needed it to be like 40 to be profitable, which obviously isn't the case, but say I did, right? I would go here and I could hit track product on Keepa, and then go ahead and say, I'll get an email notification when this hits $40 or more, right? This is really good for like Amazon to Amazon flips and some more like kind of advanced stuff. And just like if you just have a product, like say a website like Walmart, where the buy cost doesn't really change outside of tax exempt, they rarely do sales, right? Some listings will just flow in and out of profitability all year, and they're not good at 20, but when they're at 23, they're good, and they're at 23, 40% of the year. You should make money on that when it's good. And that's where the Keepa tracking alerts comes into play right there, which is super, super helpful. And then SellerAmp spreadsheets are super, super easy. We literally have these pre-made templates for you guys on SellerAmp.com. You can go ahead and plug in nice and easy right there that you can go ahead and get set up to stay organized. I like having an almost good spreadsheet, an out of stock spreadsheet, and then spreadsheets for any favorite retailers too. And Keepa tracking alerts are really good for getting notified of listings coming back to profitability, because obviously the market changes here, but it's a really, really good long-term mindset to use those as well. So that's the basics of SellerAmp Google Sheets as well as the Keepa tracking alerts. Now that you know most of the basics of product research and have seen me find a lot of winning products using the Storefront stalking method, the best one for beginners, as well as manual sourcing, a little bit more advanced, and some even more advanced ones too, I really want you to understand that not every day is created equal and understand the buying calendar throughout the year. So the best time of the year is the fourth quarter between October and December, but the best time of year to prepare is literally any time through that, because you're gonna be so much better than this a month from now, 2 months from now, etc., which is why you need to get going now, even if you're watching this in January or April or some of the slower times of the year, right? So we start out in Q1, January to March, and progressively get better all the way through the Q4 rush for the holiday season, and especially November and December. January is really good for still seeing a lot of demand on Amazon because a ton of people got Amazon gift cards for Christmas, as well as retail arbitrage clearance season at places like Walmart in-store and Ross, Marshalls, and TJ Maxx. Come February, there starts to be more really good online arbitrage sourcing too, especially in terms of manual sourcing on your favorite websites. February comes with President's Day sales and Valentine's Day sales on these different retailers. Every time it's a holiday, these retailers love excuses to run deals, as well as Valentine's Day products and winter theme stuff is really popping off still. March is a little bit slower. It's probably the slowest month of the year for the market, but it's also a really good time to get going because then things will be so much better when things are really easy later in the year, and has St. Patrick's Day sales as well as a lot of spring and summer types of sporting gear and clothing start to really see increasing demand on Amazon as well. April is when things start to get really easy for the year. April to December is definitely the best 2/3 of the year. And that comes with Easter sales. And then it really accelerates into May when we start a really big corridor of holidays, which means tons of deals. Mother's Day in early May, Memorial Day in late May, which gets right into Father's Day 2 weeks after in June. And at this point, tons of summer products are popping off, pools, grilling gear, etc., camping stuff. And back to school stuff, believe it or not, is already starting to pop off as well. And then 2 weeks after that, we have 4th of July. 4th of July and Memorial Day are just incredibly underrated times of the year for product research. They really kick off back to school season. And then 2 weeks after 4th of July is typically during the year. I think it was actually 1 year earlier in 2024 and 2 weeks later in 2025. But regardless, July Prime Day. July Prime Day is an incredibly good time to buy profitable deals because tons of retailers run sales to compete with Amazon on that, which is super, super poppin' and everything. So July Prime Day is really, really good. Back to school season is really during like mid-June to mid-August. Is going to be a full back to school and Q4 session later in the free course. Definitely recommend watching those as well, which is super, super awesome. And then in late August, or really just mid-August, back to school season, there's a lot of good clearance that time too as well. And then there is Labor Day in kind of that transition period, August to September. September is really the calm before the storm for Q4. Really January to September, you want to FBA a lot of products. Obviously, if something you see a lot of people on is pumping FBM, totally move that listing FBM. But just industry-wide, there's more FBA this time of year. And then October, we have typically October Prime Day as well as Halloween. Lots of deals for both those holidays. And that's when you're hammering in FBA stuff to sell on Amazon during Q4. And then once we get into really the peak of Q4 in November and December, there's the early Black Friday sales, which are incredibly underrated for sourcing between like November 5th and November 20th, November 25th. And then Black Friday, Cyber Monday sourcing is the best time of the entire year for buying. And right after that, December 5th to December 20th is the best time of year for selling, especially getting in a really good rhythm, pumping listings, merchant fulfilled during this time of year. During November, really like the first half of November is pounding in inventory FBA. Second half of November is especially really good for selling products FBM. And then December is all FBM, especially getting in a rhythm with retail arbitrage and pickup orders to get items listed same day, and pumping in OA orders to get listings in ASAP and get them up quick to merchant fulfill as well. And really the big reason why merchant fulfilled is so good during Q4 is because there's so much extra demand on the market and the FBA warehouses get really backed up. Especially in December, not a lot of people send in FBA inventory because the warehouses are so backed up, which leads to there being more buy box share available for FBM sellers too, which is absolutely popping. So January to March is really the warm up, and then April to September is that like back to school market starts to get really good period, and then October to December is the best time of the year, culminating in November and December. Literally a lot of sellers do half of their volume for the entire year during November, December, which means if you're watching this not during those months, now's a good time to get prepared for them and understand that there's so much more leverage during that time and you get so much more out for what you put in, which is why you really need to grind and get going. And potentially, if you're interested in working with me, now's the time to do it and join my coaching program prior to those Q4 months to be as fully prepared as possible. And that's the buying calendar for the entire year. As we go, guys, obviously, if you have any questions, let me know down below in the comments. That's the calendar for the entire year for new Amazon sellers. I want to make this clear as we talk about the different product research niches. What you sell on Amazon doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter what you think will sell well on Amazon. It's all about what the data shows. The nice thing is a video game versus sporting goods versus sporting goods product versus grocery item. It all doesn't matter because the data is the exact same. But I do want to dig into my 7 favorite niches and talk about the pros and cons of each of them. But at the end of the day, the data is all that matters. And everything. So my first favorite niche is beauty products. I like beauty products because they're incredibly easy to understand. There's a lot of AutoUngates for them and they aren't returned super often. And most beauty products only come from the brand website or Ulta or Sephora because there's not really like these massive beauty brands with hundreds of items that are carried on dozens of websites in the way that there is with like a shoes and clothing, for example. So I do really like the beauty niche. The cons of it are a lot of people do send like inauthentic complaints on beauty products. That's actually just a minor inconvenience though, because you are obviously buying these from legit websites and everything too. Another con of the beauty niche that actually can be really annoying is that because a lot of beauty brands don't have that many unique items and there's no sizing, no variations, it's a lot easier for Amazon to either sell the beauty brand themselves as a first-party seller or for the brand to manage their own Amazon presence. So there tends to be less longevity on a per ASIN basis compared to like selling some big legacy brands like Gap or like any of the Walmart brands, right, that have been around on Amazon for years and years and years. They don't really update their catalog super often. So that's the beauty brand. My next one I really, really like is shoes and clothing because there's variations and there's a lot of depth. You guys saw when we were searching Gap products that, there were some hoodies where the small was good, the medium was good, the large was good, the XL was good. And we were literally able to find 3 to 6 profitable products just off one deal and one specific item. Even more when we talk more about variations. So variations are awesome. Another pro of variations and just shoes and clothing in general is that a lot of newer sellers don't know how to navigate the variations tab. It's actually one of the first things I do on the one-on-one call with all my coaching students is set up their Keepa, SellerAmp, and their Keepa variation settings right there. So make sure you go through the Keepa section or just work with me formally to see that right there. The cons of shoes and clothing, well, one last pro, right, is the high average sale price is awesome. So compared to like beauty, compared to grocery, shoes and clothing have a high average sale price. And then the big con of shoes and clothing is that there's significantly higher return rates, especially on women's clothing. Now, when you're a beginner, you take what you can get, you sell what you can, you sell what you're finding profitably. over time, you earn the right to have more choice and more flexibility around those different things and to only target lower return types of products if you so desire. But as long as you make sure, for men's clothing, you're going 30, 35% ROI plus pre-cash back, and women's clothing 35 to 40% ROI plus pre-cash back, you're going to go good to go even if returns happen, which they're going to on a certain percentage of orders. The next category I love, especially for the holiday season, is toys. Toys are incredibly high demand, and there's always new toys every single year coming out because there's new pop culture things going on. And literally like every year, I feel like there's a toy that absolutely pops off, like Coco Melon, Tony's, Jellycat, Zuru just in the past couple of years, Magic Mixies, right? Literally every year there's a toy that absolutely pops off. One con of toys is that they are, in general, compared to most products, significantly more seasonal, right? In that they'll, be much, much better during November, December. Most products, honestly, do well year round, but toys is more seasonal, and there's more of a risk with toys of Amazon coming into stock on certain listings. Toys are awesome though. Now, seasonal items like Halloween stuff during Halloween, Thanksgiving stuff during Thanksgiving, Easter candy during Easter, Christmas candy and toys during December are very, very good, but only if you keep a long-term mindset and understand that there's certain Thanksgiving stuff you're going to sell every year. There's certain New Year stuff that you're going to sell every year, and they're more like get in and get out, first in, first out type of products and everything. But if you take a look at certain Keepa charts, like there's pools, you can sell pools every single year. You just have to have a long-term mindset and understand that, sure, you might not be able to replenish it because demand drops off after summer or after, Easter ends for Easter candy. There's other seasonal items always popping off, and you could take advantage of those. So the pros are that they're only good certain times of the year, but that can be a pro or a con because you can just get on them quick and then find other seasonal products. Or if you keep just a short-term mindset, it would be easy to be like, oh, like that's not worth the time or anything. But when you consider that you're going to sell candy for Easter candy, and sell peppermint bark for Christmas candy, and sell pumpkin spice type of stuff and coffee for fall every year, it becomes a lot more easier to take advantage of seasonal items, right? There's all different types of seasonal products. A super underrated niche, especially for retail arbitrage, is going to be grocery items. Grocery items are awesome because they have low returns and they move super, super fast, because a lot of people will buy the same grocery items literally every month, every couple months. You can get on subscribe and save deals as well. A con of grocery is that there's not a lot of online arbitrage for it. There is some, but there's not as much as other types of niches because grocery items have expiration dates, which can totally be a con. And that's why a lot of grocery items are either wholesale or retail arbitrage. And it's very, very important to understand where different types of products tend to come from. And grocery is definitely the least online arbitrage type of product on this specific link. Electronics are bad because of their high return rates, but that's really like the only kind of issue with electronics. They're great because they sell incredibly quick and because there's a really high average sale price, and they're predictable in terms of where they come from. Like Best Buy, Tivoli, Target, Walmart tend to be the places those come from. Like, for example, the Fujifilm disposable cameras were an incredibly fast seller in 2025. I think they still are for 2026. I think there's some more wholesale people moving on to them. And that's something our group totally ate on right there. So electronics are awesome. And then the last niche I love, once again, remember, niche doesn't really matter, but I do want to talk pros and cons. Some of my favorites are going to be sporting goods. Sporting goods have a little bit higher return rates, not as high as like shoes and clothing, but higher than most things on this list. But there's always different sports going on. Winter sports in the months leading up to winter. Right now, when I'm filming this in December and January, there's a lot of baseball and lacrosse type of stuff that's going to start to pop off. Every year during back to school season, football, soccer, volleyball stuff does really good right before those seasons in September and October and November, right? And so sporting goods are awesome right there. And those are the types of niches I really like for beginners. But remember, you're not just going on Amazon and searching random products. You're not just going on random websites and searching random products. You're just doing storefront stalking and opening up storefronts, digging in and seeing what you can find that sell profitably, starting out on profitable products you see in this video, potentially if you're just getting started square one right there. And that's what you're taking a look at. Those are my favorite beginner niches for 2026. We're out in the field here now at Ross, gonna go ahead and do some retail arbitrage and show you what it's like to go into these discount stores and find winning products to sell on Amazon. So retail arbitrage is where we go in-store to places like Ross, Marshall's, Grocery Outlet, and Ollie's to find winning products to sell. Retail arbitrage tends to have really good profit margins because it's a lot of like clearance and stuff like that. So let's go into some of these sections and scan some products and find some winners. So literally the entire process of retail arbitrage is just going into these discount stores and scanning stuff. Like we can see, like this is 15 bucks right here. It goes on Amazon for 25, so we'd lose $1 right here. So that is not good. And then literally just roll it up here and scan all these guys. See, like this is $19.99 at Ross. And then literally we just plug it in, exact same thing as the SellerAmp calculator on the computer, just on the phone. This sells decent, 50 a month. It's a little bit higher sales rank, but it says 2%, but remember, we each want to be under 200K. This is pretty close to being good. $5 profit, 24% ROI, but we want that a little bit higher here. And literally you can see like there's tons of stuff here and there's less volume of specific products, but tends to be higher profit margin. So it's literally just a game of opening these up, scanning barcodes. This is $7. Yeah, some products don't have a specific thing right there here, right? And you, over time, especially even doing online arbitrage, you start to get an eye for what is gonna do best and everything. You see like there's different like action figures here. Like this is $4. That looks cheap. I feel like this could go for, you know, $14.99 on Amazon here. Interestingly enough, okay, that's actually rare. It's literally $3.99 right there. It's a perfect $3 profit and 75% ROI right here. And then we can even scroll down and see the chart on SellerAmp as well. And we can see this moves really nicely, right? If you watch the online arbitrage part, you can see the competition's nicely going down here. Price is nice and steady. So that's an example of a nice winning product here we want to take a look at. Now it's just a game of scanning significantly more of these and finding lots of other winners here, right? For example, like this one, there's 2 of these ETs. Those were close, right? You can grab this guy here as well. You just gotta obviously make sure they're in good condition here and everything, but we'll literally just scan away here and see what we can do. Like this is 26 on Amazon, buy cost is 17. So this is a bad product because it has a really, really high sales rank. Yeah, sometimes they even have stuff hiding in here. Like this, I've seen online arbitrage, I think in a 3-pack right there, but that is a different right there. Yeah, stuff like Disney, stuff like Pixar tends to do really well. Some things actually won't have a barcode though, unfortunately, so we're not gonna worry about those here. And then in terms of literally just what you scan with, literally it's just the SellerAmp app, guys. So including your SellerAmp subscription, you can get the mobile app, the Chrome extension, and all that in one subscription. So once you get a 2-week free trial of SellerAmp, you can get going with that. So what I tend to see is that girls' toys, which toys is a big category for retail arbitrage, tend to do better than boys' ones, but literally every year there's a like really, really good product for one specific niche that's called like the Bolo of the year, I'd like it to call. This is a good one here, 13, so $12.99 here. $3 profit, close. We can take a look down here at the Keepa, see if it's going higher. Yeah, even recently here, guys, buy box up at 26 right there. So pricing this 26, okay, I thought it was 23. So this is decent here, right? Probably pass on this just because retail arbitrage, you're not getting huge quantities of things. So you tend to look for a higher ROI, which makes sense, lower quantities of stuff, but higher profit margins right there. And it's literally just a game of scanning everything, guys. Like to get to know a specific RA store, you have to go in and scan everything, right? And then in terms of what stores to do retail arbitrage at, honestly, it's anything that's like big discount stores. So for example, like Ross, Marshall's, TJ Maxx, Grocery Outlet, the outlet malls too as well, tend to be the best places to do RA at. The places not to do it would be like Walmart and Target. You're not gonna wanna do it just because those are retail stores, so it's retail pricing. But discount stores are where you can go ahead and really clean up, like these types of places we're at. Scanning right here, these got like attached to each other right here. Sometimes, you know, retail arbitrage can really be the wild, wild west. Sometimes you can like build wholesale relationships with store managers and get to know employees really well to get plugged in on different deals too. And you have to just go ahead in and scan everything, guys. Like this doesn't work if you just go once. It works best when you're scanning everything at these different stores, when you're talking to other sellers nationwide that are hitting the same spots and collaborating over different things. and you saw how to do online arbitrage storefront stalking from home, you can do that with retail arbitrage too, like that WWE figurine we had, that action figure we had that was really good. That probably the storefronts on those listings have other things that are also good from Ross, Marshalls, TJ Maxx as well, and Ross specifically where we are today. And the more you scan, the more you start to learn too, like there's different products that'll be different costs at different retailers as well too. This flies, $200 per month here. What's our buy cost on this guy? $14.99. Cool. So here we go. Like this is a good example of something. I believe Pokemon is in 100 Ungated, so you would want to avoid this as a beginner, but there's going to be lots of AutoUngate stuff here too. Like we can see $15 into 34, 6 stars profit, 44% ROI, and $200 per month. And then what I'd also want to do is go ahead and see if there's any other Pokemon stuff like this, whether it be multiple units of these or just other similar Pokemon ones too, where you start to see those patterns. And then stuff like this where it's messed up too, you want to avoid, like you only want to be delivering, good stuff to your customers here as well. And then going back to this item that we found good here, the same way you get the SellerAmp data and then the chart within SellerAmp on the phone here or on the computer, we can see it on our phone here too, where we can see that exact offer count movement chart, buy box movement chart here, and see not only is this a good item today, but it's also been a good item over time. And then in terms of what you actually scan, right? Only scan name brand stuff that you see doing well. Like these brands, some of them are obviously name brand like Levi's here and everything, but a lot of stuff is not name brand. The only stuff that's gonna do well on Amazon is name brand, which is what the online and retail arbitrage business model is literally built off of, which is selling products people are already searching for on Amazon. You always hear me talk about how with online arbitrage, you don't really find items good, you make items good, but with retail arbitrage, you do find stuff good. You just have to scan it and actually see it. And some items won't have a barcode. You can always use the image search recognition here on SellerAmp as well to pull it up, and then it'll find the data right there too. And retail arbitrage is really good, especially during January, especially during July and August, and then especially during November, December. Like I have students right now, so we're filming this during Q4 during the holiday season, that are going out and doing retail arbitrage and pickup orders every day and just cleaning up stuff and literally listing stuff from their phone while they're checking out, right after they check out, and getting sales ASAP. And that's the beauty of retail arbitrage, is you don't gotta wait. The nice thing is you could do RA and OA at the same time on the same account, just like you can do FBM and FBA for selling products at the same time on the same account as well. And then a major byproduct of retail arbitrage is you end up finding stuff super cheap for the personal as well, and you just become like allergic, and online arbitrage too, you become like allergic to paying full price for things. So a major byproduct of this is you're just gonna become a major discount shopper and start seeing deals everywhere and never pay full price. So you'll save money on your personal purchases as well. So stuff like these Grinches will definitely do better during the holiday season, and you can, think in your head contextually what's gonna do better certain time of year, but you literally do just gotta scan it and everything. And this one here, we can do the AI analyze right here, the AI image search. I don't think it finds the listing right there, but that's a good way to find stuff when it doesn't necessarily have a barcode or the barcode's covered right there. And another really good thing too is if you're at like Grocery Outlet or Ollie's and you find like a 1-pack of something that's good, you can manually search it up here too and see if there's like a 2-pack or a 3-pack. That's where there's tons of money with retail arbitrage as well. Especially at Ross, Marshalls, and TJ Maxx. I've actually seen this online arbitrage before. In January, they have what's called, I think it's either the red or yellow tag clearance, where there's a ton of good deals. So look out for that. And then you can always talk to employees too and figure out when they have good deals. And another really good thing, this actually has no sellers here. So if there is any, okay, there's no sales history ever on this item, so it's not good right there. But talking to employees is a really good edge, as well as similar with online arbitrage, how on big sites like Walmart, Home Depot, and Lowe's, you can use your tax exempt permit. You can too at a lot of retail arbitrage places. So make sure you bring that sales tax documentation in too, so you can avoid sales tax. And then in terms of ungating for retail arbitrage, stuff like supplements and just like a lot of like big brands, obviously they'll be gated for beginners, but you can always check on SellerAmp if you're AutoUngate here. And then for ungating, say I found like a banger like beauty product right here, and it was gated. If it wasn't AutoUngate after I hit apply to sell and request approval just on my phone here, I wouldn't be able to ungate with a retail arbitrage receipt. I can use that for like an inauthentic complaint or anything like that, typically as long as it's from a big place here. But for ungating retail arbitrage, you can't use receipts. I would just buy something from that brand online, knock that out. It's probably honestly might be profitable in there too as well, but you can't ungate with retail arbitrage receipts. Major pro tip that a lot of people get backwards. And the nice thing too is that starting retail arbitrage is actually cheaper than OA because you tend to see higher profit margins on stuff with retail arbitrage. So literally you can start retail arbitrage if you want to do like used books at thrift stores and garage sales and stuff like that with like basically very, very little money, or used books like no money. But for like traditional RA, like going into stores, let's see, how much is this guy here? $7, yeah, so $7 into 14, so not gonna be good. You just need like a couple $100, and you don't even need a seller account to start doing it too, because you can just do it with 2 weeks free on SellerAmp. This was $7, not quite profitable on that guy. And the nice thing is you might be thinking, okay, like what about shipping on these products on the SellerAmp calculator? The nice thing is the shipping is already calculated on the SellerAmp profit calculator, so there's no mental math or anything required with it. And then stuff like this that doesn't scan when you scan it, sometimes beginners will like want to create listings and stuff like that. Don't worry about that. Only sell stuff with proven sales strategy. There's so much out of your scan. You get to know these stores over time. No need to just worry about, you know, creating listings or anything like that. Underrated place for retail arbitrage. This Q4 really taught me this, is like candy and stuff like that. So, well, especially like Walgreens and everything. Like, let's check this right here. Let's see, peppermint bark here. Ooh, okay, this is very, very close, and it's flying. So this could be cheaper elsewhere here. We can see like just about break even. Is there any history higher here at all? Let's see. No, there isn't, but some of these other like white sugar cookies, peppermint bark, etc. could totally be good. So this is interesting, right? Because there's like literally like this Ross is overflowing with products, and that shows how good clearance season is going to be in January and then August. We're filming this in December right now, but something like this here, like, you know, it's moving slow. It's like going for like $18 here, right? $18, buying it for $5.99. Like, this is profitable, but there's just so much better stuff out there than 9 sales a month. But you just got to scan enough to go ahead and find it. Like, for example, this is $7 here. Let's take a look at this. $7, selling for $7 on Amazon, so not good. Right there, Fisher Price. It's a popular toy brand. $12 here, no thank you. Seen a lot of money in like the action figures and WWE figurines and stuff. Let's check this out here. Pokemon as well, 17, this is close. But like, for example, next month, if they mark this down to $6 here, then this becomes good. So you always hear me talk about that long-term mindset and sticking around long enough for things to be good. And some of the stuff in a month is gonna be 50% or 75% off, and then it becomes good. And that's why you need to have a long-term mindset with this business. No idea on the market on this on Amazon. We'll give it a scan real quick. This stuff makes you addicted to scanning, but very, very good personal item. Not a good deal, but a very, very good personal item. No barcode on that guy. Another good personal item here. And all you need, right, is like one good item like we found with those action figures over there. And then you can go home and Storefront stock, or even just Storefront stock on your phone and find a lot of other stuff from there. $4 right here, like this is so cheap. Oh, okay, yeah, here we go, $3.99 here. So this is just about doubling the money here. Let's see if the buy box is going higher at all. Yeah, 14, so it looks like 14 is pretty normal. Right there, yeah, $14.99. $14.50 right there, so like that's decent. We can find better stuff, but this is an easy $3 a piece here, and there's probably other action figures similar to this that do sell more expensive here. Let's check like this one here. Let's see, because we found that one that was really good. 11, cheap as well. Same one right there. Yeah, so not liking that. Let's see, Paw Patrol. This is one of the items of the year, actually. This is there's a bunch of these. Ooh, $6. Okay, very close here. So $6. Yeah, so just about $1 profit here. Interesting. So this is one where even though it sells really quick, it's not close to profitable. And that's because Amazon's on it right there and they're holding the buy box. There can be cases where you do want to compete with Amazon. You just need to make sure that they're sharing buy box and that the offer count movement, just like we talked about with online arbitrage, is moving adequately to go ahead and see that right there. Let's see all these Pikachus. Let's see, $4 here. So this one's not good because the price went way down a few months ago. It looks like it got flooded with competition here. So price went way down. So definitely want to avoid listings like that. We want to look for listings that have the exact opposite type of data. $4.49 here. Yeah, here we go. So you can make a couple bucks profit on this here. Let's see. Yeah, even though Amazon's on it, nice stability on that item right there. So it's not bad. $4.99. That one's pretty close to being good here. Let's see. Minecraft here as well. Oh yeah, here we go. Nice. So even though this has a little bit higher sales rank here, it does show 50 estimated sales per month. So this is definitely, oh, this is totally good here. Yeah, I don't know why the sales rank's so high, but the movement's good, which movement overrides sales rank there. That's another good example of retail arbitrage product. There's so much money out there if you just go out and scan everything name brand there. And now we're gonna move on to section number 4. Now that you know how to find winning products, how to actually manage the back end of your business, the shipping, and everything like that. Let's get after it. All right, guys, so now we're moving into section number 4 of the free course. Now that we know what product research looks like, step number 4 is gonna be all things back end, listing, shipping, and everything like that. But if you've already seen enough and you're thinking, okay, I really like this industry, I just want one-on-one help with it, I want coaching with it, check the link in the description for my coaching program application, and you can go ahead and see everything that goes into what it's like actually working with me. And at the end of the free course, there's also a bunch of student interviews of people that have actually worked with me as well. So let's dig into section number 4 and take a look at that if you're interested in getting one-on-one coaching. Now you've seen the end-to-end product research for online arbitrage, retail arbitrage, and even in terms of online arbitrage, a couple of different types of sourcing methods. And as you start to place your first couple test orders of different products, it's very important to dial in your tracking and to have a tracking spreadsheet. It's actually super easy to get set up. You can have ChatGPT make you the template as well, or you can just copy this one here too and set it up nice and easy. I like using Google Sheets and just doing the order number, the supplier, the ASIN of the specific item, the product, basically just like how my brain remembers it. In respect to that, the quantity, the cost per unit, the total purchase price, the expected list price, the discount used, which is very, very underrated to do the discount used, and then the date placed and the status of it, whether it be order placed, shipped, or received right here. Then I also like doing this right here, the cost per unit. You can also do the adding these guys up to get like your spend per month if you're setting inventory spend goals and everything right there. And then you do want to make sure that this is just a result of that. So it times that right there, boom, and then that column just comes there, and then we'll go ahead and drag this guy down completely too, and then say we do like 10 and 5 right there, then it goes ahead and adds it in right there. But just for sake of example, we'll make that look pretty right there. So you do want to have a basic spreadsheet here for order tracking right there. If you're unfamiliar with the basics of the Google Sheets, definitely recommend watching a little YouTube video on this. This is the kind of stuff all my coaching students get templates of to use to as well, just like pre-made things. We have a lot of setup resources for that and everything, but make sure you're using Google Sheets tracking system for all your purchase, both online arbitrage and retail arbitrage right there too. And it's nice and easy to just do it like this. And I like also having the status here received, just to make sure get the exact amount you need. This is also really helpful for account health too. If you ever need documents for these products, you have the order numbers that you can just plug in on your purchase email. I would recommend using one email for all your purchases right there. You can plug it in and easily find the documentation for a specific item, then correlate it to the ASIN. So say like this ASIN got an inauthentic complaint, super easy to get around. I would go ahead and just Command F, search it up, find the corresponding orders. That did not copy and paste correctly right there, but say I do Command C right here to copy. Then I can just go here, boom, and do Command V right there. And then I can find all the corresponding orders for this specific ASIN right there. Then go ahead and submit that documentation to Amazon. So nice and easy, have an order tracking spreadsheet, super easy to set up. We just discussed how important it is to have an order tracking template to know all the corresponding order numbers for the different ASINs you're selling throughout your career as an Amazon seller. The reason you need to have that tracked and why it's really helpful is because inevitably throughout your journey, you're going to occasionally get some IP complaints, which stand for intellectual property complaints, as well as inauthentic complaints, where a bozo Amazon buyer says the products you're selling are fake. Now, the nice thing is you're always good to go on scenarios like this, assuming you're keeping your documentation correctly in that spreadsheet, because typically about 1 out of every 2,000 orders I see someone does an inauthentic complaint and says like, oh, this thing was fake. They probably just clicked it. Honestly, one through buyer's remorse, so they just clicked it as an option on their returns if that shows, or anything like that. Then when that happens to you, don't panic. It's completely normal. It happens to everyone. And just calmly go ahead and check your order tracking spreadsheet. Do Command F to search that spreadsheet for the corresponding order numbers of that ASIN. It'll find the ASIN and then it'll have the corresponding order numbers. Then you go ahead and search that order number in your email and download that order confirmation as a PDF, similar to you did for the Ungate of that product, unless it was AutoUngate. And then you submit that off to Amazon. You can use a PDF combiner on Google if it's asking for all the units from a specific product right there. So that's how you can go ahead and solve inauthentic and IP complaints. Sometimes some little bit more brutal IP complaints I've seen you do have to actually contact and reach out to the brand. Happy to help, show you how to do that. Obviously, if you run into any big issues with that, obviously the big thing is avoiding that in the first place by buying stuff that does not have any IP complaint history on the Keepa chart, like I showed you guys in the red flag section. But sometimes you do need to contact the brand and get them to take it down too as well. If you just be honest about being a small business owner, typically they're good to go on that. But the nice thing is, the more you sell, the less these things actually matter, right? And always just deal with them right when they get on their account. I've never really seen like one inauthentic complaint be a big deal for anyone personally, but the more you sell, like I've had like 5 to 7 of them on my account at the same time during Q4, I got a little lazy. Take out all account health issues right when they come in, just get that documentation submitted. You're always good to go for buying from legit retailers. Remember guys, do not buy from Walmart third-party sellers. Do not buy off eBay. Do not buy off sketchy people on Instagram or Telegram. That's how you run into those account health issues. Even what's called Section 3 on Amazon, you tend to be good to go to beat, assuming you're buying legit product right there. And everything, and just use ChatGPT to help you build the files for these things as well. So that's how IP complaints and inauthentic complaints work. Almost never a big deal, especially if you're continuing to sell more and more, keeping your account health and your shipping metrics good, and keeping all your order numbers to the corresponding ASINs tracked correctly in a spreadsheet so you can pull that documentation and submit it to Amazon quick when you need it. As we're in now more of the back end section of the free course, prior to getting into the scaling section in a couple minutes, now we're going to talk about all things shipping, tracking your numbers, listing products on Amazon, and everything like that. Luckily, the Boxem platform makes listing and shipping significantly easier. I'll walk you guys through how to actually do that in a few minutes. A lot of people think Boxem's like a place you ship to, or it's like a preps or anything like that. That's not true. Boxem is just a way of listing and shipping products to Amazon easier rather than using Amazon Seller Central, and it handles all your analytics for you too as well. Prior to hopping into that and showing you how to list and ship products using Boxem, once you have them in hand off to Amazon, I'm going to show you guys the shipping supplies. So let's jump into my screen and break down all the shipping supplies you need to be using as a new Amazon seller in 2026. All right, so starting off, the cool thing is there's actually a lot of free shipping supplies you can get from UPS and USPS. And literally, guys, go ahead and take action and order these shipping supplies right now. It's one of the first things you should be doing as a newer seller to get the ball rolling on this stuff. Don't procrastinate. The first one is going to be UPS free shipping labels. So these are shipping labels you can use that go on the outside of the package. So you'll need one per FBA, or actually 2 per FBA shipment, because the FBA label and the shipping label, we'll talk about that in a few minutes here, and then 1 for each FBM, or just the shipping label right here. So these that you can get for free, there's also some other supplies you can go ahead to, but the main ones are going to be these shipping labels. I believe they're 4 1/4 by 5.5, but you can use any size. The ones from me are really awesome. You get those for free. I think it's 1 per month that you can order through the website, but if you email them, they'll send you unlimited. Based on my experience, you get these giant like toilet paper rolls of shipping supplies. It's pretty funny. So make sure to go get those. All you have to do, guys, is just Google UPS free shipping supplies. You can get those locked in right there. The next one is going to be free shipping boxes from USPS right here. Now, these are only usable for an order that is being bought using the exact shipping one put here. Every now and again, I see people talking about, like, honestly, I believe what's doing fraud, which would be just putting a poly mailer over a box like this and shipping in any shipping service. Don't do that. I believe that's technically defrauding USPS, which is a government entity. Don't quote me on that, but I believe. But you do want to have a bunch of these. They're really good for especially shipping like toys and larger types of products. And then in terms of FBA, so you only need these clear poly bags for FBA, which is honestly most products for FBA go in a poly bag. Boxem will tell you if that's required by Amazon. Just go ahead and get a variety pack to start just on Amazon. Nice and easy via Amazon Prime right there. You do have to make sure they have the suffocation warning, but they're nice and easy. There's poly bags. There's not really any specific one. This listing is a variety pack, which is cool. But that is going to be usable just for FBA. These are not needed for FBM orders right here. But for products going to FBA, you want to do your first FBA ship once you have a full box or close to a full box of products. Most of those things are going to need to be polybagged right there. These are great ones. For FBM, I love FBMing stuff that can get fit in a poly mailer, like clothing and things like that, you know, because poly mailers are super light, right? So you can get them under 1 pound, make them more profitable right there. So I like 9 by 12 and 12 by 15. Color doesn't matter. You can just get those on Amazon too. Nice and easy. I like these basic ones right here. F and SKU labels are only needed for Amazon FBA, right? They're only needed for Amazon FBA products. When you FBM something, you don't have to put the little label on it. But like next time you buy something from Amazon Prime, you'll see it has the little FN SKU, F and SKU label on it. I'd recommend just getting these on Amazon too. There's a variety of sizes you can get. Boxem can do any of those right there. Most printers can do any of them as well. So you can see like 2x1s right here. So these are what goes over the barcode on a product, and I'll show you guys how to print those on Boxem too in a few minutes. The laser printer, I want to make it very clear, you don't need a laser printer, a fancy one. I got started just using the big cart at my college library and using what's called 30 up label paper because I couldn't afford a fancy printer. So if you're using an old school printer, you can just use 30 up paper right here. You can just get it like Staples or Amazon right there. So 30 up paper. Boom. If you're using a laser printer, you can do those rolls of F and SKUs. And then the Polona one's nice and affordable here. It has a lot of good reviews too. And then if you want a little bit fancier one, the Rollo thermal printer is good right there. So we go here, Rollo right here. Boom, the Rollo printer right there, nice and easy. And then in terms of a tape gun, I like getting a tape gun from Walmart. You don't need a tape gun, but I was an anti-tape gun person for a little while. Tape guns are really good, to be honest. I have one right over here. I'm looking at those. Very helpful to getting this set up here and on some shipments as well. So you can get a tape gun just from Walmart. I think this is the one I use, but obviously it doesn't matter. So many people spend so much time procrastinating over like the best shipping supplies and stuff like that. It doesn't matter, guys. Just take action. And then for FBA boxes, I like Pen Gear ones. So FBA, obviously, we're shipping in bulk. I like Pen Gear ones from Amazon. You can use any boxes for FBA. For FBM, you do need to make sure you're using unbranded boxes. So you can't FBM stuff in like a box that says Home Depot or a box that says Lowe's or a box that says Gap on it or anything like that. It has to be unbranded. Otherwise, some bozo customers are going to think you're drop shipping. And then for FBA, you can use whatever you want. So FBA, obviously, we're doing bigger ones because we're shipping products bulk. I like these ones. There's other sizes of Pen Gear ones from Walmart too. And then for unbranded ones, you can just go ahead and use, Walmart or Uline's a good supplier too, as well. And then remember, guys, we're doing our shipments and our listing through Boxem right here. Boxem isn't a prep center or anything like that. It's a platform that makes this process easier. Going to show you guys how to do it in a few minutes here, but it's basically just a faster and better version of Amazon Seller Central that also does your analytics and has an AI tool that's really helpful. And there's going to be a ton of new features in 2026 for Boxem as well. So make sure you get shipping supplies and you lock in a 2-week free trial of Boxem on Boxem.com. It's $50 a month after that. That is all the shipping supplies and I guess software too that you need to use for the shipping process. Let's keep it moving, y'all. So now you guys know the basics. You know how selling on Amazon works. You know how to find your first couple winning products. You might even have gone ahead and got started sourcing and everything too. Now I want to show the listing and shipping process using Boxem right here to make this significantly easier. So Boxem is a shipment software that replaces Amazon Seller Central to make this significantly easier to do, just easier to track and everything with your analytics and everything once you start getting sales too. So Boxem connects directly in with your Amazon account. And once you have product in hand, use Boxem to list it and use Boxem to actually create the FBA shipments and print the labels and everything like that. So here we can go ahead and take a look inside my Amazon account, inside my Boxem account, and go ahead and do this. So our first step, guys, is to go to Inventory, List FBM, and List FBA. Now, these do the same thing. So if you do List FBM, it'll list your product merchant fulfilled on Amazon, and when it's listed, it'll go ahead and automatically be live on Amazon's platform. The first time you do this, make sure that your name shows in the list of sellers on there because sometimes your account won't yet fully be active. And I see this every now and again, and that people will not even know that their product isn't even listed on Amazon because their account's not fully active. So once you go through the listing process the first time, make sure to check if you're actually showing on the list of the sellers, which should be here on this listing, and then go in here and checking right there. So List FBM does the entire listing FBM process. Listing FBA is how we would go ahead and actually create an FBA shipment. It's the same thing. Once you listed FBM, it's live on Amazon's platform like 15 minutes later. And then for FBA, you have to list it in your account first via List FBA, and then go through the FBA creation process right here. So you can't, we're working on it, but you can't yet buy FBM shipping labels through Boxem once you actually get sales, but you can list it. And then for FBA, the listing and shipping process is entirely through Boxem. And then there's also like analytics on Boxem too. You can do get more reviews using the Boxem review requester and the Boxy AI tool as well. So let's go through the entire FBA shipment process right here. So starting off, gonna go ahead and just grab this Athletic Works ASIN right here over on Amazon, and then go ahead and grab this and plug it in here on Boxem, just in the search page right here. And then we'll just go ahead and hit new SKU right here. And then we can go and take a look at the list price here. When you list stuff FBM, match buy box. When you list stuff FBA, go well above buy box. And then once it's checked in, then you go ahead and put it in right here. We add in our buy cost, so it tracks all the analytics too. Then we can do supplier info, just do Walmart right here, date purchased, obviously today. And then condition you can change up in there too. And we can see the SKU right here. No need to edit that unless you want to. And then the expiration date right here, not relevant for this type of product. Then we just go ahead and hit submit. We can do multiple products per batch if you want to right here. I'm just going to do one just for this example right here. And then we just go to submit FBA listings right here. And now we can see the listing is being created right here. So for FBM, say we did list FBM. Once this was ready, it'd be fully good to go. And then for listing FBA, we need to wait for this to become active in our Amazon account. Then we're going to go through that shipment process. So I'll check in with you guys in 15 to 20 minutes once this listing is fully up and ready to rock and roll here. All right, guys, so we can see now this is active right here. So now all we need to do is go here and hit shipments, create shipment. Now I'll actually create that FBA shipment here. You can see we do have Walmart shipments too. So if you want access to the beta of sell on Walmart shipments, shoot me a DM on Instagram. We'll call this free course test for the shipment name. It's obviously completely private there though. On that, ship from origin, this is you, not the UPS you're dropping off at or anything. It's like the return address, ship method, SPD, small parcel delivery, nice and easy. And then box contents, you'll want to do Boxem provided. I do like 2D barcodes as well too. And everything, we'll do 2D barcodes actually. 2D barcodes tend to be better actually. On that, you just do need the upgraded plan to get the 2D barcodes. They tend to lead to faster checking times, just a smoother process right there. So shipment name, you can do whatever. It's private. Fulfillment type FBA. If you want to do FBM, obviously just do list FBM right there. And then I like clicking all three of these guys as well. Autofill price above buy box 2 for FBA. I like as well. And then once your inventory actually checks in, then you move it down to price competitive, right? Then we'll just go to create shipment right here. And now we can go ahead and put in that ASIN right here. Boom, pop this guy in. And then we'll go ahead and add this to our shipments, do quantity of 10 right here. Supplier, we obviously already have that in right there. Boom, then just go ahead and hit add shipment. Now we can see the total profit breakdown of this for 10 units right there as well. And now we'll go ahead and hit continue, right? And we'll submit products and we'll get this shipment rock and rolling here. It's going to take a couple minutes to load here as well. So I'll check in with you guys when that's ready. Also, guys, you can do multiple products per batch or even multiple products per box. I'm just using one to keep it simple right here. We can see now we're in step 2, prep and Boxem. So this is where we'll print the SKU labels, which are only needed for FBA and everything. So we could go ahead and edit this box size right here. Say we do like 10 by 10 by 10, 10 pounds right here. Boom. We could bulk update these as well. And now we just want to go ahead and hit assign all FAQs to assign this to box. We'll just select this guy right here. Then we can assign or just click assign 10 right there. Go ahead and add this to boxes. Some cool bulk stuff you can do right there as well. And then we can go ahead and hit print FAQs to grab the FAQ labels right here as well. For this guy too, this is what goes on the individual over the barcode or on the top of the polybag, only for FBA stuff right here. These are needed for FBM right there. We do box details as well. We could bulk edit those if we want to as well. And then we'll go ahead and hit that rock and roll in here. You can use a scanner too if you want to, and you can create multiple boxes right there. Nice and easy too. We can see, going ahead and continue. So we'll submit pack groups and move on to step 3 and confirm the shipment. All right, guys, a couple minutes later here, this is now ready to roll right here. And now we can select one of the 3 options here that Boxem's giving us. You pretty much always just want to choose the cheapest right there. And we can see this is going to, Homestead, Florida from Miami right there. So nice and easy. We'll just go ahead and hit continue, and then we'll confirm and finish up and confirm placement option, accept shipping charges, and finish this up and print the shipping label and the 2D barcode. All right, guys, here we're finishing off the shipment. There's nothing required of you in Amazon Seller Central. There's no need to hit confirm or anything on here either. You can cancel it if you want to right here. But from here, all we do is go to the bottom and hit print UPS and FBA box labels, and we'll get those going right here. So this is the 2D barcode and the shipping label. These both go on the outside of the product right there, nice and easy. And then literally we're good to go. We can reprint the box if we want to, reprint the SKU loads if we want to, And that's the entire FBA shipment process right there. And we can see super cheap, $8 for 10 pounds right there. The bigger boxes do the closer to 50 pounds and the closer to 24 inches on any side, the better per pound rate you're going to get. This is just an example right here. And then from here, there's nothing required of your Amazon Seller Central. And that is the entire FBA shipment process right there. We're good to go. End to end right there for FBA. Use Boxem the entire thing. For FBM, you just do a listing process in Boxem. Then we haven't finished the buying shipping label section of Boxem right there too as well. So there we go. Entire process right there. That's the Boxem FBA shipment process. So now that you know what it looks like to actually list and ship products to Amazon, you've seen me mention FBA and FBM throughout the free course. And I just want to take a sec to talk through the pros and cons of them so you understand what goes into deciding whether or not you FBA a product or FBM product or do both on a specific item, which you are allowed to, which is going to be really helpful during when you're really scaling up a specific item right there. Just so we're clear, FBA is when you ship products to yourself and then ship them off in bulk to the FBA warehouse. FBM is where you ship products to yourself and then sell them directly to the customer, right? So FBA, Supplier, or the retail arbitrage store to you, off to Amazon, and then they individually fulfill it to the customer for you. They handle the customer service, picking, packing, and shipping, returns, etc. right there. And then for FBM, you individually fulfill the orders to the customer right there, and you handle the customer service and the returns. Honestly, that's not a big deal. Like, don't see it as a reason to not do FBM whatsoever. In terms of the pros and cons of each of them, FBA, there's big pros in terms of you can sell products more expensive than FBA because they have that Prime badge, and it's less work because you're shipping products off in bulk to the FBA warehouse. It's also easier to get sales and easier to get the buy box because Amazon wants you to FBA stuff. But during periods like back to school, during periods like Q4, there's just not that much FBA stock on the market because the warehouses get backed up, which is when it can make so much sense to focus more on merch fulfilled during those times of year. FBA also, you're delegating a lot of the work to Amazon in respect to fulfilling the individual orders, and a lot more prep centers, which I'm gonna talk a little bit about later, focus on FBA. Some prep centers do FBM, to be fair, but predominantly FBA, you can delegate a lot easier with Amazon handling the individual fulfillment, you just shipping off in bulk to them, or a prep center handling shipping off in bulk to Amazon for you as well. And it overall just takes less time, but by not as much as you think. The cons of FBA is that slower cash flow stuff can take 2 or 3 weeks to check in, so you just don't have as quick a feedback loop as you do with FBM. With FBM, the heavily pros being faster cash flow, faster testing, and you can test lighter because FBA really want to do like a full box to avoid not spending a bunch of extra money. But FBM, you can do super, super cheap. You can test up super, super fast as well. And then in terms of the cons for FBM is it's harder to get the buy box. Some products you can't get the buy box just due to there being more FBA competition on that listing, and it takes more time to fulfill individual orders. But you do need to understand that during January to October, most things you're gonna FBA unless you can see a lot of people FBMing it. And then during November and December and back to school season, to be fair, in July and August, you're gonna do a lot of FBM because the warehouses get backed up, which leads to tons of opportunity to get in a beautiful rhythm, getting stuff in hand, merch and fulfilling it, restock. You always hear me say, you'll see me on social media these times a year posting, buy FBM replenish, buy FBM replenish, right? And just a ton of money can be made in a short amount of time during different seasonal opportunities, during periods of high demand on specific products, FBMing stuff like Easter candy during Easter, Halloween costumes during Halloween costumes, stuff like that. And then in terms of just some tips for maximizing FBA and FBM is using Pirate Ship to schedule pickups. So UPS at a discount and UPS for free, you can schedule pickups and get them to come for both your FBA and FBM stuff. FBA, you can price higher than FBM, which is why when you send in your shipments using Boxem for both FBM and FBA, right, you want to list higher with FBA. With FBM, you just match the buy box price. And then predominantly you'll buy shipping through Amazon for FBM orders. We ever find a way to save you money on FBM shipping, I'll tell you immediately right there. But predominantly you just want to buy shipping through Amazon for FBM orders right there. So that's the FBA versus FBM process in terms of the pros and cons and the difference between the two. So I know that some of you guys are worried about calculating profit, including shipping. Luckily, it's actually incredibly easy to do, and I've already covered it, but I just want to make sure everyone has a clear understanding of how it works. So jumping inside my screen right here, we're taking a look at how to calculate FBA and FBM shipping for depending on what type of way you want to sell that specific item, right? And so we want to start out in SellerAmp settings for FBA shipping. And the cool thing is SellerAmp's going to calculate it automatically depending on what rate you put in it, which if you literally just go to selleramp.com, then go to account and hit settings, we can go ahead and put in inbound FBA shipping here at 80 cents per pound. Right there, nice and easy. And so the nice thing is now this automatically calculates it in the SellerAmp calculator and you don't have to do it manually or anything like that. And then while we're here, you also want to make sure quick info, you have all 5 options selected. This isn't shipping related, but you want to have that in there. And then as well, something a ton of people have screwed up is this is exactly what your additional cost is set up to. But the MISC fee should be whatever your state's sales tax is. So say you're in like Texas, it'd be 8.25%. Say you're in like, I think Oklahoma is like 4% or something like that. Pennsylvania, I think is 6%. You find it on Google right there. And I've been doing the free course with 5% in there right there. So make sure you have that dialed in right there. And then in terms of FBM shipping cost, which you only need to deal with if you're looking to FBM a product, what you need to keep in mind, guys, that this by default is the FBA numbers. It's not the FBM numbers. The way you get the FBM numbers on a specific product is you scroll down here to the profit calculator, and then you toggle from fulfillment type FBA to fulfillment type FBM. And then you have to make sure to plug in the FBM cost right here. A lot of beginners forget to plug in the FBM cost. And then the way we go ahead and get that is we scroll up here and we toggle over the box to see dimensions and weight. So we can see it's 14 ounces, right? And then I have this basically answer key for you guys. You should go ahead and screenshot here of the FBM shipping cost. If you're taking notes, just go ahead and plug this in, right? Under 1 pound is typically going to be USPS. Above 1 pound is typically going to be UPS, but you're just going to buy whatever's cheapest, whatever shipping's cheapest through Amazon, right? And we can go ahead and see this item was, I think it was 14 ounces, right? So we go ahead and plug in $6 right here and we can see, and this is coming from Walmart too. So we'd also use tax exempt as well to take off that right there. And we can see $4 profit, 37% ROI versus FBA, only a 26% ROI. So it's really important to go ahead and factor that in correctly, guys. So make sure to screenshot this. Eventually you'll just memorize it and you'll know what to plug in for the FBM cost right there. Once you start to send out some FBA shipments and or getting your first couple FBM orders, then you're going to start to wonder as your business grows, okay, how much profit am I actually making? And doing that via Amazon Seller Central is an absolute nightmare, but doing it via the Boxem profit analytics that connect right to your Amazon account makes it significantly more simple right here. So taking a look here on the Boxem website. So Boxem's really good for listing and shipping like you saw, as well as for tracking all your numbers, right? And that's going to be in the profit overview section here where we can see there's SKU profitability, ASIN profitability, category profitability, and these other things that show you how much money you're actually making on a specific product right here. So you can see a full profit and loss breakdown, as well as a breakdown of your individual best SKUs, your individual best ASINs, as well as your individual best categories right there. So Boxem connects directly to your account and shows you all those analytics right there and makes it significantly easier to manage your inventory, understand your analytics, how much profit you're actually making, your best units, any sales that are pending, your best units by profit, and everything like that. So that's why Boxem is really, really helpful, not just for listing and shipping, but also for the analytics side of the business and understanding how your business is actually doing as you're continuing to get sales, because Amazon Seller Central makes it pretty difficult to actually find this, because from Amazon's perspective, they don't care what you're selling a product for. But at Boxem, you only keep using us if we're showing you good data that helps you grow your business and helping you, list and ship correctly, as well as using our AI tool to get any questions answered easily right there. So Boxem, the analytics section, is really helpful for knowing how much money you're actually making or losing on a specific product. Obviously, if you're watching this free course, going to be making right there, as well as the profit overview, SKU profitability, ASIN profitability, category profitability, and other analytics features we have coming soon. And there's a review requesting feature to help you get more feedback. Not that reviews are necessarily needed on your account, but as you sell more items, they just happen to come in. It's a good thing too. So I'd recommend using the review requester on the Boxem platform as well. That's how to use Boxem to track all your numbers. Now that you guys know the entire shipment process, we're gonna dig into the scaling your business section number 4 of the free course right here. And I wanna break down my first $50,000 profit month to give you guys a realistic look of what it looks like when you're actually scaling up your Amazon business, how the numbers can break down. This is December of 2021, so 4 years ago. It was about $322,000 in total revenue, and it's not gonna be exact 100% right there, but within a Boxem account, it's easy to find that and everything, and it's cool. You can get all your numbers directly within your Boxem account. Seller Central on Amazon isn't gonna be able to give you all the stuff that Boxem is. So $322,000 in top line revenue, and then the refund, so returns and everything, was only about 12,000. So right about a 4% return rate-ish right there, a little bit below. And what you can expect realistically for online arbitrage. I see a lot of newer sellers that are like really afraid of returns, but honestly, like returns are a part of the business. With FBA, Amazon handles them. With FBM, you handle them, but they're not a big deal either way unless you're selling like the craziest like women's boots and stuff like that, which obviously are gonna have a higher return rate. But about $12,000 in revenue, and then my cost of goods sold for that month, aka my inventory spend, was about 156 grand, which is obviously a ton. Obviously, if you're new to the space, you're not gonna be spending anywhere close to that. You should get started nice, small, and low risk. But this is an example of as I was scaling up my business, deploying about 156 grand. That was no wholesale, no private label. It was all online and retail arbitrage. And then my seller fees that I paid to sell those products through Amazon's platform was about $54,000. And my merchant fulfilled shipping cost was about $20,000, and that's buying shipping through Amazon's platform. When you're doing merch fulfilled shipping, you primarily buy through Amazon's platform. If there's ever a cheaper way to do it, I'll be the first one to tell you right there. But FBM shipping was about 20 grand. Placement fees, luckily now using Boxem, using optimized placements, which are stuff on Boxem's website, you can avoid placement fees, but I paid about $1,800 in placement fees. And then the FBA fees for products I sold FBA were about $22,000 total, leaving a net profit of right around $55,000. And that was the month, literally it changed everything for me. It showed that Wi-Fi money was possible. And literally only like 6 months prior to that, I had never had a $10,000 profit month. So it was insane to see that come together so quickly. And that's the full P&L breakdown, not exact, obviously down in a number, but to give you a good idea of what the percentages should look like on your own personal Amazon business. And Boxem Analytics is gonna help you show that. So remember guys, you can get a 2-week free trial of Boxem on Boxem.com to handle all your listing, shipping, analytics, as well as the Boxy AI tool. Gonna show you guys how that works as well. So that's the entire profit and loss breakdown of my first $50,000 profit month. And remember guys, I did that in my first year on the platform. I really know what I'm talking about with this stuff. Absolutely just insane student results. By far the most student wins in the entire industry. So if you wanna work directly with me one-on-one, go down below, link in the description, and book a call to speak with Aaron about what it actually looks like inside my mentorship program. Let's keep moving. As you're scaling up your Amazon business, one of the biggest bottlenecks is just your time prepping products for FBA and shipping orders. Because let's face it, you make your money sourcing, you don't make your money prepping and packaging stuff up and labeling stuff and everything like that. Any way you can completely eliminate that time prepping stuff is using what's called a prep center. So a prep center is a third-party warehouse, typically in a sales tax-free state like Oregon, New Hampshire, Delaware, Montana, that you ship your inventory to. So instead of shipping your inventory to yourself, then shipping it to Amazon yourself, you can ship your inventory to a prep center directly from the retailer, and they ship it to Amazon for you using limited access to your Boxem account. So you can literally add your prep center to your Boxem account as a limited access user. Tons of prep centers do this, and then they can log in and create shipments on your behalf of the products you receive. So prep centers are an incredibly good resource to, interestingly enough, actually save money and avoid doing the work. In terms of what prep centers typically cost, between $1 to $1.50 per unit base. And the goal is to get that down over time via volume. You do lose some speed using a prep center, but you gain a ton of time back in that the prep center is not going to do your inventory immediately when they receive it, unless you're one of their bigger clients or have a special relationship with them. But you do get a lot of time back to spend more time sourcing, growing your business, spending more time with your family, or doing whatever you want. So to break down the math of using a prep center, typically an average online arbitrage product, say you pay like 20 bucks for it, and this is assuming that it is not coming from a website you can use tax exempt on. Say you live in a 7% sales tax state, you'd pay $20 for the item plus $1.40 in sales tax. But if you're shipping to a prep center in a sales tax-free state like Delaware, Oregon, Montana, and New Hampshire, you would actually pay 0% sales tax and just pay the per unit prep cost. Let's say it's $1.25, and you wouldn't have to do the work. You wouldn't have to have the space, manage the employees, or just do it yourself, or pay for the supplies or anything like that. So it's a serious savings using a prep center. I don't typically think beginners should use prep centers unless you have a lot of experience and a lot of capital. Most prep centers want you to do a minimum of like 200 or 300 units per month. Some are completely beginner friendly. I actually have a few we give to students that are beginner friendly that can hook it up for you with that. A good volume threshold, I think when it does make sense to start using prep centers, is just when you decide you're fully committed to an industry and sending like 500 units per month, I would say is a good prep center baseline. There are some that'll get started with you sooner. All prep centers do FBA. Some prep centers also do FBM, typically for a more expensive per unit cost though, because FBM is more time intensive for them than FBA. And in terms of actually finding a prep center to work with, our friend Chris Grant at cleartheshelf.com has a big list of prep centers. If you just search on Google, Clear the Shelf Prep Center list. He has a big list of prep centers on his website. You want to make sure ideally they're in a sales tax-free state if you're talking about using a prep center for online arbitrage. Some people even find local prep centers to them. They can drop off their retail arbitrage stuff. That can get a little expensive though, unless you live in a sales tax-free state. So check out our friend Chris Grant's website for a big list of prep centers, as well as you can just find a lot of beginner-friendly prep centers just on Google right there. It's very, very important to vet your prep centers though, right? In that if you find the right prep center relationship, it can give you a ton more time freedom and location freedom to really be able to travel and sell on Amazon full-time potentially, or just very successfully part-time. But there's certain questions you have to ask your prep center to know if they're actually legit. One, ideally you find one via referral from someone in the community, or like I can obviously hook it up for you with prep center recommendations too. But in terms of when you get your prep center on the phone, you want to figure out how long they've been in business, what their pricing is, and if it gets cheaper in volume, how many employees they have, how big their warehouse space is, how close they are to capacity is really, really important too, as well as if they do FBM as well, or if they just do Amazon FBA. What's offered these in most cases is going to be Boxem for the shipment process, as well as if they sell on Amazon themselves, if there's any sort of exclusivity requirement too as well, in terms of just making sure no one's sharing your products, so they're not buying your leads or anything like that. I don't really see that happen super often, but there have been horror stories in the past. And then another big question you have to ask is their potential turnaround time and how quick they're going to actually move your inventory for you right there. It's completely normal to just interview a few prep centers and then find one that makes sense for you, that aligns for you. Because remember, this is going to be a long-term partner for your business for years, and it's going to be a way to unlock way more time and location freedom for you. So you need to find the right prep center, because the right prep center is worth their weight in gold. So I'd recommend once you could send like 500 units per month, start looking to the prep center side of things, or right away from the get-go if you have a lot of capital and business experience right there. That's how Amazon FBA prep centers work. Along with prep centers, another really good tool you can use to save a ton of time and even save a ton of money, and just to avoid doing low ROI tasks, are what's called virtual assistants. Virtual assistants are virtual employees that typically come from cheaper countries where the US dollar currency goes really, really far, like the Philippines, Pakistan. I have an awesome virtual assistant in Morocco that can help you out with computer-based tasks to run your business. Virtual assistants, similar to prep centers, are not necessary, but they can really, really help you, because assuming you can make more than like $4 to $6 an hour doing other things, you don't have to be doing your admin work. If you train a virtual assistant well, you don't have to be doing your sourcing work or all of your sourcing work, and you can make a lot more money in that time when you can pay virtual assistants like $4 to $6 to get started with that. So virtual assistants are really helpful to save time, avoid burnout, and just get more out of your days and get more output from your business. Like my friend Warner, Fields of Profit, literally sells 6 figures per month using just 1 hour a day of his own time, by leveraging virtual assistants and prep centers. So let's dig in on some frequently asked questions around virtual assistants. What tasks should virtual assistants actually do? So you can hire virtual assistants for any sort of task. I would recommend hiring people that do have experience. We'll talk about like the job posting and applications in a couple minutes. But in terms of the tasks I see people use virtual assistants for, it's a lot of like data entry, admin work, or sourcing stuff, or just like a general personal assistant. You can find people for all different types of jobs like that. In terms of when you should hire a virtual assistant, I'd recommend starting to look for a virtual assistant if you have bottlenecks and if you want sourcing work, admin work, etc. Once you're doing like 10K a month in revenue, if you're under that, it's really, really tough to actually train a virtual assistant correctly because you need to have this stuff mastered, at least pretty mastered, before you can actually train and implement someone to do it for you on your behalf for your business. Where to hire virtual assistants from? My favorite place to do this is from onlinejobs.ph, which is an awesome job board for people located in the Philippines. Fiverr sucks in my opinion. Fiverr is more like gig work and people looking for one-off jobs. The best virtual assistants are awesome long-term partners, and people on onlinejobs.ph are a great way to go ahead and find that. If you want a premium job placement service for virtual assistants, somewhere.com is really good for premium placement. I've actually have several employees I've gotten from there. If you put flips from houses there for, I believe you save like $500. I get a little kickback on that too. But for most people, onlinejobs.ph is $70 a month. Just pay the subscription one time, then you can cancel it right there. That's going to be a good enough place for most people to find awesome, high quality virtual assistants. In terms of making the job post, I'd recommend using the Boxem AI for that. You guys will see in the AI section how to actually go ahead and do that, just nice and easy. Just make sure to put some place for personalization and be as specific as possible in terms of what you're actually looking for. I'd recommend using the paid version of onlinejobs.ph and then just cancel it. So it just promotes your job posting significantly. And then you can go ahead and typically if you post it, the next day you'll get like 50 applicants. Like half of them will actually look at the little personalization piece, like add your favorite color to the top of your response or include a 1-minute video of you talking, etc., some type of personalization thing. And then you get on a call with like the best 5 or 10 people. And then I recommend doing maybe a week-long paid trial for your favorite 2. And then pretty quickly, you're going to see who aligns with the culture you're trying to build in terms of like looking for like response times, positive experience, an open mind, a good attitude, etc. In respect to how much to pay virtual assistants, it completely depends on the quality of the work you're looking for, how important it is to you and how much you value it, and what a specific employee is looking for. If you start out in like the $2 to $4 range, you'll get more beginner VAs. You can get part-time VAs too, just specified in the job application. Some people share virtual assistants. I have a lot of students who will share virtual assistants as well. And then once you start to get above like $5, like $8 an hour, you start to get like the really high-end people. And it's an absolutely insane arbitrage, the quality of talent you can get for so cheap using virtual assistants. It's something to really look forward to as a part of building your online arbitrage businesses to potentially start to get some virtual talent in there. In terms of communication, I actually communicate with my VAs through Facebook and Instagram. Discord's really good too, and then Slack's a little bit more professional right there. The Boxem AI can help you, build that out nicely as it can for any spreadsheets and stuff too. Communication, nice and easy. In terms of how to pay them, certain countries have different rules in respect to payments and how that works. I paid VAs in cryptocurrency as well as via Wise, but my favorite one's PayPal right there. But just see what they're looking for and only pay after they perform. And sourcing VAs, you have to make sure you're actually monitoring they're actually sourcing and not just giving you stuff from leads list. And the way you do that is by giving them your own SellerAmp and Keepa accounts that you create for them. You can't have multiple users, but that you create for them. It's $20 a month, tax deductible, nice and easy. And then looking through their search history and making sure they're actually sourcing and making sure they're constantly asking you questions and checking in with you and checking procs with them, the different stuff, kind of the same way you would do it if you were working for someone for online arbitrage. You have to think from their perspective. If they were doing honest work for you, what would that look like? And make sure you're getting that, because you can't really get scanned by VAs unless they're like giving your leads to 10 other sellers and everything, but it's pretty easy to go out and tell that. And as you get to know them, you can tell the quality of person too as well. You're looking for good long-term partnerships with your virtual assistants. Something a lot of beginners get absolutely wrong is thinking that once you hire a virtual assistant, there's no training or management required. That couldn't be further from the truth. I really like Loom for sending them training videos, Slack for communication. Ironically, even though I use Facebook, I do use Discord with one of them too. That makes it really good, but it's a video editor, so I don't really need to send voice notes and everything through Facebook, as well as using Google Sheets and Google Docs, right, to make different standard operating procedures and everything. But it can be as formal or as little formal as you want it to be in terms of these relationships and how you run things. And the nice thing is, it's your business. You can run it how you want. And then the biggest things, along with just not training videos, is just not giving them clear instructions, thinking it's going to be a quick fix, and not working with them to grow. I'd recommend hiring virtual assistants for culture fit and then training them up and everything. You do want them to have some sort of Amazon experience. But the nice thing is, I can see who watches these free courses I make, and I see there's a decent amount of people that watch it that are in training virtual assistants or people looking to be virtual assistants as well. Those of you guys watching, shout out to y'all right there and everything. So you can literally have them watch my videos to train them up. And one of the things I do with a lot of my students is I give them specific training for their virtual assistants to watch from our vault of content in the coaching group. So my biggest piece of advice for hiring a virtual assistant is use onlinejobs.ph, do it once you're above 10K a month, and be prepared to communicate with them super frequently and hire for culture fit and aim to pay between $4 to $6 per hour to start. Right there, that's how virtual assistants work for helping you scale your business with digitally based work, because there's a lot of stuff for your business that does need to get done, but you don't necessarily need to be doing it as you scale up your Amazon business. Scaling up your business using prep centers and virtual assistants is really, really helpful too. Something you can also use down the line once you have real proof of concept is going to be business credit. Now, I want to make it very clear. Business credit does add risk, and I'm not going to recommend use it, but it is something people use to scale their business quick. Once they have a proven system and proven formula, it can potentially make sense. And I do want to walk through my 5 favorite credit cards for online arbitrage and for Amazon FBA as a whole, that even if you're not using leverage, it does make sense to run your inventory spend through a credit card, even if you're paying it off immediately with cash, ideally there, and getting the benefits. The first credit card I really like is the best one for beginners, which is going to be the Amex Business Blue card. There's both the Business Cash and the Business Plus. I like the Business Plus personally. I think that has 0% APR, but what's really nice about it is it has no annual fee and it has good, decent benefits, and it just tends to approve quick. Something a lot of people don't know is you can actually get a lot of business credit cards without an LLC. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know your personal situation, but you don't formally need an LLC to get a business credit card. You can do it on a sole proprietorship, which a lot of people don't know. So I like the Amex Business Blue for beginners, especially the Business Plus, which I think has 0% APR, and then it has no annual fee and decent benefits, just an easy approval as well. The second one I like is actually going to be a set of different chase cards, which is all these 0% APR chasing cards. There's several different ones like the Ink Unlimited, in cash. You should check them out on their website. They all have different benefits. There's a couple of them with no annual fee, and you'll see which one specifically fits to your situation there. But those are really, really good and are great options once you've established a little bit of business credit, or if you just have a really good personal score. They're typically a little bit harder to get approved for it than that initial Amex card I just mentioned. The third one is awesome for really scaling up your business, which is the Amex Plum card. PLUM, like the fruit. This gives a 60-day payback period. So instead of the normal 30 days, you have 6 days to pay it back, and tends to have really high limits, which is why it's a really, really good card for actually scaling up your business. So I love the Amex Plum card for scaling up aggressively because it does give you that 60-day payback period right there. The fourth card I love, along with the Amex Plum card for scaling up, is going to be the Capital One Spark business card, the one that gives 2% cash back. This does have an annual fee, but it gives really, really high limits, and 2% cash back unlimited is really, really fire. Those are my 2 favorite ones for actually scaling up your business. And then another one that's a little bit more niche is going to be store-specific credit cards for retailers you're really cooking with. So several different stores, like for example, the Ross, Marshalls, TJ Maxx family, I believe it's called Sierra of retail stores, has a store-based credit card, Home Depot, Lowe's, etc. Wherever you're really hammering, if they have a store-based credit card, and if they don't order cancel, if you're not seeing order cancels, by the way, if you're a beginner, don't worry about order cancels. Let them happen. They're a part of the game. Then you just get around them there. There's so much money lost worrying about order cancels that never come. Don't see it as a big deal. Part of the game, it'll occasionally have to get around if it does, right? But the store-based credit cards are really good for typically in most cases saving like another like 5%. Some even have, further benefits there too. And most don't have annual fees, which are really, really cool. So store-based credit cards make sense if there's a specific retailer you're hammering. There's actually a new Walmart credit card. That's one I would totally recommend for one of my favorite store-based ones. That way you can lock on tax exempt and you can load up the Walmart credit card to save as well too. So nice and easy, guys. Once again, I don't recommend using just credit. Definitely not. But when you have a proven system and you're scaling up your business credit can be a really good thing to help you scale fast, and something I've personally used extensively in the past too. All right, next section, guys, is going to be using AI for growing your Amazon business and just getting stuff answered quick, honestly. We have the Boxy AI within Boxem, which is just free with your Boxem subscription, which is trained on a lot of our content. So it really knows the selling on Amazon game well. And that's why it has like all these pre-built ones here too. But I just want to show you a couple of prompts I like to use that I think are really applicable. And there's tons of other stuff you can ask it obviously too as well, because it's trained literally off thousands of hours of Amazon education that we've done. So the first way to look at and really use Boxem frequently, or Boxy frequently on Boxem, is going to be ways to figure out the discount methods for a specific website. So I can just type in here, what are ways to make JCPenney more profitable, and then just plug it in. And then we can see right here, even though it doesn't necessarily know the exact answer right here on a corporate / operating level, what we can see here, right, is it actually thought I was talking about like making the business better, but sourced inventory right here, and we can see it's saying discounted gift cards, right? Seeing if there's a rewards program and promo stacking, right? And also, loading up cash back there too as well. So one of the real ways I like to do this here and everything, we can even ask it and say like, hey, like what would be a better prompt to ask to get you to tell us how a website can be made cheaper? That's what I love about AI, made cheaper to create more winning products. Let's see, right? And we'll see what it says on this here. And then you can literally just grab that prompt right there too as well. So we can see right here, yeah, website cheaper, right? So yeah, look at that. Act as an OA analyst with the 20 concrete ways. And then cool. And so you can see like it's literally telling us how to use it better right there as well. Let's move on to method number 2. Compared to the kind of advanced prompt we just had Boxy tell us how to do, we can also just go ahead and say like, does Walmart take tax exempt, and get super easy stuff answered right here. Like you can see, Walmart supports tax-exempt purchasing, including on walmart.com, by adding in your resale / sales tax documentation through their tax exemption process right there. Boom. Nice and easy. AI super, super helpful. And the Box AI is specifically trained to help you guys with this stuff. Prompt number 3 is going to be in terms of hiring virtual assistants. So we can see, make me a virtual assistant job posting for a part-time college student who's proficient in SellerAmp and Keepa. And we can see it spits this out. You can obviously personalize this however you please too. We can see literally in like 10 seconds, it makes this here and everything that you can just put up on onlinejobs.ph or any of these VA hiring sites right here. You can go ahead and add this around right here, and we can see nicely gives us a personalization section too as well, which is going to prove that the virtual assistant actually read it right here. Super, super simple to get that virtual assistant job posted, or really any templates made using the Boxy AI. Next one's going to be more on the wholesale side of things. So we can say, make me a wholesale outreach template to use for my wholesale outreach, including spots for personalization right here. And we can see, boom, makes it in there, and we can see literally it adds it perfectly. You just add in your stuff. I like this because you can see it specifies a specific product, which is going to show the wholesale supplier. Obviously, we're mainly talking about online arbitrage, but I'm going to show you tons of applicable stuff. Right here, it shows that you're actually looking at specific items, which is going to lead to it being ways to actually make a wholesale account right here. It says a little bit about us right there, right? And some of this might be a little overkill, obviously, right there being C. Go ahead and design that nice and easy wholesale outreach template made in Boxem in 10 seconds, completely free. And then the next one here is kind of just more specific things about like Amazon, just issues you're running into customer service wise and everything. You can create customer service templates, which is pretty cool too here and as well. And we can say like, when you're doing a lot of FBM, whereas every now and again, you'll say, you'll get a customer that says, hey, this package didn't come, but the tracking shows delivered. So you just politely, tell them to file a claim right there and everything, and see it makes us nice tempo right there, and things to get that plugged in. So using AI is really, really helpful. And the Boxy AI is the best AI for Amazon sellers, and it's included for free with your box subscription, and it can help you guys get stuff answered super, super quick. There's a bunch of stuff I wish I knew before I started my Amazon business, but I definitely wanted to spell down the real 5 biggest lessons and takeaways and just things I wish I knew before starting. And the first one is going to be just how beneficial it is to be working on a team of other Amazon sellers. And I'm not necessarily even meaning like go pay for anything or go pay for a community, although that can be incredibly helpful. My personal group has an unbelievable amount of results from it. But that just means getting around other people that are working on this stuff, because you probably don't know anyone else that does Amazon when you start this, but you're competing against people that have been doing this for a while or are new to it, but the best people are working with other Amazon sellers. And the way you find that is joining Facebook groups, joining Discords, getting active on Amazon Twitter, getting active on Amazon Instagram. And it's just such a different experience as an Amazon seller. The Amazon seller that has help, that has some other sellers they work with, that has people that, have heard their voice, have worked with them, they get their questions answered, they have more fun. It's just a lot more worthwhile experience versus the person who their side hustle, their Amazon business is just them working on the computer by themselves. It's lonely. Let's face it, pretty much everything you do in your life that you enjoy, it's because it's with other cool people. So why would you think your Amazon business is going to be amazing just you sitting on the computer by yourself? That doesn't make sense. Getting in the community is incredibly helpful. The second one that I wish I knew was just how scalable OA and RA are, and that they could be everything I ever needed, including multiple 5-figure months, including even like 50K profit in a single month, 80K profit in a single month, which is my current record, just through online and retail arbitrage. A lot of people that sell courses on how to do private label, that sell courses on how to do wholesale, which require $10,000 to start, which I don't think makes sense for beginner entrepreneurs. But I guess those people are just okay with telling beginner entrepreneurs that, say that OA and RA is not scalable, it's not feasible, that Amazon doesn't accept their invoices. But obviously Amazon's gonna trust Target and Walmart better than XYZ random wholesaler, or for private label, taking 3 months for a product to actually get here that you spent $5,000 on, then having to spend marketing. That just doesn't make sense for beginners. And OA and R is just a lot cleaner. The third one definitely being the ungating side of things. I just didn't know any better, and I listened to the naysayers online that said that everything was gated for beginners, that ungating was impossible. Everything changed once I got ungated. And the nice thing is you guys have already seen that ungating tutorial, so you can literally just go put that into practice and it's not gonna be a barrier for you at all. The fourth one being the importance of a long-term mindset. This is so important in business. So many beginners, myself included when I was newer, try a different business every month. Like I did affiliate marketing, selling shoes on eBay, worked on building an SMMA agency before, sold used books on Amazon too, and never really stuck with that. And things only clicked once I committed to a singular industry for more than 6 months, which was online arbitrage. And that's exactly how I went 0 to 15K a month in profit in 6 months. My first Q4 had a $50,000 profit month. And the only way I was able to do that was because I was committed to the industry, which made it easier to do the dirty work at the beginning where you're learning, where you're growing. And then over time, your hourly rate skyrockets as you start to eclipse where all beginners fall off and tons of beginners quit so quick. People are so soft these days, but if you're consistent, committed, and actually stick around for a while, like it makes me so mad because I'll see these people that go to college for 4 years, that went to school for 12 years prior to that, and maybe they even went to graduate school or something, or became a nurse or anything, or these things that require further higher education, I think, and then they want to quit selling Amazon so easy after 2 months. Like, these good things take time. You have to learn, you have to grow, you have to change, you have to really commit to this for things to work, and a long-term mindset is absolutely crucial for success. And if you can't stick to one thing for a while, you're just gonna end up business model hopping and saying that this thing didn't work for you when it was you didn't work on it for long enough to see some momentum and to see it play out. There's a reason everyone that has the business you want, everyone that has the money you want, everyone that has anything you want in life has probably been doing it for a while, and they took time to innovate, they took time to grow, and the Amazon business is no different. And then the fifth one, which is really just an important thing for all in arbitrage sourcing that I had to learn really quick with no help, is just how important understanding that you don't really find items good, you make items good. Very rarely will items just be profitable at the advertised price you see on a website. Pretty much always you make it good via sales tags exempt, holiday sales, coupon codes, discounted gift cards on Cardbear and all that. And you guys saw that during the product research section, but what you need to understand is that when you see a good product on Amazon, if you're doing all-in arbitrage, storefront stalking, and the sellers and listings don't have thousands of reviews, which would probably make it be a wholesale product, there's a way to make it good. but it might just have recently gone down in price. But if you look at the buy cost with the coupon, it was profitable for 2 months, put it on a SellerAmp spreadsheet, that's fine. In so many cases, like that's like really the biggest thing is like Walmart, you can use your tax exempt and sometimes there's discounted gift cards. Target, there's discounted gift cards and there's the Target Circle Rewards program and they run really good deals, and very, very rare, like almost never will items just be profitable at the advertised price you see on a website. Pretty much always you make it good. And then also a bonus trick is definitely going to be like the stuff where things just isn't one size fits all. Like a lot of beginners automatically avoid things with no buy box. A lot of beginners automatically avoid things with no sales rank. A lot of beginners automatically avoid stuff with a high sales rank, even though not every category is the same size. Shoes and clothing, a 400K rank can be good, but groceries way smaller. In many cases with grocery, 150K rank is too slow. It all is just what the Keepa data looks like. Suppressed is the same thing as no buy box, and when you see that see all buying option on Amazon, that doesn't mean you should automatically avoid it. All the data lies in the Keepa chart. So if you're unfamiliar with what that looks like, go back to the Keepa section, go back to the red flags, go back to the winning product example section, and literally take screenshots of those Keepa charts that are good and bad and figure out why. And just understand things aren't one size fits all with product research, but very, very rarely do you find items good. You make items good, and don't be tied to like, okay, if Amazon's on it, I automatically buy it. No, there's great products you can compete with Amazon on, but you just have to look at the data and see if it's blocky on that bottom Keepa chart, it's probably not good. And if it's moving a lot, especially if it's moving a lot and going down, people are making money on that. And if they can, you can too. This is how I sold over $1 million on Amazon my first year. And that is absolutely not typical whatsoever, but I needed to make this work. I had just finished college. I had literally graduated a semester early to chase my online money dreams, and I had to make this stuff work. And basically, what I was doing prior to that was I made like $3 to $4 grand a month all year in 2020, just tinkering around with different online business models during what happened in 2020, just working from home. My main thing was reselling shoes, and I was trying to build an SMMA, a social media marketing agency for medical spas as well. And both those were bringing in like $1 to $2 grand a month in profit. But the big thing was I had previously sold used books on Amazon, and this is why I always talk about the community so much. I was still tapped into the Amazon community, following a lot of Amazon sellers that things had really worked for, that I just hadn't put in the work to get as good at them, basically. Not that it didn't work for me, I just didn't put in the work. So I saw a lot of people really succeeding, moving all these things really quickly, especially toys. And I ended up asking this dude one day, I was like, how are you able to get ungated in these? And he actually just told me the method right away. And that's why it's so important to be active in the community. You just get a lot of free game like that just on Instagram and Twitter and everything. All my best students do that, by the way, too, as well. It seems like a weird thing, obviously, creating competition, but just think about like, who would you want to be? The soldier that's running with other soldiers, or the person just like swimming around the ocean trying to find an opportunity there? Obviously, the guy working with other people. So that's what I did right there. And he literally just told me the ungating method, and I was like, okay, let me go ahead and do it for one of these big brands. And then I did it immediately, and I already had inventory for my shoe reselling business for that brand. And then I started getting sales, I think like the first day after getting ungated, after a couple of nights. I think it took like 2 or 3 days to get ungated there. And then I got approved and started making sales quick. And I was like, okay, maybe that Amazon thing does work now that I can sell big brands and categories. And I ended up just taking a lot more serious. Like that first 2 or 3 weeks of February of 2021, I did about 6,000 revenue for like $1,200 profit, and then absolutely committed to it really hard once I met some awesome guys on Instagram from just documenting my journey that had followed me, and I reached out to them. We started getting on call, and my second month, I did about 30 grand in revenue with about $6,000 profit. And I was like, okay, screw the agency, screw the shoe reselling stuff. I'm all in on online arbitrage and retail arbitrage, and just kept scaling from there. Like April, I started to get into more replenishable types of products I could buy heavy on, and did about 40K in revenue with $6,000 profit. But the problem was I was just doing merchant filled at this time. So I wasn't doing really any Amazon FBA. And I went on vacation for like 3 weeks in May 2021, which led me to get basically no sales besides some pools that I was able to pick up in Florida at my grandparents' house, and was able to move those for a good profit. But the problem was I didn't have any of my stuff from back home. But once I got back home, I was obviously good to go, and that taught me I needed to start doing more FBA. And then in June, I did about 50 grand in revenue with right under $10,000 in profit. And then July was 60 grand in revenue and $10,000 in profit. And then I went down to Florida again. And the key too was that I didn't just go down to Florida for vacation, but I also went to the first ever Miami Sellers Conference. That was the first time I was able to meet a lot of my friends in person and just a lot of the big people in the Amazon community too. And that just taught me an insane amount, seeing that guys eat the same way, guys use about the same way, whatever, that are doing these 100K, 500K, $1 million months. And I just knew I immediately need to lock in. And then I got back home in August and I had heard that back to school season was decent. And I turned on my listings in that first week of being back merchant fulfilling heavy. I still didn't totally learn my lesson that I needed to start doing FBA heavily. I was still just FBM at this time, mostly. I had a $10,000 day and I ended up doing about $100,000 in revenue in just 2 weeks during back to school season, which was absolutely game changing, and $15,000 profit. And then come September, my sales totally slowed down as back to school slowed down. And then I really learned that I had to go ahead and start doing FBA heavily. So September was a little bit more of a maintenance month. October the same way, because the problem was I hadn't done a ton of FBA, so my FBA storage limits were lower. For the amount of revenue I was doing, they were better than most beginners, for example, because I already sold a lot, but they weren't where I needed to be to really scale up FBA to like multi six-figure months. And then in November, that was once I started to get more FBM buy box share again, and Q4 demand just goes absolutely crazy. And because there's less FBA stock because the warehouse get backed up and more demand, that leads there to be more buy box share available for merchant fulfilled sellers. And you can just see this on a listing by listing basis. It's so beautiful when I see my students blow up every year during this time of year. I did about 220K rev and about $30,000 in profit. And then in December, I did 320K in revenue and about $55,000 in profit. And that changed absolutely everything. Like literally doing half of my revenue for the entire year just in like 6 to 7 weeks in middle and late November and all of December. And it was absolutely crazy. The interesting thing was I actually went down to Florida again on like December 20th, 2021. So I missed out on like low-key some of the best days in the entire year leading up to Christmas, the last minute orders. But regardless, it was still a great experience that first year, selling over $1 million, changing my life, starting to build my personal brand, meeting up a ton of awesome Amazon sellers in the community, literally lifelong friends, guys. I've been in their wedding, they're gonna be in my wedding and everything. And it's just been a really fulfilling experience growing my Amazon business. And that first year was absolutely insane. And the big thing was just scaling up merchant build and starting to hammer products that sell 300, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 times per month that I found profitably through building up the skill of online arbitrage and building up my network in the community. That's how I sold over $1 million my first year. So another important part of making money on Amazon is pricing products correctly. And a good rule of thumb in terms of the basics of listing and pricing correctly is going to be when you're FBMing a product, just max the buy box. And when you're FBAing a product, when you initially send it in, list it above the buy box, and then once it checks in, move it to price competitive or about 3 to 5% above to see if you can get the buy box a little higher here. The more advanced side of pricing is always, if something's proven and selling well, dragging the price up. And a big part of that is using a repricing software. And there is an Amazon repricer, but it's not good at all. It just doesn't really help you make profit. It just wants you to sell stuff quick, which doesn't really benefit you if you're not making profit. But there are third-party repricers, my favorite one being GoAura, which is gonna help you get more buy box share at higher prices. There is a basic version as well as a little bit more of a scaling version. And I do have a special link for you guys that have watched this free course. If you are interested, so I'll put it down below, the link in the description. It is an affiliate link, but if you use it and email them, they'll give you an extra 16 days free of the repricing software. So basically what the repricer does is it moves your pricing around to help you get more buy box share at higher prices. And it just works 24/7 and is AI powered in a way that you can't be moving around your prices 24/7. I think it makes the most sense to get a repricer once you have like 10 plus ASINs, so 10 plus products in your store. Some people do it automatically from day one as well. So Aura has really good content on their page about how to actually use the repricer correctly, but the basic version will be really good for those of you guys who are just getting going. So take a look at that down below at the link in the description, and that's how repricing software works. Get it set up once you have like 10 plus ASINs in your store. So one thing you've heard me talk about a couple times throughout the free course is going to be your tax exempt permit, aka reseller certificate, or whatever your specific state calls. And I want to talk a little bit more about that because it's not necessary unless you want to do Amazon wholesale. So to buy stuff online arbitrage, to buy stuff retail arbitrage, you don't need a sales tax permit, but it is pretty helpful to get. In terms of how to actually get it from your state's website, depending on state, some states you need an LLC, some you don't. You don't need an LLC to sell on Amazon's platform. Just verify with ChatGPT or your state's website in terms of these specifics for your state. But a reseller certificate is really helpful just to avoid paying sales tax. And that if you live in Texas, you're paying 8.25% sales tax on most things. So if you buy a $100 product, you're going to pay 108.25, right? But if you buy it using a reseller certificate, you're going to pay 100 flat, which is a big advantage, and you want to be using that, right? So for wholesale, it's completely necessary. And then for online arbitrage, it is not necessary or needed, but it is helpful on websites you can use it on, like Walmart, Home Depot, and Lowe's. Just literally Googling Walmart tax exempt to find the portal, or asking customer service at a specific retailer. And then for retail arbitrage, for OA, you can't use it on every website. It's really only a couple, typically the biggest websites that you can use it on. For retail arbitrage, you can't use it at most stores, but you should bring it with you and ask them if you can use tax exempt. And there's a lot of ways to make retail arbitrage relationships into wholesale relationships, just buying bulk from the retailer, especially if it's independently owned, like Grocery Outlet is, for example. So you definitely want to make sure you have a reseller certificate. You can't use it everywhere unless you're doing wholesale, but it is really helpful for online and retail arbitrage when you can use it. You can lock that down from your state's website. Depending on your state, you might need an LLC. I believe they're free in every state, but verify that with ChatGPT. Make sure you lock that down. It's really, really helpful for the arbitrage business, and it is necessary for the wholesale business, so make sure to get a reseller certificate to avoid sales tax. Back to school season absolutely changed my life a few years ago. It was the first 6-figure revenue month and 5-figure profit month I had as an Amazon seller, and it just set me up incredibly well for the whole rest of my Amazon seller career. And this is going to be the back to school guide here. Now, if you're watching this anywhere close to June, July, and August, it's important to take notes and execute on this stuff because this is incredibly, incredibly helpful. Starting off, I'm going to talk about the timing and the important dates. So back to school season really starts to kick off, I'd say, in like early July. And the nice thing is leading up to early July, there's Father's Day sales, and then there's 4th of July sales. And then there is July Prime Day, which tends to be more in the middle of July. And I'd really say it runs between like July 5th and like September 5th, basically. So like the start of July through Labor Day. So you really want to keep in mind for 4th of July sales, and then especially Prime Day sales. As well, too, you should definitely look up if your state has a sales tax holiday as well, a time when sales tax is wiped or anything like that. The nice thing is that a lot of stuff that sells well during back to school, you are buying from places you typically can get tax exempt, like Walmart, Office Depot, Staples, etc. In terms of what products sell best with back to school, it's 100% office supply, shoes and clothing for kids and everything like that. So crayons do really well. Office supplies, calculators are a huge niche as well. And then also something a lot of people sleep on for back to school season is fall sporting goods products. So like volleyball gear, soccer gear, football gear, that stuff does really well. And it even starts to see demand really pick up at the end of back to school season in late August as well. And then peak back to school is between August 5th and August 20th, which is a really, really good time too. And during this time, there tends to be a lot of retail arbitrage clearance too, especially in August. In terms of some common questions I get asked all the time about back to school, what products sell best and when the dates are, we already covered that. I also get asked super often, when do I actually start FBMing stuff and when do I start focusing on back to school? So I definitely say when you start focusing on it is whenever you start to see demand pick up on different products, which in most cases is going to be like July 5th or so. And then when you stop focusing on back to school is when demand starts to go down, which in most cases is going to be the end of August, start of September for back to school types of products. But at the end of the day, don't speculate. Don't buy products and expect them to be profitable. Don't buy and hold different stuff. If you're a beginner, I recommend just doing quick flips, no buying and holding, no speculating, just buy stuff that's profitable today. If you see stuff that historically has done really well, don't buy it when it's not profitable. Instead, add it to a SellerAmp spreadsheet to take advantage when it does become profitable. Another question I get asked all the time is, what brand should I get Ungated in for Q4? And obviously brands can change year over year, but Crayola, I'd say, is a big one. 50-cent crayons are really, really good. TI calculators, as well as different stuff from Staples and Office Depot, and Elmer's glue too. And really, if you go to a couple Crayola listings, a couple Elmer's glue listings, and then Storefront stock the sellers from there, you're going to find a lot of other back to school niche types of products and everything. It's going to do really well for it. A huge thing for back to school season, definitely going to be merchant fulfilling products. It's so much more efficient during big periods of demand. So compressed timeframes where there's huge demand, to take advantage and merchant fulfilled products directly to the customer, rather than shipping stuff off in bulk to the FBA warehouse and having it wait 2 to 3 weeks for it to become available. And FBM is a huge thing during back to school season. So make sure the listings you're buying to FBM, they have to be FBM friendly. You have to be seeing other people selling them. And especially, you've heard me say this a couple times, items that are above $20 but below £1 tend to be more profitable FBM compared to FBA, but you have to actually plug that in to see that right there. And it's really, really helpful too. And then in terms of a couple tips of boosting profits, once you have like 10 plus listings up, you should totally get a repricing software as well. You can check out a link for Aura down below in the description, an extended free trial. And then also anything that sell well, raise the price manually too, even if we're not using Repricer too. And then I also love doing pickup orders and doing buy online, pick up in-store stuff and retail arbitrage this time of year to get stuff moving really, really quick and boost your profits. And during back to school in Q4, what you're going to do next, only ever do test orders. Only ever do test orders, then replenish heavy. Don't worry about getting ungated and random things you haven't yet seen people making money on, right? Keep it simple. Nothing changes during these big times of the year. There's just more demand. You can take advantage, make a bunch of money on Amazon with it. That's the back to school guide. So we just talked about back to school. Now we're talking about Q4, the best time of the year for Amazon sellers. It's so absolutely beautiful. If you watch till the end of the free course, I'm going to go through my group and show you some of the insane wins our students are having right now for Q4. This is one of the most important sections of the advanced scaling up session of the free course, guys. If you take what I say here to heart and actually implement it, things are going to be so successful for you, because it's very common to do literally like 20 to 50% of your volume for the entire year just doing Q4. Like, I know some 7-figure sellers that have sold 7 figures in a week that I remember when they were brand new sellers and everything. So it's absolutely crazy right there. So important dates for Q4. Overall, the structure of the year is basically 4 quarters, right? So the fourth quarter is October, November, December. Especially during November and December is the best demand of the entire year. But Q4 really gets kicked off with October Prime Day, which is typically in the first 14 days of October. That's when Amazon has a Prime Day. And Amazon Prime Day, honestly, is a lot better for buying products from competitor websites that are running sales to compete with Amazon versus selling stuff. Although you will see increased sales on Amazon during those days, it's really good for buying. So Prime Day is a really good time to load up and buy a bunch of profitable products to send in FBA to sell during November and December. And then there's also later in that month, Halloween products pop off the whole month, as well as there's a bunch of Halloween sales the end of October as well when Halloween happens. One of the most underrated times of the entire year, probably the most underrated time of the entire year, is between November 5th and November 20th, which is what we call early Black Friday, Cyber Monday sourcing. Thank God for the American consumer. These brand websites, they know they can, or these websites know they can trick people and say early Black Friday sales and people buy stuff quicker, even though it's literally the exact same deal that happens. But the first half of November, you're still sending in FBA shipments. And then the second half of November, we're transitioning over to more and pretty much entirely merchant fulfilled by the end of November. And you can buy super good inventory during those early Black Friday sales that time of the month. And then a lot of people think that Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales start on Thanksgiving or on Black Friday. They really don't. They tend to start the Sunday before Black Friday, and then every day after that leading up to actually Thanksgiving and Black Friday, and then eventually Cyber Monday, more and more deals start. So the best buying window the entire year is about the 7 or 8 days between the Sunday before Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday, right? That 7-8 day period right there is the best buying of the entire year. And then once December hits, we're just merchant fulfilling stuff. And the reasoning on that is because FBA warehouses get super, super backed up. And because FBA warehouses get super, super backed up, the warehouses don't really end up checking in a lot of new FBA inventory during the latter half of November and December, which is why you want to stop sending in FBA shipments by like November 15th at the latest. And then that leads a ton of buy box share to go to FBM sellers during this entire period. And I'd call like December 5th to the 20th, like peak FBM mania. During December, you're just literally just staying in stock as much as possible on your best winners, still testing products here and there, but heavily focused on a lot of retail arbitrage, whether it be buy online, pick up in stores, or actually going in and finding products. And then also a pro tip for online arbitrage sourcing this time of year is paying for expedite shipping from retailers to get them fast as well. But the retail arbitrage I'm talking about, guys, it's not just going out and scanning stuff. It tends to be hunting down specific items, listing them in the car, and just pumping them ASAP right there. So it sounds like a lot of work, but it's beautiful and incredibly profitable. You can list stuff super, super quick. You don't have to do any of that if you don't want to, but it's a massive force multiplier for success to get products in hand same day versus waiting 2 to 7 days for the order to actually get here from the retailer, 2 to 3 days if they're really on their game and everything. So that's a really, really good time of year. And then that peak is like December 5th to December 20th. Then demand slows down a little bit between December 20th to January 1st. And then we're back to predominantly FBA stuff after that and into Q1 right there too as well. In terms of what sells best during Q4, guys, everything sells better, period. Everything sells better. Now, do toys see a larger demand increase than grocery products that are Dove soap? Of course they do, right? But a lot of beginners make the mistake of completely shifting their focus and just focusing on selling toys during Q4. Don't do that. Just focus on doing better with what you're already doing. But if I were to recommend some stuff to get ungated in for Q4, it'd definitely be a lot of stuff like collectibles, like sports cards, video games, the toy category, any toys that are popping off literally every year. There's something that has like 50 or 100 sellers on it, but it sells 5,000 times a month. So even though it has tons of competition relative to demand, it doesn't even really matter right there. So that's what to get ungated in. And then obviously anything you're already selling well, you're just going to hammer and do better. Never buy and hold stuff. Never speculate. I'm also not a huge fan of Amazon to Amazon flips, so they can be really good. And then be prepared to merchant fill a lot, guys, and be prepared to increase your FBM shipping cost. Obviously you do, or not obviously, but you do standard and economy orders at $0 plus $0 per pound for your shipping template, always year round. And then mostly year round, you do $30 plus $1 per pound for next day, 2-day, and expedited orders. But during December, I recommend raising that to like $50 plus $1 per pound, because there's going to be so many times where customers buy multiple units of the same product. That increases your profit. Or where a customer wants a last minute order and they pay $52 for a 2-pound product, and you buy shipping from Amazon for $12 and you make an extra $40 profit. If you actually put that into play, you'll make a ton of extra money during December. I had a student literally this morning, I got a text. He had a customer pay $55 for expedite shipping for a product, and then he bought shipping for it literally on Amazon, like you're supposed to do on 99% of cases. Every now and again, Amazon will be super expensive, in which case you'll buy from Pirate Ship on that. And he bought shipping for $7. So he made $48 profit extra on that product. FBM shipping supplies, nice and easy. Poly mailers from Amazon, boxes from Walmart. Buy like 2.5x what you think you'll need, but ideally you'll grow by significantly more than that during December if you execute correctly on that. Never speculate, guys. Only buy stuff that's profitable today. Raise prices on proven winners and still do test orders during December, and then take advantage once the time comes. It's an absolutely beautiful time of year. I'm so excited for so many guys as new Amazon sellers to actually see that this time of year. And if you're watching this in January, you're watching this in May, you're watching this in June, take action now. Get started with this stuff now. And then once December rolls around, you're going to be really able to take advantage. I can literally think of 20 plus students I have this year that were brand new sellers in January, in March, in June, in April, right? And they took action, then they were able to make a full-time income and profit in December while still working their 9-to-5 job, not even as full-time sellers yet. Some of them don't ever want to be full-time sellers. They just want a little bit more expendable income. And Q4 is where you see your true power, which is why you need to get started right now so you can be fully ready to execute as a competent seller by the time the holidays roll around. I'm so excited, y'all. You can hear the excitement in my voice. It's absolutely beautiful. Take action now and eat up during Q4. And you're clearly serious about the stuff if you're this deep into the free course. So let's get after it, guys. Scaling up products during Q4 is an absolute blast. And to just give you an indication of what some of the different plays that have ended up being most profitable for me look like over the years, I want to break down some of my biggest hits. The first one is definitely going to be the Flowbee Retro Hair Clippers, which you're probably like, what the heck is that? You can go ahead and search it up on Amazon, but this is actually one of the first big AutoUngate bolos, aka be on the lookout for, like a super hot product that I think it was the first one actually. And basically I found this with a couple of my buddies I met on Amazon Instagram, and we were buying them for $148, selling them on Amazon between $250 and $300 and just printing money. They were a smaller brand, I think a single ski brand, and most single ski brands will end up auto-ungating. If not, obviously you can ungate easily via the brand website, but it's awesome to navigate on auto-ungate leads. And that's one thing, there's a couple auto-ungate bolos that when anyone joins my coaching program, they're so good, I just have them buy right away, basically right there. So auto-ungate bolos are really good, especially the Flowbee Retro Hair Clippers. And honestly, it's pretty much always gonna be things you don't expect, but doesn't matter what you think sells well on Amazon. All it matters is the data, and AutoUngate bolos are an awesome thing for beginners. And the way you can track those down is by doing a lot of storefront stalking off the AutoUngate leads we found in the free course. The next one is going to be doing retail arbitrage and pickup orders during the Q4 holiday season. And this is insane because it ends up speeding up your cash flow cycle so amazingly, in that a normal online arbitrage purchase is going to take 4 to 7 days to get here from the supplier, and then you ship it off to the FBA warehouse. 2-3 weeks later it's checked in. But during Q4 and during back to school, you can get that stuff listed at FBM immediately. But the way to do it even faster is through retail arbitrage and through buy online, pick up in-store orders for websites that offer that. And there would literally be times I would place a pickup order, wait for the retailer to confirm it, and then sell the items in advance, print out the shipping labels, and bring them with me to the retailer. There's a couple of Kohl's and Dick's Sporting Goods I could think of doing this at, and literally just picking up the items from the retailer, 50 or 100 items at a time, and then going ahead and packaging them up in the parking lot and taking them right over to USPS and shipping them out. So RA and pickup orders during Q4 are absolutely huge. The next one definitely is going to be toys during Q4. This is a little bit more FBA, planning in advance, or just taking advantage of OA and RA to get items listed quick, merch filled. But toys during Q4, it makes perfect sense that they would do really well because obviously parents are buying gifts for their kids, and this leads to significantly more profit for us. So you want to mark your calendar for toy season in November and December. It's really important to not automatically just pivot to only doing toys, but if you're doing storefront stalking correctly and you're keeping, maybe a list of good storefronts. Another thing I do for my coaching guys is just give them, I have lists of good storefronts I give to my students to stock of people I've looked at over the years as well, and that just ends up being a really good thing. So toys during Q4, if you're storefront stalking correctly, you're going to end up finding tons of profitable toys, especially once you ungate the toy category. A lot of toy brands will be auto-ungate, and definitely if you're over like $5,000 to $10,000 a month in revenue, a lot more stuff is going to be auto-ungate for toys too. Just remember to hit apply to sell and request approval, and always check on Seller Central on the computer. That's where you get the most auto-engates. Number 4 is going to be a little bit more esoteric knowledge in the Amazon space, but some products will have multiple listings on Amazon, and then a ton of things will have either variations or multiple bundle sizes. So listings on the same listing, like other ASINs, or just other listings overall on Amazon for a 2-pack, 3-pack, 4-pack. And there's been so much gold throughout the years on products where the 1-pack is decent, but then the 2-pack is more profitable, the 3-pack's more profitable, because there's less competition and there's less people actually checking that. So if you're doing storefront stalking, you're going to see that from time to time, in that on items that aren't like collectible, which is the vast majority of things, a 2-pack, there's no fancy packaging. It's literally just 2 of the item, 3 of the item. And there's a ton of extra profitability in multi-packs, variation listings where there's different colors, different sizes. There's tons of scalability within those. and then the occasional item that actually has multiple listings on Amazon as well. And number 5 is going to be back to school stuff. So every year there's certain products, I can think of like super common ones you could probably think of right now too, that do well every single year during back to school. Back to school is very predictable and very underrated. People really think of the big fireworks and holidays being in Q4, but parents love buying stuff for their kids for back to school, and every year there's really good banger back to school products, especially when you time that up with Prime Day and merchant fulfilled being really good on a lot of these products as they see a demand spike. You can do retail arbitrage, you can do pickup orders, and back to school is my first 6-figure month. So I want to make this very clear, guys. If back to school is on the way when you're watching this, if Q4 is on the way when you're watching this, which it probably is, it just depends how close, and you're looking to lock in one-on-one help for this stuff, now's the time to do it. Now's the time to go down below and apply for my coach program so you can be fully ready to rock and roll for that. So as you're watching the free course, I want you to have a realistic 30-day roadmap of what it should actually look like in terms of starting your Amazon business. You're probably actually already on day 3 or 4 if you're watching this far within the free course, but maybe you cheated and skipped ahead. Not cheated, but you get the idea. So days 1 to 4, I'd say watch 1 to 2 hours per day of the free course to ideally complete it by day 4. And then on day 5, this is where you want to get rock and rolling with the stuff, which is going to be creating your Amazon seller account and then downloading all these software. So SellerAmp, free trial, Boxem free trial, and then a Keepa subscription. And then on day 6, that's when you want to order all your shipping supplies. So the free ones from UPS, free ones from USPS, and then also start just following other Amazon seller creators, start listening to our podcast, the Buy Box Bandits as well. That's going to introduce you to a ton of other free game in the space. And then on day 7, most likely your account's going to be verified from Amazon. Typically it's 2 or 3 days after you open your professional Amazon seller account. Then you want to start going through the AutoUngate list, which is linked for free down below at the link in the description. Obviously, nowhere close to everything on that list is going to be AutoUngate, but especially like the quick hitters on the right, you can knock those out. Just make sure to hit apply to sell and request approval. If it brings you to the checklist for where it asks for documents, it's gated. If it brings you to the listing page where it asks for quantity and size, then it's an AutoUngate product. And by this point, you're 7 days in, really start to know the space, right? And then on day 8 to 14, that first or second week, that's when you want to start sourcing. So Storefront, Stalking, and even retail arbitrage. If you have any discount stores locally, don't worry about doing retail arbitrage at places like Walmart or Target. The only time those really make sense is during clearance season or hunting down a specific item. Where you should be doing a lot of RA is your local discount stores like Grocery Outlet, Ollie's, any mom and pop locations, Ross, Marshall's, TJ Maxx, Burlington Coat Factory, those types of places. And then I figure within that first week, you'll buy your first couple test orders, and by day 15 is where you want to make your first FBA shipment and get your first merchant fulfilled listings up, making sure the only stuff you're merchant filling is stuff other people are merchant filling, like that you can see people on FBM. And then you just want to start sourcing daily from there too. And then by like day 30, that first FBA shipment should check in. And if you listed good FBM products, you'll start to get some sales too. Your goal within your first 30 days should be like 5 to 10 ASINs up and just a good basic understanding of this stuff. Remember guys, it's not going to happen overnight. Good things take time, but if you stick with it and stay consistent and be persistent, good things are going to happen. That's the first 30-day roadmap as an Amazon seller, and any additional stuff you can do in there, even better, like doing retail arbitrage, listening to the Buy Box Bandits podcast. Maybe you start doing some manual sourcing on websites you like, creating your SellerAmp spreadsheets, that kind of thing. That's going to really, really benefit you. But the main thing you're looking for is to really commit to this industry, start to see some proof of concept, get your first couple sales, and get competent with SellerAmp, Keepa, and Boxem. You've just heard about my biggest hits ever, best products, and you've heard about some of my other success throughout the free course, but I just want to talk about some mistakes I made that I also see a lot of newer sellers make so you can avoid them so you win quicker. The first one being not getting ungated right away as a beginner and thinking that ungating was impossible and that everything was gated until I was making like 10, 20, 30K a month. That's not true whatsoever, and I see tons of people make this mistake. When I got started, I just didn't know that ungating was possible for beginners, and that's why I literally messed around selling used books for like a year before I found online arbitrage. And then once I started selling name brand products, aka stuff I was auto-ungated in or got ungated, by submitting order confirmations to Amazon on, I sold over $1 million my first year. A big mistake beginners make is thinking when they have no sales history, they can't get ungated or auto-ungated and everything. That's just not true. Download that auto-ungate list and go ahead and get rock and rolling. And the more you sell, the more it becomes auto-ungated as well. And if ungating didn't work, all these listings would have no sellers. The second mistake I made that really caused the first mistake of not getting ungated was not being active enough in the Amazon community. Let's face it, you probably don't know anyone that sells on Amazon right now, which is completely normal. It's an online business. There's not that many people that do it, but you know tons of people who buy stuff on Amazon. Pretty much everyone buys stuff on Amazon. That shows there's opportunity. But what you need to understand is that well-connected sellers that have a couple friends in the space, like me with Fields of Profit and All Out Amazon and all the people we have on the Buy Box Bandits podcast, I'm just in the mix and in the community. And when you're well-connected as an Amazon seller, you find more opportunity, you get questions answered quicker, and you have a lot more fun. Mr. Beast, literally one of the most successful people in the entire world, talks all the time about how important networking is and masterminding is and everything like that. And I didn't do that enough as a newer seller. So a big piece of advice is just for you as a new Amazon seller to get around some other people that are doing this, whether it's in like the comments on this video or Twitter or Instagram or in my mentorship program or on Discord or anything like that. You'll have more fun, you'll make more money, you'll get your questions answered quicker, you'll avoid mistakes when you get active in the community. And luckily, it doesn't really cost any money to do. And it's an incredibly, incredibly helpful thing that I see with all my successful students. They typically just work together with a couple other Amazon sellers from the get-go. And another huge mistake is thinking new Amazon sellers saying, I don't know anything. I don't have any value out of the community. I can't meet any people. That's absolutely not true. Even if you've taken action and done the first step, you're further along than most people. And you can find some other people, the type of people you would hang out with in person, if they're around to connect with and mastermind with. They just exist digitally on the internet, and you can track them down. It makes the whole process a lot more fun and a lot easier. The third mistake I made was doing merchant fulfilled too much and not switching over to FBA quicker. And I really did pretty much only merchant fulfilled like my first 6 months, which was a huge mistake because it was literally during the slowest time of the year for merchant fulfilled. I just didn't know any better. So my recommendation for you as a beginner is to do merchant fulfilled primarily when you're a beginner, but only on listings that you can see other sellers selling merchant fulfilled and plan to get switched over to FBA quick. You know, always merchant fulfilling stuff that is very easily and very clearly merchant fulfilled friendly, but primarily most times of the year, mainly doing FBA just because you get so much faster sales and so much more buy box share with FBA. But definitely making sure to hit FBM hard during any seasonal opportunities, Easter procs during Easter, back to school procs during back to school, toys and holiday items during Q4, and things like that. The next mistake I made was not testing wide enough, so not testing enough different products, focusing on too few at the start. And then once something was proven, not buying hard enough, which is definitely the best problem to have, is not buying enough of good proven inventory. But you know, it does suck in hindsight here and there when you're scaling up. But you want to test light when you're a new seller on as many products as possible. And then once something's proven, go hard on it. Never speculate, never buy stuff and think it's going to go up in price. Just stick to test orders when you're a beginner. Test a nice, light, small, and low risk, and then hammer products and start to increase those purchase quantities once they're selling really well, whether it be FBM or FBA. And then the last mistake, which is a huge, huge mistake I see from so many beginner sellers, especially once they start to see some success with arbitrage, is thinking that wholesale and private label are the only ways to scale. Back in 2021, when I was getting started, you didn't hear a ton about online and retail arbitrage and people doing 6 figures a month with it. Now, I've personally had over 100 students in my coaching program the past 4 years cross 100,000 per month. I did it within 6 months, and it was strictly online and retail arbitrage. And I'm not gonna lie, guys, I literally did pivot and think that wholesale was gonna be the only way to grow. And I did it for a week and just absolutely hated it. Wholesale's way harder. You gotta do cold calling, cold emailing, you gotta negotiate with suppliers. You have to do big minimum orders and risk a lot of capital up front just to test a product. And I just hate that for beginner sellers. So online arbitrage, retail arbitrage, both of them are incredibly scalable. You don't need to do wholesale and PL to be successful. You can absolutely make the money you want to make with OA, and it's the easiest and low risk way to both get into the game of selling on Amazon and make your first 6 figures in profit. So now you've seen a lot of what goes into succeeding selling on Amazon, the different mistakes I made, even some of the more advanced scaling types of things too. Now I also want you to hear directly from other people that have won, actually students of me that have gone through my coaching program that started as beginner sellers and have now been able to become super successful part-time sellers, or actually be able to quit their 9-to-5 jobs and sell on Amazon full-time. So it's very important that you watch this entire section here of the student interviews to hear firsthand the experiences other people have had, both selling on Amazon and as being a part of my mentorship program. The first one being my man, Aaron, who a few years ago was working around the world, actually traveling, moving furniture on military bases. So pretty interesting job, but he just wanted more out of life. He wanted to make money online. And Aaron actually now helps me as well as my student success manager inside my coaching program. So as you hear from these people that have been a part of my coaching program, if you're interested in working directly with me, go down below to the link in the description. You can actually schedule a time to speak with Aaron about what my coaching program actually looks like. So check that out if you're interested, and let's jump right into the interview with Aaron. What's up? We got the man Aaron, 0-day handling time, joining us today. What are your trailing 30 days on Amazon, Aaron?
The trailing 30 right now, it's 181, 182, right around there.
So well over 20,000 in profit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
From remotely, because you're in Thailand right now, right?
I did recently just get to Thailand.
Boom. Yes, so super gangster, right? Running the remote, online arbitrage business. Very aspirational for a lot of people watching this. Where were you at, just a year ago? I know you weren't even selling on Amazon yet, but like just what was going on in your life basically, prior to getting going to this stuff?
I had a job, 9 to 5. I was working every day. But 1 year ago, I was just moving furniture on military bases.
Yep. And so conveniently, you also had some, good traveling experience. You had seen different ways of life. You're starting to look into making money online, as most people are as well. Talk through those first couple months, man, because didn't you do over 100K in revenue just in December alone, which was like your fourth month, your third full month or something?
Yeah. It was my third full month. So initially, Amazon just started as a side hustle. Like in between my work jobs for my 9 to 5, I would have time at home. So during my time at home, I was like, I'm not working. Let me try to make some money online. So from all the different online businesses, I chose Amazon FBA. And, my first month was like 7K watching your content. I was a ghost account on Twitter. Second month, I posted the video, started talking to Parker, started really engaging with the community, and I doubled from the first month. The third month, I joined your coaching, the great community inside there. And I met some people that helped me elevate my business, more sourcing websites, brands, whatever. And after 3 months of, talking to people, testing products out, seeing what works, what doesn't work, in December, my fourth month, I was able to do 100K. Boom,
which is beautiful, which is, over $20,000 profit, because during back to school in Q4, profit margins tend to go up a little bit too. And I think so it's, a really good testament to sticking around for a little while though, right? Because like most people try this for a month or two, really don't even give themselves time to get lucky, time to experiment or anything like that. And pretty much no one gets immediate results. But a lot of people that stick around for the long term do. And that's why that mindset's, so important, man. So what does it feel like, right? To have completely, done like a 180, right? Gone from, not really making money in an ideal way, at least based on, what you've said, to now being able to travel, being able to do what you want, and having, a good online business that you worked super hard and, super deserve.
Yeah. So really what it feels like right now, I have more motivation to keep going.
Yeah, put the foot on the gas.
Then whenever I started, like when I started with Amazon, I was like, oh, it's just a side hustle. Like I'll do it here, internet money. I'll do it when I do it. But now I'm like this is really real, like I do DM setting too. Recently, it's been taking a fair amount of my time, but that's also something that I would not have found if I didn't engage within the Amazon community. So getting in with the Amazon community has opened more doors for me.
I was literally going to bring up that point about like doors opening and how like, you get into this, like, man, maybe I can make a little bit of money on the side, but then you start digging in a little bit, right? You start building a little expertise.
right? And that like that's probably similar to how like, you know, a lot of professional athletes or people who really got really into other stuff, you just try it out, you click with enough stuff, and then eventually something ends up being very successful, right?
Yeah.
So talk about in those first couple months, man, like what really kept you going? What helped you find that initial momentum? Because I think that's what a lot of people are looking for, is those couple little moments where 20 of one product sells in a day, or just a couple of something sells in the first couple hours. Like what kept you going, and what was the real moment where you're like, damn, man, I can do this stuff?
And one thing that did keep me going was definitely the community, because even whenever I was small, you know, like a few $1,000s like a week, like even if I only had 5 FBM packages, you could scroll back on my media and you could see I'm posting these FBM this, on my way to the post office. And just the engagement, you know, people like Parker. I mentioned Parker because me and him, like now we talk every day, like we make money together. But in the beginning, he was just some random person that was just giving me tips. We was helping each other out.
And it's interesting because technically everyone starts out as just some random person, right?
Yeah.
Even in real life, you know what I mean? You meet people, you vibe, right? But you just have so many more shots on goal when you're giving yourself a chance to get lucky meeting people on the internet too, which is conveniently free as well, right? So for the person who like is like, all right, man, like I know I need to do this. I know it's going to be more helpful if I meet some people online. I just don't really know what to do, right? What was your best piece of advice in terms of getting started with the community and networking?
Okay, so the obvious one is, you know, posting. Videos is super helpful, but a lot of people don't want to do that. But if you can do like pictures, at least posting regularly, people will know you're active, you know, you're trying to make a change, you're trying to get groups, source products, whatever. But in terms of actually meeting people, I used to slide into a lot of DMs back in the day, and it would always be one of two things. Like I would slide in the DM with a compliment, like something I see them post is like, hey, you know, any type of compliment. So a compliment, and the other thing would be advice. So if I see they're struggling with something, if I see I can maybe help out, we can help each other out. Those two things is a super organic and natural way to meet people in the internet.
Boom.
And
bingo.
yeah.
Right there. And it's as simple as that, right? And most people aren't even doing anything. Right. So, you know, you get the ball rolling, then you figure stuff out. It's the same thing with selling on Amazon. So specifically on the product research side of things these days, are you doing wholesale as well, predominantly online arbitrage? What's the current business setup?
I tapped into a little bit of wholesale earlier this year. And in terms of the cash flow and the lead time and the cash intensivity, I think I just created that word. It's very cash intensive.
Yeah.
Cash intensive. So for the rest of this year, I'm going to grind out OA, keep, you know, turning that cash over. The profit margin's better. There's less lead time. The cash flow's better. So for the rest of this year, we're just grinding out OA.
Yeah. And the nice thing is like, you know, a lot of people that don't really do any type of volume with OA will tell me that OA isn't scalable, right? And then you see like my biggest month was 480. It looks like your biggest trailing 30 days probably what the 180 right now, and just getting into back to school. So it's going to be, you know, significantly better than that. And so talk through what it looks like to run the Amazon business remotely, because a lot of people kind of fantasize over that, but they don't know what it actually looks like day to day. You know, what's a prep center? Like break down how you're able to run the operation from another country, even though you've, you know, lived in the States for most of your life.
Yeah. So first thing is first. First thing is first. It is not passive income. But
far from it.
Yeah, far from it. And really nothing is. But so I just recently actually got a VA. I was already traveling for about a month before I got my first VA, but I just got one, splitting it with a friend. I've been talking to people like Deke, Max.
Oh, that are awesome with that.
And I'm trying to get like, what's really the best way I can, you know, make them use of their time.
Yep.
So I got a lot of missing shipments right now. They're going through right now, getting that sorted away. But I also just recently got a sourcing VA. I know what people are going to think. Oh, like you don't want to source, you're lazy, whatever. The sourcing VA, I just split with a different person because we're going to try something out. Like they're going to be sourcing their own, you know, brands, products, categories with our requirements. And I just want to see, you know, what brands they bring, what products, what websites, and see if they can open my mind to anything that I am not seeing. So I figure if they can at least make their money back, especially if they're making me money, I think it's a W, because it's going to open my mind to new products, new brands. So I have the admin VA, I have the sourcing VA, and am with a prep center. So that was a very big step in me scaling.
Yeah. How does that actually work though? Because a lot of people won't be familiar with the prep center model.
Okay. If you start anything like me, like you're all FBM. Like my first 25K sales was all FBM. So, it's cool. The profit's good. Profit's a little better, but it takes way more time. And one, you have to actually be there, so you can't do it remote.
Yep.
But with the prep center, basically all the stuff you would send to your house, you just send it to the prep center and log it into your sheet. They receive it. Yes, we got it. No, we didn't. And they send it off. Getting a prep center in the beginning, it's kind of like overwhelming, especially when you're new to it. But once, it's just like anything. It's like riding a bike, like after a while, it just becomes second nature. And the prep center played a really big role in me personally being able to scale. And the one thing I will add is I was in a tax state, 7%. So it made sense for me to go ahead and get that. But if you're in Oregon or, Delaware, if you're willing to put in the work, you can make extra profit not getting a prep center.
Profit with that. Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of people kind of see mature Amazon businesses like yours is these days with lots of good delegation. But when you start, man, it was totally this way for me. You're waking up and you're finding stuff you can merch fulfill. Right. And that's it. You're fulfilling every order yourself. Right. And that lets you move hella quick though. Right. It's like, what was really attractive and why'd you do so much FBM and why'd you even adopt, a username that is very,
Yeah. Look, one thing I'll add to is like a lot of the people, look, I've no way made it like at all. Some people, they might see it on the outside looking in. They think I'm like successful or whatever. I'm like really good at sourcing. It's really not the truth. Like I started out just like a regular person. Like I was in a Nike outlet on the regular. I was driving to all these places, scanning the Nike outlet. Like I wasn't even really doing OA. I was just like scanning the Nike outlet. And, Parker too. Parker, he started in Walmart scanning the clearance section. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a natural way for the Amazon seller to mature, is to kind of start out with like RA, testing stuff here, FBM this, and then the more knowledge you compound and the more people you talk with, it just opens your mind to, different OA ways to make money.
Yeah. And it's also significantly easier to understand. There's less fancy couponing involved, right? And it lets you get stuff in hand same day too. Same thing with merch fulfilled. It lets you get stuff listed so much quicker, right?
Yeah.
And so speaking about things that open your mind, fourth quarter, right? So you had a massive fourth quarter. This is, interestingly enough, this is your first back to school, right? But talk about taking advantage of those seasonal opportunities, man, because this is coming up, only your second big seasonal opportunity. It's a lot of people that are watching this, their first time rolling around. They want to be prepared for back to school. They want to be prepared for Q4. Talk through, what that's really like and what you learned from your first Q4.
What I learned from my first Q4 was, and there's a lot of mixed emotions on this. Some people say networking is more important. Some people say sourcing is more important. Everything, like the truth is, everything works for different people. But for me personally, my first Q4, networking was way more important because of those seasonal items. And if you can find a group of guys, everyone's looking different directions, different websites for this seasonal item. That's like 4 eyes versus just you. So you find a lot of products quicker. Stuff you would have never even bought, you find yourself buying because of the network.
Yep.
So I'm going to be doing the same here for back to school. I already have a decent amount of inventory for back to school. It's going to be heavy seasonal items. I'm in the lab, if you will, with the boys, trying to divinate the future. And I'm going to have a record month this back to school for sure. And another thing too is the Keepa charts. They do not lie.
They do not lie, bro. Women lie.
Facts. Like I wouldn't 100% like be like, okay, that's going to happen this year. But if it's a seasonal item and it's done the same thing multiple years in a row, and it's, you know, something you and a few guys have conviction on, the Keepa chart just don't lie.
Yeah, test it out light, man. Hop in there, FBM, right? FBM lets you restock really quick too. You know, and you just want to build that proof of concept, be able to take advantage of future seasonal opportunities too, because this is something you'll be doing for multiple years, you know, if you're getting going with the stuff. So you want to build a nice base, proof of concept, etc. As we finish up here, if you could go back a year ago and talk to old Aaron, who was not yet the 0-day handling time on Twitter, who didn't already, you know, wasn't, you know, pumping already, what are you telling him?
I would tell them, this is not a get rich quick scheme. It's not going to happen overnight. But if you have even a little brain and you are willing to put in the work, not only sourcing, but also networking, give yourself a year, actually grinding for a year. And I guarantee you, if you're networking, you're sourcing, you got a positive mindset, and the mindset's huge. Like, if you can't believe you can't do it, like you've already lost.
If you can't believe you can't do it, I completely agree. Yeah.
But the main thing is engage with the community and actually put in the work. Because if you don't, you can't want 100K month and then act like someone who only does 20K months, not sourcing, not talking to people. So honestly, just engage with the community. It's cliche, super cliche.
But no one does it, man. You know,
it compounds. Look, this shit is like interest rates. This shit, like the network, learning what websites, seasonal items, learning Amazon. This shit is like interest rates. Like it compounds. Yep. Day by day, it can be discouraging. You don't feel like you're getting anywhere.
Oh, because you suck at this stuff when you start. Yeah, you're terrible at selling on Amazon when you start.
So you give yourself a week. You're like, damn, I haven't got anywhere.
Yep.
But it compounds. It's interest rates. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the line, you know, that interest has accrued.
Yep. And then so where can people follow you on social media if they want to catch up and see more of your documenting your journey, your travels, some banter here and there?
Yeah. So check me out. Twitter, 0-day handle time. Instagram, 0-day handle time. Yeah, feel free to hit me up. The community is honestly one of the best.
If y'all got any ungating questions, you send it to this man right there. Send over the ungating questions right there. Appreciate you coming on once again, Aaron. Keep up the great work, and thanks everyone for listening.
So now you saw how Aaron was able to change his life selling on Amazon. Now I want to show you Vernon and his wife, who actually were further along in their career, Vernon being in the military. And now after selling on Amazon for over a year, they were able to quit their 9-to-5 jobs and sell full time, both him and his wife. So a pretty awesome scenario that came out of working with me and selling on Amazon as a whole. So let's dig in on the interview with Vernon. What's up, Vernon? Welcome to the channel, man.
Hey, thanks for having me, Miles. I appreciate it.
Cool, 100%, dude. So you were a great person to bring on for a student interview here because you know, obviously busy father. You previously had a 9-to-5, got started selling Amazon using the program. Now you don't have a 9-to-5, which is pretty cool stuff and something a lot of people aspire to have, right? So just want to talk through, you know, your story, how you got going and everything like that, man. Just prior to us getting going here, you want to fill everyone in a little bit of your background and everything, man?
Sure. So I just retired from the Marine Corps last year. And I'm really proud of my service and everything. I'm really thankful for everything that the military has done for me. But I also knew that I wanted to be an entrepreneur since I was at an early age, and kind of always dabbled in like either, selling playing cards or doing some kind of hustle. And but felt the need to go into the military and kind of do my service to the country that's given us so much. And but I was on recruiting duty, and that was very, very time consuming. In the military, you're looking at like 12 to 16-hour days for that. So I knew I had to have something else that was going to be able to kind of supplement the income. At the time, me and my wife were selling like physical sales. So we were buying stuff from like liquidation warehouses and stuff, and then selling that physically on like Facebook Marketplace or just like at flea markets and stuff like that. But due to the military, like my time was just like super taxed at that time. So stumbled upon Amazon, started seeing your videos, Reezy Resells, some of those original people that were on there, and learned how to get started with Amazon, start flipping books, and then got into a couple of other categories and stuff like that, just small stuff. and we got up to about 6 to 8K by ourselves. And that took us about a year and a half to get that far. And then I knew that this could be something that would be full-time for us in the future if we just kept going with it. But that's whenever, I reached out to you and I was like, hey man, I'm going to need some help with this thing. Like I want to take it to the next level and everything. And that's what brought us to where we are today. We're full-time. We've been full-time since June of 2024. So me and my wife work on this together. And I'm making more now in my Amazon business than I actually ever did in the military. So it's pretty incredible how it's just, turned full circle.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously super proud of everything you've been able to do. How much is your Amazon business currently making right now?
Currently in just Amazon, we do about 55K a month. I was actually doing the totals today. At the beginning of the year, we actually did quite a bit, but we diversified. We looked into kind of splitting our money into Walmart. Walmart's been good to us, and the ROI on Walmart right now is insane. If you're not in Walmart, like they're kind of weird with some of their seller rules and stuff because they're new, but there are some great opportunities with Walmart, and a lot more stuff is ungated as well. I would tell anybody, like if you're a new seller, Amazon's the way to go just because the data is there, right? With what we know with Keepa and SellerAmp, and the tools are just so much better on Amazon. But don't sleep on Walmart though in the future, because that's a good opportunity. And there's a lot of good platforms that are popping up that are good opportunities as well. But total in e-commerce, we're doing about 70K a month, and that's a full-time income for us. We're able to pay our bills with that, and it's been good. So that's kind of where we're at.
Dude, well, I like that point you said at the start, talking about how you just always sold stuff. I was the exact same way. You're kind of like a purebred reseller. And there's one gentleman, John, I can think of right now, where he's came from like the eBay game. He's getting on Amazon now. It's a bigger opportunity. And it's just like cool to see how that stuff translates. And it's been something that obviously I'd always done, you had always done, and now just at a bigger scale, we can do it on Amazon here. And everything. And so cool to see, obviously, diversifying platforms too. For anyone who's unfamiliar, we have SellerAmp for Walmart now at wamp.com that's currently in free beta. So any guys can go check that out too. It has a good amount of increasing, obviously, as new updates in respect to the data offered and everything, man. And so in terms of initially getting the ball rolling on Amazon, right? What tips do you have for new sellers? Because there's obviously a lot of stuff that comes up, man. Ungating, sourcing stuff, actually getting the ball rolling. Like what tips do you have, for newer sellers that are just starting here, especially watching this right at the start of Q4, the fourth quarter, the best time of the year?
Right. A few things. One thing that you taught me, so I have to say it, is your network. You got a network. And I see you saying that all the time in school and stuff, and that's so true. Just like knowing you and some of the other people that I've been introduced to from being a part, of your group and everything, has completely changed my life. Honestly, it's the people that you know and that you hang around. If they're playing at a high level, that's automatically going to bring up your game. If you're hanging around with losers that all they do is complain and they, are broke all the time and stuff like that, that's going to be your future too. Like it really depends on who you hang out with, who you associate with. That's going to eventually change your mindset. So hang around people that are high, skilled players that are actually like grinding every day and trying to put in the work. So that's number one. Another thing is I would say it is work. You're not going to like leave your 9 to 5 and just, work for 30 minutes a day on Amazon and be a millionaire. That's not how this actually works. You have to put in like thousands and thousands of reps of looking at Keepa charts, looking to see what's good, what's not good. You have to test a lot of product. There's a lot of work that goes into it, but then it will get easier over time, right? So I'm working on my Amazon business, the least amount of hours that I've ever worked in my Amazon business, and I'm making the most amount of money. But that came after years of doing this thing and actually putting in a ton of work and not making very much money and just investing that money back into the business. So don't expect to pay yourself when you're first starting out like a lot of money. I would just say roll over all your profits and everything you possibly can back into your business, because that's going to pay you. That's going to pay you later.
Yeah, I love the networking side of things, which is super important, because like we can all agree, man, that who you're around determines the results you get, right? Yep. But the problem is we live our whole life that way with like hobbies we like and sports we like and jobs we like, schools we decide to go to as a kid and everything. But then we get started selling on Amazon and we don't know anyone that does it, right? We don't know anyone that, is in e-commerce, is selling on Amazon, selling on Walmart and anything like that. So it's a very unnatural thing to meet people over the internet, but it's an excellent adoption of today's technology. It's completely free too, and everything. And that's why I think, really, really important component of the group I talk about all the time is just getting around other people that are speaking the language, that are thinking about the stuff, that are jamming on the stuff and everything. And then that long-term mindset you talked about is in terms like reinvesting is huge, obviously. And they're like, you can't do this full-time, can't do any business full-time right away from the get-go. I think that'd be a recipe for disaster, but learning these skills and starting to get in the mix, starting to get in the game, learn to source, learn to get Ungated and everything's that is a really big thing. What would you say is really the aha moment in respect to like one product totally popping off, or the holiday season or back to school season just being really big? Like, what would you say is really the aha moment for you and your wife in respect to, really seeing that this is something you want to pursue further and could probably do it full time down the line?
Yeah. So honestly, selling books at the beginning was like, holy crap, we could do this, because, I was selling some books you can pick up for like $2 or whatever. And I was selling them for $80, $100 for some of these. And I was like, wow, this is a real opportunity. And then when we got stuck, I remember talking to my family, like mom, dad, and everybody, and we were doing like $8K a month. And we thought that we were just there, we thought that was a good Amazon business at the time. And then I remember talking to you, and then whenever, I invested and got in the group and stuff, and I'm talking to guys that are doing like 150K, or like, some people are doing like 5-10 million a year. And it's very, very possible on Amazon. And if you don't have that in your mind, that that's possible, if you're not around people like that, then you never think that could be you. But then whenever you start hanging out with people like that, you're like, wow, I could be doing a lot better than what I'm doing right now. I just have to figure this thing out. So I would say after a short time of working with you and meeting some of the other people in the group, I knew that I could do this full time, and that we could have this lifestyle that we want to live.
Sure. And you've obviously been able to do that over a couple of years, which is, pretty cool and everything. But it's totally like you get started and you're just learning. And then eventually, if you stick around, you start to get better faster and your work starts to compound on top of itself. And the problem is a lot of folks quit way too soon. Right. And so in respect to obviously, the Amazon business is very hard. Any business is very hard. What are some of the real difficult things you run into and really obstacles for folks who might be considering going into this? Like, what can they expect in respect to some of the harder parts of the business?
Yeah, so right now I see a lot of people complaining about like the ungating, but you're worried about the wrong thing. Like, Amazon has millions and millions of products. Don't worry about that you can't sell Lego or you can't sell Nike or whatever. Just find something that you can sell and then abuse that, just like sell as many as you possibly can of those different items that you are allowed to sell. And then you build up that trust with Amazon and you hang around key players and they give you other brands, and then you just kind of build from there. So I would say that's a hard thing for some people to get over right now. Not necessarily for me, but it's something that I think would be very helpful for people to hear. Is don't worry about the small stuff of I'm gated for brand A, B, and C. Just find stuff that you are ungated for, find it profitably, and then sell that stuff. Like that. That's really that. For me, the hard thing now is just kind of going into a manager role, like building this thing out. I have. I know I need to get a VA. That's one thing.
I got some good stuff for you on that. We'll talk privately after, but I have some serious advanced things that have changed in the past 6 months. It'll be very helpful in respect to that. Yeah, we'll talk privately on that.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's one thing I need to work on. And then I know that we're saving right now. We're actually going to be getting a warehouse next year.
Oh, hey, okay. And purchasing it sounds like, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So real estate investing too, man. That's dope. That's super dope.
So we're
your eyes lit up talking about it too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, so just like the bigger picture stuff right now, but as far as like being able to find stuff, it really depends on how much you want to work and how much money you want to make. Once you break like that 10K barrier and you're doing 10K a month, like you figured out enough to where you can just print as much money in this business as you want, as long as you have the capital to buy the stuff. So I would say that that's the big thing. But then just once you get to scaling and you're adding teammates and stuff, which is what we're working on right now, that's some of the big hurdles that I'm facing in the business.
Yeah. And so obviously when you start out, you're just a one-man operation, or you obviously were a husband and wife team. So kind of like two-man operation, right? It doesn't really make sense to get virtual assistants or hire any employees at the start really until like you've made in many cases, like thousands and thousands of dollars in profit each month. You're kind of in the mix, right? Getting going, first 6 months, first 12 months, whenever you really dial it in, right? But talk about what the kind of graduated version looks like, and like talk about like virtual assistants and like how like prep centers work, or potentially getting in-house employees, and what people can expect down the line as they start to scale up.
Sure. So, like you said, whenever you first start out, you're doing all the prep, you're doing all the sourcing, you're doing, all the packaging for the customers, you're handling all the complaints, like you're doing everything. But then you realize that you need to start like buying back your time as you start scaling up. So say you're making $5,000, a month in profit or whatever the case. Well, you don't need to pay yourself $5,000, maybe pay somebody $1,000 to handle all the prep for you or something like that. So VAs, you can still get very affordably. I know that. You're looking at $4 to $5 an hour.
Crazy. Yeah. Cheap countries, India, Pakistan, the Philippines, where the US dollar goes really far, you can get awesome virtual employees there.
Yeah. And you have to look at it like as you're scaling up this thing, and this something, it's a hurdle that I still have to get over myself. But I realize that whenever I work in my business, I make well over $100 an hour whenever I actually do work in this business, things that move the needle, going and actually like, placing an order or picking up stuff or sending in shipments and stuff like that. So if I could pay somebody $5 an hour to take some of those tasks that are just eating my time away, I mean, the ROI on that is insane. So you're not only looking at ROI on products, but you're also looking at ROI on people as well, and investing in those people, good people that are going to help you to build your business and stuff. So that's one thing. Prep centers as well. That's a huge thing that can save you a lot of time. I'm very fortunate. I married somebody that absolutely loves doing the prep.
Dang, all right.
Yeah, she'll crank it out, man. She can crank out so many orders in just a short amount of time. It amazes me every time. And then if she's down or she's away and I have to fill FBM orders, during the certain times of year, like back to school or Q4 and everything, I'm so much slower than she is. But she's amazing at it. So I was lucky with that. But just hiring out a team, in the warehouse, we want to have 2 or 3 people that come in, and for $10, $12 an hour, they're handling all the prep and they're handling all the shipments and stuff like that for us, so that we can work on the things that are making us that $100 an hour. So that's something to definitely consider. And then something that's kind of underrated whenever you're first starting out, very cheap, is the software. I mean, think about how many hours that SellerAmp can save you. You can literally look at a website and it'll just tell you like, hey, this product, if you pay this much, is this profitable? This is how many times it's selling a month, because it pairs with Keepa. Keepa has made me tens of thousands of dollars, like just finding different products and stuff like that and picking apart stores. There's just so many ways to do it, but software to start, you definitely need SellerAmp, and you need to learn Keepa, the insides and outs of how to use that. And those are some of the things that, like, those you really need from the beginning.
Yep.
There's a lot of software that you can add to your business as you go that can save you more time and more money. And how I look at it is that if I add any piece to my business, is it making me more money than I spend on it per month? And if it's making me more money, then it makes sense to have it as part of your business. So just if you go from that mindset of, hey, the ROI on this is positive for me, then it's probably a good piece to have. But a lot of people just buy software, and they don't actually use it. And then that could be a waste of your time. But there's a lot of great software out there that can save you time and money.
Dude, 100% as well. And so how the heck did you manage your time, obviously, as a busy father while having the 9-to-5 and then building up the Amazon business on the side? Like, what tips do you have, for other busy parents as well that are, working their 9-to-5 too, looking to either get started with an Amazon side hustle or start out selling on the side, and ideally with aspirations of going full-time down the line?
So I say whenever you're first starting out, the first thing you need to do is sit down. If it's just you, or if you're married or like have a significant other or whatever, just sit down with that person and be like, hey, what do we want this business to be for us? And for me, I told my wife whenever we first started out, I was like, hey, we're going to buy your freedom first from the 9-to-5, and then I'm going to join you one day in this. And I was like, I know Amazon could be the key for this. So that's what it was for us. So we just sat down and determined that. And that's like your driving force, that's how you escape the 9-to-5. So I was working literally 12 to 16 hour days on recruiting in the Marine Corps. Very, very tough job. Like I I mean, I was stressed to the max a lot of times, but the little time that you have, say it's even an hour a day or whatever, you got to get hyper focused on what moves the needle in your Amazon business and actually do that. You can't go home and watch TV for 6 hours or 7 hours and expect to grow this thing. Like, you're going to have to cut out some of the stuff that's not doing anything for you to be able to invest in learning those skills that it takes to run a successful Amazon business. So that's what I did. I was horrible at first. Like, everybody sucks at first too. That's another thing. That's like a huge tip right there, is you're not going to be good. Don't expect to be good. And I remember whenever I first started working with you, one of the most encouraging things I think you say is, this is the worst that you're ever going to be.
That is true, family. Yeah, that is true.
I still use that. I tell my wife all the time, when we want to start something new, even if we have a little bit of success, I'm like, hey, it's okay, because this is the worst that the worst that we're ever going to be at this. We're going to just continue to get better. And that has helped me to just like take the steps into the unknown and just like push forward. So that's a huge, huge thing. But if you want to escape, you're going to have to do something different. You can't just go home and have your normal casual life and, this business just fall in your lap. And another thing I don't like is, like, people will reach out to you for coaching and everything, and your coaching program is amazing, and it could change anybody's life that's willing to put in the work. But a lot of people treat it like a lottery ticket, like they're just scratching a lottery ticket, like working with you, and like they're like, okay, I'm going to work with this person and I'm going to be, rich or whatever. That's not how it works. All you do is get people to the starting line, and then they have to run their own race. You say, hey, you have a chance here with me. I'm going to give you step by step what you need to do to build your business. They actually have to build it. And when you gave me that opportunity and we started working together and stuff, I took those steps and I made it happen. And anybody can do that.
Yeah, dude. And I'm like, as I've been kind of doing it for more and more time, like now I know so much more AutoUngate stuff that like everyone buys AutoUngate leads immediately once we do our sourcing call and everything. So it's very exciting stuff. And obviously, getting going with Q4 now, anyone watching right now, you have the perfect time to start. We're still like 60 days away from Black Friday, 80, 90 days away from Christmas, right? What tips do you have for newer sellers during Q4? Because this is the best time of the year. There's a lot of extra demand. You still got more than enough time to get started selling and profitable prior, right? So what beginner Q4 tips you got for folks that are either going through their first Q4 or that are already getting some sales? They've been doing it for a couple of years, but really want to take it to the next level like you have.
Start saving your money now. There's just so few days in a month, or like, especially Black Friday, like a whole week. There's just opportunities that whenever they drop in your lap, you just have to maximize them. And Black Friday is one of those times where that whole week, there's just going to be like, you can't possibly spend enough money on like some of those deals that are going to be actually coming out. But every single month, like any federal holiday, there's going to be some crazy deals. You just have to be in with the right group or have done it, a couple of years prior, whatever the case, and kind of know what deals are going to roll out. Or follow like the crazy coupon lady and like the weird sites like that throw out the deals all the time. Sometimes they have some really good stuff on there as well. If you don't have a network yet, that's for somebody that's new that maybe doesn't have a network of friends that'll send you, like, hey, this deal's going on or whatever the case. But I would say prep for that. Don't be scared of FBM. That's a big thing. That's been a big part of our business as well. There's going to be opportunities whenever you get really close to Christmas where you can't send in an FBA case and they get checked in on time, but there's still so much money to be made if you're just willing to fill those orders and other people are stocked out and you're willing to fill the orders and get those out the door. So make sure that your materials and everything like that, you're not scrambling for supplies, that you already have those stocked. But you don't need to buy stuff every single day. You don't need to go out and source every single day, in my opinion. I think there's a couple of times a month or like maybe holiday. Yeah, exactly. Or that holiday or whatever, where you can really stock up and do your entire spend during those times. So that's a couple of tips. That those opportunities are going to be coming around, and you really see them every month.
Yep. Yeah. And then just final question for you. So in respect to the sourcing side of things, so for the person out there that they're already getting some sales here and there, they got their seller account open, they know a lot of the basics, but they're like, damn, man, I'm spending all this time doing product research and I'm just struggling to find stuff profitably, right? You brought up the point of sales monthly, right? But what other tips do you have for folks that are looking to, really take product research to the next level?
Product research. So one thing when I was working by myself and I was doing like the 60K a month is I didn't really understand Keepa. So everybody says like learn Keepa. They just think about like the graph, that you see whenever you're on SellerAmp. But if you can actually go into the data, or you can use the product finder for Keepa, or the other tabs that are in there, like every single tab in there has its own use. You just have to learn like how to use it. If you can learn Keepa inside and out and use SellerAmp and learn how to use that and pair those two together, that's extremely powerful for finding products. And then just start with one lead. So maybe if you're doing retail arbitrage, like I do a lot of retail arbitrage, I'll go into a store, I'll find one lead, one ASIN that is good and is profitable, and then I can use that, and I can literally find 1,000 more ASINs just off of that one from that store, because I can dissect it in Keepa. And that is a huge skill that I've learned that's been able to help me out. That's how I work so few hours and make so much money, is because I just have, other sellers that I can leverage now. I have other leads that I can just leverage from that store. So for an example, if I was going to source at Walmart and everything, I already have sellers that are really good at Walmart that I could pull up all their leads in Keepa and see like what I want to go source. And then you can do that same thing for leads as well. Like if you have, an item that you found on the clearance aisle at Walmart, well, you just see who else is selling that. You can dissect it and you can find other good products to sell from Walmart just doing that. So learn Keepa, learn SellerAmp, and get around a network that's doing things at a high level. And that's going to be a game changer for you.
Boom, 100%, man. And then where can people follow you on social media if they want to see more of your Amazon journey?
I will. I will give you the links for that. I'm on Facebook and I'm on Instagram as well. And I do post quite a bit. And then if you're in school and you're seeing this as well, you can definitely shoot me a message. I'd be happy to answer any questions. But those two platforms, I'm on quite a bit. And then in the near future, I hope to be doing some stuff on YouTube as well. Yeah,
well, hey, we'll get all those links below, and we'll get that YouTube updated too when it comes out as well, man, okay?
All right, appreciate you.
Cool. So time for interview number 3 with Brian, who's actually an absolute demon with retail arbitrage part-time. So he's working his 9 to 5 full-time, selling Amazon part-time in his spare hours and his weekends and everything like that. So this is how to succeed as a part-time Amazon seller with Brian, who built a $45K per month Amazon side hustle in about a year while working his 9 to 5 job. What's up? We got Brian, the FBM junkie, on the show today. You guys got to make sure you follow Brian on Twitter. He's doing an excellent job of documenting his journey, the FBM junkie. Good to have you here, Brian.
What's up, Good to be here, man. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure, bro. So you're about pretty much exactly a year in now, right?
Yeah. I joined your group in late July 2024. So yeah, we're coming up on a year, man.
Cool, sweet. Yeah, bro. And time flies when you're having fun. So you're a great example of someone who's been very successful getting the ball rolling, selling on Amazon while keeping your corporate job. And that's what obviously a lot of people aspire to do, right? They might be in a situation they don't love long-term, or they're in a situation they like and just want some side income. So talk about, from a numerical perspective and just like how it's changed your life the past year or so, getting the ball rolling, selling on Amazon.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a challenge, with a 9 to 5, balancing the corporate gig and selling on Amazon. But, Amazon just has such a low barrier of entry. I feel like there was nothing better to do than to, sign up, make an account. You can grab some products and you can get sales within a week. So I just thought that was my best opportunity to make some side cash. And so that's what I did. Joined your group, and I keep a pretty strict schedule. That's how I kind of balanced it to, get up 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. Pack some packages. We do some sourcing, play a little b-ball with the boys, come back, pack a few more packages, and then we lock into the 9 to 5 for about 4 to 5 hours, and then then it's out sourcing the stores and sourcing my favorite websites. So.
Yeah, and obviously it's, definitely not necessary to set up your schedule very rigid like that. But at the same time, for a season of life, it's been excellent for you to get the ball rolling like that. Similarly too, what's been your biggest month in sales and profit so far? And then what would you say has it been like pretty consistently? Yeah,
I did just shy of 50K last month, did about $8,000-9,000 profit. So that was my biggest month. But last Q4 in December, I did about 25,000. But yeah, last month just shy of 50, and we're looking to grow a little bit more from there. So all that while balancing a 9 to 5. So it's definitely possible, definitely doable.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously not easy though, right? You're someone who's put in a ton of good work. You've been very active in the community. You've been able to make these things happen. Specifically on the Amazon side of things, like, had you played around with other online business models, or was Amazon really the first online business you'd given a shot?
Yeah, Amazon was the first. I did a little bit of eBay when I was younger, finding some Ralph Lauren polos at Goodwill and some of the thrift stores, flipping those, 10, 15 years ago, but just got back into it about a year ago. I remembered how much I loved making that flip for $1. And I came across, I think, definitely you, of course, you're all over the place. And then Reezy Resell started selling a few books, and then bam, found you, OARA. We were on it.
Yeah. So break down what getting started with the used book business model looks like, and then how it differs from online and retail arbitrage, what you're primarily doing now, flipping name brand products for a profit.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference is I could find a book that I could make $5, $10 on, but there's only one of those books maybe in a store, maybe 5 to 10, whereas I can find a product online or in a store that will make me $5, $10 profit, and I can get a lot of them. So it's just a lot more scalable than selling books. And books is definitely fun. It's fun to hunt them down, fun to make the scans. But as far as scaling a business and making more profit, OARA is just more scalable.
Yeah, I completely agree, because books, it's obviously very tough to get significant inventory, but it doesn't take much, money to start, if any, in some cases, any money, right? Meanwhile, it's significantly higher to have significant upside, right? Meanwhile, online and retail arbitrage, you need $1,000 or $2,000 to start, which is, for all intents and purposes, relative to most businesses, incredibly cheap, right? You're selling stuff that already has built-in demand, proven sales history that you can see on SellerAmp over time, right? And there's significantly more upside because you can buy dozens of pretty much every product. Even if a website order limits you, can do multiple orders and everything, right? And some websites will let you do hundreds of units per day as well too. So there's just significantly more upside too. And then in terms of getting the ball rolling as a newer seller with online and retail arbitrage, obviously ungating is a thing. A lot of people are nervous about ungating. They don't think they can do it as a complete beginner. They're worried about learning the SellerAmp and Keepa did and getting the ball rolling, or they're just thinking like, can I even do this in the first place, right? Now, we know obviously 60% of products sold on Amazon come from third-party sellers, right? So everyday people like you and I. So obviously it's clearly possible. A bunch of other people in the group that are succeeding too. But talk about what it looked like, just sourcing and ungating as a brand new seller. Like, how'd you get the ball rolling with that?
Yeah, I definitely think you have to stick with it. And that goes for both, for ungating and for sourcing. It's something you have to do. As far as sourcing, something you have to do day in and day out. Stick with it. And as far as ungating, you have to do the same thing. You keep submitting. It's not uncommon to submit 10, 12, 14, 15 times and get rejected that many times. But you switch a few things up, switch an address, take pictures, make tweaks to the title. That 18th, 19th time, you're probably going to get it eventually. So both things, you just got to stick with sourcing, stick with getting those ungates. And honestly, there's a lot of AutoUngates out there that are really profitable. So tons of opportunities with products that are already AutoUngates also.
Yeah, and that's what's tough, man, is a lot of people come into this, coming from a job or school or something where if they get, declined or told no for anything, it's like, holy crap, did I do something wrong? And it's the weird thing with ungating is it's literally just common to get declined a bunch of times, or sometimes a bunch, or sometimes none, or sometimes it's an AutoUngate right away from the get-go. And I just posted a video that broke down websites that are really good for ungating in 2025. So you guys watching this should definitely check that out as well. So I told everyone to go follow you on Twitter. The nice thing is people can literally see your journey. Like, I remember you posting that weight loss transformation post, we're like literally, I think over a year ago at this point, or close to a year ago at this point. Talk in terms of like the way, like being a part of my group, and then obviously just being a part of the broader Amazon community, how that's been able to save you time, save you money, have more fun, or lack thereof, because I think it's a super important thing. So I'm curious your perspective.
Yeah, I think it was just a mindset shift. you kind of taught me that words have energy. I stopped talking bad about myself. I told myself I could do things. I was like, well, hey, Miles, I've never done this. You'd be like, well, you didn't used to walk once either. You didn't used to talk once either. I was like, all right, I can do this. So you kind of gave me a little bit of bump there. And, that was a really big part of the community. Of course, looking at Keepa charts, sourcing with people I've met in the group, just communicating with like-minded folks that I met in the group was huge. But I tell you what, that you kind of shift my mindset about, just the way I went at life and the way I went at this Amazon thing. And I don't think enough is said about that and kind of what you do for people in that sense. I mean, I see you all the time with this Keepa charts and the SellerAmps and the Ungates but man, if you get to know Miles, you inspired me, man. I'll put it that way.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks a lot, bro. I really, really appreciate it. And the way I see it, man, is business is a gigantic self-improvement vehicle. And that obviously you do things the right way, you stick with it for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, you're probably going to be moving in a significantly better financial direction too. But there's also, the way you've done it, getting in the community, meeting some other guys, many of which you've never met in person, pretty much all of which probably, I assume you still never met in person. And you get some accountability going. Like, I know you play hoops early in the morning. Your Twitter following does too, because you document it nicely on there. And it starts to build some accountability to yourself and accountability to others. And no one ever made less money getting around and being known, liked, and trusted by more good Amazon entrepreneurs, right? Or just in any respect, in that we can all agree that, the people you're around determine the results you get in life, right? So some of you guys watching this, you want to succeed selling on Amazon and you don't know a single other person that sells on Amazon, which I get. I didn't either when I started. Brian didn't either when we started, but we got active on social media or we joined a group. We found other like-minded people to work with, and that just made the whole process significantly easier too as well. Right. And then in terms of, okay, there's a big difference between getting your first couple Amazon sales. Everyone watching this can do this with books. Books are AutoUngate. Books are super available, thrift stores, library sales, etc. But actually scaling up the online and retail arbitrage side of things, talk about what that process has been like. And if there's been any huge products that made a big difference for you fast.
Yeah, I really went wide at first. I was trying to sell in a lot of different categories, and I got some sales in a lot of different categories, but I found a few things that worked for me. And once I did, I just went all in on them, doubled down on what was working. And I found a few things in the RA world that have made me some good money, and I've been exploiting that. I've been going to all those stores whenever possible. I know when it's there, and I'm going to grab it up. So I found a few things here and there that have been good finds for me. And it's just been about hammering those home, doubling down on them, and making sure I'm the first one to get them.
Yeah, I think RA is super underrated in 2025, just out of the simplicity of it, man. And that with OA, you got to make stuff good. You got to know when different deals are going on. But retail arbitrage, for the most part, right, it's pretty much the price is the price, as long as you're looking for bundles and getting to know some employees potentially locally too, that give you some upsides on stuff. So talk about any secret sauce you have for retail arbitrage that's been really successful outside of the typical advice of just scan everything at your local discount stores.
I'd have to say, list it and leave it. So there's a lot of things that I see that I'm like, hey, if I was online right now, if I was on a website and I'm looking at that Keepa chart, I'm not buying one of those, let alone 10. But when I'm at a store and I see a chart that I'm like, that's not OA friendly, but hey, there's enough of these here, I can list that. We'll see if it sells in a couple days, and then I'll come back and pick it up. I think that's a big tip. There's been a lot of products out there that I wouldn't buy online, but I just list them and leave them at the store. It could be 20 minutes later, it could be 2 days later. I get that sale, and that's when I go scoop up all those products. So the list it and leave it, man. You can find out a lot about some listings from that. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a strategy I've done too as well, especially with pickup orders too. That's been a phenomenal tool. You can even do that online arbitrage. Technically, like I guess like hybrid arbitrage, you can see what your local stores have online. Sometimes the stock counts can be a little bit spotty, but if it's a big retailer that you have several of in your area, that can be a really, really good thing too.
Yeah, and I'd say one big tip I'll give away on Fridays, my cutoff for shipping is 2 p.m. So that's when I'll go on different websites and I'll go to different stores. I'll just list everything in the store or everything on a website that's profitable that I know I can pick up, and then just go scoop up what sells on Sunday.
That's a major gem. Yeah, because that you don't risk any capital, man. That's an incredible gem right there. Yeah, so that's an incredible gem too. So on top of that, if you could go back to Brian when you were a newer seller like a year ago, what would you tell yourself that you think would help yourself succeed quicker, and that you tell to other beginners starting today too?
I would have to say I wish I would have reached out to other people in the community that were doing better than me at that time, or where they were where I wanted to be. I didn't do a good enough job of reaching out to those folks and essentially trying to find a good mentor that could help me through the process. And I'd also say that it's okay to pay for good information. So yeah, I wish I would have reached out and found a mentor a little bit sooner, and also realize there's a lot of good information out there that's free, but it's okay to pay for good information as well.
Yeah, and the way I think about it too, right? So obviously you joined my group a year or so ago. Like, in terms of informationally, like, obviously there's a significant amount of secret sauce, but in terms like, okay, storefront stock, find the discounts, make products good, like that's relatively out there, like that's relatively understood. But the big help is in the implementation and the validation and being able to text me, and that I'm the only person that we actually get one-on-one on Zoom together and source it up and everything, right? And obviously that's worked out very well for you. And then in terms of your plans for the future, right? Talk about the ways you're going to improve and innovate your Amazon business coming up here.
Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of keep doing what I've been doing. Back in December Q4, I did 25K, and I was like, there's no way I can pack these packages and do 25K a month. And hey, last month, June, we did 50K, 100% FBM. So I'm going to keep scaling RA. I'm going to mix in that OA. We're going to keep FBM and a whole bunch of stuff. I didn't think I could do 10. I didn't think could do 25. Didn't think I could do 50. So I don't see any reason why I can't push the RA OA to FBM game to 80K. But come prior to Q4, I will be sprinkling in a little bit of FBA, and I think that's really going to take revenue to the next level. But I like my FBM, keeping it lean, multi-unit orders, expedited shipping, all that stuff. A lot of leverage in FBM.
Boom. Agreed, man. Yeah. And so people who want to follow more of your journey, definitely check out Brian at the FBM Junkie. Super proud of what you're able to do, man, especially part-time. I even forgot that when I texted you. I was like, you're like, oh, dude, I'm still in corporate. I was like, oh, crap, I didn't realize that and everything. But you're an unbelievably good example of, someone who's been able to succeed part-time. Super proud of you and very excited for what's to come, brother. Thanks a lot for coming on the channel.
Appreciate you, my uncle.
Next, we're going to talk with Paolo, who's actually a busy dad, and while raising his family, while working a good 9-to-5 job in tech, he's making 6 figures profit per year selling on Amazon part-time. He was actually one of my first students back in the day. So I'm super proud of what Paolo's doing now. Literally years later, every year is making 6 figures profit selling part-time while working his 9-to-5 and raising his family full-time. So if you're loving what you see, check out that mentorship link in the description. Let's dig into the video with Paolo. What's up, Paolo? Welcome to the show. Good to have you here, man.
It's good to be here, Miles. Thank you very much.
For sure, dude. So I wanted to have you here because you're an excellent example of what really a lot of people are looking to do, which is transition from having a successful career to being a full-time Amazon seller, or even better in terms of income in some cases, keeping a 9-to-5 while being a successful Amazon seller part-time, and you're doing the latter right here. So very excited to hop on and just, share some knowledge with you and from you, from your perspective, having done this really successfully part-time the past couple of years, and really just break a lot of people's limiting beliefs around what's possible. right? So do you mind, as we hop into it here, just give a little bit of background on yourself, your career, set up family-wise and everything, and why you got into selling on Amazon?
Yeah, I think the background with me is I have an interesting story because I am a high school dropout 2 times. I've dropped out of college, but yeah, I still went back and got my bachelor's and my master's, right? So I've tried many different things. I failed so many times, but I've always kind of kept in mind that I truly didn't fail. It's the business failed, or this failed for whatever reason, but I never failed. I just was misinformed and made a bad choice, but I'm not a failure in myself. So I'm an engineer today, and I'm grateful for that. But I always wanted to have my own business, but I just didn't want to have be tied to a store or physical location, right? That was always something that I didn't want to move forward with. I wanted to have Wi-Fi money, something online, because the internet is still growing so crazy fast. And I stumbled upon Amazon right when COVID started, where I started with private label, and that crashed and burned. So then I found the roadmap course, and it was like a smaller investment. And I told my wife, hey, do you support this? She's like, hell yeah. So that's when I actually started doing OA, and I built that proof of concept within probably 6 weeks. Started making money. I think I made $1,000 at that point. I was like, oh my God, this is actually happening. And from then on, it just, kept networking and learning more about the business and spending more. And now I'm here 3 years later with over $3 million in sales. So you just got to start and be consistent with it.
Yeah. And so I remember, you had done the roadmap and then eventually the coaching program in late 2022, right? And then break down just year by year, both sales and, rough profit numbers, and then also just business model too, because you've actually transitioned from online arbitrage to wholesale and really done stuff the right way. So break down kind of that year by year growth.
Yeah. So the first year I was at end of 2022, right? I ended the year with about 300,000 in sales, and the profit probably about $40,000 in profit. Q4 was huge. And then the next year I actually hit $1 million in sales. 2023 and 24 hit $1 million in sales in each one. In 23 I made almost $180,000 in profit. And then last year I made less because I made mistakes in that transition from OA to wholesale. So it was a lot of learning in that. I still made about $100,000 in profit, which is great. And this year is going to be my best year yet. I'm already almost at $1 million. So in sales. So yeah, things are trending up, and the profit is there. The opportunity is still in there on Amazon. That's for sure.
Sure. And from your perspective, obviously, being a busy father, having a good 9-to-5 already, what really motivated you and made you want to start the Amazon business in general? Because obviously you have tons of other stuff going on, as do lots of people, right? And also in terms of your Amazon journey, what was the moment when you're like, holy crap, this really works. This is something I really got to pour time and resources into.
Yeah. So the thing about a 9-to-5, I think 98% of people fall in this bucket, is that the opportunity to make more money is not truly there. If you're an hourly worker or a salary worker, you're getting a 3% bump a year. If you're making $50K a year, how much really is that? A couple grand. And that just doesn't keep up with all the inflation and cost and being a parent and having a house, all of that. So I needed to make money on the side, more money, a side hustle. And that's kind of what I always try to do with being a mechanic. And Amazon was an easier entry than other businesses. You can just sign up. You don't even have to have an LLC to start, right? You could just start your account and start buying products with your own cash or credit card and get that process going. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of that question, Miles?
Yeah, man. So of course, bro. So it's when did you know that it really, really worked? What was the moment? And there might not have been a moment, by the way, right? It might have just been a really gradual thing, but any specific product or any specific season or any opportunity where you're like, holy crap, this is something that I really think I should put a lot of resource into. Okay.
When it really started taking off for me after losing $10,000 in private label and getting the roadmap and learning from somebody that's done it before me was my first product was a mix of OA and RA, and it was spray butter. You don't need to refrigerate it. So I sent that FBA, and I was making $3 to $5 a unit, but I was selling 50 units a month. That was my first product. I was like, oh, great. And then I stumbled upon, that was some money. And then for Dr. Scholl's was the next product. I found some crazy coupon code, was 40% off, and I went crazy on that product. I bought a ton of it. I filled up my living room with 3 different products, actually. And I was like, I can't believe I'm going to send this all to Amazon. And it sold really fast. So within about 6 weeks after I started doing OA, that's when I started making like $1,000, $1,500 in profit, like that I actually had back in my pocket. And that's kind of like when the proof of concept really hit. I was like, okay, there is a lot of money here to be made. And I just started, right? So that's when it really hits. That first $1,000 for me was kind of like the game changer.
Boom, pretty quick. And the big thing is you had gone from losing a bunch of money with private label, which totally works, but it's way more risky because you in most cases have to commit to one product. You need a lot more skills. You got to run ads, do a bunch of marketing, buy stuff from China, wait for it to actually get here from China. Meanwhile, with online arbitrage, right, you're selling listings that already have proven sales history. You can see the data on SellerAmp. You can see the data on Keepa. And all you have to do is be able to make the numbers work from a profitability perspective too. Right. And then in terms of time allocation, right, that's obviously a super important thing for folks like yourself that have got a bunch of stuff going on. Break down originally how much time you were spending on the business when you were newer, as well as to paint a picture of, if you do things correctly, how it can turn out, what amount of time you're spending today on the business.
When I first started off, not only was I working my 40 hours in the 9 to 5, I was putting in about 40 hours in Amazon as well, pretty much all sourcing and watching videos and networking some of that. So in the beginning, I would finish my job at 3 and I'll be working from home. So I'll pretty much have a small break to spend time with my wife. 3:30, I'll be back at it till like 10 o'clock at night. And I remember many nights, I'm clicking and I'm searching. I'm like, just another 15 minutes, because sometimes you go and you don't find products, right? And that's okay because you're still learning. And on the weekends, I will put in about 8 to 10 hours too, Saturday and Sunday, because I really wanted to make this work. I really saw the opportunity because I was already making some buys, but I just knew that I couldn't give up. I couldn't fail. Like, there's a lot of pressure on being the provider for the family as well. And I put that pressure myself. I'm like, I know I could do this, right? Because other people are doing it. They're not better than me. They're not smarter than me, but they're doing something right. So let me just rinse and repeat. And it really worked out for me. And then over time, you start hitting certain bottlenecks in your business, whether it's people or capital or even products. And you will know that some of the stuff like the administrative side of Amazon could be delegated. You train somebody, a VA in the Philippines, in my case, to do a lot of this work that needs to be done, but you don't want to do it. And that's when you start delegating like that kind of stuff. You can delegate sourcing and you delegate prepping with the prep center. So as you get bigger and bigger, you're in sales specifically, you just want to focus on the highest ROI activity that you can, which is typically sourcing, and you want to delegate everything else. And part of that was to buy my time back. I don't want to be spending 80 hours a week doing two jobs, right? Amazon and 9 to 5. I wanted to, part of the reason to have the side hustle and make more money is to spend more time with my family, right? And now that I have a daughter, I don't want to miss that opportunity with her. So over time, I put in a lot of effort to start. And you can put in less to start, but I just knew that I had a shorter window to prove myself, and I hit the ground running with that. So today I work about 10 hours a week, and I can work more, but I choose to work less because the time with family is more important.
Sure. And, when you start out, you're a one-man army, right? You got to learn everything yourself, right? Which goes for any business, obviously, especially Amazon. But the nice thing with Amazon is because Amazon handles the individual fulfillment. You just have to get the units to Amazon, which starts out being yourself, shipping them using Boxem, and then eventually, using a 3PL or what's called a prep center. They're synonymous. They're just kind of different terms, right? As well as virtual assistants to help you out potentially with product research or admin work and everything. And virtual assistants, like we like the site all9jobs.ph. They do a really good job. You can get people for like $3, $4, $5, $6 an hour that'll do incredible work for you on the computer. And it's really just an insane arbitrage we have available to us in 2025 and everything too, which is pretty cool on that. In terms of like getting the ball rolling product research wise, obviously, a lot of people maybe have played around with some YouTube videos, as I did when I was new, same with you, obviously, but product research can be pretty overwhelming, especially with like ungating too, as well. So how did you navigate that as a beginner in terms of finding your first couple winning products, strategies, tools, etc.?
Yeah, so definitely I use almost all the time is Keepa and SellerAmp. And the Keepa is basically the software that allows you to know if a product sells well or not on Amazon, and especially with BSR. And now there's some more tools available in that, but that you need Keepa, right? Otherwise, you're buying blind. And then the SellerAmp is great for figuring out because part of sourcing is you want to go through more products faster, because the minute you can basically find the red flags of a product, or whether it's like IP or profitability, things like that, you want to move on to the next one, right? So you kind of want to qualify products really fast, so that way you can go through more products in a certain amount of time, like 50 products an hour, etc. Right? So SellerAmp helps with that, Keepa helps with that. And then as you do your research and find a product, you start learning when products like websites have sales. You start learning about discount codes, you start learning about cashback, and you start putting these things together. Because at first it's overwhelming because there's so much data and you're moving fast. But as you get used to it and you repeat it and repeat it and repeat it, you're able to combine these things. You actually start learning which websites and which brands. You start getting all the information to know that if this is going to be a good buy or a bad buy immediately. And so you need that software really. And then there's other softwares out there that people love to talk about, but at the end of the day, those are the two that I use, and that's the ones that you really need for the business.
Yeah, and also the cheapest ones too, as well. You kind of think of okay, shopping online, finding deals and flipping them. You think of it would be okay, I should go to Target's sales section or Walmart's sales section. And that ends up being incredibly overwhelming, right? I don't really think beginners should be manual sourcing. Once you have your favorite websites, then you can go on and do manual. But to start out, just SellerAmp, Storefront, Stalking is going to be the easiest right there too. So obviously starting a business and even just sourcing, like you were saying, can be obviously super overwhelming and just potentially even demotivating when stuff's not going your way. So how did you, stay motivated and stay consistent during the times that are a little bit harder, which is going to happen with any new venture?
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm a big practitioner of meditation. I meditate every day, and the beauty of it that I learned over time is that your feelings really impact your life, your emotions. So if you're feeling down one day just because you had a bad night of sleep or something like that, it actually impacts your work as well. And you really got to be able to know what you're feeling in the moment. So even though let's say you made a bad buy, you need to liquidate something, and it sucks to do that. You don't want to lose money, but you need to accept that. You need to take responsibility that that's happening, and you're going to improve, and then things will get better. And if you take that approach versus kind of getting stuck in, oh man, this sucks, I'm going to give up, I'm not going to do this today because whatever, it's not going my way. That's really that's the difference between an entrepreneur and actually a regular person. The entrepreneur doesn't give up. He needs to continuously evolve, learn from the mistakes, and move forward. Go into the unknown. Is this going to work? Is it not? You kind of just want to find out. You just can't say that it's not going to work and never try. You really got to try. And a great analogy for this is a person that is about to jump from a cliff with a parachute. And underneath them is kind of cloudy. They kind of don't know where they're going to go, right? But the minute you jump, you can't go back. So that's kind of the entrepreneur. Sometimes you take an action that you can't go back from, but that's how entrepreneurship is. That's how you're going to find more opportunity. That's when you take more risk. And as you learn the entrepreneurship way, you learn how to minimize that risk as you move forward, right? But it feels very scary, very uncomfortable, but that's part of that.
Yeah, and the way I think about it too is that everything is a lesson when you think about it on a long enough time scale, right? But things can be mistakes and be things that aren't great in the short term, right? But over the long term, I feel in my life, everything I went through that was hard built me and everything, right? And, a positive mind frame for that is that you're not building, the business, you're building yourself, which is going to obviously produce very profitable, results based on that and everything too, on all that. So in terms of obviously coming from a successful career and continue to have a successful career, obviously as a, part-time Amazon seller, what would you say, whether it be structure or experience, do you think having a good 9-to-5 prepared you for life as an entrepreneur?
I think there's a certain set of skills that I've built over time. A mix of maybe project management and being an engineer. I know numbers really well, formulas and stuff like that. So there is some usage of formulas that I use and just organization overall, because you really need to know where your money's going, if there's losses, reimbursements, things like that. So I think, the 9-to-5 has helped me. Everything that I've done before this, I was a treasurer for my church for 8 years. And a lot of that stuff I just carried over, right? It doesn't mean it's required. There's people that's doing things in their business today that's at a much higher level than I am, and that's better for them. But those skills that I've learned with being a treasurer and an engineer does translate really well into this, especially knowing my numbers, profits, and doing calculations in my head. I think it speeds up things for me, right? So that's definitely been helpful.
Yeah, and then too, it's like some things prepare you incredibly well and some things don't, but they're also incredible opportunities for development further, right? And that, for example, like my buddy John, who's been through the program too, like back in January, like he was struggling to get his computer to work and his printer to work the first time because he came from a past career that he didn't have to use the computer at all. And then literally on the coaching call this week, he was talking to ChatGPT, building Slack automations for daily SOPs for his virtual assistants, like building it out. It's like, if that isn't character development, I don't know what is, right? And I was like, that is so awesome. And that comes back to that we're not building the business, we're building ourselves and everything too, which is pretty cool. What would you say are the hardest parts of not only just growing an Amazon or starting an Amazon business, but also growing it as well in terms of like whether it be time, the technical skills, the product research? Like, what would you say is the hardest part for folks considering starting it just in the beginning stages that we've obviously both been through?
I think the biggest challenge for me is some of the things you mentioned, but it was really, what am I willing to give up? What am I willing? Because I mean, everybody's busy, everybody's allocating their time to something. But what are you willing to give up or at least pause or change for a different life? You know, what are you really looking for from this business? So for me, was I willing to change my routine? Was I willing to change short-term experiences in life with my family for a little bit later, like half a year later or something? Was I willing to lose some friends along the way? Right? Because as you grow mentally and mindset shifts, etc., sometimes the friends that you have, you actually, you know what, this is not a good friend for me. What if they are very negative all the time? What if they bring you down? I know people that stop businesses because their spouse told them to, just because like, I don't want you doing this, and they gave up. Would you be willing to move on from a friendship to pursue your dream? So those are some of the things that I needed to face as I kept doing Amazon, because that actually happened. I don't have the same friends I have anymore. I have a lot more friends now, actually, believe it or not, that are kind of in the space because I grew with them. We all kind of grew together. But if you were to think, if you just change your job one time and go from one company to the other, you're losing some of those coworkers too, I guarantee you. And you're going to make new friends here. So are you willing to give up that kind of a connection? And I was willing to do it. So that's something that I think people struggle with. And that's the mind shift change. You know, you need to be willing to change.
Yeah, you made a really good point there on the friends in the space, which I think is like such an incredible hack. So for people who maybe have started and feel a little isolated, which is completely normal, you're starting a business that solely exists on your computer in respect to where you do the majority of the work, right? Can feel a little isolating, maybe a little bit lonely. You've done a great job of being active in the Amazon community and finding some guys and gals to work with and network with and everything. And I think I did a good job of that. And it was incredibly helpful, especially when I was a beginner too, in terms of just being able to avoid mistakes and having people to jam ideas off of basically. So can you talk a little bit about that and just how that was helpful and how you were actually able to build that network of other Amazon sellers?
Yeah, so to build it really, you were the person that I listened to. You told me I need to be live on socials. I need to just be out there, reply to people, and just see where it goes, right? And then building it is you need to put the time with the person or the group, right? Whether it's Zoom calls or Discord voice channels is one that I use primarily to talk with people. And then if there was an opportunity to meet up, and I did in Vegas a few times already, I met up with people there, and it was great because a lot of these people are kind of, they know what you're doing. We're all kind of doing something similar with Amazon, right? Or Walmart. And people at home, it's hard to relate because a lot of your friends aren't doing the same thing as you. So you really can't talk to them about the BSR or the profit of this product and how fast you flipped it and things like that, because they may understand it, but they don't get it because they're not in it. They're not doing it. So and then the other thing with having friends within the space that I didn't think about at the time was a lot of these people are way ahead of you. There's people behind you, and you can learn from everybody. They all bring something new to the table that you can actually implement into your business. So what that really means is if you're willing to learn from these people, you're also not going to be making the same mistakes they made, and vice versa. You share your mistakes with them, and they're not going to commit the same mistakes. So what you're really doing too is you're accelerating your business and you're building friendships at the same time, which is like a 2-in-1, which is great.
Oh, it seems, I mean, it's amazing because my whole life, like literally like the past 15 years, I've had very niche hobbies since I was like 10, 11. And I just always went to the internet to find those people. And it's been fun because then I didn't have to annoy my IRL friends with stuff they didn't care about and everything, right?
And kind of continuing along more of those lines. So when you start looking for people to, meet in the Amazon community or just consume a lot of content around Amazon on social media, it can feel like it's all like people in the early 20s and mid 20s and everything. So what would you say for people who maybe feel like, they're too old to start a side hustle, or that they're not sure if the Amazon business is going to work for them purely based on like age or just already having a really established career?
Yeah, it does feel like this mostly people in their 20s, maybe even 30s, just on the socials.
On socials, for sure. Yeah, which makes sense. Yeah.
Which makes sense, right? That's a generation that is really in tune with their phones and social media. But I think for the older crowd, I'm about to be 40 years old, believe it or not, is really just there's communities, Discords, school communities as well that you really want to be a part of. And those are just chatting away. You can put it on your phone. And there's other people like you there as well. There's people that are 60 years old and selling, 70 years old and selling that I've met. And they just tend to be quieter. But you can reach out to people, you can DM people, right? Get uncomfortable with that. Because the reality is you never know what's going to happen in a friendship. You may click with somebody, you may not. But you don't know until you actually try to communicate. And I've made many great relationships just because they reached out to me or I reached out to them. So, and a lot of these people I talk to, very often still. So sure. They're older than me and younger.
Yeah, right. And the nice thing is that in 99, maybe 100% of cases, right, outside of, a few, right, you didn't have to pay any money for that, right, which is so awesome, right? It's just, reputation and documenting what you're doing. It's like the biggest bargain in the world, right? And everything, which is pretty cool too. As well. So in terms of actually scaling the business, so you went from all-in arbitrage pretty much, it seems like the first year and a half, to predominantly wholesale the last year and a half. If you could do it over again, would you do it the same way and start with OA?
Yes. The beauty of OA compared to every other type of business model in Amazon is that you can put in a lot of reps really fast. You can learn Keepa, you can learn which products are or brands, etc. You'll get the experience real fast compared to wholesale or RA. And you can scale OA kind of quick, and you can go really wide with OA. So you really get a lot of exposure. You can get really good with Amazon in like 3 months. If you put in some time, in 3 months with OA, you'll learn so much because you're going to send products in, you're going to sell, you're going to see how the price changed, the competition, all of that really, really fast. That's not the case with private label. That's not the case with wholesale and direct with brands as well. And then for RA, unless you're spending a lot of time buying these clearances, etc., you're going to have a hard time learning Amazon as well. And then once you have a really good foundation of Amazon, what sells, what doesn't sell, what to avoid, then I think you could maybe do something like wholesale, or you can really scale OA as long as you have the capital to keep growing that part of it. I think OA is the best way to start.
Sure, absolutely. And so in terms of like getting going and just starting to grow the business, so you had every reason and just like tons of stuff going on. So like you said, your daughter was born, COVID was going on, right? Obviously what happened in 2020. And then, a couple years later, starting the business, right? Still had a 9-to-5 and everything. Give us the productivity hacks for new Amazon sellers. Like how can new Amazon sellers be getting more done in less time?
So productivity is you need to have a to-do list, goals, and time aside, right? So that means saying no to a lot of things as well. So I started in the summer. So, I didn't go on vacation that summer. I chose to focus on the business. How many hours did I want to focus on the business? I chose to do 6 to 8 hours, right, per day. So that's what I did. I told my wife, in the calendar that we share, I'm like, hey, this is my sourcing time. And then, we will have dates here and there. But that allowed me to like put my phone down, say no to friends, and I could just focus on this, which is what I really wanted to do. And then the other thing is your to-do list. It's so easy to get distracted for a few minutes on one thing, and then for you to refocus again at the same level takes like another 20 minutes. So one small distraction will actually slow you down 30 minutes. So you really got to have a to-do list, because on the computer, you can have so many tabs open. You can click here, click there.
Yeah.
So you really got to focus. Like, am I going to source now? All right, close the other windows and just do sourcing now. Put your phone away, social media off, all of that, and really concentrate for 1 hour or whatever you can, right? But you really need to have that on your to-do list. If you're doing admin work, then focus on admin work that day and turn off the distractions. If you have your phone next to you, if you have email open, if you have these distractions constantly taking you away, then it's going to slow you down, right? If you have kids, And the kids are a huge distraction, but you want to give them focus as well. You got to find a way to keep them busy or have a babysitter or something along those lines that you need to have time to focus. Otherwise, it's much harder to grow any business, right? Not just Amazon, but anything else. So.
Sure, absolutely, man. And then in terms of for people who want to see more of your journey, you're also putting out a lot of good content around like business credit and how that can be a helpful tool once you're, really getting going on Amazon too. Where can people find you on social media for more info on that?
Yeah, so I'm primarily on Instagram with my stories. My handle is paolo.sells. And then I also have a YouTube channel as well with the same name, Paolo_sells. So you can find me there. You can find my content there as well.
Boom, 100%, man. Yeah, so definitely check out Paulo's information and check out his pages down in the description. Just follow a lot of the Amazon community too. In general, then I'm sure, Paolo, if anyone has questions, they can let us know in the comments too, or obviously reach out as well.
Yep, sounds good. I'll reach out to me if I don't get back to you in the same day. The next few days, I'll get back. Next,
I want you to talk with Bola, who's actually one of my fastest success stories ever. She's a busy mom of two, and while working a 9-to-5 job, in just her 4th month selling on Amazon, she was able to sell over $70,000 in 1 month. It's a crazy story. So let's dig right into the interview with Bola. What's up, Bola? Welcome to the show. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much, Miles. Good to be here.
Awesome. Absolutely. So you have an awesome story the past couple months, really just as a new Amazon seller. Do you just want to break down how much you've sold the past 30 days and then overall just why you got into selling on Amazon and when you started?
Okay, that's a lot. In the last I got into Amazon in the first place because I was trying to, find a niche in e-commerce in general. I used to be in tech, or I am still in tech actually. I still work 9 to 5 as a tech person. And I'm trying to transition out of my 9 to 5 to, a more scalable business. Although I do run a fintech company, but, all of these things are very stressful and I just wanted out of the normal 9 to 5. So I decided to look into e-commerce because in the past, I had done e-commerce like 2010. And that was back in Nigeria. And it was very interesting. It was lucrative, but the big players came into the space. I couldn't compete, so I exited and went back to tech. So this year, I decided that this was something I really wanted to do. And I did a couple of research, and it didn't really work out. Then sometime February, somebody connected me to your platform, which was why I watched your 8 hours video. You won't believe it. I watched everything. People can't do that, but I did. So I practiced everything you said, and it made sense. So it was just easy. By the time I reached out to you and, you said, take this coaching program, it will help you. And that was it. And that changed everything for me. That was like mid-February. So I think that month I did about 1.5 only from the training, from the coaching that I took for like 2 weeks. And I was like, this is way different from everything I've read from like the beginning of the year to date. And I think in March, I did about almost 6,000. Then after was 28,000. Then this last month was about 70,000. And, that's just what it just proved that the model works. And, I go to almost every training program, even as at now, I hardly miss your training. And I think that really changed everything for me. The training program, the guidance, and always being able to reach out to you quickly to say, is this going to work? What is this? And you're saying, oh yeah, this means this and this means that. That's really very interesting for me. So
yeah, and that's the cool thing is obviously you're a not typical result where you figured things out really quickly, but even between like 10 and 15% profit, which is kind of right around where arbitrage typically is, even where a little bit higher too, depending if you want to do more retail arbitrage, you're approaching a full-time income already, working part-time, right? As a mom of two.
Yeah.
So very, very fascinating stuff. And obviously big credit to, all the hard work you've been able to do. What do you think was the big difference between the way you were doing things originally that wasn't working and the way you're doing things now that's working great with online and retail arbitrage?
So what I was doing before was that I just, looked at some videos online, reached out to some people, and all they all said is, oh, you can do this, you can do this. They never gave you the numbers. The first class I had with you, and you showed me how to make the number good using SellerAmp. Guess what? I went back to everybody that I had approached before to check whatever product they've told me to sell. None of them was good. They were all negative. I was losing money, basically. And they all told me, and if you check most of them have YouTube pages and they talk about all these things and all. And I was so fascinated, like, this is Miles. This is what he said we should do. And it was just easy. And I put in my numbers and I can tell I'm going to be profitable here. And I can tell I'm losing money here. But guess what? I had to send screenshots back to there to say, can you see this? You're actually losing money with what you're saying, because on their pages, they all say, oh, sell this product, this beauty product. This is how much you buy. Isn't it buy
No
$60?
fees, no shipping in there. You don't see the actual SellerAmp numbers, where the vast majority of items you look at won't actually be good right now.
It wasn't good. I was losing money. Wow. So, like I said, from week one, it was like an eye opener. From the 8 hours video up to date, it has been, I don't even know how to describe it, but basically it's just very interesting. Maybe that's the word. I don't know. I can't find a word for it.
Yeah, and so you said like 1,500 in sales, right? Revenue your first month, and then like 6,000 your second month. That's actually pretty similar to my trajectory back in the day when I got started too. What was the specific moment when you were like, "Holy crap! Like this really works," or was it just like a really steady grind, or was there any one specific day or item where you were like, "Holy crap"?
No, so I just followed most of the programs. So I do mostly OA and I do FBM. I know, yes, a lot of people want to do the FBA. I remember I didn't try FBA for a long time. I tried maybe from April, but the FBM worked because I just looked at some of the strategies you mentioned, right? Find good products at your closest Walmart. Walmart is 5 minutes from me. Try to ungate them, or if you can even find them as AutoUngate, list them on Amazon and start to sell. That was what I started with, basically Walmart products. Nothing really special. Just looked at some of the products, look at some of the ASINs in the training programs. From there, I was storefronting some of the sellers on some of those listings, and that was why I found good products. And most of the products were just available in Walmart. I could just buy them, and I could even ship them same day. I could get them to my house same day and list them that same day. So that's basically how I started. And as I understood more about Keepa and SellerAmp, I was able to test more products, because I do more of testing with the OA. I just order maybe 3, 2, or 5, depending on I look at the graph to be able to understand. And sometimes, of course, I send the graph to you to say, is this a fast-moving product? Is it not moving? And if it's moving, yes, I just test maybe 3 or 5, right? That's what I typically do, depending on the cost of the item. Then if it works, then I buy more, and I keep buying more. That's basically what I started with. And for me, I was gated for a lot of things. So it was not like I could sell Nautica. I can't sell Nautica, but I can sell a lot of stuff in Walmart. I can sell a lot of stuff from Target. And that's basically what I started with. And that's what I have typically been doing. Even till now, that's typically what I'm doing. Still trying to Ungate for a couple of brands, but Walmart and Target just works fine.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing too, is that, when you're a newer seller, you're going to be gated in lots of things, but you can get approved. Sometimes it'll just take a bunch of submissions, as we both know. But you said you also capitalize really nicely on AutoUngate products too, because there's a lot of people watching this that are like, crap, I feel like I'm gated in everything. Couple things though, they're not actually hitting request approval and apply to sell to actually see if it's AutoUngate, right? And they're not going through the process of getting AutoUngate. So y'all watch this, make sure you go ahead and do that, because it's possible, and she did it right here. And it's an awesome thing. So in terms of finding your first couple winning products, let's, gating aside, right? We know that's possible, right? I have a full gating tutorial on my channel. How did you actually find your first couple winners in respect to like product research strategy, making items good, using discounts, and those kind of things that after a month or two are pretty, common knowledge, but as a beginner could be a little confusing?
So first of all, so the first class I think I had, that was when I learned about storefronting, right? Like stalking other sellers that are already within the listings that maybe are interested, they already have listed. That was basically what I did. I focused more on OEM and FBA, nothing more than that. I've not really expanded to doing something else. So what I just do is look at some of those sellers, look at the product that they have, and I check them. Are they great value products? Are they, Cuddles, are they
just other AutoUngate brands you've come across?
Basically, all the AutoUngate brands, those are the ones I just typically focus on, not because of anything, but because I know that my account is currently limited, and the more I do, the more Amazon will be able to do more for me as well. So I just focus on those and just keep checking, keep learning. Right now, I have something called a repriser. I know you talked about that, and I know that there's a class coming. And the reason is that I have so many products on my platform now, I'm not able to kind of reprice as quickly as I want to. And what I realized with using tools like that is that it actually gets me more margin than I would typically get on a good day. So I think those are the things I basically did. Just follow the process, like find those good products, look at the sellers, make sure you source properly. And if you don't understand the chart, reach out either in school or directly to you to say, okay, does this look like a good product? If it says yes, okay, you can explain to say, oh, this is moving really slow. This is moving really well. So this might, maybe with 10, you might, it might be good. Maybe with 100, this might be good stuff. That's basically what I did. Just look at the numbers, then list as many products as I can that I can easily buy very close to me. That's basically my strategy for now. Although I plan to move to other things because I found some products that are more wholesale kind of friendly, right? And that's my next level to look more. I'm testing some product right now, and I reached out to you about a particular item that I couldn't find, and you have to tell me, oh, this is an wholesale product. And I said, okay. I joined one of your class. I think it was Gary that spoke about the wholesale, and I said, okay, I can find the.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's what's beautiful is business is a character development thing at the end of the day. Like you get to make money, obviously, but you get to meet cool people and get to level up your skill set too. Right. And that I had no idea when I got started selling books, I'd be making YouTube videos or be able to coach people and everything too. As was also, it's an awesome self-improvement vehicle too. And I know you're obviously a really hard worker. You're just like me. You'll be up late. Then you'll text me and I'll be up in the morning checking products and everything too. I'll be up, on school late as well. So speaking of that, so you may be able to do something a lot of people want to do, which is build really an epic side hustle that has a lot of long-term potential if you stick with it, right? In just a couple months, while working a 9-to-5, right? As a mother of two, talk through like how the heck you've been able to manage your schedule and manage your time, which I'm, sure has been hard, but talk about how you've been able to make that possible.
It's hard. Let me just tell you that it's not easy at all. And if you don't have the support of your family, I can tell you it is worse. But I do have the support of my family. That's a good thing. Because when I started, I was like, oh, okay, another thing that you're just interested in. Right now, it means very seriously. Like, I call it my investor because, in this business, as you grow, you even need more cash. And you try to talk to, that is a different topic on its own. But me, I call him my investor because every time I just tell him, oh, please, my store needs additional funds to go to the next level, like that. So, but basically, what I realized is that depending on your community, now not just my immediate family, my community on school as well, they've been extremely helpful. So I'm able to reach out to quite a number of people, meet a number of people, and they've been very helpful. And even sometimes, some people are very busy, and you send them a message, they will give you. Like they can meet up with you almost immediately to just help you with anything. And that is very brilliant. And I think that is one of the things that I really like about your community that you've built. You have great people that you've helped, and they're also willing to help people. So I'll be able to tap into that community to be able to, help me move to the next level. Then, of course, my family, even my kids know about profit margin. They know what profit margin means. They know what revenue means. They are learning a lot. And it's for them, it's more like a school that they're just learning new things. They will say, oh, how much do you buy this product? How much are you selling this product for? Wow, okay, that makes sense. And so they're very interested, even right now. So and that is something I'm very happy about because it now makes my kid very interested in something I'm doing because they can see it's very tangible. They can relate it with their daily life. So they also know some things. And every time they say something new, they ask, how much did you buy that? And they will tell you, let me tell you the profit margin. Let me tell you the profit margin. They already know how to do all of those. So, so I don't know. It's just very different. And I think it's something interesting. So if you're interested in it, and I think you just put your mind to it. Honestly, I feel that anybody could do it. But again, you need to be dedicated. But you know that there's a bit of hard work that you need to put into it. It is not all very rosy. And without the support of people in your immediate family and community, you might not be able to scale. If you want to do it by yourself, it's not going to be easy. But if you do have support, then you are going to really scale.
Yeah, because there's two sides of that. And I'm glad you have both, right? Obviously, the in-person, like the family, not everyone has that. And then the online, the community online of Amazon sellers, like we can all kind of agree that's important, but you've put in the work to find cool people to work with and everything, right? Now, obviously our community is a great place to do that and everything, but that's really, really a powerful thing to, find sellers to network and mastermind with and everything. And it's just a great thing. And I'm obviously very proud of what you've been able to do and everything. So if you could go back to when you were starting, what would you tell yourself that you think would help you succeed a lot quicker back, 4, 5, 6 months ago when you were either considering starting or had just started?
So I would not doubt maybe I had a bit of doubt when I first started. So you had mentioned some tools that we should get. I didn't get all of those tools. I got the most effective ones like the Keepa, the SellerAmp, but I should have gotten like Boxem, the Repricer from day one. And I say that now because, now that things are really happening really fast, it's difficult to now say, oh, how do you keep track of your receipts, your invoices, how do you make sure in terms of tax? There's not so many areas of the business that I'm knowing now. And if I had done proper documentation from the beginning, I wouldn't have any problem right now. So it's going to take me a little time to go back to now find, how many products did I buy? Did I put to know my exact profit from the beginning? So it took a lot of hard work getting there now. So what I would say is I would have, number one, use the right tools. Number two, reach out to more people in the community. I try not to reach out as well. I know you pushed me a lot to say,
I did.
reach out to somebody. I can be very reserved, and I know you really try to say, create an Instagram, talk to people. I had to tell you, I have not even sent a message on Instagram to anybody in years. I created one, and I know I mentioned it to you, and I reached out to a lot of people, and surprisingly, I speak to somebody almost every week. Like,
beautiful, right? That's the name of the game with this stuff. That made my journey so much easier too,
Yes. And so I think it's a very beautiful thing, and it's a good thing that you really pushed that, reach out, talk to people, communicate in the group. People will get to know you, people will get to relate with you, and people can actually, you can benefit from them. They're able to share ideas. You're able to share ideas of what is going on as well. So I think that's sharing and engaging. Even though a lot of people are reserved like me, they should actually try it. It will go a long way in making your life easier. So yes, those are the things I would have done right. Having the tools and sharing more and engaging more within the community. Yes.
Yeah, and so you had mentioned like really wanting to get into e-commerce. Is the Amazon business like the first business or side hustle you've tried, or have you played around with other stuff like any type of other online business or any type of other e-commerce?
Yes. So personally, I wanted to start a private label, although I didn't understand.
Everyone gets into it like that, yeah.
So I have a clothing line that I started and everything, but I couldn't really scale it because I didn't really know a lot of enough about marketing in the US. Like I said, I was in Nigeria for a long time, so most things I'm very familiar with are more within the African space. So understanding the US market was a bit difficult for me. So it takes a lot of learning. So being able to launch like a private label was not very easy as I thought. It was not as easy as I thought. It was not as easy as people pictured it to be. So that's one of the experience I've had. Then another one I did was I knew that selling online, because since I'd done it before in the past, I'm very competent with selling online. And I know that it's something that if you do it right, yes, it's going to work. So I decided to explore, other channels, like reach out to people. How do I start up Amazon? So I just kept watching people. I didn't really focus on the coaching aspects because it didn't occur to me even that I should do that first, right? So I just reach out to people that say, I do this, I do that. I have products you can just put on Amazon, stuff like that. Where people I was mostly reaching out to because they were people that was saying. But again, I can tell you that all of those were just wasted time. I just wasted resources and time. I could have just gone ahead for a coaching program, which actually changed everything for me. So I think, that's basically, those are the things I did. Just explored private label, explored just getting product from someone to sell on Amazon and seeing if you can, build your own brand. Basically, that was what I started with, and I transitioned so quickly from that.
Oh, makes sense. Well, obviously super proud of what you're able to do, and obviously, still really new to your journey too and everything. So very excited to see how things grow as well. If people want to see more of your journey and connect with you, where can they find you on Instagram?
The new Instagram account I created, produce that to you.
So now I've seen examples of a bunch of students I've helped, and you've seen the entire steps A to Z blueprint of how to sell on Amazon. You have the entire 0 to 10K month blueprint for beginner sellers. And here's the thing. Most people will do absolutely nothing with what you just learned. But I want you to be one of the ones that proves me wrong. Now, for the path forward, you have two choices. Option number one, you could start out on your own and try to figure out everything by yourself, which could lead to easier failure because time is money and waiting months to get the ball rolling is very expensive. you'll miss out on having all the best in-depth methods handed to you, and your chance of quitting goes way up without other people in the game with you. Option number 2 is you could work with me one-on-one to start or grow your Amazon business the right way. So I have something for you if you want hand-holding and one-on-one mentorship through the entire process. My private one-on-one coaching program that you've seen me mention here and there throughout the free course, but I want to break down exactly what that actually looks like, as it's full of battle-tested strategies with countless success stories, by far the most in the entire industry. Every case study you've seen during this training has been through my program, because things get much easier when you use a proven system and work with an expert. The right piece of advice when you need it goes a long way, and it can be the difference between success and failure. It also has made it a lot more fun when you're on a team and around other Amazon sellers that are crushing the game. My coaching program is not a course. It's done with you coaching. By far the best results-driven program out there for Amazon online arbitrage, and it's not even close. I cover in incredible detail how to source the best deals, how to make items profitable 24/7, cutting edge market trends and changes in real time, how to sell inventory faster and at higher price than your competition, how to get ungated quick and easy, even with no sales history, how to build a network of other sellers to mastermind with and learn from, all the boring back-end stuff that is annoying, but easy to mess up and necessary to know. And this program literally has everything you need. All these success stories and literally hundreds more. We can see 90% RA, nice little 80K a month, another $1 million student right there, pumping out inventory, almost 2K by 11, hoping to hit 40K. So hype right there. We can see it. Look at that. Literally like almost a 5K day, over a 5K day right there. Doubled my prediction right there. Boom, 300% growth year over year. And then nice little 2,500% growth too as well. Started Miles' coaching in May. My guy Angel right here, he's made 6 figures profit part-time while working full-time as an engineer. And Michael and Pete, they both went 0 to 7 figures in their own individual Amazon business in under a year using my coaching program. Ariel here, he was able to cut down his full-time truck driving hours after making $10,000 profit in a single month. And this month, he's on pace to make 3 times his full-time income. And I'll even show you wins our students are having within our program right now. So this is actually inside my community right here. I see I posted 15 hours ago. So we can see Steve right here. Steve's crushing selling Amazon part-time. Stephanie's just getting going right there. Brianna right here, she's in the military, getting going with her business as well. Big shout out to Tim. Nice little, insane growth month over month right there too. We can see Pete right there, 400% growth month over month. Bradford right here, he's a newer Amazon seller just in his first month. Noah right here, we can see 36K in revenue, which is a full-time income right there. Absolutely beautiful. And then Kelly here, she's selling part-time as well while working as a teacher, starting to see some really big days there too. And we can see other people posting up. Big shout out to Jay right here. Jay and Babby doing good work in Indiana. And you can literally see as we scroll through here, endless wins. There's Liz pumping out a bunch of FBM products right there too. And the wins never end right there, guys. And you can see it's just a forum for people to post their wins, post their results, as well as post different questions they have. We have the classroom, we have the calendar where we host our weekly coaching calls as well. People message me. You also get my personal phone number too as well. We can see the schedule of coaching calls we have here too. And that's what within the community actually looks like. And for the sake of transparency, guys, what do you actually get when you join my program? My coaching program includes unparalleled one-on-one access to me via my personal phone number, 3 times per week group coaching calls, 2 by me and 1 by my head coach, Garrett, a live sourcing one-on-one call with me on Zoom that gives you all your questions answered, and you're going to text me questions as they come up as you go. You'll get directly given all my favorite coupons, tips, tricks, and strategies, right? I don't just outsource this to people. It's working directly with me one-on-one. You'll be connected directly into the Amazon community with other sellers that are crushing the game as well. And really, it's 3 different parts. Community, a group of other sellers winning and collaborating together. Content, which is 3 group coaching calls per week, as well as all the coaching call recordings. So even if you can't come to them live, it's no big deal. You can see all the recordings and the video course, and coaching directly from me, including my personal phone number, DM access, text access to me, a one-on-one sourcing Zoom call, and support along the way. And it's also the perfect place to get all your questions answered, find cool sellers to be accountability partners with, stay up to date with trends, celebrate your wins. And a lot of my students consider the one-on-one access to me in the community more valuable than the actual content. Because you've seen a lot of good content already here. You already know what you're doing, right? But if you just want hand-holding throughout the entire process, Like Coda here got, we can see it's a nice little 100K month rate. He's actually up to 200K a month now. John here, John literally didn't know how to use a computer super well in January. And then in John literally didn't know how to use a computer in January and now selling part-time. Now he's full-time. In March, he was able to sell about $6,000. He's now doing over $50,000 a month in revenue. Then right here, we can see nice little 20K for the month right? I think he's up to 30, 40, or 50 by now, a few months later. And guys, you have to understand these results do not come easy. The link to apply and speak with my student success manager, Aaron, is in the description to see if we're actually a good fit to work together. And I don't want to waste anyone's time. This program does not make sense for most people. Most people can't focus, are lazy, and can't commit to working hard on something for a while. Don't apply if that's you. But if you believe you have what it takes to win, I'd love to talk through if it makes sense to work together. But a PSA, due to high demand, I will be raising the price soon, so make sure to lock in your application while the price is still low. You'll need to click the link in the description and fill out your application to see if you qualify. The choice is yours, guys. Unlimited student wins the past few years. Literally look up reviews on Google. There's good stuff all over. I've been doing this for almost 4 years, gonna continue doing it for years. This is a serious thing. This is not just some course. This is done with you coaching. If you wanna do this right, there's no better place to do it. Steven went from 20K a month to 200K a month in just 6 months. Thomas replaced his 9-to-5 income in less than a year. Dan went from college football player to 7-figure Amazon seller in about a year and a half. And I'd even do student meetups all over the country. This is in Santa Monica, California. This is in Miami. Everyone's got the Boxem t-shirts on as well. Pretty cool too. And this is at Garrett All Out Amazon's wedding. Like half this picture is Amazon sellers. And this is at our meetup in Miami as well before the Miami Sellers Conference too. So coaching students are accepted by application only for hardworking and serious people. Succeeding selling on Amazon is not easy. I want to be fully upfront and honest with you. As long as you have a little bit of money and some part-time availability time-wise, you can make it work if you pay attention and execute. Go to the link in the description to apply and see if you qualify, and get it now before I raise the price, guys. Here's what you get. Full access to 20 plus hours of course content, all my favorite deals delivered directly right to you, weekly Q&A calls with me and Garrett, exclusive software and prep center discounts that I negotiated on behalf of my students, a one-on-one live coaching call with me, plus much more. Links in the description to apply and see if it makes sense to work together. We are very selective and need to make sure it's a good fit. And then I can actually help you hit your goals. So who are you going to be? You're going to be an action taker. You're going to be a procrastinator. Here's the calendar to work with there. And so go download to the link in the description and put in your information to apply. So thanks so much for watching the full free 2026 Amazon course. You're an absolute legend for making it through all this content. If you're this far in the video, you're clearly very serious. Take action, execute, and this could change your life in 2026. If you put in the work and stay consistent for a while. Subscribe for more. We're on the road to 100,000 subscribers in 2026. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks so much for watching. You can follow me on Instagram too. Flip Smiles, which is linked in the description. Let's get after it, y'all.